You are listening to The Innkeeper by Lifesketcher. Chapter 1801, I Didn't Want to Do This. Lex watched with curiosity. His system could not scan them, but he could determine their strengths on their own. They were all heaven immortals, though not exceptionally strong ones. Maybe their strength came from their systems, or things other than their cultivation realm, in which case it wasn't so easy to judge them. Either way, if that was all to it, Lex was a little underwhelmed. 4 system users, all converging towards the Midnight Manor replica, all from different directions. What was interesting was that, even now, none of them had any malicious intent towards the inn. Still, he could not let them be. He really wanted to avoid getting involved in this matter himself, but there were very few who could take on heaven immortals among his staff, and fewer who could take on system users. What's more, the security teams from Reaving Dread kept slowly disappearing even now. Lex stood up and dusted his pants before turning to everyone else in the room. I have been given a task. Hopefully I'll be back soon enough to see the finale. Lex teleported away and appeared on the peak of a mountain near Umbragard City. He closed his eyes and took in a deep breath, almost as if to prepare himself for what he was about to do. In truth, that is actually what he was doing. If he felt the system users were a threat, he intended to one-shot them with his utmost strength. Playing games with a system user was the best way to get killed. Lex stretched his spirit sense out, at first covering a mile, then 100, then 1,000. Within the inn, everything was within his range of observation, but that was only because of his system. His own spirit sense, despite being absurdly powerful, was not infinite, nor could it span endlessly. But it was powerful, and ever since he fought Creel, it was completely stealthy. An opponent would have to be drastically stronger than Lex to even sense his spirit sense. His spirit sense covered the land, undetected, until all 4 system users were within his scope of vision. Silently, without their detection, he wrapped his spirit sense around them. For a moment, he couldn't help but wonder if this is how Creel felt, being invisible to all, and enslaving anyone he fancied. The difference was, Lex had no interest in slavery. Lex's eyes opened, and at the same time, all 4 system users appeared before him, all teleported using Lex's own powers instead of system teleportation. Welcome, gentlemen, Lex, looking at the 4 different beasts with a warm smile. I take it that you have already been introduced to the inn, so I'll skip all the small talk and get to the heart of the matter. Would you mind sharing your intentions with me? Now, normally, interrogating a guest like this is frowned upon inside the inn, but the circumstances are a little special, so I hope you forgive me for my actions. The 4 system users, a tiger, a monkey, an eagle, and a snake, looked at each other and then at Lex. There was a flicker of confusion in their actions. Lex immediately realized that they hadn't known about each other's presence. This is highly unprofessional, said the monkey, looking angrily at Lex. I will be leaving a complaint about this with upper management. Lex smiled awkwardly, even as he wrapped his spirit sense around their bodies thoroughly, studying for the slightest sign of hostility. Please, I hope you will forgive me. But there are certain people trying to cause an issue at the Midnight Inn right now, and we have reason to believe that you 4 are affiliated with them. If you could explain your intentions, or perhaps if you agree to spend a little time with me until the situation resolves itself, I will make it up to you. The 4 system users slowly began to move, distancing themselves from each other, but simultaneously surrounding Lex. A soft, prickling sensation touched Lex's face, and that caused him to sigh. For the first time, Lex dropped his formality and looked at the group with reluctance. The tyrant's mask appeared in his hand, and the moment it appeared, it brought with it a baleful aura so thick, it began to twist the air itself. It was the aura of all those he had killed while wearing that mask. Lex had used it a lot while he was in Abaddon, which had caused it to accumulate such a thick aura of death. The reason, then, that he used this mask only sometimes is because the mask itself contained, and could occasionally create divine energy, since it was linked to the myth and legend of the invincible tyrant. That divine energy became a potent weapon in Lex's hands. I really didn't want to do this, Lex said as he slowly pulled up the mask. At the same time, all 4 of the beasts got similar emergency quests, all telling them to survive. Shocked, horrified, afraid, they tried to retreat, but there was no retreat. They could not leave the inn, and they could not escape Lex. A system was a system's weakness, so Lex hadn't used his system to restrict them. Instead, his own spirit sense was a chain that bound them where he stood. Desperation crept in and they thought to attack, but by then, Lex had already put on the mask. Speaking of which, he had one more weapon which accumulated divine energy, and it did so far quicker and in greater quantities than the mask. Against 4 heaven immortals who had systems, Lex summoned his divine butter knife. This wasn't the butter knife given to him by the inn, but the one he infused with the legend of the innkeeper's butter knife. Ultimately, he planned on fusing the two. For now, this would do just fine. Space. Z was waiting in the room for the death match to end, which was odd because he didn't notice that the chameleon had returned. The chameleon, invisible, walked awkwardly, as if he was a puppet on strings, leaving the room. Slowly, he made his way back to the manor replica. Chapter 1802, Grim Reaper with a Butter Knife. Now Lex was not looking forward to seeing how powerful his most powerful attack was at all. Anyone who thought that was seriously misunderstanding Lex's motives during this critical juncture. Just because he could perfectly hide all traces of his activities, supplement his strength with his system, and make sure the repercussions were manageable, did not mean he was using this opportunity to act cool. Not at all. The tyrant's mask Lex put on had a few powerful effects, besides just generating a small amount of divine energy based on how widespread the legend of the invincible tyrant was. It also granted him anonymity, which was hard to see through, though in the situation where he had put the mask in front of people, it could obviously not hide his identity. The second ability it had gained, after growing through absorbing divine energy, was to entirely suppress Lex's aura. While Lex himself could also suppress his aura, the complete suppression of the mask was quite incredible. The reason he needed to hide his aura was because other than using all his strength, as well as leveraging his tenet to manipulate several laws to make his attacks more lethal, Lex had activated his lotus form. The pricking sensation he felt on his face earlier was some kind of scan ability. Although Lex doubted that it had worked, being in his lotus form allowed him to absorb any and all kinds of energy, not to mention it enhanced him to an immense degree. Now if only he could simultaneously use his dragon form, but that wasn't quite possible because both abilities altered his base form. He could enter either, but not simultaneously because of the way they were dependent on his normal state. Now if only Lex had some magical form of energy which could grant divine miracles and make the impossible possible. Oh wait, he did. Using the divine energy from both his mask and his knife, Lex also activated his dragon form. Now even divine energy couldn't make him keep both forms active in their maximum capacity, but he had managed to gain at least half the advantages of the dragon form. That combined with Lex's enhanced state due to the lotus form. Well, Lex was not exaggerating when he said that this would be his strongest possible attack. Oh, did he mention that Lex had also summoned a massive array in front of himself? Any attack that passed through that array would have its strength magnified until the entire strength of the array was used up. Ordinarily, Lex would not directly attack his guests like this without sufficient evidence. Sometimes, though, it was better to err on the side of caution. The first to suffer Lex's attack was the monkey. Lex had not attacked physically, but used the butter knife to shoot out a silver beam of sword intent. Monkey had raised some kind of barrier and had tried to retreat, but it was held still by Lex's spirit sense. In a short period of time, it could go nowhere. The barrier, whatever it was, crumbled as if it was nothing. The monkey's eyes widened in shock, but there wasn't much it could do. The beam cut into its chest, truly as if it was cutting through butter, and destroyed the monkey's heart before shooting out of the back of his body. His body, his heaven immortal level body, which had been strengthened and toughed through a lifetime of training, and a system full of cheats, was completely fragile in front of Lex's attack. The destruction of a heart was not enough to truly cripple an immortal, but the problem was that the beam had also torn through the monkey's soul, and burned up a tremendous amount of spirit blood within the monkey as it passed through its body. Since beasts relied heavily on their bloodline to control laws, burning its bloodline was as good as burning up the equivalent of tenets for a human. Ordinarily, just that would be enough to kill, or at the very least cripple, a human immortal. The monkey fell over, its body a smoking husk, unable to move at all. One would think that such a feat would demonstrate how powerful Lex's attack had been, yet Lex's goal hadn't been to cripple, but to kill. The fact that it survived meant that in the very last moments, its system must have done something to preserve its life. The beam of sword intent hadn't disappeared after shooting through the monkey either. After all, with its speed, not even a fraction of a second had passed since Lex attacked and it crippled the monkey. The beam turned in midair and targeted the nearest beast, the snake. Abject horror gripped the remaining 3 beasts as they hurriedly made preparations to block their attack, but it was not to be. An overwhelming, overpowering aura encompassed them as domination was unleashed in its full force, mixed in with the tyrannical aura of the mask Lex was wearing. The three beasts were frozen still, not just by Lex's spirit sense, but the sheer immensity of the aura and power weighing down on them. Against opponents like Creel and Grimshaw, Lex may have felt enfeebled and even inadequate, yet that did not mean Lex was weak by any standards. The three beasts used emergency items. One became made of steel, while another was surrounded by an entire structure, as if a stronghold had appeared around it. The eagle even managed to phase out of reality, turning illusory, and no longer restrained by anything physical and gaining immunity to most attacks. It was a noble effort, but it was for naught. As far as Lex was concerned, this was their own fault. Knowingly or unknowingly, by provoking the Midnight Inn, they had barged through the gates of hell and demanded a grim reaper take their lives. Well, he was here now, and instead of a scythe, he was using a butter knife to reap their lives. Chapter 1803, KD. I surrender, the tiger screamed, just as the beam of sword intent touched its body, causing it to freeze. Please stop, I surrender, I'll cooperate fully. Lex was not naive, nor was he inexperienced. Just because someone yelled they surrendered did not mean they actually would. The moment the tiger yelled, instead of actually stopping the attack, he turned it from a physical one into a spiritual one. Although it appeared like the beam of sword intent had paused outside, most of it had already infiltrated the tiger's mind, using the weakness of the moment to get past all its defenses. With almost complete control of the tiger's mind, Lex could do nearly anything to him. From hypnotization to direct destruction of the mind, all of it was easy. He could even read the tiger's memories, but he held off on that. Considering how systems tried to keep themselves secret, trying to read its memories might trigger a reaction from its system. Lex turned his gaze to the other three who had also not died, and couldn't help but click his teeth. It was really hard to kill system users, apparently. Lex ignored the fact that he was in a weaker realm and that he had attacked only once. Lex grabbed all four beasts and teleported them all to Luther's underground lava prison. Congratulations, you've made Luther's dreams come true, Lex said as he placed each of the beasts in a holding cell. His spirit sense was still wrapped carefully around them, observing them for the slightest indication that they might be able to do something. The four beasts naturally had no idea what Lex was talking about, nor did they have any mind to pay attention to it. Three of them, at least, had their minds severely weakened, and the fourth had his mind completely dominated by Lex. I will give you all one chance to answer. What are you all doing here? Lex asked. He had not removed his mask, which caused his voice to distort, sounding especially devilish. Lex looked towards the tiger, for it was the only one in a decent enough condition to answer. Look, we weren't here to cause any trouble. We're just here because we lost a bet and had to uphold our end of the bargain. Lex raised an eyebrow out of curiosity. It's the king, the Komodo dragon. He challenged us all to a bet, and the loser has to do what the winner says. Still, he just told us to attract a lot of attention at a certain point during the auction. We never had any intentions of harming anyone or crossing the Midnight Inn. I swear. Lex frowned and looked at the others. Were these four system users just a distraction? The other system users weren't in any condition to answer him properly. In fact, the monkey had fainted, and the eagle wasn't far behind. With their soul ruptured from his attack, they would be weakened even if they weren't in danger of dying. Tell me about this Komodo dragon. What is his name? What is his purpose? The tiger shook his head, as if he was regretting getting involved at all. He goes by the name KD, and is the king of an entire empire of reptilian beasts. They're called the Cold Brood Empire and control a galaxy of their own. The king isn't a celestial immortal, but even so, he's incredibly powerful, and no one dares to renege on a bet they've made with him. So he's a gambler, Lex asked, his mind racing already as he tried to come up with an explanation in his mind. Was the mysterious enemy he had been facing KD? Why was that? What did he want? Gambler, I supposed you could call it that, though it's not entirely accurate. He liked to challenge his foes to a dance-off. The winner is decided by popular vote, but he's never lost before, and that's how he built his empire. No one has gone back on a bet with him and survived, no one. A dance-off? Lex asked, taken aback. Of all the things he could have expected, that was not one of them. Before the tiger could elaborate, Lex's eyes widened. Something was happening. Space. The chameleon, who was moving like he was possessed, was using the second bloodline ability his unique race allowed him, which was perfect camouflage. This ability was a bloodline ability of the highest order, giving those who possessed it the opportunity to qualify for the Tao realm. Of course, a bloodline could not make anyone a Tao lord. It merely allowed the beasts the ability to grow strong enough where they reached that threshold. Actually becoming a Dao Lord was up to the individual. It was for that reason why Z hadn't been able to detect him, and even Lex hadn't noticed his actions. The chameleon walked through the manor replica, which was much easier now with the diminished security, and made his way to the ceiling. Reaching the auditorium again would be impossible, even through his bloodline technique. The first time might have been a fluke, but it was unlikely the loophole had not been fixed. Once he was there, the chameleon entered the global chat and typed in a message. Afrofane 69. Well, my comrades, it seems the almighty might of MP and MT has once locked me out of the bidding war. No surprise there, capitalism always plays favorites. But fear not. While I can't compete against stacks of cash, I can compete with my unshakable rhythm. That's right, let's turn our attention away from this atrocious display of ill-gotten gold and point it towards something far more entertaining. I hereby challenge the Midnight Inn to a dance-off. I may not walk away with the prize, but I will win your hearts, your applause, and possibly a community-funded auction item or two. Meet me on the roof of the manor for the deets. Someone somewhere gasped one. In case someone has forgotten, you can reach chapter 628 for the mention of this, reptilian king, winking face. Chapter 1804, Why the Theatrics. Chapter 1804, Why the Theatrics. Lex narrowed his eyes, not rushing to react to the message in the group chat, nor rushing to the roof where the chameleon had revealed itself. After all that setup, did Katie merely want to challenge the inn to a dance-off? That was not illegal, not to mention it did not require removing guards or acting so secretively. Heck, he hadn't even really disturbed the auction. So what then was the point of all this? Why were the 4 system users required as a distraction? He could see that by publicly challenging the inn, he had put pressure on them to accept, but honestly, if Lex decided not to care about face, he could ignore it entirely. He did not understand the need for such theatrics. What he did notice, however, was that the chameleon seemed to be possessed and was moving awkwardly. There was no way that someone in such a state could actually dance, let alone compete in a dance-off. Lex studied the 4 system users in front of him, all seriously injured or compromised, and then studied the chameleon. Having someone else watch over the system users was dangerous, but letting someone else deal with the chameleon was also risky. Unfortunately, doing things himself risked getting the go board involved. Lex suddenly slapped both his cheeks with his hands, startling the poor tiger who had been watching Lex as if his life depended on it. It seems after becoming more powerful, I've become even more cautious. Do you think that's because I've become more knowledgeable about the threats out there, or instinctively I feel I have more to lose? Lex asked, looking at the confused tiger. The tiger opened its mouth to respond, but couldn't think of anything to say. For a few awkward moments they both stared at each other, until at last Lex chuckled. Never mind, ignore that last question, said Lex as he extended his spirit sense, covering all 4 system users. Why don't you guys take a nap? I'll deal with everything outside, and once the situation is stabilized, we'll see if we can work out a deal between us for your freedom. Before the tiger could respond, or the others could even grunt in dissatisfaction, a deep drowsiness took hold of them, forcing them to fall asleep. So be it. Being cautious all the time has caused me to lose my edge. I can't even kill 4 easy targets despite going all out. It seems like I need to push myself a little more, said Lex out loud, as if he was in a scene from an anime and the viewers needed to hear him talk to know his inner thoughts. Let's see if I can provoke the go board right now. The more it wastes its energy now, the less reserves it'll have for the forging process. Lex nodded, as if the conversation he had with himself was very productive, and then took off the tyrant's mask and disabled his 2 forms, returning to normal. Though his limbs felt a little heavy due to the exertion, he was more than ready to participate in a dance-off if need be. Lex checked himself out, and felt a slight change of attire might be necessary since dancing in a suit didn't seem right. Then again, all the clothes he had were suits made by Jeeves, so it didn't really matter. Speaking of which, he was thinking of changing things up and going from a regular suit to a double-breasted one. That would mean paying the tailor another visit sometime soon. The tiger had said the dance-off was decided by popular vote, right? As it so happened, Lex was quite the popular fellow. When Lex teleported over to the roof, a large crowd had already gathered, circling the chameleon who stood awkwardly atop a stage that had been created. Everyone was murmuring, but none of them stepped closer. Instead, they only watched and reported everything happening to the chat rooms. As soon as Lex appeared, the buzz increased, and everyone looked on in excitement, though none tried to venture closer. It was like they were watching a theater performance unfold. Afrofane69, your way of attracting attention is highly unusual. You could have just challenged the inn normally, or even set up an event. The inn is highly accommodating in that regard, but possessing one of our guests while they are inside the inn is not a great way to make a good first impression. Although everyone could see what was happening on stage, Lex had temporarily blocked off anyone from hearing the conversation happening between the two. Lex Williams, one of the more renowned workers of the inn, behind only Gerard and Velma in poll ratings, often referred to as the bouncer of the Midnight Inn, the chameleon said quite mechanically, as if reading the description of Lex off a document. Please do not misunderstand. This little guy lost a bet and owes me a possession. I did not force him and he did not resist. This is a voluntary arrangement. And what about the death of his sister? Was that voluntary too? Lex asked, interrupting the chameleon. For a moment the chameleon paused, as if lagging, but eventually returned to normal. I had nothing to do with the death of his sister. In fact, I am the one who informed him of her location. I use dance, Mr. Lex, to solve my problems, not violence. The reason the chameleon paused so much while it spoke was because the possession wasn't perfect. It made communication a little awkward and a little eerie. Lex nodded. If you have nothing to do with that, then why come here indirectly for the challenge? There seems to be no reason for such theatrics. All will be revealed in due time. Mr. Lex, how does the inn respond to my challenge? If you win, I will answer all your questions. If I win, the inn must do me a favor. Chapter 1805, All That You Know. Chapter 1805, All That You Know. Lex narrowed his eyes, studying not the chameleon, but the soul signature that seemed to be overriding the chameleon's consciousness. Be honest, the challenge seemed entirely inconsequential, and in fact even seemed detrimental to him. If he won, he could understand the motives of the chameleon, but if he lost, the inn would owe a favor. The limitations or restrictions of the favor were not mentioned, which made it very open-ended. Furthermore, Lex strongly suspected that KD, the person behind the scenes, had a system that would enforce the conditions of the bet. If the conditions weren't met, the system would likely ensure heavy consequences, making it so that no one ever reneged on a bet, regardless of how steep the conditions were. To be entirely honest, my inclination to accept this unnecessary bet of yours is not very high. I don't seem to have any actual reason to accept your challenge, and the benefits you're offering aren't remotely equal to the demands you're making. Lex paused after saying as much, making the chameleon think he was about to be rejected. To ignore my challenge would be a mistake, said the chameleon. The chameleon was about to continue, but Lex's sudden smirk caused it to pause. No, I think you're misunderstanding. Why would I give up an opportunity to entertain the guests of the inn for free? A dance-off is fine. But since there is an imbalance between the win and loss conditions, you must answer 2 questions of mine first. If you answer those questions, then I can agree to the bet on the behalf of the inn. Of course, you need to be aware that even if you win a favor from the inn, the favor will have restrictions, for the inn will never break its own rules, or unilaterally do something unfavorable for itself, because you wish to call in a favor. The chameleon paused before agreeing. What are the 2 questions? Lex's faint smirk faded as his focus on the soul signature increased. Why did you exclusively use system users to execute your actions within the inn? And how did you locate 4 Heaven Immortal system users? This time the chameleon stayed frozen for much longer, as if the lag between the soul influencing the spirit and the actual body had increased drastically. The soul signature did not fluctuate too much unexpectedly. Almost every time a system user had been confronted with the fact that others knew about systems, they had been extremely shocked. This was the only notable exception, though considering the number of system users recruited for this task, it made sense. The Midnight Inn knows about systems, how rare, the chameleon said slowly. I use system users because their karma is messy to attract the innkeeper's attention. This way, based on his reputation, the innkeeper was likely to agree to my challenge. I cannot reveal the details of how I found them, but I can say that I can find many more. Lex raised an eyebrow out of curiosity, but did not comment on his ability to find more. Instead, he focused on the fact that KD found the inn knowing about systems interesting. The Midnight Inn is set to become the best inn in the universe, accepting all who want to be a guest. That includes not just system users, but systems themselves as well. Do not be surprised by what you know about the inn, because all that you know is infinitely less than what you don't know. Having said that, Lex grinned, interest and curiosity flashing through his eyes. I can confirm for you, Lex said loudly, this time his voice echoing through not only the roof but across the entire inn. That the inn accepts your dance challenge, state the rules. It was not just his voice that spread through the inn. Just as the auction had been visible from across the inn, a view of the roof became accessible, allowing everyone to see Lex standing across the possessed chameleon. Like butterflies, oh my lord, it's happening. The sequel to Dungeons and Dances that none of us saw coming. Adaman the Snake, wait. Isn't that the chameleon who disrupted the auction earlier? What's happening? Where did the dance-off come from? Fang Yuan, this is what being merciful gets you, public dancing. Should have just killed him on stage. Disco boom boom, you don't mess with the inn man. R.I. pieces. Powerpuff Pretzels, ooh, I can feel the mojo radiating off Lex. This is going to be good. Do you want a partner? We can tango. To be entirely honest, although the stakes were entirely unknown to Lex, he had the confidence to deal with the situation. Although he was not a dancer, per se, fighting and dancing were actually quite similar. He had seen firsthand how Giselle's fights too looked like a ballet performance, and could figure out a way to do the reserve. Although he understood that if KD were a system user, this dance-off would give him a great advantage, since when had Lex been afraid of being disadvantaged? Or rather, when had he ever held an advantage against his foes? The chameleon did not respond immediately, instead seemingly taking a moment to absorb what Lex had said. The Midnight Inn hosted not only system users, but systems as well. KD, a member of the System Hunter group chat, had thought that his understanding about systems and the universe was exceptional, but it seemed he was like a frog in a well, only gazing upon a fraction of the night sky. The dance-off will be in 3 rounds, the chameleon said slowly. The first round will be a group dance, the second round will be a couples dance, the final round will be a solo. Whoever wins 2 out of 3 dances will be the winner. The competition will be streamed live across the Origin realm. All viewers can vote in each round. The results will be announced at the end of each round. Lex nodded. That's acceptable. When will the competition take place? The chameleon turned his head sideways. Right now. Space. Cold Brood Empire, capital planet. KD turned towards everyone who stood alongside him in the emergency reaction room, ignoring the massive display on the screen that showed an unstoppable invading army. Gents, this is a matter for the very survival of the Cold Brood Empire. We have to dance like our lives depend on it, because they very well might. Chapter 1806, You Talk Too Slow. Lex raised an eyebrow out of curiosity, but before he could ask any questions, the chameleon clapped his hands, as if initiating something. Yet, leaving them in a somewhat awkward silence, nothing seemed to have happened. In truth, though, throughout the Origin realm, countless entertainment companies across millions of galaxies immediately initiated an emergency broadcast. In fact, the select galaxies where the broadcast began were not random, but belonged to those who attended the Henali convention. These were not just any galaxies, but the ones where the influence of the Henali was the strongest, as ensured by the countless Henali agents below them, such as in the case of the several galaxies controlled by the Jotun Empire. Despite the urgency with which the broadcast started, the process was actually seamless not only on the organizers' end, but from the viewers as well. It was almost as if such a thing was not happening for the first time, and had actually happened before multiple times. In fact, within seconds of the broadcast beginning, there were already trillions of viewers. But the broadcast, instead of showing the Midnight Inn, seemed to be airing a prepared introduction about the challenge between the Cold Brood Empire and the Midnight Inn, a friendly competition but with real stakes. Back at the inn, entirely unaware of what was happening, Lex looked at the chameleon awkwardly. He opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly heard the familiar sound of a notification. New quest, the Midnight Inn has been publicly challenged, the stage has been set, and the performance is ready to air. Cooperate with the Cold Brood Empire to host the dance-off to win the hearts and minds of all people. Also, win the competition. Quest reward, subject to performance. Quest failure punishment. Permanent 15% increase in all Midnight Inn operational prices including, but not limited to, services, goods sold, operations costs, etc. Remarks, with a face that has netted you 0 girlfriends, perhaps someone else should represent the inn on intergalactic television. New notification. The Cold Brood Empire is seeking permission for temporary broadcasting rights across the Origin realm of the dance-off. Grant broadcasting rights? YN. Lex granted the permission, and suddenly dozens of drones appeared all around the stage, recording him and the chameleon. He could not help but rub his chin as he observed them and made comparisons. It seemed that although KD had a system as well, the way it operated was much more grounded in reality than his own system. Then again, it only made sense. Due to the difference in the flow of time. Dude, it's not like I have a short attention span or something, but the way you talk is way too slow and irritating, interrupted Lex, and shot a beam out of his finger at the chameleon. The mere soul signature that was controlling the chameleon's spirit suddenly received a huge boost, as if strengthened not only innately, but also increasing the ease with which it could influence the chameleon. Controlling an immortal's body, even with the immortal consent, was not an easy task, especially since it had to be done from across a realm. The fact that Lex was able to augment it so easily was in equal parts impressive and intimidating. Testing, 1, 2, 3, oh my, now this really is impressive. The lag seems to have disappeared by a lot, said the chameleon, looking at Lex in surprise. Yes, I'm sure, now please continue with what you were saying, Lex said, observing his surroundings. It seemed that other than the appearance of the drones, nothing else seemed to have changed. Despite the newfound fluidity in controlling the body, the chameleon paused for a few seconds before speaking. Due to the difference in the flow of time between the Midnight Inn and the Origin Realm, we cannot have the show stream live. Moreover, the voting period between each round needs to be lengthened to a minimum of quadruple the duration of the performances, so that the viewers have enough time to view each performance and spend a little time deliberating before they can vote. Chameleon paused after saying all that, though Lex now understood the actual reason for the pauses and broken speech. KD's soul wasn't really in the inn, so he must be directing everything from the Origin Realm. Perhaps he isn't able to react according to the appropriate speed of the Midnight Realm's flow of time, so after every few sentences there is a small delay until KD sent new instructions. As if to emphasize Lex's realization, the chameleon continued to speak. To give you enough time to prepare, the show will begin in 1 hour with the group performance. A designated stage assistant will be assigned to whom you can share any requirements of your performance with, including music, props, or performance aids. To give you some idea of what we will be doing, so you have a frame of reference, we will be sending 5 performers for the group dance. Lex simply nodded. All right then, see you in an hour, he said before teleporting away. Since this was an event being broadcast across the Origin Realm, there was no reason the guests at the inn should miss out. Lex started a whole new event centered around the dance-off, and spent 1,000 MT on security, spending only a small amount of money on glamorizing the event. He had to make sure that the dance-off wasn't just a distraction for something else, in which case hiring more security was the best way to make sure nothing went amiss. At the same time, he went back to the private room where Luther and the rest had gathered, and brought Z back as well. All right, so who among you know how to dance? Raise your hands, Lex asked, skipping the small talk and getting right to the thick of the matter. We have 1 hour to plan out a dance routine and we can't afford to lose. Z shook his head in the back. Velma is going to be so pissed that she missed this, he muttered. Chapter 1807, The Lineup. So it's a best of 2 out of 3? Gerard asked. But what is the voting criteria? How will the performances be judged? There's a lot of information we're missing out on. The winner is decided by a popular vote, Lex said. I had the newsroom look into the situation in the Origin Realm regarding this dance-off. It seems that the Cold Brood Empire has held such competitions quite frequently. On that front, there is both good news and bad news. The good news is that the voting is live and very transparent, which ensures that there is no cheating involved. The bad news is that, of the records they found, while the Empire has records of losing individual segments, they've never lost a dance-off before. In that case, do you have recordings of any previous challenge? Gerard asked. Yeah, a few, Lex said, holding out some crystals. I brought copies of the closest victories they had so that we can get a chance to see for ourselves how they win and what it takes to bring them close to a failure. Everyone in the group sat together and watched the recordings, playing through them at an accelerated rate to save up on time. That didn't mean that they weren't critically analyzing each and every dance move and dance step. Lex could not help but feel regretful about the fact that Giselle was not a member of the Midnight Inn. Otherwise, with her expertise in ballet, she would have been a shoo-in for the solo. After watching all the recordings, they began their discussion. Each and every one of them had their own ideas about what to do, and Lex didn't lead the conversation. Instead, he let their plan form organically. Sure, there was a lot at stake, but compared to everything he had been, It wasn't nearly the most dire thing that had happened to him. At the same time, in a matter of minutes, he collected a lot of information about KD and the Cold Brood Empire from the newsroom, the Infinity Emporium, and several other sources. With a greater understanding of his opponent, Lex no longer felt so threatened. So he let things play out. "Are you sure about this plan?" Luthor asked, doubt in his voice. "I still think having Lex and I do the couple's dance will give us the best chance. We have very good synergy, and the idea of choreographing a fight between us as a dance will perfectly capture the essence modern-day masculinity in the cultivation." "Just give up, buddy," said Z as he placed his hand on Luthor's shoulder. "Fight scene choreography is so overdone. Fighting and dancing are just like one another is one of the most overused tropes to undermine dancing like ever." Lex looked up at the ceiling, trying to forget the fact that he himself had been thinking that just a short while ago. It seemed he had been overruled by a panel of his peers. "So are we agreed?" Lex asked. "If so, then let's call everyone and get started. We only have 30 minutes before the competition begins and will need to choreograph and practice the dances at least once during that time." After taking a look around the room and seeing that no one had any complaints, they finalized the lineup. Since there was an unspoken rule that no dancer would be repeated between sections, all of them would only make one appearance each. "All right, stop brooding," said Z as he looked at Luthor. "That's the other team's job." Luthor gave Z a dirty look before turning away. "Gerard is just upset he can't dance with Lilith, I tell you, so he's just lashing out and not letting me do my thing either," Luthor grumbled. "You know it's not like that," said Z. "Now come on, you've never used an axe before, so you need to learn the basics before the group performance." Luthor continued to grumble, though he at least paid attention to the lessons Z was giving him. The others, too, all dispersed and quickly began to polish up their dance skills. Instead of feeling pressured or intimidated, all of them were actually looking forward to the competition, especially the solo dance considering who they had managed to rope in for that performance. Meanwhile, the auction did not stop. One item every hour or so, the list of available items kept getting smaller. A number of those organizations, though, were successfully intrigued by the drama of the dance-off. They didn't care about the dance-off itself. Rather, they were curious about what the chameleon had to do with all this, for it was obvious to them in a glance that the chameleon was possessed. Most, though, didn't care at all. The Midnight Inn was an inn, so obviously it couldn't be too harsh to their guests, which they accepted all kinds of. They cared only for their items, and perhaps establishing a good relationship with the inn. "Are you really going to do this?" Faye asked Elijah. Both the angels sat in their private auction rooms, watching both the auction and the impending dance-off. Despite being celestial immortals and angels, they were not Valkyries, meaning that they had not been selected by seniors of their race to be trained as potential Dao Lords. That obviously did not mean they couldn't become Dao Lords, just that no one thought they had the potential to do so. "The devils have already made the inn all but their home, and only we angels have been hesitating repeatedly. The seraphim are repeatedly provoking us, and we are not yet in a position to take Eden from them. It's about time we did things separately. Besides, what can they do to me? Not give me a promotion. Without becoming a Valkyrie, this is the highest position I'll ever get anyway. It's time I put myself first for once." Faye sighed and turned to look at the auction once more. "The inn is a neutral entity. Why do you think they can help you?" she eventually asked. Elijah for once did not answer. The truth was, even she did not know. Chapter 1808, Ham Solo. There were many in the inn who were there with their own agendas, but few were putting as much blind faith in the Midnight Inn as Elijah. This celestial immortal angel, who was acting as an agent of the humanoid alliance on behalf of the angels, was filled with an unusual amount of desperation for a celestial. It was in her anguished state that she kept an eye on even the dance-off, hoping to find a glimpse of hope anywhere at all. It was at this time that the stream for the dance-off officially began. Compared to the stage where Lex and the chameleon had originally talked, the stage was now much bigger, with rows and rows of seats all around it. The original stage had been created by the chameleon, and it had been expanded by Lex. The chameleon and Lex appeared center stage, facing each other off. "Since I was the challenger, I'll go first so you can have a look and prepare yourselves," the chameleon said. "No problem, go ahead," said Lex, not a single shred of apprehension in his voice or demeanor. "But I think, for the viewer's convenience and entertainment, I will make a few changes to the venue." Lex clapped his hands and turned the entire roof into an indoor auditorium, hiding the stage behind some curtains, as well as adding lights, smoke machines, and a few formations. The changes were all simply cosmetic in purpose, but what was the point of putting on a show if there were no theatrics? If the chameleon had an eyebrow, it would have raised it. Instead, it simply rolled its entire eye backwards, because apparently chameleons could do that. Lex walked away from the stage, taking one of the front row seats with the other members to watch the show. "You know, I did a little research on the Cold Brood Empire's opening act," Z whispered to Lex. "Oh, and what did you find?" he asked curiously. "Have you ever heard of the term boy bands?" he asked hesitantly. Before Lex could respond, the black velvet curtains were dramatically pulled upon as music blasted, revealing 5 radiant koalas. The ground seemed to tremble as the sight of them was revealed to the inn, but Lex, who had a view of the entire inn, knew that it was no earthquake that caused the trembling. No, it was the screaming and shouting of hundreds of millions of girls from across the races. In fact, even the newly made auditorium that they were in was drowned in the screaming of countless immortal women, all of them struggling to contain their excitement. Bad Bunny, OHMYJWD, they're so cute. Undead Disco, their cheeks, I just want to squeeze them. Olive Oil Chic, oh my goodness, it's the attack of the stuffed toys. My name is Boris. The koala has a cute charm, like an adorable little pet. Heh, Boris likes 3. The 5 radiant koalas were standing in perfect formation, each of the 5 in various poses to emphasize their key points. Abby, the ripped koala, had cute fluffy abs that were both adorable and impressive. Mystery, the koala with long hair hiding his eyes, was wearing a purple jacket with the collar up, looking cool and mysterious. Romance, the koala wearing aviator sunglasses, had his arms folded and wore a casual, confident smirk. Baby, the most adorable-looking koala, looked shyly out at the audience, as if conscious about being on stage. Finally, Singer, the lead vocalist koala who was wearing limited edition sneakers and radiated confidence, stood out in the lead. So yeah, like I was saying, apparently the group dancers used by the Cold Brood Empire are actually in a boy band called the Salsa Boys. They're apparently very famous. When that's combined with their dances, they usually end up getting very high ratings. Going up against them will be tough. Ah, so they're using existing popularity to supplement their votes. Clever, said Lex, not too surprised by the behavior. Ladies and gents, boomed a rather deep and enthusiastic voice as a hamster holding a mic appeared on stage. I'm your favorite dance show host, Ham Solo, here with you live at the Midnight Inn, about to kick off yet another epic dance-off. The hamster paused for applause, of which there were many, before he patted his chubby tummy and continued to epic monologue. The dance-off today is between the Cold Brood Empire and the Midnight Inn, and the stakes this time are a mystery to the public. Sounds valuable. Either way, folks, we can be assured that whatever is on the line, it's probably worth a lot. So to represent the Cold Brood Empire, behind me we have the Salsa Boys, ready to defend the honor of their empire and bring home the gold. Let's have a round of applause as we kick off the first performance. The hamster bounced off stage, holding its tummy with both hands, leaving the Salsa Boys to begin their performance. It was not a slow or steady beginning. Instead, the music began with immense fervor, allowing the cuddly, cute koalas to immediately begin the show. Lex immediately felt a very real threat emanating off the stage, a threat not to himself but to their dance. Despite appearing like nothing more than living stuffed toys, the Salsa Boys danced with the finesse of a single leaf, carried through the air by the summer breeze. Their performance was more than just coordinated and synchronized body movements. They seemed to resonate with the very laws of the universe, using their bodies and actions to touch open higher powers, causing a stirring from the very depths of the soul. If even Lex was influenced, then it could be imagined how everyone else felt. Many things in life had tangible value, but many things did not. Wealth could merely facilitate life, but art that stirred the soul, the emotions, was what gave life meaning. Meaning, without it, life itself could become a prison of inconveniences and tedium. With it, even hell could become merely a path of self-improvement. Oh, and a dance, a simple performance, could become an enrapturing display that symbolized the very struggle against the unpredictability of life, yearning for a beautiful future. It was not just Lex. All who saw the performance were ushered into a state of philosophical self-discovery, rejuvenating and revitalizing the core of their dreams and passions that the rigors of life had washed away. An acceptable performance, not like a sword fight turned into a dance or anything, but acceptable anyway, Luther grumbled begrudgingly. Z chuckled, and Gerard shook his head, as if he was dealing with a bunch of children. Chapter 1809, Impact. To call it a dance would be like describing a celestial immortal as a cultivator. To call it a performance would be like calling anime as a cartoon. While both were technically correct, the amount of disrespect in the phrasing was likely to get someone killed, or at the very least, incredibly hurt. The music was the foundation of the performance. It was energetic and intense, but it perfectly captured the highs and lows of the song, pumping adrenaline and keeping everyone hyped up. But that was just the surface-level influence of the music and the dance routine. As the koalas danced, they tapped into something that seemed even deeper than laws. Life was something all cultivators shared, and there were countless laws associated with life, which looked and appeared differently in various parts of the universe. The dance seemed to touch upon the very core of all life laws, affecting and resonating with the core of every living being that watched the dance. Watching the dance was a cure for burnout. It was a salve for those who had lost meaning. It was nostalgia given form for those struggling to remember what was good about life. Of course, for those who were already doing well, it was a reminder of why life was good, improving their willpower to endure hardship by merely watching the dance. Lex had to admit he could understand why the Salsa Boys were so popular. If just their performance was so great, he could imagine the influence their songs had on people. Could practically see them as idols for all their fans. Lex could imagine that, with the reinvigorating effect they had, their fans would play their songs on repeat in their head anytime they were hurt, like their own personal sanctuary on the go. He could easily see why everyone who had seen them before had already given the Salsa Boys their heart. Fortunately, they stopped short of handing over their entire soul. The whole performance was 30 minutes long, but honestly it didn't feel like it at all. When the performance ended, there was no standing ovation, mainly because everyone was still recovering from the brilliant performance, stuck with a feeling of regret that it ended so quickly. Lex made a mental note to have the Salsa Boys hold their next concert at the inn. "You guys ready?" Lex asked. Z merely nodded as Gerard led the still grumbling Luther away backstage. Since their research about past dance-offs showed that a 5-person group was optimal for this segment of the competition, the inn too had decided on a 5-person performance. Z, Gerard, and Luther were the 3 male performers, while Jubai, formerly known as Nurse Jubilation, who ran a recovery room, but was now Director Jubilation since she oversaw all the hospitals in the inn, and Sandra were the female performers. Even though Sandra, the inn worker who could control electricity and was now collecting various types of lightning, had turned down Z's attempt at asking her out, there was no awkwardness between them, which was a good thing because they really couldn't afford any awkwardness in their act. The group disappeared backstage and waited for the Salsa Boys to get off stage, and the curtains to close once more. Luther was still upset because his suggested name for their group, Demon Hunters, wasn't accepted since it didn't match the theme of their performance. Jubilation argued about why they needed a group name anyway, which Sandra ignored entirely and suggested they be called the Lightning Thieves. Lex facepalmed. In the end, unable to decide, and considering the fact that 3 founders of the various Houses of Midnight were in the group, they decided to simply call themselves the Performers of Midnight. The curtains pulled back, but unlike the bombastic start of the Salsa Boys, there was only silence and darkness. Let alone the performers on stage. Even the stage wasn't visible in the pitch blackness that had encompassed the entire platform. A second, an entire eternity to an immortal passed by with nothing happening. Then, like the softest whisper uttered in a night devoid of everything, the audience heard the sound of a bow touching violin strings. Then, gradually, slowly, it began. The silence bent beneath the weight of a single note, fragile as mist at dawn. It slipped from the violin like a secret unburdened, trembling in the air before finding its strength. A single mote of light, as if from a lone firefly in the vastness of eternal darkness, rippled. So faint was the light, the audience could see only 4 strings and the section of the bow touching them. In fact, not even all the strings were visible, just the mere segment where the music came from. The audience was captured. There was not a single stray thought in their minds as their eyes gathered as rivers to the sea, drawn helplessly toward the faint shimmer where string brushed steel. That solitary spark held dominion over the room, a star suspended between silence and song. The single note started soft, but as time drew on, its cadence began to rise, and so too did the speck of light. Figures, outlines of 5 bodies, could barely be discerned in the darkness. The violinist stood in the center, while 4 bodies stood around it, male and female alternating. They were lifeless and still, as if statues in the absence of everything. It was as if the weight of darkness had erased everything, leaving them as mere imitations of what they used to be. Looking on stage, Lex could not help but recall the depression he once felt. He recalled the feeling of sitting on the bench and remembering what it once felt like to not only live but feel alive. In that moment, he felt like an imposter in his own body. After all, how could he be the same boy, the same man who used to have so much vigor for life and all its splendors? Depression. It was like being a statue, frozen still by the oppressive weight of the darkness, devoid of all color and meaning. As that single violin note resounded through the Midnight Realm and the Origin Realm alike, a sense of solemnity gripped the two realms. Trillions of souls were tuned in, listening to the sound of Z's violin, watching the story that was about to unfold. Good art was something that made the viewer feel something. The Salsa Boys, through their performance, shared an adrenaline-pumping, exciting display of energy and vigor, which made all those who watched feel the joy of life. Now it was the turn of the performers of Midnight. While their entire performance still lay ahead of them, they had at least presented an opening sequence that left an impact. Chapter 18:10, Curtain Call. As the faint white light shining from the string got a little brighter, the world turned monochromatic. The faint light shone over the statues who were garbed in black suits and white shirts. Even the violin itself was a dark shade of gray, rather than its usual deep brown. In the lonely, faint white light, the only thing moving was Z's arm as he moved it back and forth to play the same, single tune. But even when the sound reached a crescendo, and the light shone its brightest, all it could do was reveal a desolate world of gray. The sound started to fade, its volume slowly decreasing and the light beginning to dim. It seemed like there was no hope and no recourse. Yet just as the sound was about to fade back into oblivion, Z's finger moved just the tiniest bit, and his hand swerved just a little. A second note came into play, and dust fell off the statue's dust that had accumulated over eons of stillness. 2 notes, that was it, yet as they gained in volume and presence, the statues began to tremble, as if they were trying to remember what it meant to be alive. Slowly, one of the creases in one of their suits smoothed out, pulled down by gravity. Another's tie fell forward, the open button leaving room for it to swing loosely. Their attire was reverting from stone to its natural state, but it was not yet enough to break the statues free of their prison. A third note appeared, and the spell that held them loosened. Instead of a new note, Z began to mix the 3 up, creating a beautiful melody, and with that melody came not the freedom of the statues, but color. The gray violin started to turn brown, and the scorched earth started to turn green. Grass, which had previously been pressed down to the ground and turned to stone, started to stand back up as it regained its color, and the world started to revert to what it once used to be. But even as the colors returned and the winds danced in joy around them, the 4 statues remained exactly that, statues. Z's music once again reached a crescendo and then began to fade. The colors began to fade, and a silent desperation could be seen in the eyes of the statues. No, they didn't want to lose the light. They didn't want the colors to fade. They, too, wanted to live in that garden, to feel the wind kiss their faces, to let the colors paint their souls. Yet it was not to be. It was evident now to the viewers that the more that Z played the violin, the more he harmed himself. He, too, was made of stone, and yet the more he moved his arm to play music, the more cracks began to spread across his body. Just as the 4 statues desperately yearned for color, it was evident that Z yearned for their company, even harming himself if need be to make it happen. It was a tale of depression, desperation, and loneliness. Yet just as the music was about to fade once more, an intense fervor filled Z's eyes. A loud snap disrupted the melody, and an obvious crack became visible across Z's body, but the intensity of his music changed. No longer was it 3 notes mixed together, it was music, true music, and it gave life once more to the 4 statues. They moved, looking lost and confused as they inspected the colorful world around them, entirely foreign from the bleak darkness that they were used to. Then came the joy. The 4 statues leaped with glee and twirled in ecstasy. They jumped with joy and danced as if they had been given refuge from despair. Unlike the Salsa Boys, the 4 statues did not dance synchronously. Instead, each of the 4 danced their own dance, expressing their merriment in the deepest and sincerest form they could. The 4 danced around Z, as if powered by the music, while Z himself had lost himself in the music too. His eyes had closed, and his feet did not move from where he stood, but he danced too. With every swing, every dip, and every rise, his body swayed. It was as if the melody flowed through his body before emerging from the violin. His dance was a dance of deepest passions, and simultaneously it was of pain. His entire body had turned to flesh, yet only his arm, covered in cracks, remained of stone. With every note, every piece of melody he played, his hand continued to crack, the pain rocking his very core. Yet while the pain translated into his dance, it never managed to invade his music, the very music that kept his friends alive and brought them joy. The cost, though, for such a thing was too great. A piece of the hand shattered completely, turning into rubble and falling to the ground, leaving Z without an elbow. Still, he did not stop, dedicated to sacrificing everything to keep his friends alive. What was the point of having an arm if it meant living in solitude? But the spell was broken. Though his music remained as sweet as ambrosia, the sound of falling rubble startled the four dancers, causing them to finally wake from their joyful frolic and turn to the source of their newfound freedom. They looked to Z, only to finally discover the price of their freedom, as well as the one who paid it. The pirouette stopped and the celebration ceased. The four stood still, just as when they were statues, and watched as Z paid the price for their freedom. In that moment, Lex flashed back to when the system popped up, and how Mary guided him through that tumultuous time. Sure, he could claim that the depression was caused by his tumor. To a large degree it was. That didn't change the fact that alone, he might never have been able to overcome it. It was only through the help of another that he finally broke out from that mental prison, just as these statues had only broken free because of Z. The difference was, in this situation, they had finally seen the immense price Z had paid for their freedom. The dance had gone through two segments. The prologue, marked by the stillness, and the rising action, marked by the intense and joyous celebration of the four statues. Now it was time for the curtain call. Once again, the music reached a crescendo, except this time it was not in volume or cadence, but in the richness of the melody itself. The greater the damage and the pain that Z felt, the more passion he poured into his music, and the more agonizing, yet morbidly beautiful his dance became. The statues, now four living humans, however, stood still. The world had color once more, and the stone prison that trapped them had faded, yet they were stationary. Maybe they wanted to witness Z's ultimate sacrifice. Maybe they wanted to honor him, or maybe they found the price of their freedom unbearable. Snap! A piece of his forearm fell, leaving an empty gap between his hand and his arm, yet the music did not stop. Snap! A finger fell, yet the bow was held firmly, as if it was Z's will, not his hand, that held it. Snap, snap, snap! At last his hand was no more, and Z opened his tear-filled eyes to see one last time his friends before they turned to stone. Yet he did not see their carefree dance. He did not see them frolicking in the newly restored garden. Instead, he saw one waving a baton, not playing music, but controlling the rubble on the ground and remolding it into a stone hand. He another saw dancing on the dirt, weaving the earth into a suitable forearm. Another used the grass to form the upper arm, while the last sewed everything together, reconnecting the arm that Z had lost. Then they took Z's hands, set aside the violin, and together they danced. None of them were coordinated, all of them did their own thing. Individually, it looked like a chaotic mess. Together, however, it all came together to form the perfect performance. Better yet, even without the violin, the light did not fade, and the music did not disappear. Instead of a solo act, the five of them joined their voices together in a cappella, making the colors of the world even more vibrant, putting pressure on none, and including them all in their dance, their celebration of life. Once again, at the 30-minute mark, the performance came to an end. The five of them, who ended the dance holding hands, all bowed to the audience, waking them from their stupor, and bringing them to the sad realization that the performance, nay, the emotional journey they had been on, had come to an end. Chapter 18:11, Dancing in the Hills. Silence hung in the air as not everyone had recovered from the display they had seen, but as the group finally rose up from their bow, the crowd burst into a thunderous applause. Lex, too, stood up from his seat and gave his heartfelt applause, even though he already knew what the performance was going to include. Knowing beforehand, and actually experiencing were two entirely different things. Without any bias or favoritism, Lex could genuinely say that he enjoyed their performance tremendously. That wasn't to say that the Salsa Boys had performed poorly. Its reinvigorating effects were genuine and genuinely impressive as well. But if Lex had to sum it up, he'd say it was a simple feel-good performance. There was nothing wrong with that, it was a classic, and people always loved it. But the performance of the Inn was something special. It touched upon something that, no doubt, many people would be able to understand and resonate with. It had a deeper meaning and was more of an artistic expression. It was a bit of a risk, but that was a part of the plan as well. Compared to the couple's dance as well as the solo, for both of which they had managed to get some unexpected participants, the group dance was more to test out the waters and see what kind of voting feedback that everyone got. Now that both performances were over and took a total of 1 hour, the next session would take place in 3 to 4 hours. "Good luck with the vote, guys. I'm going to go practice for my upcoming round," said Lex as he got up. Z, who was walking off stage, could not help but secretly roll his eyes. Yes, practice. He was sure that Lex was some kind of secret dance prodigy as well. There existed nothing he wasn't great at, so why should this be any different? Lex glanced at the chameleon who was standing on the side, observing everything without a word, and then just left. When he entered his practice room, he found that his partner was already in there, choreographing their performance. "You know, I never would have guessed you would be so passionate about dancing," Lex said as he took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves. His partner raised a single eyebrow, as if he had said the most ridiculous thing ever. "I am the inn's dedicated wedding planner, and I regularly deal with wedding, pre-wedding, and post-wedding parties. It never occurred to you that I might have an affinity for dancing?" she asked curiously. "You know, I just never thought about it," said Lex as he removed his tie and got into position. "But it's good to know that I'm working with an expert, so where do we begin?" His partner shook her head. "Well, I'll judge the final sequence based on how well you perform in practice, but I don't have high expectations. So what you mainly need to focus on is supporting my performance and using your expertise to enhance the effects of the dance. I've constantly been told you're very powerful, so now's your chance to prove it. The bigger the better. There's no such thing as overdoing it when it comes to dancing." Lex smiled weakly. "I hope so," he murmured underneath his breath, and then began the practice session. The hours slipped by like a fat man going down a water slide. Meaning to say, it went by too fast, and the splash was a lot bigger than they were prepared for. "You are not such a bad dancer yourself," his partner said to him when he finished his last rehearsal. "Thanks," said Lex. The duo got changed and prepared for their performance. The results for the group round were already out, and the Salsa boys won with 55% of the votes. It was a disappointing, and quite frankly a controversial result, but there was no helping it. The Salsa boys did a good job, and they had Starport to make up for any gaps in their performance. Millions of loyal fans who voted in loyalty gave the Salsa boys an unfair advantage. But then again, all was fair in love and war, and dance-off could be called a bit of both. Still, despite the unfavorable result, Lex was not pressured. While they were practicing, the Cold Brood Empire had already done their dual performance, once again with a couple of celebrities. They also performed very well. The thing, though, was that they weren't the only ones with Starport. While he wouldn't go to the extent of calling himself a celebrity, Lex himself had somewhat of a following. Whether it was from everyone who had gone after his bounty, the ones who saw him on Love Island, the ones who saw his performance during the war, the ones who saw him in the Champions Tourney, or the ones who knew him as a worker at the inn, it all boiled down to the fact that he too had some presence. Lex changed his attire, putting dark pants, a light pink shirt, a red tie, and a waistcoat that matched his pants. At the same time, he also had a red rose held between his teeth by the stem. It was a bit much, in his opinion. Unfortunately, this was the kind of stuff that people liked, and to win, they had to give the people what they wanted. The curtain opened, and a soft yet sensational music started, tingling the senses of all those who heard it, making them want to stand and move. 2 spotlights shone on the stage, one on Lex, who was walking confidently and with eager eyes from one end of the stage. The rose in his mouth, the music, and the excited energy radiating off his body gave off a powerfully enchanting aura, lighting the fires of countless women who saw him, and some men. Opposite to him, Ash, also known as Ashwarya, the dedicated wedding planner for the Midnight Inn, sat shyly on stage in a lehenga choli, her eyes just barely rising to meet Lex. "Sleepless in a spaceship. OHMYJOD, I want both their babies. Addicted to love, oh my word. Is this an announcement? Are they declaring their relationship? I knew something was up. A ship shipping other ships. Wow, what a way to announce your relationships. I'll give 50 points to Gryffindor if he proposes to her on stage. Is mashed potato curry? What kind of fusion dance is this?" The excitement and hype that prevailed across the inn was not just because everyone was seeing Lex do something extremely out of character. No, it was as a result of the primary reason Lex was chosen for the couple dance anyway. Although he did not use such abilities often, Lex boasted exceptional command over spiritual attacks that basically affected the opponent's mind. Well, in the dance, he was using his power to the utmost not to attack anyone, but to create a spiritual field so that anyone and everyone who saw him dance had their passions ignited. The red tie and red rose were both triggers, fanning the fires of excitement and anticipation. But even then, all of that excitement was the mere prologue, the appetizer for what they had in store. After all, if there was one thing Ash had plenty of experience in, it was in stoking the fires of love and imagination. After all, what else was a marriage if not a preamble for the life that lay ahead, and oftentimes a stage where feelings could shine and dance? Lex finally reached Ash, and the moment he took her hand, helping her to stand, everything changed. That was not just true for the immense emotions every viewer was feeling, everything literally changed. They were no longer on a stage, surrounded by an audience. No, the whole world, the whole setting changed. They were on a hill covered in flowers, their vibrant colors truly a vibrant declaration of spring. Lex was dressed in simple clothes, and Ash was in a white sundress with light blue floral patterns. It was just them in the world, and they had nothing else, but they also didn't need anything else. The duo moved, their bodies perfectly in sync. They did not press up against one another or do anything inappropriate. They simply danced like two kids, each move a celebration of life and love and nature. The cold wind blew, pushing the flower in waves, making even them dance to the rhythm of the couple's moves. They had sunshine and the wind, they had colors and the open sky, they had the promise of tomorrow and the pleasure of today. They were kids in love, not just with each other but with life itself, and as they danced and laughed in joy, the world seemed to laugh with them. Lex's moves were not nearly as intricate as Ash's, but no one seemed to mind because they were filled with purity and sincerity. Or at least, that's what the viewers felt. Lex's entire role in the dance was to display his power on full, using domination and his supremacy, and the full scope of all the power he could wield to capture the feeling of what it was like to be young and in love, and then project that towards the viewers. Ash, meanwhile, was the one who actually put on a performance. If the salsa boys used the power of a simple, feel-good performance, then the two of them were taking that to a whole other level. For some unknown, inexplicable feeling, a lot of girlfriends became mad with their boyfriends that day, saying something about how they were never taken dancing out in the hills. The poor boyfriends, completely unaware of what had happened and what it even meant to go dancing in the hills, anxiously tried to find the dance hall called The Hills. Chapter 18:12, I've seen him in my dreams. Chapter 18:12, I've seen him in my dreams. The dance was a big hit, just as Z expected. It wasn't just that Lex's ability to stir up passion in anyone who watched the dance was absurdly strong. No, it was because Lex was popular, or rather, calling him popular was no longer sufficient. Lex could be the subject of a celebrity worship cult based solely on the reaction of the guests at the inn, and who knew how those outside the inn would react to his dance. He was handsome, charismatic, powerful, and to top it off, a good dancer. So, suffice to say, his dance was loved by many. There was one specific demographic who particularly enjoyed his performance: angel baddies. Unlike the devils they were most often compared to, angels actually lived in a very structured and disciplined society with very stringent requirements of all its citizens. Naturally, living in such an environment would cause many of them to have a lot of pent-up feelings. Lex, for reasons Z did not know, seemed particularly skilled at stirring those pent-up emotions. Now Z wasn't saying that the dance wasn't good, far from it. He was just saying that, considering the expectations that Lex had built over the years, it was merely mediocre. Like, all it did was cause a massive surge in guests who wanted to watch the performance live, achieve an unbelievable 95% votes from women in the Midnight Inn, and start several new dating trends. Lex and Ash walked off the stage amidst a standing ovation. While Lex himself had attracted a lot of attention from female guests, Ash too had won countless hearts. In fact, the wedding planner herself started to get many wedding proposals, not that she would consider such low-effort proposals. "What do you guys think? Do we have a chance of winning the round, or is the competition already over?" Lex asked. "This one is in the bag," Gerard said. "I can't imagine losing this unless our opponent cheats somehow. I even got a message from Lilith mentioning that some of her single cousins have been asking about you. Getting that kind of attention should be more than enough to win such a competition." Lex rubbed his nose so that he could use his hand to hide his smile. Dancing was not something he had much experience in, nor was it something he thought about much in his life. To know that he was so good at it kind of felt nice, and who didn't like getting some attention from some pretty girls. just as long as it was limited to attention alone, and not something more drastic. Well then, if you're so sure that we'll win this one, then that leaves only the solo performance. I don't think that should be any issue either. The entire group seemed to agree, and they all returned to their private room in the auditorium, no longer feeling like they had any reason to be there. They would, of course, return for the last performance. In a different private room, Elijah was staring at the frozen picture of Lex from his performance, as if she was in a trance. "I know, right?" asked Faye, noticing how much her friend was staring at Lex. "He's kind of cute. More importantly, I've heard he can cure angels' wings from most diseases without much difficulty. If we hadn't gotten orders from up above to avoid him, I'm sure one of our sisters would have snagged him up by now." Elijah did not hear a single word Faye said. She was still recovering from the shock of seeing Lex live. "I know him," she whispered in disbelief. "I've seen him in my dreams. He can help me become a Valkyrie." Faye looked at Elijah oddly. "Are you okay? I mean, it's impressive how he can heal wings, but that's nowhere near being able to somehow allow you to become a Valkyrie." No, you don't understand," Elijah said, turning to look at Faye filled with intense excitement. "I've seen it in my dreams. He can alter my physique. No, he can alter any humanoid physique. He can make us stronger." "Elijah, I think you need to get some rest. You're losing it. There's no way someone exists who can alter any humanoid physique. That's way too powerful. Well, no one under Tao Lord anyway." Elijah pursed her lips but said no more. It was clear that no one would believe what she had to say. It was too fantastical. If someone below the Tao realm could alter any humanoid physique, then that would be an incredible breakthrough. The humanoid alliance would stop at nothing to replicate that ability, because it could instantly strengthen the entire alliance and speed up the evolution of many weaker humanoid races. But for reasons she herself wasn't sure, Elijah knew for a fact that her dreams weren't fake. Lex could help her, she knew it. Now she just had to figure out how to get him to help her without letting anyone else figure out his ability beforehand. As for what would happen afterwards, she couldn't care less. The hours slipped by once more, and the auction finally entered its final phase, with the last 10 items left to auction. At the same time, the result for the second round came out. Lex and Ash won by a phenomenal 67%, which was actually the worst that the Cold Brood Empire had ever lost by. It was not so easy to convince the masses so thoroughly, especially since the Empire too had used celebrities to boost their popularity. Now it all came down to the final performance. Whoever won that would win the whole tournament. With so much on the line, KD finally entered the Midnight in himself, not leaving it up to chance. After all, when he danced himself, his system could also help him out. The Komodo dragon commanded a powerful presence, making evident in a single glance that he was the ruler of a massive and powerful empire. He was also a fan favorite for the dance-off competitions, because, naturally, he was an excellent dancer. Now it was just a matter of leaving it all out on stage. Chapter 1813, Pity. Chapter 1813, Pity. KD was large. When he appeared on stage, standing upright on his hind legs, and he looked down at the audience in front of the stage, he was easily 10 feet, 3 meters tall. Despite such a massive body, he was not bulky. There was strength in every inch of his body, sure, but that did not translate into mass. Instead, he had a lean and toned body, revealing the figure of a professional dancer. A king he may be, a ruler he may be, but underneath all the embellishments, he was a dancer, pure and simple. In fact, even just standing there on stage, looking out at the audience, letting his aura leak out of him, seemed like a setup for his upcoming dance. The cold-blooded ruler of the Cold Brood Empire did not speak. He did not introduce himself, nor did he make any bold statements or introductions. Words were not needed when he had dance. The music started, thick, bold, electric. Though the pace was slow in the beginning, it was setting the stage that KD wanted. There was no gimmick for this dance of his, per se. Instead, he was flaunting his full power in his dance. It was a representation of his journey, starting from the bottom to now being here. It was every challenge that came in his way, every enemy, every failure, every hesitation, and all of them shared the same destiny, to be conquered under might of the impressive dance skills he had honed against the dangers of the universe. Watching KD dance was like watching his life unfold, as if it were an epic saga, and the theme it seemed to follow was one of overwhelming genius and success. In fact, Lex could tell that his dance in particular was much more influential than all the dances before. The emotions translated were more easily communicated, the impact felt was much greater, and it was much more memorable. He was sure that this wasn't the extent of all the advantages that KD had from his system, and that there would be so many more, yet instead of feeling threatened, Lex merely looked at the Komodo dragon with pity in his eyes. Lex had successfully faced off against real dragons, let alone a Komodo dragon, and he had done that in fields where he was disadvantaged. But the theme that KD chose to follow for his dance this time was truly unfortunate, because he had only cemented his own defeat. Lex wasn't the only one who felt that way. All the others from the inn staff who were watching felt kind of bad for him. Unfortunately, nothing could be done. Like the previous dances, which lasted half an hour, KD's lasted a whole hour this time. Even so, no one complained, and the audience enjoyed it thoroughly, giving him a genuine and heartfelt standing ovation. The inn staff members, too, stood up, but it was apparent at a glance that they were looking at him with pity in their eyes. KD had faced many kinds of opponents, but never had he faced someone who saw his dance and felt pity for him. Never. As such, he could not help but walk down the stage and go to them. "What is that look in your eyes?" he asked Gerard, who was the closest, skipping all introductions and small talk. Instead of answering, Gerard sighed, and asked Z to scooch over so that KD could take a seat beside him. "Sit with me, you will understand," Gerard said, carrying no hostility or competitive maliciousness. That made KD even more curious, so he took the seat. Z leaned over to KD to chat. "Hey, I heard you're the one who challenged the Midnight Inn. Is that true?" "Yes, it is. Why? Do you have something you want to say to me?" Z shook his head. "No, I just want to let you know that you're about to figure out why no one messes with the Midnight Inn." "And why is that?" KD asked. Z simply pointed towards the stage. The curtain hadn't closed, nor had the lights turned out. It was just an empty stage filled with shadows of various shades. Just as KD looked over, a single foot emerged from the darkest shadow, and the moment it stepped on the ground, the music started with a powerful electric pulse. A deep gold rose from the ground and rippled outward, covering the entire inn, carrying it with it in arresting grandeur. The figure walked out of the shadow at a normal pace, yet his every move, every swing of his hand, the rhythm of his gait, the way his hair danced in the wind, everything resounded with impeccable finesse. And for the first time ever, the innkeeper's personal aura was on full display for everyone to feel. The shadows retreated, the clouds parted, the winds retired, and the land somehow bowed as the innkeeper walked out on stage, the heartbeat of the entire inn and everything in it synchronizing with the music. The innkeeper had merely walked out, yet even in that there was such a simple elegance that to call it a dance would be insufficient, yet it was not without the captivating beauty of dance either. With every step gold rippled not through the land or the air, but through the laws of the realm commemorating his every step as if the laws themselves were honored. This was the presence of the owner of the Midnight Inn, and it was being felt in greater clarity than ever before. In truth, Lex hadn't done much. He was simply outputting the innkeeper's aura as he normally would, but since the system had repaired to an immense degree, it had refined the innkeeper's aura as well, which is also kind of why he felt bad for KD. The innkeeper was a formidable force even before his system was refined. Now he was in a whole new league. The innkeeper arrived center stage, his handsome face bearing a soft, yet warm, smile as he looked out at the audience. Technically, he had not begun his dance yet, but everything he did was a dance. Then the innkeeper did something he had never done before. He unbuttoned his coat and threw it to the side, leaving only his waistcoat underneath, in one smooth motion, and then began to roll up his sleeveless one by one, revealing his well-defined forearms. Countless women fainted, and the ones with a little more resilience turned entirely red, fanning their faces with old-fashioned, handheld fans. No one questioned where the fans suddenly appeared from because everyone was focused on the innkeeper who was about to begin his performance. Chapter 18:14, don't see that every day. Chapter 18:14, don't see that every day. The moment the innkeeper finished folding up his sleeves, the music lulled. The innkeeper looked forward, maybe at the guests in the room, maybe at the camera, or maybe looking forward in itself was just a symbolic action, and in truth he was looking at everyone watching his performance. Regardless of what was true, the innkeeper's soft smile grew into a smirk. He winked, and the music suddenly exploded in tempo, as if his wink was perfectly timed. Or more realistically, the music itself was waiting for his permission to proceed. If KD's dance had been a display of power and strength, then the innkeeper's was a light-hearted, fun freestyle that matched perfectly with the beat. Watching it made the observers feel like the first ray of sunshine after a gray day, like the first bite of a warm meal after a 12-hour shift, like the first time slicing through a mountain after unlocking sword intent, like the first embrace of pure spiritual energy after coming to the Midnight Inn from a place with polluted energy. Watching the innkeeper dance was cathartic in a way the observers couldn't understand, as if watching him allowed them to unshackle the invisible chains that bound them to things they didn't want. Of course, all of that was just a little difficult to focus on. The issue was not the innkeeper's sleeper build, which was clear from his chiseled forearms that could literally be used as a chopping board. Nor was the issue his approachable, yet powerful and authoritative charm which instantly converted all the angel baddies into his fans. No, what truly made it difficult to focus on the actual dance itself was the fact that the innkeeper, as a Tao Lord, was just blatantly packaging his aura into the color gold, and then letting it ripple out into the realm, washing over everyone without harming a single soul. Now, the Midnight Inn was well known for creating an environment where one's aura couldn't hurt others, but this was another matter entirely. This was not the passive aura of a Tao Lord, but his actual aura. One of the most important reasons why Tao Lords were so scarce in society was not because they were all super powerful and couldn't be bothered to socialize with those lower than them, but because their power was so immense that Tao Lords themselves could hardly control it. Even celestial immortals risked death by being close to a newborn Tao Lord who had not yet learned to control their aura. More experienced Tao Lords who had lived much longer naturally had better control, but what the innkeeper was doing was not better control. It was a mastery over one's power to an unbelievable degree. Wukong already knew that the innkeeper was mad, so he was not too surprised. If anything, this made the innkeeper's previous achievements more believable. How else would he be able to get his hands on so much Tao mist if he could not control his Tao so perfectly? The auction had to be paused because more than half the participants were scared into unconsciousness from being exposed to Tao aura. The others, the ones who had been watching the dance off and knew what was happening, no longer bothered to bid. There was something far more valuable than external items, and that was internal growth. For celestial immortals, being able to experience an unrestrained Tao aura might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and might just grant them the enlightenment they needed to pursue a higher realm. For a celestial immortal, there was only one higher realm, and it was also the hardest to achieve. No one was fooled by the seemingly thousands of Tao Lords that existed in the universe. From the dawn of time to the present day, despite trillions of beings being born every second, so few of them had become Tao Lords that there were only some thousands. Wukong, now immune to the innkeeper's blatant showing off, ignored the dance, but no one else could do that. Zuri, who was considering her future, saw for herself a path beyond the peak of the celestial realm. Elysia, who was thinking of how to get to Lex, reined in her ambitions and started to replan her next series of actions from the very beginning. Vera, who was having a meeting with her parents, saw the performance and renewed decision not to leave the Midnight Inn until the Nexus event. Her parents, meanwhile, both had entirely different reactions. Her mother saw the dance and was reminded of how she felt when she met Robert, Vera's dad, for the first time. Robert, however, seemed to have the least reaction of them all. He simply smiled and watched the show. KD, who was sitting beside the inn staff, had an unreadable expression as he watched the dance. How was it fair that a Tao Lord was competing against him? Even his system seemed to be malfunctioning against the innkeeper. Somewhere in the middle of his dance, Lex felt the go board in his mind appear once more, but before a piece could be placed, he felt the board disappear. That was unusual, but he didn't have the time to pay much attention to it. It was time for Lex to initiate a part of his plan to ensure that he definitely won the competition. He opened up the Midnight Realm Management panel and dumped all the excess MT he earned into speeding up the development of the realm for a short period of time. As the audience watched, half mesmerized, half enamored by the performance, a major change began to occur in the realm. The laws began to tremble, and the borders of the realm began to grow. The laws began to evolve, the chaos sea began to bubble as its energy was used, and the color gold started to become much more prominent in the natural environment of the realm. A dance that communicates a story to the audience might be good, but how about a dance that can literally expedite the growth of a realm? Don't see those every day. Chapter 1815, The Answer. Chapter 1815, The Answer. Those powerful enough to question the innkeeper's motives did not really need to. Once one reached such a level, unless they were beholden to an organization, they were really free to do as they pleased. The universe was a large place, so it could accommodate them all more or less. Those not powerful enough weren't really qualified to comment on what the innkeeper did. So, as unusual as it was to see a Tao Lord dance in a public competition, nobody questioned it. What did happen, though, was that the fame of the Midnight Inn spread even farther within the Origin realm. There were still many who were unaware of the inn for various reasons. Either they were cut off from the rest of the realm, or they roamed in circles where news of it had not spread. Some were just so involved in their own lives, busy with the struggle of trying to survive during such chaotic times, that they hadn't kept up to date with the latest news. Regardless, using the platform built by the Cold Brood Empire, the fame of the Midnight Inn spread even farther. Those who performed in the dances, especially, became overnight sensations. And the innkeeper, well, was there anything that needed to be said about him that hadn't already been said? Though he danced freestyle, every move, every step was pure elegance and class, suiting perfectly his gentlemanly persona that he had created. Nothing was rushed, and he was perfectly at ease during his performance, making perfection look effortless. When his segment ended, all the viewers felt regret. Deep, profound regret, because it was unlikely that any of them would ever get a chance to witness something like that ever again. The golden ripples finally faded away, yet a hint of gold remained in the sky, painting the horizon in the distance and giving a new meaning to a golden dawn. "I think it may be a little early to say this," said Lex as he placed a hand on KD's shoulder, "but I'm pretty sure you owe me an explanation now." The Komodo dragon did not argue. Even now, he kept a neutral expression and kept his thoughts hidden, which was commendable in a way. Unfortunately for it, Lex was adept at reading people, so he could tell that KD was not as disappointed as one might expect. It was almost as if he anticipated his own failure. "I will return once the official results have been announced," KD finally said, his voice somber. "You need not be worried about me reneging on my end of our bargain. Agreeing to the dance-off initiates a karmic contract. Even I cannot avoid the consequences if I don't do as agreed." Lex gave KD an amused smile as he raised his eyebrow. "Do I really look worried about whether you'll keep your word or not?" KD stared at Lex, and then turned to the stage where the innkeeper, who had unfolded his sleeves and put his coat back on, bowed to the audience before fading back into the shadows. From start to finish, the innkeeper had not said a word, yet this was destined to be one of his most memorable public appearances yet. "So I suppose not," KD muttered, and then teleported out of the inn. Lex only chuckled, and then teleported away himself as well. During the course of the dance-off, another 30% of the security hired from the mercenaries had disappeared, yet no one was causing any problems at the inn. Even so, Lex spent the next few hours paying close attention to make sure that nothing occurred. After a short delay, the auction started back up, and to no surprise to anyone, the Midnight Inn won the last round with 98% of the votes. The lacking 2% of the votes, Lex theorized, came from the Cold Brood Empire itself, or those it controlled. Regardless, it was an easy win for the inn, and just as promised, KD reappeared at the inn when the announcement was made. There was a whole award ceremony taking place, being streamed across the two realms, but Lex and KD weren't present there. Instead, they sat face to face in a private room. Considering that he had just challenged them to a dance-off, KD didn't seem like a very relaxed guy. Though he did his best to keep his thoughts hidden from Lex, it was apparent at a single glance that he was actually under a lot of stress. The two of them looked at each other in silence for a while, but eventually Lex spoke first. "Would you like some tea before we begin, or do you just want to start?" he asked, though Lex summoned a couple of cups of tea in front of them nonetheless. KD closed his eyes and sighed. "Before we begin, I would like to apologize for any trouble my actions may have caused. Although it is no excuse, please know that I had my own obligations which forced me to act as such." Lex merely nodded. "It's not a big deal, to be honest. But if you don't mind, I'll wait till I hear everything before deciding on whether to accept that apology or not." Lex was not usually so forceful with his guests, but considering that KD had sent 4 system users to his inn, and possessed another while being a system user himself, he had sort of lost the benefit of doubt with Lex. KD hummed, collecting his thoughts for a few seconds before he spoke. "Since you know about systems, it will make it easier to explain everything. The truth is, despite my actions at the Midnight Inn, my target was never the inn. At most, our purpose at the inn was for intel collection and to cause a distraction." Lex chuckled. "Oh, causing a disturbance at the inn was not targeted towards the inn. How so?" Although Lex asked the question sarcastically, the very moment he asked the question, he himself realized the answer. A moment later, KD answered him, confirming his suspicions. We were actually targeting the Reaving Dread mercenaries. Chapter 18:16, Task. When the members of the security team started to disappear from the inn, Lex immediately thought that the inn itself was being targeted somehow, and the mercenaries were being sent back through some security loophole in his system. All the weird stuff that happened with the system users afterwards also reinforced that idea. However, considering that not much actually happened at the inn, it was plausible that the targets had been the Reaving Dread. But even so, it did not make sense for them to be attacked through the inn, unless someone was trying to send the inn a message. Since you know about systems, I can share that I'm a part of a universal group chat of system users, as well as those who want to become system users. I dare say, this group is one of the largest secret organizations in the universe, with devastating power at its disposal. A very senior member of the group has initiated a war against the Reaving Dread mercenaries. Battles have already occurred in several realms, including the Origin realm where the base of the mercenaries is being attacked. Yet this is not an easy war to win, so this is only the first stage. My role was to observe the reaction of the inn, since it is a notable client of the mercenaries, to the invasion and judge whether the inn and the mercenaries have any kind of alliance. The other system users, even the chameleon, were just being used by me to study whether the inn offers the mercenaries any help, whether it be in terms of arms, ammunition, fighters, sanctuary, or anything else. KD paused again, and looked at Lex oddly for a moment before slightly changing the topic. Since you yourself are a notable person of power and influence, I suspect you might be a good fit for our group chat, so I want to extend an invite to you for the chat. Naturally, since I am inviting you, I will also explain some details about the chat which I am allowed to share with non-members. In front of Lex, a notification panel appeared, one similar to what he was used to seeing. The difference was that the notification sound was slightly different, and the panel's color scheme seemed off. New notification. You have been invited by a Level 4 member to join the universe-wide chat room. Do you accept? YN. Lex looked from the notification to KD and raised his eyebrow out of curiosity. He could tell that KD wasn't allowed to speak freely, so sending Lex an invite may be a way to discuss the details of the chat. You just said that the group is one of the most powerful in the universe, and yet you also claimed that you couldn't take on the mercenaries. Isn't that a contradiction? Besides, let's say you discovered the inn offered the mercenaries some help. No, not even that. Say some of the mercenaries stay at the inn as guests. What will you do? Attack the inn as well? It was a loaded question, and though Lex was smiling as he spoke, and was of a lower cultivation level, KD still felt his body tense under Lex's gaze. The group chat is one of the strongest secret organizations in the universe, of that there is no doubt, KD said. But it is not necessarily a cohesive one. A senior member declared war, but that does not mean that the senior member can control the rest of us. Members cannot control other members. They can only put up tasks that other members can participate in if they want some rewards. Or if the task is put up by a moderator for the group chat, then doing the tasks allows members to level up within the group. Higher levels means better perks and benefits, access to secret hidden channels, as well as the ability to put up a wider variety of tasks of your own. The group chat is the largest organized force of system users in the universe, so being able to leverage them makes the chat incredibly powerful. At the same time, the loose organizational structure of the chat also means that no one can be forced to do anything. In fact, not even the creator of the chat room can force anyone to do anything. It is for that reason why the chat is so powerful, and also for that reason that it is not so simple to destroy the Reaving Dread mercenaries. It is also for that reason that the chat does not go around blatantly revealing its reach and influence. So, if it were discovered that the Midnight Inn was helping the mercenaries, the only thing we would do is alter our strategy. Picking a fight with another powerful enemy would only make the fight harder. After all, the members are not obligated to fight. If they think that the task is not worth the rewards or it is too risky, then they can quit. At most, they would face a penalty from the chat room. If you join the chat, you will start out as a low-level member, with your objective being getting your hands on a system. Once you get a system, though, you can begin climbing the ranks of the chat room and truly take advantage of the most widespread network in the universe. Lex could tell that KD was being as forthcoming as he possibly could. It likely wasn't his conscience forcing him to speak so freely. Rather, it was probably the threat of that karmic contract that was making him be so forthcoming. In truth, the war on the Reaving Dread is a part of a much larger movement going on in the universe, where everyone seems to be slowly heading in the direction of war. Amidst the growing chaos, I have my own reason for taking the task related to the inn. I chose to take on this assignment with the Midnight Inn because I have attracted the wrong kind of attention lately. I need to take on some tasks that I will fail to reduce my presence. First, the brand identity I've built of being undefeatable must perish, and then so too must the empire I've built with my own hands. Chapter 18:17. Lex wasn't greedy. For once, Lex resisted the urge to raise an eyebrow. He'd already done that so many times during this conversation that if he did any more, KD might think there was something wrong with him. Instead, Lex gave him a deep stare. Do you realize that 3 out of 4 of the people you sent are on the verge of death, and the 4th is also barely holding on because he was quick to surrender? The Midnight Inn may be extremely hospitable to its guests, but that does not mean that it is a place anyone can just come in and cause a scene, and will be okay with it. KD sighed. Yes, of course, I understand. I am ready to face the consequences of my actions, whatever they may be. For what it's worth, none of my actions were ever meant to harm the inn whatsoever. At most, it was meant to observe the actions of the key members of the mercenaries and the inn at critical moments during the invasion of the mercenaries' home base. Lex did not rush to criticize KD. Whether what he said was true or not, though he could tell that KD at least thought it was true, the situation was complex, and Lex wanted to understand as much of it as possible. Tell me about the attention you've attracted, and who it is you're using the inn to avoid, he asked, moving the conversation forward. Like I said, there is a growing trend for war in the universe. While the Origin realm is strictly regulated by the Henali, within a certain level, they allow for combat and challenges. In my zeal to improve my level in the group chat, I undertook many tasks, within the Origin realm and outside as well. During such a time, it seems, I accidentally acquired some information that I should not know. To assure the related parties that I do not mean to use that information in any way, I must allow my empire to be dismantled and thoroughly change the indomitable reputation I have developed in the Origin realm. From now on, if I am to survive, I must do so in a Loki way. Yet such actions do not really coincide with my method of using public dance-offs to settle disputes and grow. You do not need to fear that I will divert the trouble facing me towards you or the inn. I cannot. But of everyone I could think of, the inn was the safest way to dismantle my undefeated legend without also facing severe repercussions. Lex frowned slightly. It was a good thing if their guests thought of the inn as a safe haven, but for others to think that the inn was soft, and that they could cause trouble and get away with a light punishment, was not a good thing. Maybe Lex should bring back the soul hearth where he burned the souls of his enemies publicly. All right, tell me about the situation of the war with the Reaving Dread mercenaries, Lex said, not commenting on KD's previous words. Although the Reaving Dread is known to operate in more realms, its base of operations are being attacked in 3 different realms, KD answered. Owing to the Condottieri's own strength, this war is destined to be a long one. The mercenaries themselves will prove a strong obstacle, but we're depending on the fact that mercenaries themselves tend to be loyal to themselves. If the war proves too dangerous, then a large majority of them will leave the organization. In truth, that is the only objective of the war, to weaken the organization as much as possible. Unless the Condottieri himself is killed, the Reaving Dread mercenaries won't disappear completely, and such a thing is much easier said than done. Now that the position of the Midnight Inn has been ascertained, you won't be disturbed anymore by anyone from the group chat. Although, if you choose to join the group chat, I'm sure you can become a representative of the inn in the chat. That way you can gain access to a very old and powerful organization, and I'm sure that would help not only you, but the inn as well. Lex smirked. Even if the mysterious man who had visited Lex back then hadn't warned him not to join the system group chat, Lex would not have joined it. This group chat was specifically made to either hunt down systems or promote system users. That meant Lex would need to either show that he got a system, or the existence of the Midnight Inn as a system might be revealed. No matter what kind of benefits the group chat offered, they weren't worth the loss. Lex decisively rejected the invitation right in front of KD, so that there wouldn't be any doubt about his interest in the group chat. All right, KD, we have another issue. Even if everything you say is true, what we have to deal with now is what I'm supposed to do with you, as well as your compatriots. I cannot have people thinking that the inn is a place where anyone can come and do as they please. This time, KD did not speak. He had already said that he would accept whatever punishment the inn decided to mete out. This wasn't a testament to his honorable character, but a natural result of witnessing the Innkeeper's dance. In the face of such awesome power, he had no right to protest. He could only honestly accept whatever punishment they decided without struggling, lest the outcome become even worse. "Tell me in detail about your empire," said Lex, as if he hadn't been discussing KD's punishment. "To what extent are you intending on downsizing it, and what will happen to its people and resources?" Now Lex wasn't being greedy or anything. Since everything was destined to be taken from him anyway, would it matter if Lex was the one who took those things instead of someone else? Not at all. Chapter 18:18, Irritating Pest. Currently, the Cold Brood Empire controls an entire galaxy, but such a statement is quite deceptive. In truth, my reach does not even extend to 1% of the entire galaxy. It's just that my influence is spread in tens of thousands of star systems across the galaxy, and none are strong enough to wrest off my control, and so they pay a nominal tax. We also do routine explorations of the galaxy, searching for new star systems that can be colonized, or ones that already support life. Most importantly, we also search for valuable resources and unique biomes. I've come across quite a few such resource-rich biomes, and cultivated them to produce materials that can help even heaven immortals. That's the reason why my progress is so quick among immortals. I'm not even 10,000 years old, and I'm almost ready to become a level 4 heaven immortal. Lex felt that somewhere in KD's words was an attempted brag. Unfortunately, Lex didn't understand. He was not even 50 yet and was struggling to keep himself from becoming a heaven immortal, so they were operating in entirely different conditions. Lex continued to ask KD questions, asking more and more specific questions as he touched upon topics interesting to Lex. He didn't rush, instead taking his time to fully understand all that KD's declining empire could offer. By now, even KD had understood that Lex was interested in his empire, yet he didn't care. Either way, he was set to lose out on a lot, and if he could use his resources to defer or even completely avoid some kind of punishment, he'd happily take it. Several hours later, just as the auction was about to end, Lex made his decision. "I think, KD, you can tell by now that I have full discretion in how I handle your situation," Lex said. "I have gathered as much," said KD plainly. "Good, so that will make it easier. Since you technically didn't break any rules, I won't be too harsh. After all, technicality aside, what you did can be considered espionage, not to mention acting with malicious intention. All things considered, I think we can settle this matter quite simply. First, you will pay for the full recovery of the 4 agents you sent to the inn. The inn will handle their treatment, but you will bear the costs. For someone like you, I don't think that should be worth much at all. Second, what I want is the astral pebble field you mentioned, as well as the azure ocean forest. Yes, I think that will do nicely." For the first time, KD actually seemed pleasantly surprised. "That's doable. If you tell me exactly what quantities you need, I can have the—" "Oh no," Lex suddenly interrupted. "I think you've made a mistake. I don't need the pebbles from the field, nor do I need the wood from the forest. I need the field itself as well as the forest." Upon hearing Lex's clarification, KD froze. "But the field is as large as a medium-sized planet, and the forest is even a little bigger," he exclaimed, but Lex only shrugged. "The size is irrelevant. I think in terms of value, taking these 2 is a small penalty at best for provoking the Midnight Inn. Compared to the punishments others have received, being able to buy your way out of your predicament is truly fortunate. You only need to bring them to the inn, the rest we will handle on our own. I will give you 1 month's time inside the inn to deliver." Indeed, even ignoring the inn's ability to shrink things down to size, with the Midnight Realm being 0.25 light-years wide, it had more than enough space to accommodate a couple of planet-sized resource biomes. More importantly, the realm was undergoing a growth spurt as a result of the Innkeeper's dance. So fitting a couple of planets was not a problem. In particular, both of those items were going to be helpful for Lex during his forging, so he was looking forward to them. KD stayed still as Lex left. Initially, he thought that Lex was going to abuse his authority to claim some resources for himself. Now, he no longer had that misconception. There was no way an Earth immortal could utilize such vast resources, let alone handle them. As for the task of figuring out how he could bring those 2 unique resource biomes to the Midnight Inn, KD would have to resolve it himself. It obviously depended on using a golden key, but people use golden keys all the time. That doesn't mean the planet they're on gets teleported with them. Most likely he would need to wrap the entire planet in his spirit sense, or something along those lines. KD sighed, and then just paid the bill he had for healing the 4 system users. The reason he was getting involved in the war was because he needed the help of the group chat to hide from the influence hunting him down. Surrounded by giants as a little guy, it really wasn't easy to survive. Little did he know that Lex was in an even more precarious situation, but he was thriving. While KD was struggling with figuring out how to make his payments, Lex was focused entirely on something else. The reason he had ended his meeting with KD abruptly was because the auction had finally ended. More importantly, as a result of the Innkeeper's performance affecting everyone and causing them to spend way more, he had gotten all the items he had requested, and more. "Oren, we have everything on hand. We can begin soon," Lex told the drunk dwarf as he teleported to the crystal volcano. "I'm going to set up the time dilation formation as well as the fortune funnel formation. As soon as I'm done, we can begin." In response to Lex's excitement, the drunk dwarf continued to snore. Lex's lip twitched, but instead of waking him up, he got to work. He couldn't afford to mess up the time dilation formation, which is why he had gotten his hands on a lot of research and study material beforehand, allowing him to familiarize himself with the theory. As soon as he set up the formation, the cost in the Midnight Management panel for artificial time dilation would decrease drastically, which is what Lex was truly after. A formation could never produce the same results as the system. With everything set in a few more months, he could have the bead on his hands. And then, a dangerous light flickered in Lex's eyes. Then it would be time to remove an irritating pest. Chapter 18:19, Getting Started. When Lex got to work, when he focused on one specific task, and there was no huge threat hanging over him to distract him, time lost all meaning. The auction concluded as a huge success. Many of the bidders returned immediately, for they needed to travel to the origin realm before traveling back to their original realms. It was a bit of a journey. Many others stayed back. They stayed to enjoy the pleasant environment at the inn and interact with mortals who either had no knowledge of or no fear of immortals. It was quite a novel experience and could only be had at the inn. Others stayed behind to chat with the devils. The Midnight Inn was quickly becoming their unofficial business hub. While devils would directly travel to many realms, if their clients weren't comfortable summoning a devil right to their doorstep, the inn served as a decent alternative. Lex paid attention to none of that. He used the minimum amount of attention required to oversee the inn and ensure there were no problems, and spent the rest on his project. Although Lex had learned a lot and was very skilled and perceptive due to his cultivation technique, setting up a time dilation formation was not something he could just do. Anything to do with time required the utmost attention and care, so Lex made countless smaller, weaker, less sophisticated formations barely touching upon the subject. One by one, he went from the simplest to more and more complicated, all the way until he set the formation around the volcano. Funnily enough, this formation wasn't even required for most of the forging process. It was only at the end, once the forging was done, that this formation would come into play. Instead, it was the second formation he made that would help in the actual forging. The fortune funnel was the name of a formation that affected some very esoteric laws such as karma, destiny, fate, and others. This formation would help in the creation of the bead that could amplify Lex's use of karma. Over the past many months, Lex hadn't stopped his study of karma at all. Although he was far from an expert, he was no longer as uninformed and ignorant as when he started out. He had worked hard to prepare himself for this moment, and it was finally here. "You ready?" Oren asked, his own nerves a little taut as they looked down at the lava-filled volcano from the tip. "Yes," said Lex, successfully resisting the urge to say, "I was born ready." "Try not to die," said Oren as he summoned his Vivatil hammer. "But just know that if you do die during the forging, I'll be adding your body as a material to the forge. Can't help it, your bones make good ingredients." "Gee, thanks," Lex said, unsure how to take that compliment. Then he jumped down into the volcano alongside Oren. Treasure manufacturing took many forms, but the method used by Oren, the deity of hammers, was about as similar to old-school forging as one could imagine in a cultivation world. In simple terms, he smashed things with a hammer, shaping and designing them along the way. In a slightly more detailed way, Oren used his hammer as a conduit of his will and of the laws at his disposal to shape the object he was crafting, shaping the rules of its operations, and setting the ways in which the treasure would affect laws. This time, the volcano was serving as a forge, and the thick ocean of lava it contained was one of the main ingredients of the forging melted over the fire source. They would forge the item from within the forge, because the madman Oren was going to use the reaction and leftover materials to create a foundation for a much stronger forge. In comparison to him, Lex's goal was much more tame. He was simply assisting Oren, while simultaneously forging his own body as well. He wanted to punch a celestial in the face using nothing but his bare body. Was that too much to ask? To start with, I'm using a speck of Vivatil, said Orin through his spirit sense. Not much because the bead does not require it, but I'm using it to build the foundation because it's the material I'm most familiar with, and it'll help me throughout the process. Since even Naraka was made from Vivatil, Lex wasn't about to complain about using the ore. After all, it was a non-renewable resource, and the metal could allow for laws to be conducted through it, so it was extremely valuable. The reason he was telling Lex was because Lex would be Orin's anvil. He placed a small bead made of Vivatil on Lex's chest, and then hammered. All the way at the base of the volcano, under the weight of all that lava, Lex's chest was pounded by the hammer deity, and the process was just beginning. The lava began to bubble as wild energy traveled through it, escaping from the hammer and the ingredients that Lex summoned one by one. The process was bound to be a long one. Due to the immense heat, the Vivatil bead turned red-hot quickly, and then that is when Orin began to add the other materials to it. The first phase was also the shortest, and it involved creating the physical template of the final bead. Although the Vivatil was in the right shape, it wasn't nearly sufficient for their purposes, so it was strengthened, reinforced, and then altered until it was. This process lasted 36 hours. Up until now, despite the difficulty of the situation, Lex endured no harm and Orin was still in top condition. The real difficulty would be when the amber chaos resin was added. That was next. Add the resin to the bead, Orin whispered, creating a vacuum around Lex temporarily. The amber chaos resin, being such an easily absorbable material, could become contaminated if it touched anything else as it could begin fusing with them. Fortunately, they had prepared for that. Lex sealed off all of Orin's senses so that he would not be affected by the resin, and then summoned it. The aura of a Tao-level ingredient, truly it was not something just anybody could tolerate. Even Lex, who had previously absorbed the resin before, felt his body's longing for it. Yet as he had previously absorbed it before, as well as made Jack absorb some, he had enough experience to keep his sanity intact. He added the resin to the Vivatil, and watched as it quickly fused with the bead, changing its color to amber. Now the real forging would begin. Bang! The hammer deity used his divine powers, and the force behind his hammer multiplied. Chapter 1820, What Family Was For. Legend tells of a legendary bodybuilder whose dedication to bodybuilding was the stuff of legend. He traveled the lands in search of volcanoes to temper himself, training in the midst of ongoing calamities. Over time, experiencing volcanic eruptions of all kinds, he had become so strong, in fact, that even dormant volcanoes would erupt when he came nearby from overexposure to his pure dedication to experiencing volcanoes. When others saw him, especially angels, they could not help but exclaim due to his sheer awesomeness and attractiveness. Bringing such happiness to others was a service Lex was more than happy to do. After all, there was no charge for. Bang! Orin's hammer smashed Lex's face once more, waking him up from his disoriented, hallucinating state. It has been 999 hours since the forging started, and the process had really, genuinely tested Lex on a fundamental level. Orin himself was not strong enough to harm Lex, nor was the weight of the lava atop him. But the pressure exerted from all the ingredients fused into the karmic bead could negate Lex's defenses, affecting him in ways he had never experienced before. Since the bead was supposed to be a conduit for karma, more and more the pressure it exerted affected Lex's and Orion's karma directly. His body was strong enough to withstand any strike from Orin, deity or not, but if the attack came via his karma, bypassing all his physical, spiritual, and soul defenses, then what Lex suffered was pure damage. If this were a video game, then what Lex would be suffering could be classified as true damage that would be inflicted regardless of the target's armor and defenses. In such a situation, Lex could do naught but tough it out. Fortunately, while his defenses were being negated, his healing factor was still in play. Since Lex's own blood was an ultimate panacea, it sped up his recovery. But not all was a loss. This damage that Lex was suffering actually made it so that the effects of his body tempering were more effective than he could have anticipated. The lava was no longer just ordinary lava. It was now a mixture of tens of thousands of immortal-level ingredients and resources which had been melted and would be absorbed by the karmic bead. As it so happened, Lex too absorbed some of them from time to time as his body recovered, strengthening him immensely. If previously Lex had begun to lament that he had fallen back in terms of defense, then after this experience that would no longer be true. Via the fundamental nature of his unusual existence, once this was done, Lex's body, spirit, and soul would be as close to indestructible as an Earth immortal could possibly ever be. "Hang in there," Orin spoke, not with his spirit sense but with his words, as he used both hands to swing his mighty hammer, putting his utmost strength into each swing now. Above the volcano, black clouds had accumulated, and each time he swung, a bolt of lightning would flash from the sky and would strike the back of his hammer, making each strike all the more devastating. Divine energy mixed in with sheer force, affecting both the bead and Lex in miraculous ways that only divine energy could. "Don't worry, I'm fine," said Lex, as if he hadn't just been hallucinating a recreation of one of the most incredible movies ever made with himself as the protagonist instead. "I'm talking to myself, kid," Orin exclaimed, right before another mighty swing. "I'm running out of divine energy a lot quicker than I imagined. I miscalculated how much divine energy would be used up in tempering your body. At this rate, I'm going to have to begin the divine hammer ritual ahead of schedule." Lex groaned as he struggled to think clearly under the powerful impact of each swing. "If you run critically low, let me know. I have a store of divine energy too, I can transfer it to you." Orin didn't respond, instead focusing all his strength into his next swing. Outside the volcano, thousands of dwarves had gathered, encircling the wondrous structure in a perfect circle. As if they had received some kind of signal, all of them simultaneously pulled out hammers, and as one began to bang the empty anvils in front of them. With each slam, they concluded a round of veneration towards Orin, creating divine energy in the process, divine energy which naturally flowed towards Orin and refilled his reserves. For a time, a delicate balance was reached. Thousands of dwarves together created enough divine energy to support Orin, but his reserves never increased. He used up just as much as he got, meaning that if they stopped, he would end up back exactly where he was. They would just have to hope that the dwarves could last long enough. As the 1000th hour approached, Luther appeared on the tip of the volcano, wielding his most potent hellfire. The myths and legends of hell punishing evil-doers and sinners did not originate from nothing. One of the most potent types of hellfires was one that directly attacked karma, and it was one of the most lethal fires in existence. While Luther himself had not yet reached the level where he gained such a fire, his own hellfire was already on the path towards it, so. Luther dropped a crystal ball containing a green, malevolent fire into the volcano. Contained within that small crystal ball was the result of months of accumulation, and the moment it touched the lava, the crystal ball broke, letting the fire loose. The green flame spread quickly, converting the lava into something much more dastardly, and yet Luther's fire was merely one more ingredient that would be used, not even the final one. Once he completed his task, Luther was technically done, but he did not leave. Instead, he stayed back and watched. In fact, he wasn't even the only one watching. Z liked to believe that Lex himself was a secret powerhouse pretending to be weak. While that may or may not be true, what no one could deny was the absolute work and dedication Lex put into the inn. So while there was nothing they could do in the situation, many of the inn workers who were free silently gathered and watched. If witnessing his efforts was all the support they could provide Lex, if their presence added even the slightest hint of moral support for him and made his job easier, then they would stand there and watch. It wasn't as if they didn't want to do more. It was just that sometimes being there for one another was all they could really do, so that's what they did. After all, what else was family for? Z, who was lying back on a beach chair, sipped on magical coconut water. Being there did mean he had to stand. Behind the lens of his sunglasses, an anime was playing with no volume. It was fine, he was reading subs anyway. Chapter 1821, No Traces. Since the manufacturing of the bead was a long process, the staff couldn't be there constantly. Instead, whenever they had free time or time off from work, they started to gather at a safe distance from the volcano. As the days passed, the site actually became somewhat of a gathering spot for the workers despite how out of the way it was. Of course, the main purpose was there to give Lex moral support, but doing that didn't conflict with having a picnic on the side either. Lawn chairs, tables, tents, and sleeping bags filled the surroundings. Every so often, the volcano would leak a domineering or intimidating aura. If this weren't inside the Midnight Inn, just that aura alone would be enough to injure or cripple many of the workers despite them being immortals. Such a thing made Lex's efforts even more admirable. Of course, Orin, too, deserved a lot of credit for his efforts. The dwarf had clearly put his everything into this project. Unbeknownst to everyone, the gathering of the workers around the volcano, and admiring the efforts of the two, somehow fell into the cycle of veneration as well, generating divine energy for Orin to use in his forging process. The dwarf felt the energy fuse into his body from an unfamiliar source, but he couldn't divert his attention to look into the matter. Like that, with unexpected help to their efforts, Lex and Orin somehow made it to the final phase of crafting the bead. The dwarf's body had shriveled, losing every shred of fat that he had in his body, leaving him with nothing but muscle in his entire body. Fatigue had taken hold ages ago, and every fiber of his back ached with a desire to finally rest. Lex, too, was in such a state that only pure will kept him holding on. As tough as his body was, when it became entirely vulnerable to every attack, there was only so much it could take. While externally it looked like he was entirely unharmed, he was genuinely on the verge of total collapse. Maybe he might not die from such a thing. Death for him was not something that could be achieved so easily, but he was definitely close to the point where he couldn't take it anymore. But there was a bright side. He left his body exposed entirely, using his defensive techniques to reinforce the volcano so it didn't suffer immense damage during the forging process, allowing Orin to lay a foundation for an even better forge. As a result, the foundation for the next forge was almost set. More importantly, Lex used this opportunity to practice his cultivation technique, causing it to slowly but surely eradicate the flaw in his defenses that left him vulnerable to karmic attacks, or the guiding influence of karma as well, for that matter. In the future, if someone tried to attack him through karma, Lex would not only be much better prepared to counter it, his resistance to it would be immense. "Now we need the binding agent," Orin said, his voice hoarse, as if his throat were completely dry. "Something that will keep the bead entirely intact while it undergoes the baptism of time." "I have just the thing," answered Lex, and summoned a glass vial. Surprisingly, even under the weight of all that lava, in the presence of the karmic bead which was exuding a chaotic and destructive aura, the vial did not break, keeping the single drop of blood inside safe. "What is that?" Orin could not help but ask, trembling at the faint aura of time within. "Anachronistic ignition," whispered Lex, looking at the drop of blood. That was one of the 3 bloodlines that the inn workers had. What was inside the vial was a drop refined from the blood essence of hundreds of Earth immortal workers who had that bloodline, leaving it in a highly concentrated form. Everyone who donated the blood had volunteered when Lex asked, and had been healed sufficiently, not to mention well compensated for the blood. Giving up blood essence was not a light act, even among immortals, so he made sure they didn't leave out. Yet it was worth all his expenses, for this drop of blood could grant the bead the ability to tap into its stability from the future, paying back the debt slowly over time. For the humans, it allowed them to take energy from the future, among other things, making it one of the most ridiculously powerful bloodlines Lex had ever encountered. He opened the vial and allowed the blood to fuse in with the bead, finally lifting it from his chest, for he could not be in contact with it during this time, lest his body accidentally absorb the blood. Orin, too, began to use alternate methods to complete the forging, instead of hammering it. They were almost at the end. Yet while the dwarf was focused on his task, no one was observing Lex, allowing him to do something entirely undetected. This was not something Lex had planned, and it was not something he had even thought about. In fact, even as he pulled the necklace from around his neck, the very necklace made from the divine metal sent to him through their soul by Jack, his thoughts did not stir at all, as if he wasn't doing anything. Lex took his finger and stabbed his chest, reaching all the way to his heart, cutting out a piece of flesh as well as pulling out a single drop of blood directly from the chambers in his heart. Lex's expression paled, as if that single drop of blood somehow contained a vast amount of his very essence, yet not even a scar was left on his chest, leaving no proof that he had done anything. If someone were to look at him, they would only assume his condition was so bad because of the refinement. He then fused the blood as well as heart tissue into the necklace, using the faint bit of treasure manufacturing abilities he had himself, as well as the lava rich in resources to refine the necklace. He even used up some of the divine energy he himself accumulated in his tyrant's mask and butter knife for this. When he was done, the necklace looked no different, nor did it feel any different, as if nothing had happened at all. He put the necklace back on, with no one the wiser about the actions he had taken in those few minutes. Moreover, because of the fluctuating aura of the bead, and the fortunate formation around them, Lex had managed to use his acquired expertise over karma to perform the entire action without leaving a hint of karmic ties between himself and the necklace, leaving no evidence or connection whatsoever. There were no traces of his actions, whether they were physical or metaphysical. For all intents and purposes, nothing happened. Lex closed his eyes, no longer observing the bead, for he now needed to use every ounce of his strength to keep the darkness at bay, or else he would lose consciousness, and might miss the critical moment of the bead's completion. Chapter 1822, Deep-Fried Chicken Wing. Chapter 1822, Deep-Fried Chicken Wing. It's done, Oren said weakly, his entire being completely spent. In front of his eyes, the karmic bead floated in the lava, its structure finally stable enough to exist even without any external support. For a few minutes he did not move, simply watching. It was out of both genuine awe at what he had accomplished and sheer exhaustion. The bead would now continuously move towards stability, yet as it did, the bead would absorb a little of the lava, once again making it unstable. At that point, the absorption would stop until the bead once again regained stability. This was bound to be a slow process, one that would last centuries. Fortunately, Lex had prepared time dilation formations to speed up the process. "We can leave now," Oren said, turning towards Lex, who lay limply at the bottom of the volcano. Lex did not have the energy to talk or respond in any way. He directly teleported them out of the volcano using the system, teleporting himself to his personal recovery pod within his room. With the last of his will, Lex activated the time dilation formation and spent the MT he had set aside to buy artificial, system-generated time dilation around the volcano through the Midnight Realm Management panel. Then he passed out. The fluctuations caused by time dilation spread throughout the realm, attracting a lot of attention. Many guests at the inn from the auction were particularly intrigued by the fluctuations, but since that area of the inn was cut off, there was nothing they could do to sate their curiosity. Lex's healing was generally pretty quick, even for immortals, which was especially impressive because the rule of thumb was that the stronger any aspect of a cultivator, whether it be the soul, spirit, or body, then injuries to that part would be much more difficult and resource-intensive to heal. But that pretty quick was only relatively speaking. The injuries Lex suffered this time were not necessarily lethal, but they had damaged him pretty badly. His cultivation, as well as the results of the forging, meant that his weaknesses had been addressed, and that this temporary damage would grant him permanent boons in the future. Still, his recovery took a long time. 6 months later, Lex opened his eyes, still not feeling fully rested. He was feeling lethargic and weak, as if recovering from a great illness. This was a consequence of his actions with his heart and the necklace, but he did not regret it for a moment. To be more specific, Lex didn't even think about it, as if it had never happened. As someone who had been studying karma, he understood well how to avoid leaving any traces of his actions. The recovery pod only allowed the body to heal itself, augmenting the body's own ability by a few magnitudes. However, some injuries were beyond the body's natural ability to heal. Lex, in his current state, could technically still heal completely if he relied only on his body, but it would take a long time. Fortunately, he had prepared for this as well. Lex first checked up on the volcano and was somewhat surprised to find that right outside it, a small town consisting solely of inn workers had formed. What was once a random picnic spot had suddenly become a dedicated relaxation spot. But the town did not grow towards the volcano, for the region around it was clearly off-limits. Besides the time dilation formation, there was also a restrictive barrier preventing entry. This was because if any living soul entered the time dilation, its speed and duration would be drastically reduced. Time dilation with souls present was a lot more expensive than without. In the past 6 months, about 300 years' worth of time had passed in the volcano, with the bead absorbing about 2/3 of all the lava. Soon, it would be complete. Since he had a little time to spare, though, Lex left, and entered a small restaurant run by an elf that he had once sponsored. "Hey, Kenta," said Lex as he walked into the restaurant absolutely bubbling with energy. The crowd inside was massive, and all of them were extremely eager to eat the food they were about to get. When Kenta Haru, the heir to a celestial immortal-level elf organization, ran away from home with Lex to start a restaurant, his cooking sucked. It couldn't be helped. His ideals were too vast and grand, his experience too limited. He wanted to be able to cook delicious and nutritious food for any and all races, causing him to use all kinds of ingredients, resulting in all kinds of flavors. But years of trial and error had gradually improved his skill, allowing him to have the success he had today. He was an unofficial employee of the inn, but that didn't stop him from being a damn good chef. More importantly, one that was exceptionally skilled at cooking with exotic ingredients. "Hey Lex, it's been a while," said Kenta through his spirit sense. Naturally, he could not step out with his real body since that was cooking in the kitchen. "I caught your dance in the competition. Good work there." "Thanks, I appreciate it," answered Lex as he grabbed a seat. "Sorry I couldn't come sooner to visit, I was occupied, but I'm in severe need of a really good meal. You got those ingredients I sent you right?" Yeah, I've been marinating that chicken wing for months now. I'll get the deep fryer ready now that you're here. You'll have to wait a bit, this bad boy won't cook so easily." Lex shook his head but said nothing, his weariness keeping his social battery low. The chicken wing that Kenta was talking about was actually the wing of a heaven immortal beast that had a 50% pure phoenix bloodline. He had gotten it during the auction months ago, as one of the items he had requested was something that could heal deep wounds. Phoenixes were much rarer than dragons, but were almost just as famous because of how notoriously difficult they were to kill. Sometimes, even killing them wasn't enough to keep them dead, as their fires of rebirth would just bring them back to life and full health, stronger than ever. Their existence took immortality to a whole new level. For that reason, finding beasts with impure phoenix bloodlines was a lot easier than actual phoenixes. In fact, many mature realms might never give birth to a single pure-blooded phoenix. That's how rare they were. Even this beast with 50% purity was more than enough to help Lex recover from his injury. It wouldn't be instantaneous, since the rule remained that the stronger he was, the harder it was to heal. Yet it would be quick enough that he'd be back in top form before the bead was complete. Cooking the wing took a few hours, but when the tray came in with a single chicken wing, that was the size of a human toddler, Lex couldn't find it in himself to complain. The deep-fried chicken wing, accompanied by a specialty dipping sauce made of the highest-level elixirs, was absolutely divine. In fact, Lex could actually physically feel himself returning to good health with every bite he took. It was just that the chicken wing came with one single unexpected side effect. Lex suddenly developed a potbelly. As embarrassing as that was, especially since Lex was definitely not conscious about his weight, which was now over 9 tons, it was temporary. The belly would go away once Lex absorbed all the healing capabilities in the chicken wing. So, with that out of the way, Lex returned to his recovery pod from where he oversaw the inn for the next few months. Although the system allowed everything to run on autopilot, there were still many things that needed his oversight. The auction and subsequent dance-off had really increased the inn's popularity once more. Now, at any given time, the number of guests present inside the inn were in the billions. That, unfortunately, forced him to do something he had been trying his best to avoid. He had to hire more workers directly from the system. While there was a constant recruitment process going on inside the inn, not to mention that some of the older workers were starting to get married and have families, with their children being ideal targets for recruitment as workers, the process was too slow and their growth was too quick. Moreover, the extent to which the system allowed him to predefine the qualities he wanted in his workers was incredibly useful. It also made him feel incredibly guilty, because it was like he was manufacturing humans to work for him. But well, he would have to soothe his guilt with the knowledge that he never treated them poorly, and gave them all incredible opportunities to live amazing lives. The new batches of workers were, naturally, all mortals. Their cultivation and growth would come with time. Fortunately, since his main target guests were under the immortal realms, such workers were perfect to suit his needs. Chapter 1823, Velaris Dominion. Chapter 1823, Velaris Dominion. In 3 batches of 100 million workers each, Lex brought in new workers to the inn, with each being introduced at the start of a month. There were a few benefits of getting workers from the system. Lex could give them the exact knowledge and skill sets he required from them if he wanted them to undertake specific tasks, or leave it at random if he didn't have anything in mind. Specifically deciding what skills to allocate to 300 million workers was a tall task. Fortunately, Lex was only lying down in his recovery pod, and had about a month to do 100 million, so he took the time to make the extra effort. With the sudden influx of new, mortal workers bought from the system, Lex noticed something he hadn't paid too much attention to before. As mere mortals, their expression of their traits as individuals was at a minimum. It wasn't completely lacking, but they were more concerned about the inn and their tasks at the inn. It reminded Lex of back when he first started. Originally, he hadn't even noticed that Gerard and Velma were real people with real interests and personalities, assuming they were robots or something. It couldn't be helped considering that the system labeled them as AI. To be fair, since the system was inputting their skill set and knowledge bases, It could be said that all the intelligence that they had starting out had been artificially put there. What was even more curious, though, was that over the years, the system changed that, no longer calling them AI workers, but simply workers. Lex took that as a sign that, as the system repaired itself, it was fixing its many operational flaws. But more curious was that, as they cultivated, their personalities started to become more prominent. In fact, it was only after Z became an immortal that he acknowledged his origin, clearly aware that he had been made from scratch by the Innkeeper. Before that, none of the workers had directly referenced their origins before. It seemed that cultivation loosened some invisible shackle that the system placed on them to keep them good workers. Of course, being a registered employee through the system made it so that it was very difficult for them to actively harm the Inn through means Lex did not fully understand yet. But it was a clear indicator that, as their cultivation levels increased, they would need more than system brainwashing to keep them loyal to the Inn. Fortunately, Lex had always focused on nurturing a very homely and happy working environment for all his workers, paying them salaries, giving them an entire minor realm to develop on their own, and all the freedoms that they wanted. It was also kind of nice to know that, at least after becoming an immortal, any relationship he had with the workers was genuine, and not because they had been programmed to be cooperative or amiable. All of that aside, the addition of hundreds of millions of new workers did not go unnoticed in the Inn. Their arrival made things a lot easier, but also created a lot of additional work unrelated to actually hosting the Inn. These workers were considered the third generation of workers, with Gerard, Velma, Z, and a few others being considered the first generation. Luther and those that followed him were considered the second generation, and this sudden huge influx was considered the third. Getting them all settled, introducing them to the systems and lifestyles adopted by workers, whether it was living inside the Inn or their own independent realm, as well as the concept of houses. Joining one of the four main houses brought a deep sense of identity to the workers, helping them connect not only to the Inn, but the other workers in their houses as well. Hey Mary, isn't it about time I get more options for workers? I've had the same bloodline and even the same types of workers for so long. Some options would be nice. I wouldn't say no to hiring dragons directly from the system. Although his last line was a joke, the question itself was genuine. Yet before Mary could answer, Lex got his answer in the form of a notification. New notification. All system enhancements can only occur through quest rewards. Current quest issuance has been temporarily suspended due to mismatch between host strength and Inn operational level. Please increase strength to resume quests, or manually enable quest issuance through confirmation process. Lex raised an eyebrow. Was the system on talking terms with him now? Then again, with the system repaired by 51%, it did make sense that it should be easily able to do this. All right, forget that. How can I get a maximum strength butter knife? If it's through quests, I'll take on a quest right now. New notification. A maximum strength butter knife can be acquired by upgrading existing system-issued butter knife. A quest completion rating of SS Plus also has a possibility of providing a temporary upgrade to butter knife. The extent of the upgrade will depend on the specific quest completion ranking. Lex looked at the notification, then turned his attention to his most recently completed quest. New quest, the Midnight Inn has been publicly challenged, the stage has been set, and the performance is ready to air. Cooperate with the Cold Brood Empire to host the dance-off to win the hearts and minds of all people. Also, win the competition. Completed. Quest ranking, S+. Impressed countless celestial immortals and attracted the attention of some Tao lords. Quest reward, Valaris Dominion. Remarks not bad for someone with 2 left feet. At least you maintained some dignity and didn't rely on a pole. Valaris Dominion, consumable. A powerful cologne which attracts feelings of loyalty and awe by those exposed to it. The scent resonates with surrounding laws, causing the user to be favored by the realm and any surrounding spirits. The description for the cologne was simple enough, and Lex hadn't had an opportunity to try it out yet. Even so, as a reward for an S+ ranking for a quest, he expected that it would be highly potent. It was unfortunate that there was no way of obtaining more. Once he used up the entire bottle, it would be gone forever, or at least until he found some way to recreate it, or get more. But more than that, Lex focused on the standard. It seemed merely attracting the attention of a Tao Lord was no longer enough for a very high ranking. He would need to put in some work to get a very good quest ranking. That was for later, though. He did not do anything at the moment, because he didn't want to take on any additional tasks at the moment. A few months later, the time dilation around the mountain finally faded. A total of 1272 years had passed within, indicating that the time dilation within hadn't been at a fixed rate, and the flow of time varied at various times. Lex might have studied the phenomenon at any other time, but he didn't. All his attention was focused on the karmic bead. He was surprised that he hadn't been disturbed by the Go board ever since it tried to do something while he was dancing as the Innkeeper, but that couldn't change anything now. The bead was complete. Lex and Orin climbed the crystal volcano, covered in cracks internally as if it was on the verge of shatter, and descended into its depths, only to find the transparent bead floating in the air. "It's almost done," Orin whispered, mesmerized by the sight. "All it needs now is to bind to the Innkeeper. This will be my greatest creation ever." "Your greatest creation so far," said a warm voice from behind him, as the Innkeeper emerged from the shadows behind Lex and Orin. "I have no doubt that you will continue on to make even bigger and better creations from now on." Orin only humbly bowed, not negating the Innkeeper. Of course, he still doubted he'd make anything greater. It was not a matter of having more experience or learning more. The karmic bead on its own had no power at all. It was nothing but a glorified piece of slingshot ammo, yet the true worth of it lay not in its inherent power but in its ability to act as a conduit for karma. In essence, it was as strong as the person wielding it. In the Innkeeper's hands, well, it need not be elaborated. "If you don't mind, I'll take things from here. You two should rest up. Orin, for you, as a reward, I've left a number of valuable ores in your home, as well as some forging manuals gathered from around the universe. Consider it a reward for your hard work. Lex, for you, well, why don't you just follow me?" With that, all three, Lex, the Innkeeper, and the karmic bead, disappeared from the volcano. Chapter 1824, Tracing Karma. Chapter 1824, Tracing Karma. Lex returned to his office, his eyes fixed on the karmic bead. Honestly, it had not taken him too long time-wise to get the bead, compared to some other things he'd done. Abaddon, for example, took so many years for him to get through, and compared to that the bead didn't take long at all. Still, it felt like forever. There was no point in continuing the wait any longer. Lex reached out and touched the transparent bead, imbuing a single drop of blood into the bead and channeling his spiritual energy into it. Before he could use the bead, he had to bond with it. The blood, and even the spiritual energy that he fed into the bead, was not how he would form the bond, though. Unlike other treasures, such as Naraka, bonding the bead was not done through energy. No, it was done through karma itself. The blood and energy were simply a conduit for his karma. Lex himself did not know what to expect during the bonding process, which is why when the bead suddenly responded to his attempt, he was ready for anything. The first change that occurred was in the color. The transparent bead, devoid of all karma, started to turn black, with tiny sparkling lights in the color gold. The bead looked like it contained within it a part of the night sky if all the distant stars were all gold instead of white. What was interesting, though, was that it wasn't stationary. No, the lights kept twinkling within the darkness, and some even seemed to be moving at noticeable speed. But that was only the beginning. As the fusion continued, Lex fell into a sort of trance as the bead fused with his karma itself. So long as Lex existed, in any form or shape, the bead would forever be connected to him through his karma, everywhere and anywhere forever. But for it to completely attune itself to his karma forevermore, it first had to take on the full weight of all the karma he had ever experienced. That began not from the moment of his birth, but from long, long before then. The universe existed in such a way that should the circumstances for the birth of a certain race or species be met, then through a series of seemingly coincidental occurrences, that species would be born. In some cases, that was through evolution, starting out from a single-celled organism all the way to complex beings. In other cases, it was a result of mutation from a race that already existed. There were also countless other ways in which they could be born, even including spontaneously being born from the surging spiritual energy, depending on the specific race being born. As such, not all races actually shared a common origin. For example, although there were a few humans at the beginning, known as the human kings, not all the humans in the universe were their descendants. In fact, most of their heritage was lost, meaning that most of humanity came into being through other means, supported by the universe. As such, it wouldn't be a stretch for Lex, too, to have a heritage with a history much shorter than that of the human race. In fact, as the karmic bead traced the roots of his karma, it seemed like his mother's line was one such example of humans appearing out of the machinations of the universal laws. Her origin was that of Earth, and at least in that regard seemed simple, or so it seemed at first. In his trance, Lex could not discover his true karmic origins. He only vaguely detected what the bead was doing, and currently it was searching anything and everything that might have resulted in his birth, starting from his mother. While her origins remained mundane, there was a faint karmic connection she had formed within her life that affected Lex greatly. That connection seemed to originate from an ancient past. But the connection was severed, and even the karmic bead could not trace its secrets. Regardless, that was the extent of Lex's own karmic origins from his mother's side. From his father's side, however, it seemed his karma was quite complicated. As the bead began to trace his karma back through each and every generation of his family, the karma within the inn began to fluctuate, as if it was being affected by something devastatingly powerful. Many noticed the change, but none could understand what was causing it, including Wukong. Many astutely guessed that the innkeeper was doing something again. Some even began studying the changes, yet the truly powerful remained confused. Why was it that they couldn't detect the origins of the changes at all? It was as if there was a veil around the origin, protecting it from being discovered. It was similar to how even the Tao Lord Dragons had been unable to detect Jack's origins. As they watched, and some even sent back reports to their backers of the unusual changes, what they didn't know was that the spectacle had only just begun. Lex watched as the bead kept traversing the history of his family, searching for the root of his karma, and he even managed to learn a few random secrets about his family along the way. The bead traced his origin all the way back to William Sephor, the refugee to the Origin realm. For the briefest of seconds, the bead seemed to pause there, as if that was his origin. Yet it was only a pause, not a complete stop. At that point, the bead continued to travel back even further, this time with such speed that Lex could barely make anything out. The name Sephor, it seemed, had great origins and immense karmic ties which were greater than Lex had imagined. He could not detect the exact reason why, but Lex could sense that there was more to the history of his family than even the Jotun Emperor knew. That was because Lex sensed something familiar, something that those at their level should not have been able to identify. He sensed the aura of a Tao Lord. The further back in history that the bead went, the quicker it began to trace his origins. The speed became so fast that Lex became entirely unable to comprehend what was happening at all. From hundreds of thousands of years, it went to millions, to hundreds of millions, to billions, right up until nothingness. The bead was unable to trace his true origins because it had been erased right at the end of the First Age. Lex's mind reeled at the insinuations, yet the bead itself did not stop. This was merely the beginning of fusing with his karma, for it had started with his origins. Now it would begin with his life. Unbeknownst to Lex, the more karma that the bead absorbed, the stronger aura it exuded, and the heavier it weighed against the karma around it. The bead, to be able to manipulate karma, needed to have some karmic weight of its own as an anchor, and the greater that karma, the more it would be able to affect other karma. It had not even begun to absorb the actual karma Lex had gained in his life, and already it was giving off a pressure that was affecting the entire Midnight Realm. Orin, perhaps, was the only one who could have guessed what was truly happening. The others, though, were starting to get concerned. Only the strongest of celestial immortals could detect anything at all. Yet the hint of that ancient aura which went back to the First Age was something that alarmed them greatly. Instantly, countless speculations about the Innkeeper began to fly out, being sent to all the organizations they were from. Most of them concluded, though, that he was some ancient entity from the First Age. As unbelievable, as improbable as that speculation sounded, it actually ended up being the most common one. The bead began to absorb the karma from Lex's life, and most of it seemed pretty inconsequential. Most of it. One event, however, seemed to have much greater significance than Lex expected. Since the bead was no longer searching such a distant past, Lex was even able to glean some hints as to what that event was. It was the day. His parents consulted the oracle who foretold he would be fine until 50 if he never cultivated. But then the bead moved on, not giving Lex any time to ponder, leaving him confused. Karma and fate were not the same things. That day should have been the one that most heavily influenced his fate and destiny, setting up the course of his life for years to come. But what did that have to do with karma? Lex didn't have much time to ponder because he quickly reached the day he got his system. That was when the show truly began. Chapter 1825, More Like Hell Than Heaven. Chapter 1825, More Like Hell Than Heaven. It was a strange day at the Midnight Inn, though the frequent guests at the inn somewhat expected such a thing. Besides the phenomenal services, top-quality products, and interesting events, One of the greatest attractions of coming to the inn was the possibility of encountering some random, realm-altering event, possibly even a universe-influencing event, that could progress one's cultivation talent as well as one's cultivation level. Take, for example, Jill. Once upon a time, there was a contest within the inn called the Lady Cosmos, and it was in essence a beauty pageant. Jill was a participant in that contest, but because of that she attracted the attention of a particularly unsavory fellow. He attacked Jill a few times, trying to kidnap her, but the security at the inn kept her safe. Now she had spent so much time inside the inn and experienced so many power-ups that she no longer feared the slug that had been attacking her. In fact, in a few years, when she honed her newfound power, she intended to go look for him and settle matters once and for all. From being a victim to now on the path for justice, she had come far, and it was all because she stayed at the inn no matter what. She wasn't alone in maintaining such a mindset. So when, on this particular day, people noticed something unusual going on, they were more excited than concerned. But the strange thing was, most people couldn't even sense what was happening. In the levels dedicated to mortals and low-level cultivators, nothing seemed to be happening at all. It was only the very strongest who seemed to notice the changes. At first, they seemed to only care about reporting the oddity to their respective organizations, but the longer the situation continued, the more alarmed they seemed, to the point of being horrified. At the moment when the karmic bead finally reached the point in Lex's history where he got the system, many stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The karmic weight accumulated by the karmic bead became so vast that the system itself had to intervene, categorizing the influence as passively harmful, protecting the guests from it. By that point, even heaven immortals could sense it, though they did not fully understand what they were sensing. How could they, when the occurring situation was a result of Lex's madness tapped into the vast history of the systems? Once again, just as Lex saw the bead trace his karmic origins, the bead began to trace the karmic origins of the system, so as to calculate its influence on Lex. Right off the bat, just the karma of the system meeting Lex was greater than the sum of all the karma Lex had accumulated before. But then, as it began to trace its history, the karma accumulated. His system before coming to him was trapped somewhere within the dead zone, resting within a massive meteor. Lex never thought about how his system, which once belonged to Mary, arrived within the origin realm and how it reached him. He had wondered if there had been others that the system had fused with, but hadn't been able to survive. A part of him hoped that there hadn't been any other hosts, and that the system had remained as it was since Mary. Another part of him wished that others had attained the system, with all its power. That would prove that Lex survived not because the system had empowered him, but because he himself had been worthy. Though both parts were actually quite small, a majority of Lex was indifferent to whether there had been other users or not. His self-worth was not tied to external things. Instead, it was tied to his 25-years-old, normal-weighted self. The years slipped by, with millions of years quickly passing, up until a point in the history of the origin realm where the dead zone appeared. It seemed that the dead zone hadn't always existed. Instead, there was some kind of turbulence at the boundary of the realm with the void, causing the entire region to become devoid of all kinds of spiritual energy. It seemed that the system, and more specifically even the crater it was trapped within, had entered the realm as a part of that turbulence. Before that, the crater had been traveling the void. Millions of years quickly turned to billions of years of nothingness, so much so that Lex even vaguely felt an age might have gone by. Time was once again passing by too quickly for Lex to tell much, yet when the darkness of the void suddenly disappeared. Time passed too quickly for him to be sure, but Lex could have sworn he felt a familiar aura. It was the same aura that had asked him to become an augur of heaven, except the faint trace of karma he detected were anything but divine. In fact, it seemed like it was closer to a hell rather than a heaven. The only thing he could be sure of was that he sensed Mary. Regardless, Lex was unable to glean much about the end of Mary's time with the system, and in fact, he was entirely unable to detect anything that happened while Mary had the system, as it was blocked, yet the bead continued to trace the karma, so it must not have been erased. Many years went by once more, and the system was once again revealed, this time in the form of a mere glowing light. That is what the system must have been like in the beginning. The karmic trace once again disappeared towards the end of the first age, indicating it was no longer possible to trace the origin. Regardless, the karmic bead had gained a tremendous weight by now, one that would have warped the karma of the entire inn itself had the system not been protecting it. But even if the inn was protected, the many Celestials and even Wukong could sense that weight. Chapter 1826, Queen of Avalon. Chapter 1826, Queen of Avalon. How many times is this already? Are we going to have a meeting every time the innkeeper sneezes? Asked a disgruntled dwarf as he slammed his axe on the table in front of him. I hope not, said Balaam lamely. Unless his every sneeze can bend the karma of an entire realm and give off traces of ages past. The latest reports from the inn suggest that a trace of the Nether's karma was detected during the fluctuations. Someone in the room full of Dowlords scoffed. So what? No living being that has ever entered the Nether has ever returned, and nothing from within has ever exited. If it weren't for the ancient stories from the primordial age, the Nether wouldn't even be worthy of notice. If he wants to go solve that mystery, he's more than welcome to. I don't see why we should care. Silence filled the room, and not even Balaam answered, though it seemed like he knew why they were having this meeting. For once, he wasn't the one who called it. Even if all who have entered have yet to return, not all who entered have died. There are those whose life markers are still active, said a celestial. The dwarf, though, couldn't care less. Get over it, buddy. Even if her life marker is still active, her Tao is broken. No one is coming out of the Nether, and I can't be bothered to pretend otherwise. In the future, only call me if there is some real work that needs to be done, not because you want to play clubhouse. The dwarf left ceremoniously, leaving the room filled with an awkward silence. A few more left as well, though the majority remained. Do not mind them. They're just jealous of all the attention that the innkeeper is getting, said Balaam, looking towards the celestial. Those whose greatest achievement is merely becoming a Tao Lord will forever envy those who actually expand the Tao. Balaam, it is your agents inside the inn. Send me their memories. If this is real, if the innkeeper really came in contact with the Nether and survived, then I must meet with him, said the celestial solemnly. That's not a problem, but do not get your hopes up. They merely detected a faint aura in the fluctuations of karma. It is not enough to go on, Balaam said, even as he transferred the memories over. Nothing leaves the Nether, you know that, not even its karma. If the innkeeper has a way to make that happen, then surely we have a chance to rescue her. Balaam did not speak, even if he himself was skeptical. After all, although he was not ignorant enough to say it himself, it was a fact that the Queen of Avalon's Tao was broken. It was highly unlikely that she could be saved. But then again, if anyone could pull off a miracle, it would be her. After all, she had done so before. Setting that aside, there's something much more pressing that we need to address. My agents believe that the innkeeper seems to be attempting to trace some karma back to the primordial age. If he succeeds, then we must be ready to act immediately. I've already talked to the Henali, and they too are willing to lend a hand. The Humanoid Alliance and the Henali together will make a statement guaranteeing his protection. The secrets of that age must not be lost again. This time, no one argued. Elsewhere in the universe, similar meetings were taking place, though they were not discussing the innkeeper's protection. Instead, they were all plotting how to get their hands on the innkeeper if he managed to learn those secrets. This was not the first time such a thing happened, as any time someone made an attempt to peer through the veil of history, countless forces would show their interest in various ways. But even though these meetings happened, no one expected anything to come of it. Within Ventura Prime, the headmaster of Ventura briefly paused as he heard the news and shook his head. He did not believe the reports. Within the HOA, Sekhmet heard the news and raged. She hated Lex and she hated the innkeeper even more. If she could, she would have loved to tear them limb from limb. But she couldn't, so she turned her attention back to other ways of sneaking into the Origin realm. She had to get there before the realm matured. The Seraphim, the banks, the various organizations followed the path of chaos. All of them heard, and all of them waited, hoping for the innkeeper to succeed. Unfortunately for them all, the innkeeper wasn't trying to learn the past. No, he was fusing with the karmic bead. Once the origin of his system had been traced, the bead went through all the other karma he accumulated, day by day. Then, he met Bastet, and once again the bead began to look into the origin of such a significant karma. But by now, the bead had become incredibly powerful, and so it began tracing the origin faster than Lex could follow along. He would barely recognize an aura here or there. After Bastet came Falak, her trusty helper. Then, the days slipped by until Lex met Balaam, the first real Tao Lord that Lex had met. Fortunately, the bead did not try to look into his karma. There was no way a living Tao Lord wouldn't sense something like that, and it was best not to provoke him. After that, everything went fine. It was all pretty much as Lex expected, except at one point, Lex was certain the bead missed something. It missed that mystery man who had appeared inside his inn. It hadn't even picked up the interaction Lex had with him as if it didn't exist. Probably another good thing. The karmic bead continued to fuse into Lex's karma, accumulating such an immense weight that even Earth immortals started to be able to detect it. From a certain point of view, it was incredible that the bead could support so much karma. From another point of view, it was entirely inconceivable that all that karma originated from Lex. It was no wonder his karma had started to fall out of balance. But that was fixed now, hopefully. Chapter 1827, The Weight of Karma. Chapter 1827, The Weight of Karma. Since the bead did not check the karma of Tao Lords, and it didn't even detect that mysterious man who showed up in his inn, Lex relaxed. That was probably the worst of it, right? He was wrong. The karma that wrapped itself around the dragon Pelvelin and the entire planet Frigra, in fact, was not only immense, it was ancient. That karma had apparently wrapped itself around Lex too, considering all the treasure he'd stolen from the dragon. The bead once again began to trace its origins, trying to understand it fully. Fortunately, this time the karma did not go back so far, only a few billion years. Even so, it contained a terrifying aura, as if it originated from something especially menacing. Even as Lex tried to observe the karma, he could not get any clues. But anything which felt terrifying to even him had to be at the very least in the celestial level. It only made sense, after all. The sole death of a heaven-immortal dragon like Pelvelin is not a thing simply accomplished. As the karmic trace continued to go back in time, it reached a period in the history of the Origin Realm long before the arrival of the Henali, when the Origin Realm could merely accommodate Earth immortals. At that point, the karmic trace simply vanished, as if the karma had originated out of this air. Such a thing was basically impossible. There were a few esoteric concepts similar to karma in existence, such as fate and causality. Fate and destiny were interchangeable, usually, and as long as a thing existed, it would have some fate or destiny, life and death having nothing to do with it. Karma, on the other hand, originated in action. Every action that happened created karma, and every subsequent action that occurred because of the first action carried a trace of the karma forward, while creating new karma as well. More importantly, all karma was intimately tied to and fused with whoever or whatever created it. For example, if Lex were to plant a tree, and it grew and survived for 100 years, not only would the tree itself be attached to Lex's karma, but everyone who rested under its shade would be connected to Lex, everyone who ate from its fruit. Everyone who even so much as used the tree's leaves as mulch would all be connected to Lex by a thin strand of karma. In essence, all karma originated from something, and for this karma to just vanish clearly meant that someone had hidden. Such a thing was not too surprising. After all, even at the Earth immortal level, Lex knew how to prevent traces of his actions being detected or leaving behind karma. Others could naturally do the same, even if their methods were different. The bead moved on, but it was also at that point that Lex realized that he truly carried immense karma, and its pressure would only grow. True to his expectations, the weight of the karma absorbed by the bead grew so much that even mortals could now sense it. Yet it couldn't be helped. The Temple of Fasting carried immense karma, none of which could be traced by even a fraction. Cassandra, too, had a lot of karma. Any one of Lex's random adventures carried so much hidden karma that Lex genuinely began to wonder if his understanding of karma was actually incorrect. What if everyone carried a lot of karma, and the only reason the weight of it could be felt now was because of the special nature of the bead? But he quickly dismissed that thought. Whether it was because he was particularly talented at running into problems, or because of the subtle interference of the system which wanted to put him into entertaining situations, he was destined to get pulled into such matters. In that case, once he sufficiently understood karma, Lex would have to take out some time to study causality and destiny. Considering the fact that he was planning on going to the Nexus soon, it wouldn't be a bad thing to have a deeper understanding of such things. One by one, Lex's karma was all fused with the bead, whether it was from small, daily matters or massive events like the Champion's tourney. The Temple of Frozen Dawn was yet another place that tied its karma to him, with its origins entirely untraceable. As for the Fable of Time, the book which caused Lex to disappear for a few minutes, only to come back with a seal on in his brain, a seal he could open at any time, but dared not, well, it contained more karma than any single thing Lex had ever encountered. Without exaggeration, whether it was his family's origins, his system, the mystery with Pelvelin, or anything else, that book contained greater karma than any of them, and that before considering that his bead didn't even try to look into its origins. It didn't even try. Lex was stumped. To have encountered something with a greater karma than his system was, well, it was no big deal, apparently, as Lex would soon learn. The bead continued. His tribulation, his encounter with the lightning beasts during his tribulation, his fight with Jeffrey, his encounter with Sekhmet, with the Golden Dragon King, with the governor of Hanali. One by one they passed, and it was not limited to just those. Even Jack and each and every one of his experiences, as well as the strange racial curse, his bead fused with all that karma and more. Just when Lex thought that he had witnessed just how profound the karma wrapping around him was, the bead reached the point when he entered Abaddon. Abaddon, the cursed lands, the graveyard of secrets, where every inch of land had been washed in the blood of trillions, and where time seemed to lose meaning, those lands were rife with karma, many of which were greater than his system. Many. Chapter 1828 Plango. Chapter 1828 Plango. The weight of the knowledge he had gained within Abaddon still weighed on Lex's soul, even now. What was worse was that even if he didn't want to believe, or even doubt the things he had learned, he almost seemed unable to. It was as if that knowledge was seared into his mind as truth, and he could not entertain the notion that it was. So then, if one were to consider what kind of karma it contained, they could easily imagine that it far surpassed even what was considered extraordinary. It was fortunate that simply carrying karma did not kill, for Lex would surely be dead otherwise. It was just that according to his level, he could not absorb all the karma he had normally, so much so that he could be easily affected by his karma. Such a thing could just as easily give him tremendous rewards as it could lead him to certain doom. On 11 separate occasions, within Abaddon, Lex encountered things with greater karma than his system, though none of them seemed to match up to the book Fable of Time. But the bead could not look into the history of a single one of those occasions, so much so that Lex couldn't even identify what 9 of those 11 occasions were. The only 2 he could identify were when he went to one of the ruins to learn some ancient history, and when he approached the chalice. Both were predictable, though Lex could not glimpse into what the karma they contained was. Once he was done with Abaddon, it took the bead all of 2 seconds to fuse with his remaining karma, finally completing the fusion process with Lex. The bead had disappeared entirely. It was no longer in Lex's hands, nor could it be found anywhere else in his body or soul. The bead resided solely in Lex's karma, and thus was usable by both Lex and Jack. With the completion of the fusion, the karmic weight encompassing the inn also vanished, much to the disappointment of many. The spiritual phenomenon that would occur when someone pierced through the veil covering the first age did not occur, meaning that the innkeeper hadn't been able to discover the truth. Many already expected as much. Lex couldn't be bothered to deal with them, instead going into closed-door meditation. That basically meant that unless there was some kind of emergency at the inn, he would not step out. Despite the unusual process of fusing with the bead, Lex wasn't tired or even worn out, retaining his peak state. Thus, he went into seclusion, focusing solely on his bead, learning how to use it. The bead itself was quite interesting, with absolutely no power of its own. Yet the thing was basically indestructible. If he put on a mask and called himself Sniper King, he could use the bead as his ultimate weapon when using a slingshot. Even so, using it to manipulate karma gave Lex unprecedented control and power. In essence, it used the entire weight of all the karma Lex had ever accumulated for any action Lex took through it. For example, if he wanted to attack someone through their karma, it would be slightly challenging. Not only would Lex need to get his hands on sufficiently powerful karma through which to attack, manipulating the karma itself was complicated and difficult. But with the bead, it would be simple. In one situation, it was like asking a mortal to pull a very heavy cart, its handle covered in grease and its wheels removed. In the other situation, the same cart was attached to a rocket ship. All the grease in the world couldn't stop that cart from moving, wheel or no wheel. Of course, karma was still not so easy to use or understand. There were many subtypes of karma, good and bad karma being 2 examples of them, and they all behaved in unique ways and required careful handling. It didn't matter, though. Lex had been studying karma for a long time already, and with his recent experience of the bead thoroughly investigating every strand of karma he had, Lex had learned even more. Familiarizing himself with the bead and how to use it was merely a last-minute precaution. It was time to end the mess with the Go board. During his dance, he had felt the Go board try to interfere with him, like it had so many times before, yet for some reason, it failed. Lex suspected that the failure was because he was using the host attire and appearing as the innkeeper. He had a feeling that his own system had interfered, since systems were the weakness of other systems. He had no way of proving it since he got no notifications or anything, but it was the only thing he could think of. Yet he couldn't rely on the system to save him every time. It was too temperamental for that. After 2 days of practice, Lex took a deep breath and grabbed the bead. In his mind, a new black bead had formed, ready to place on the Go board. This bead was formed because of Lex's increased mastery of karma. Yet Lex didn't place the new bead that was formed in his mind. He merely used it to summon the projection of the board in his mind. Once it had appeared, Lex summoned the karmic bead and focused on the board. He found the karma connecting him and the board. It was easy. The bead had already shown it to Lex when he was binding the karmic bead. Then, leveraging that connection, Lex placed his karmic bead on the Go board, causing a ripple. The Go board wasn't real. It was a mere image in his mind, yet suddenly it started to feel incredibly real. Lex disappeared from the Midnight Inn. At the same time, in the Arctica realm, Axios was in a very important meeting when his body, right within the view of countless people, suddenly disappeared. Chapter 1829, playing Go I am the best. Chapter 1829, playing Go I am the best. Axios was not prepared. No, one moment he was on the verge of the completion of the plan he had worked so long for, and the next moment he was standing atop a very familiar Go board. For a brief moment he was confused, unable to understand what was happening. It wasn't as if he hadn't been here before. Normally, when he was ready to end his game of Go and had everything well set up and prepared, he would initiate the final match. But he wasn't ready, nor had he any plans of initiating the final match anytime soon. Yet the sound of a couple of notifications woke him from his confused daze, attracting his attention. New notification, warning, forceful endgame initiated. Since the endgame was initiated by the opponent, no bonus rules have been applied to the game, no additional point multipliers applied, no debuffs applied to the opponent, no buffs applied to the host. Basic game mode initiated. New notification, error, interference detected, emergent, Ascald Andandand. New message, get wrecked noob, Mary. Shock and horror filled Axios' mind as he read the notifications, completely caught by surprise by the unusual situation. But Axios was an elite of the Nuz race, and a peak heaven immortal, on the verge of taking his tribulation to become a celestial, so he recovered quickly. The first thing he had to do. "Are you done?" a deep voice asked, echoing through the layers and layers of the endless Go board. The voice carried a spiritual interference, showing Axios a vision. On the Go board, instead of a bead, there was a piece that looked like a king from regular chess, except it was fashioned like a throne. Sat upon that throne was a human, looking down at Nuz with eyes filled with revulsion. "Are you done playing your games from the shadows like a rat?" the human asked. "Because I'm certainly done with your games." The human was not really in front of Axios, but he could sense the human through the vision anyway. Originally, he had been concerned, but when he sensed the human's aura, Axios was relieved. He was a mere Earth immortal. Yes, even as an Earth immortal, the human had a dangerous aura, but that did not change the fact that between them the gap was too huge. Moreover, even without all the advantages that the Go board offered, this was still a part of his own system. Sure, the human had made the system glitch somehow, but that was an easy fix. Axios merely had to eliminate the human. In fact, seeing him now, Axios began to wonder why he hadn't initiated the end match sooner. Was there even a need to put so much thought into facing an Earth immortal? "You are awfully confident for someone so weak," said Axios, the blue hexagons on his face beginning to shine brighter as he began channeling energy from his energy shard. The Nuz race was one of the most powerful races in the universe, narrowly missing out on becoming an elder race, one of the top 100 on the cosmic ascendant spectrum. The reason for that was that this race was closest any race was to being living spiritual energy. Each Nuz had an energy core, which was the foundation of their power and cultivation, found within their head. That energy shard was their everything. It housed their soul, it held their mind, and it controlled the entire body. By absorbing all kinds of energies into the shard, they would make it stronger, for at the end of the day, the shard was actually solidified energy. That made the Nuz race practically immune to any kind of damage from attacks that were predominantly energy, with very few actual weaknesses. Laws, for example, could hurt them, but only if they were strong enough. Similarly, physical attacks on their body could also work, though that was only theoretical. Their bodies were tremendously strong, which made almost all kinds of physical attacks useless. Of course, there were a few ways in which the Nuz race could be effectively attacked, but such information was not widely spread. Thus, in front of this Earth-immortal human, Axios lost all his fear. Instead, he prepared to finish this game once and for all. Yet unexpectedly, in response to Axios' words, the human merely chuckled. "You know, I'm typically not a fan of drawn-out chats with my enemies," the human said, his words casual and at ease, as if he felt no threat from Axios whatsoever. "Right now, I would like nothing more than to skip this small talk and end your life once and for all. But unfortunately, someone has already called dibs on this particular fight. So take this time to flex as much as possible, show off your meager strength. Try as hard as possible to struggle against your fate. I know he likes to thoroughly crush his enemies, before ending the fight." While Axios listened to the human spout nonsense, he was simultaneously using his system, maneuvering all his preplaced pieces so that he could end this fight in one swift move. Even so, he could not help but feel confused about the human. Given the obvious disadvantage he was at, why was he so confident? He could just be an idiot, but the fact that Axios felt danger from him, despite his low level, contradicted such a conclusion. As if to answer his very question, the human's appearance began to change. His body began to grow even more muscular, as steam began to rise from his skin. The board around his throne began to warp, as his mere presence exuded an aura so powerful it seemed to press against reality. Wings grew out of his back, even as two flaming horns grew out of his skull, completing his appearance as a half-dragon. Deep within Axios' soul, the mark of ownership hummed, as if recognizing that it was the presence of he who had placed the mark. "You are in the presence of greatness," uttered Dragonlex, a proud smile on his face as he looked down upon Axios. "And what a great honor for you to meet your end at my hands. No need to thank me, I already know I am the best." Chapter 1830 Playing Go I. Chapter 1830 Playing Go I. Axios was stunned, what? Before he could fully process the change that had taken place, or the fact that the threat he was feeling from the human had skyrocketed, the humanoid dragon stood up. His movement was casual, as if he was in no rush whatsoever, yet his actual speed was so great Axios could barely respond. Dragonlex stood up and stretched his back, before taking a single step forward, immediately reaching Axios, towering above the little Nuz. Despite being in a higher realm, Axios barely registered the humanoid dragon's arrival before Dragonlex grabbed the Nuz by its face, his hand completely enveloping him. Dragonlex lifted him up close to himself and unleashed golden inferno in the form of his dragon breath. Now, normally a flaming attack would do nothing to a Nuz. What was fire if not energy, and energy was fuel to the Nuz race. That's what made them so formidable. Yet imbued within the gleaming torrent of fire was domination and Dragonlex's indomitable will. It was ethereal and unknowable, right up until it began to manifest physical qualities. It was the influence of the spirit on the universe, and it was not something so easily eroded. So when Axios, as usual, tried to absorb the energy from the golden flames eating away at his body, all he found was soul-incinerating pain. An inhumane wail, one that could rupture the minds of mortals and stun weaker immortals, escaped Axios as he retreated. Yet how could he retreat from the grip of the magnificent Dragonlex? With his free hand, Dragonlex swiped at his face, ready to claw him apart, yet Axios disappeared, swapping places with a nearby white bead that he had placed long ago. The teleportation had to have been a system ability, because within Dragonlex's grasp, under the baptism of his flames, Axios would have been able to use neither foundational nor relational laws. Although normal Earth immortals could not even sense, let alone control relational laws, that norm did not apply to Dragonlex. That's why he was the best. "Such a privilege for you to squirm and struggle beneath my might," Dragonlex said, as he walked casually towards where he could sense Axios. "Your ancestors would have been proud if they learned that their lineage existed merely to end at my hands." "Do not delude yourself," Axios exclaimed from far away as he stacked his beads together and used his system to transform them. "You are not the first opponent to harm me, nor will you be the last. Now die." The fused beads transformed into a black katana that Axios grabbed before attacking Dragonlex with deep hatred. Dragonlex looked at him with amusement in his eyes, but stood still, even spreading his arms wide to give Axios a huge opening. The Nuz did not waste the chance, slashing right at the dragon's neck, only for the black sword to bounce off his scales as if it had collided with a wall. Axios' eyes spread wide open, shocked. That wasn't how. Before he could complete the thought, Dragonlex slapped him across the face, launching him across the board. "Puny heaven immortal, realize your own insignificance," he said. and then with a single flap of his wings reached the flying Axios, smacking him one more time. The reason Axios was surprised was because the black sword was not meant to do actual physical harm. It was a conceptual sword, formed from the fusion of his beads by his system, and it was supposed to lodge inside the dragon, severely weakening him and limiting his strength. How had he blocked a concept? Axios needed to understand so that he could counter the dragon. To do that, he needed some distance, so once again he swapped places with a bead, this time on a different level entirely so that the dragon couldn't catch up so quickly. Yet his attempts to escape only amused Dragon Lex. Lex had been absorbing a heaven-immortal dragon's aura, blood, and general defensive capabilities for a long time, making him incredibly strong. Previously, against Creel, Lex had been at a huge disadvantage for various reasons, but one of them was the fact that Lex was fighting against him in Creel's own strongest field. Now, not only was he himself much stronger, but his opponent completely lacked the same breadth of power as Creel. Not to mention, although Lex opened himself for attack, when had he ever purposefully put himself at a disadvantage? Axios may have been secretly preparing for the fight, but would Lex be one to waste time? With the karmic bead now at his disposal, the more interactions between the two, the more the karma between them would build, and the more leverage he had to use against Axios. When he would strike to kill, it would end quickly. But until then, Dragon Lex would take great pleasure in introducing the blue vermin to his fists. Similarly, he would take great pleasure in frustrating Axios by making all his weapons fail. The reason the black sword had failed to harm Lex at all was because, although it didn't appear like it, Lex had temporarily wrapped his body in the karma from the white beads. The sword and the shield of karma around Lex were of the same source, so to the sword, it was as if it was attacking itself. Lex could do so much more with the karma he already had, but this wasn't enough. For all the frustration that the stupid Nuz made Lex feel, he needed to feel frustration in return. The game had only just begun. Meanwhile, Axios used his system to scan the dragonoid human for the first time, trying to fully understand the depth of the opponent he was facing. Yet, his system failed him. It gave no information at all. Axios clicked his tongue, and then began using the beads he placed to his advantage. Fortunately, the dragonoid human hadn't realized that he, too, could use his black beads for his own advantage. Little did he know Lex had already realized as much. He just wasn't interested in using them. He did not need these cheap, weak weapons to help him out. As a weapon, he himself was already the best. Chapter 1831 Playing Go IV. Chapter 1831 Playing Go IV. In a way, Dragon Lex and Axios were playing a game of chess, or Go. While Axios did that literally, by leveraging the pieces he had placed and using them to gain an advantage against Dragon Lex while limiting him, Dragon Lex did so by distracting Axios. Everything, whether it was him beating up Axios, or their talks, or even Axios attacking him, all of them built karma between them. Back when Lex was at the Seraphim Resort, he'd undergone a heaven's guidance, and through that unlocked the ability to look at karma with his eyes. Now it wasn't an ability he used often, owing to what happened with Jack when he saw his own karma. That didn't mean he didn't use it at all. Axios was a powerful foe, if only just because of his level and race, yet eliminating him was not an issue. Dragon Lex did not take him seriously at all. No, the reason he was putting so much effort into this, besides the pleasure of tormenting the guy who had irritated him so incessantly, was because he had much grander ambitions. Dragon Lex wanted to study the karma between Axios and his system so that he could understand system some more. After all, for once, Lex had different plans with the system he would get from Axios than simply absorbing it. Speeding up his system's recovery was not necessary, and Lex wanted to deepen his own understanding of systems. For that, he would need something to study, something to experiment with. This was a dangerous endeavor, he knew. But Lex had come to the realization that without pushing himself, he would always only be ordinary or at most extraordinary. He would not be supreme, as his tenet was geared towards. It was funny, though. Dragon Lex was much better suited to Lex's own tenet than his normal self, because he believed himself infallible and unstoppable. What's more, that belief was not blind, but based on his immense power and exceptional intellect. A boastful personality did not overshadow his meticulous mind. Everything was under his control. For example, the reason Dragon Lex allowed Axios to maintain his distance was so that he could use his system more, allowing Dragon Lex to grasp more of the karma between them. It was risky. Systems were capable of feats far beyond Lex's capabilities. But it was a measured risk as well. Systems came with rules, and if the system did everything for the host, what would be the fun in that? Dragonlex paused. No, he could imagine that as well. For certain types of people who wanted the reward without any effort, reading about instant gratification from a system that did everything would be very entertaining. In that case, his situation would be even more dangerous. Regardless, this was a risk he would take. After all, this was not a random battle. This was one that Lex had meticulously prepared for. Dragonlex's wings flapped once more, and instead of flying or rushing forward, he seemed to teleport directly to Axios. With the mark of ownership on him, it was impossible for Axios to hide. "Are you ready to show me something impressive?" Dragonlex asked, a hint of teasing in his voice. "If not, then I might get bored soon and end this." Axios snorted, and instead of responding verbally, he summoned 9 white beads around Lex, creating a circle on the Go board and establishing a territory. As soon as the perfect circle was formed, the board changed, becoming entirely white, as if to emphasize that the territory now belonged to Axios. Lex raised his eyebrow out of curiosity. Wrapping himself in the karma of the white beads no longer worked to prevent being affected. Either Axios or his system had discovered the issue and resolved it. Lex's strength waned, his access to external spiritual energy cut off, and a shield enveloped him, mimicking a domain that prevented him from accessing any laws. In essence, he was greatly weakened, even potentially crippled, or he would be if he were a normal person. Even Axios did not take Lex lightly anymore, summoning a special bead that looked like a knight from a chess game. As soon as it appeared on the white territory, Lex's expression changed ever so slightly. Unlike the debuff from the white territory, the knight did something else. It affected the laws of fate, making Lex very, very unlucky and likely to run into problems, regardless of how low the probability of them happening existed. From this bead, the dragon sensed a threat, yet the only way to counter a bead was through another bead, one of his own. Still, Lex didn't want to rely on the black beads just yet, if at all. Even still, Axios wasn't done, manipulating his system further to stack his advantages. Unfortunately for him, Lex was done letting him stack. He flapped his wings and rushed forward, though incredibly the white territory underneath him moved alongside him, slowing him down enough for Axios to dodge Lex's attempts at grabbing his face once again. His affected fate might have also played into it. Actually, more than the debuff, his affected fate bothered Lex most of all, so he already began to think of ways to get rid of it. "You had a good start, but that's all," Axios said with scorn deep in his voice. "Now you must suffer the consequences of your actions. If you hadn't initiated the game, you might have lived a little longer, but since you're in so much of a rush to die, I'll help you out." Instead of being offended, Dragonlex smiled. My, suddenly chatty are we. Did my flames burn so bad you must redeem your ego with words?" Axios was provoked not by the dragonoid's words, but by his casual demeanor. He had worked hard to get where he was, rising from the very bottom to the absolute top using his system. What difficulties had he not faced? Yet this dragon was particularly annoying. He didn't let that stop him. He had very few beads on the board left, considering he hadn't been ready to start the match, so he used the last of them to complete his setup. Instead of targeting Lex this time, they gathered around his body to empower him. Second chapter will be late probably. Chapter 1832, Playing Go V. Chapter 1832, Playing Go V. The little Nuz, who could not even come up to the length of Dragonlex's chest when standing up straight, suddenly started to grow in size. The original difference wasn't because he was short, but rather a result of the fact that Dragonlex had grown in height when he transformed, almost reaching 10 feet, 3 meters in height. But now, with his body covered in some kind of synthetic, skin-tight suit, Axios' size began to grow larger until he was the same height as Dragonlex. The Nuz race, able to absorb all kinds of energies, actually cultivated slowly because increasing the size of their energy shard was far from easy or simple. Comparatively, they could saturate their bodies with a lot of energy very easily, drastically increasing their temporary strength and energy pools proportional to their original strength, all without any drawbacks. "Infinity Vortex," Axios muttered, as if the incantation would trigger something, and it did. The blue hexagons on his face began to shine brighter, changing color as they slowly turned darker until they were almost black. At the same time, the entire Go board started to turn dark as well, as if all light were absorbed by those dark hexagons on his face, because that's literally what had happened. Infinity Vortex was an ability unique to the Nuz race, which allowed them to temporarily put their ability to absorb energy into overdrive. It was almost like, what Lex could do in his lotus form. The difference was, in his lotus form, absorbing energy was not the main ability itself. Instead, he absorbed energy to utilize the main ability of the lotus, which was creating matter directly from energy. It was just that since Lex wasn't powerful enough to actually use the main ability itself, it appeared as if absorbing all energy was what his form did best. But the Nuz race was not near the peak of the universe simply because they had the ability to suck in energy. No, while they used Infinity Vortex, they could even selectively steal energy from laws, meaning they could prevent their opponents from influencing laws entirely. This was literally one of the best ways to disable an opponent's domain, not to mention any other abilities. With the white territory limiting Dragon Lex's body and internal strength, and Infinity Vortex shutting off all external aid, he was in his weakest state. Against someone at a higher cultivation level, that was a severe disadvantage. Not giving Dragon Lex any time to react, Axios attacked. He had changed the effect of his katana so that now it was no longer a tool for debuffing. Instead, it dealt devastating physical and soul attacks. Lex blocked the attack using a barrier, but as fate would have it, Lex's ordinarily powerful defenses were nullified because the katana had a special enchantment, specifically negating that very type of barrier. The sword slashed Dragon Lex's chest, but despite all its strength, and despite Lex's weakened state, it could not cut through Lex's scales, though it did throw him back. Axios did not relent, taking advantage of the situation to strengthen Infinity Vortex and attacking again. Now, even when the katana touched Lex, Axios could steal the energy within his body. With his increased speed and strength, Axios fell upon the Dragonoid like a predator upon helpless prey. Every hit, every single strike fell upon Lex's body, for each and every one of his attempts to block or dodge would, through some twist of fate, fail. He was beaten like a ragdoll, completely unable to retaliate at all under the fearsome might of the legendary Nuz. Axios was at a clear and decided advantage, but the more he attacked, the more a subtle fear and dread began to build within his heart. Hundreds of strikes fell upon the Dragonoid's flesh, yet not a drop of blood was drawn. Countless attempts to defend by Lex were thwarted, yet there was no helplessness or defeat in his eyes. Axios was clearly winning the fight, so why didn't it feel like it? Maybe it was because the more Axios beat the Dragonoid, the more the Dragonoid smiled. Was he some kind of masochist? How could Axios know that his feeble attacks not only did nothing to harm Dragon Lex, but they were quickly building up all the karma that Lex himself wanted to build? Soon, the connection between them would be so vast that even with Lex's inexperience in attacking with karma, a sure kill was all but guaranteed. Sensing that there was something amiss, Axios trusted his instincts and immediately activated his trump card, one that he had received through a system quest, and didn't want to waste since he couldn't get it again. Yet the situation was developing beyond his understanding. Weakened, restricted, practically crippled, and in a lower realm than Axios to boot, how was the Dragonoid still standing entirely unhurt? Were dragons really so legendary? Then why weren't they an elder race or even a sage? Axios couldn't get an answer, but he didn't need one. A white bead fell from the sky right atop the Dragonoid and melted, wrapping around his body like liquid wax. "It's over," Axios said, sighing in relief, finally realizing just how much pressure he was under. He raised his sword high and gave the Dragonoid one last look. "Feel honored to fall at the hands of a future Tao Lord." Without waiting for a response, he slashed the katana downward, transferring 90% of all the energy in his body into the blade, so that it would cut through the Dragonoid, ending this farce once and for all. Yet just as the blade was about to touch him, Axios discovered that his hand froze. The Dragonoid, despite the white wax restricting his body, had raised his hand casually and caught Axios' hand. Then he looked up, a wild grin on his face and a faint excitement in his eyes. Within Axios' soul, the mark of ownership began to ache, almost as if to remind Axios that his role was that of prey, not of the hunter. "That was good, but now it's my turn." Chapter 1833, In Full Control. Chapter 1833, In Full Control. The final bead that Axios used was called the Bead of Life. It had a pretty broken ability, which was that it could basically suppress the target 100%. If that complete 100% suppression occurred, it translated to direct death without need for any intervention on Axios' behalf, but such a thing was unlikely. The condition on the bead was that it would suppress the target 100%, but for every significant achievement in the target's life, a certain percentage of the suppression would be dropped. The achievements were judged in the same way that the system judged quests, so each achievement would be ranked, and the higher the rank, the more the suppression was lifted. Theoretically, if the target had enough ranked achievements, the effects of the bead could even go from suppression to enhancement, but that was highly unlikely. After all, there was another condition to the bead. Achievements from Axios' life with the same ranking or greater as the target could erase the effects of the target's achievements. Though to go from suppression to enhancement, the target would need countless ranked achievements of sufficient quality. Considering how driven Axios himself was, and the kinds of things he was forced to do because of his system, for anyone to have more achievements than him, and then to have enough to considerably reduce the effects of the bead of life was close to nil, especially when the target was an entire cultivation level below Axios. Unfortunately, his target was Lex. To date, his name was still at the top of the Midnight in guest registry, meaning that he had the most significant achievements in his life compared to all the guests who had ever signed it. Could it be helped? Even if one were to ignore the fact that he was the host of the Midnight Inn, his very first guest at the Midnight Inn was a demi-Dao lord, and so was his second guest. Although most of his other achievements could not really measure up to that, that did not mean they weren't great or just outright absurd. Oh, there was also the fact that he had also done some quests that were ranked so high, the rating went beyond letters and became stuff like Divine, Destiny, and Death. Now he didn't specifically know which order the rankings went in, but they were pretty high up. So when the bead of life fell upon Dragonlex and covered his body instead of being suppressed, he felt greatly enhanced. Now Dragonlex was smart, but even he couldn't understand the Nuz plan by making him stronger, but it didn't matter. This was the last piece that he had been waiting for. With this, Lex had enough karma connected to Axios, as well as enough karma connected to his system, not to mention he had seen enough of the karma develop between Axios and his system. He did not need to wait anymore. Lex's eyes gleamed with amusement and anticipation as he looked at Axios. He couldn't wait to see how effective his karmic bead was in combat. By the way, the thing about using fate against someone is that it's only a good idea as long as you can influence fate on a large scale. These small tricks, they can easily be overcome if someone is strong enough, Dragonlex said, squeezing Axios' hand until cracks started to appear along his arm. But I appreciate your attempts to entertain me. Let me return the favor by letting you see one final show. Axios broke off his arm and retreated, the katana disappearing from his hand and reappearing in his free one. The loss of a limb was not a big deal to a Nuz, as pure energy could allow them to regrow limbs quick enough. The situation was far from ideal, though. The game of life system could not help him anymore. A large number of all the system features could only be used with sufficient preparation during the setup phase. Without sufficient beads on the board, there was no other way for the system to help him. In that case, he would need to rely on himself. Unfortunately for him, it was too late. For Lex, from the moment he had appeared here, it all really had been just a game. Dragonlex activated his karmic eyes, observing the thick bridge of karmic strings between himself and Axios. Out of curiosity, he strummed one of the strings and learned that the channel was strong enough for him to do many things. But he had no interest in testing out his abilities against such annoying prey. He summoned the karmic bead and blew a single mote of golden inferno towards it, lighting the black bead on fire. Then he placed it on the karmic bridge. The bead sunk into the karmic strings before igniting them in a blaze of fire, devouring everything. Dragonlex had been meticulous. His target was not to simply kill Axios, it was to kill his spirit, leaving the body and soul intact. He needed both of them working just fine if he was going to study systems. At the same time, he wouldn't mind collecting some DNA from the Nuz race. As annoying as they were, on the off chance he might unlock them as workers in the future was something he would wholeheartedly welcome. Axios was planning his next attack when something happened he couldn't quite understand. It felt like his mind had erupted in fire. The suddenness and unexpectedness of it caused him to burst out screaming as he tried anything to stop the flames. Yet even as he searched with all his senses, he could not detect the flames. Out of sheer desperation, he launched Infinity Vortex to its utmost strength, devouring any and all laws around him, hoping for some miracle. In Lex's vision, though, Axios was on fire. Or, to be more specific, all the karmic strings coming in and out of his body were on fire, devouring his mind, even as the strength of the karma itself faded. Good and bad karma, when collected, could be absorbed. Lex had that issue when he collected too much good karma. Similarly, other forms of karma could also be used up, and using karma to send forth an attack was a very good way of using up karma. That was why Lex made sure there was sufficient karma before he attacked. The more the fire burned, the more Axios lost his mind, literally the lower his chances of survival became. Infinity Vortex, in its strongest state, finally felt the fluctuations of karmic laws. In his desperation, he tried to absorb the energy related to them, vanquishing the effectiveness of the laws, but his ability was not strong enough. Influencing karma was not something anyone could just do. Even Lex, using only his tenets, could never accomplish this attack. With the karmic bead, though, it was easy. Axios did not hear the thumping of the ground as Dragon Lex walked up to him, step by step, looking down on him. By now, Axios' body was returning to its normal size since he could no longer focus on keeping his ability active. The katana had been dropped to the ground long ago, and the string of system notifications Axios was getting were all being ignored for his mind. What was left of it could focus on nothing except the pain of being burnt alive. There was no pity in Lex's eyes. The Nuz had tried, on more than one occasion, to kill Lex through the beads. Had he been any weaker, he would not have survived long enough to even have this confrontation. After a few minutes, the screaming stopped and the fire went out, even though the karma between them had not been consumed. The fires had stopped because Axios had no spirit left. He was a mere body with a soul. He was alive, and yet he was also dead. The odd state meant that his system did not detach, and instead stayed fused with Axios' soul with Dragon Lex's mark of ownership. "It is your privilege to fall under my flames," Dragon Lex said solemnly as he picked up the Nuz body. "But now you will know the consequences of crossing me." The last line was directed not towards Axios, but towards his system. The karmic bead emerged out of the bridge of karmic strings before disappearing, just as the board around Lex began to fade. Lex dismissed his dragon form as well, returning to his normal state. The last time he used this form, he had been taken by surprise by the characteristics of it, almost losing himself in it. This time he came prepared. Whether it was Lex, Dragon Lex, or Jack, they were all one and the same, regardless of their differing characteristics. Developing multiple personalities was not an issue he would suffer from, because at the end of the day, he was in full control regardless of how he acted. This was especially important because the third form Lex had recently developed. It was even more troublesome than his dragon form, but that was for another time. Both he and Axios disappeared, returning to the Midnight Inn. Chapter 1834, A Simple Oversight. Chapter 1834, A Simple Oversight. Lex reappeared within the Midnight Inn, with Axios still in his hands. The Nuz race member's body remained limp, with no mind to control anything. That did not mean that Lex treated him casually, or even as a true dead person. Spirit death counted as a form of true death for almost all races, but Lex wasn't familiar enough with the Nuz race to determine if they could recover their spirit using energy alone. Let alone recover it. Even forming a new one would be dangerous for him and was entirely possible. Even if the Nuz race itself couldn't do it, he had a system fused with his soul. There was no promising that the system itself couldn't somehow heal or even replace his spirit. The replacement would be the most terrifying outcome. A system, fused with the soul of the host, taking control of the body when its spirit was destroyed, could probably do terrible things. Of course, Lex knew that the laws encoded within systems probably prevented them from acting independently or from taking over a host's body. He'd also been through enough to know that anything was possible, and that there was only one absolute in this universe: time. Little did Lex know that what he was wary of was very incredibly close to describing it from Abaddon. The next step was to weaken the soul as much as possible without killing him, and to leave the body with only enough energy to stay alive. In that weakened, suppressed form, it would be much safer to keep him as a prisoner while Lex studied his system and ran experiments on it. Although it sounded a little evil, Lex did not intend to show any courtesy or mercy to someone who had tried to just randomly kill him. But keeping and experimenting on a system was far from simple or safe, so Lex would have to do something he hoped Luthor never found out about. He created a secret prison deep underneath the Innkeeper's office, completely isolated and insulated from the outside world using the system. Inside the underground prison, Lex used countless system tools and services to isolate the space, but everything within he made himself using formations. He placed Axios inside a special pod with thin daggers, slightly poking into his shoulders. One of the daggers would absorb all the energy inside the body, keeping it at the state where it had only enough to continue to live, while the other would weaken the soul. The pod was also lined with formations that restricted the body, locked the surrounding space to prevent teleportations, and created multiple defensive barriers around him, including one that prevented any karmic tracing. although the inn itself had a powerful barrier that would prevent anyone outside it to trace anything happening inside. Lex wanted to be even more certain of the security in this place. Once everything was done, he began by first reading Axio's memories. Although his spirit was erased, the biological body, as well as the soul to some extent, both stored memories that Lex could peruse. First, Lex acquired some DNA for the system, hoping that the option to have NUS workers in the future would appear. Then, he proceeded to read Axio's memories. Lex had a plan. He did not intend on reading anything that seemed like it might relate to his system, for he expected that the system might be protecting such memories. His precautions weren't deep enough, though. Lex caught a glimpse, a mere fragment of Axio's memories before his body disintegrated entirely, leaving behind only a dim, silver light floating in the pod. Lex immediately grabbed the system, making sure it didn't disappear as he coped with understanding what happened. It was merely a small miscalculation. Lex had thought about in detail how to avoid all the system's triggers, but forgot to consider any protection on Axios from other powers. In the slightest fragment of a memory that Lex had read, he merely saw a very private meeting between the NUS race and the Arctica race, discussing the details of some war. Axios was involved in matters that related to two powerful races, so it was naturally that failsafes had been left in his body and soul in case someone tried to pry on sensitive information. "Seems I was a little too impatient," murmured Lex as he stared at the system in his hand. "Mary, any tips on how I can safely store this for use?" Of course, the moment Lex touched the system, he got a number of notifications from his own system, asking him whether he wanted to absorb the rank A, Game of Life system, but he ignored it. He wanted to study the system, but storing a system in this form might be tricky, he wasn't sure. If he discovered that he was unable to store the system, he could always give it to someone else. John, a former system user, was a decent option. Alternatively, the Rhinocentaurs promised greater access to secret information if they could get their hands on a system. Mary appeared on his shoulders, but she did not speak. It was clear. When it came to sharing her knowledge about how to manipulate and control systems, she could share nothing. Lex turned his sight from Mary to the system, spending a few minutes to think. He just made a clearly avoidable mistake and didn't want to make another one so soon. In the end, he decided to experiment, even if it might lead to the potential loss of the system. He had other plans originally for after he defeated that infernal go-board. He was going to go with the Peacock Warriors to check out Sura. He had to go hunt a defiler with Giselle. Other things also filled his to-do list. Unfortunately, he would have to delay them for now. Summoning his concentration, Lex focused on the system in his hands and slowly extended his spirit sense. He would see what the systems were made of, one way or another. Chapter 1835, Dungeon Master. Chapter 1835, Dungeon Master. Mithralar Realm, Dungeon Master's Keep. It was a room, and yet it was no simple chamber but a sanctum of command. Every brick, every tile, every shadow, and every glimmer of light, all of them were filled with a radiating majesty of unquestionable authority. In the heart of the room lay a board atop a grand table, though calling it grand might have been insufficient. It was not made of wood or marble, or even crystal or glass. Instead, it seemed to be made from the heart of a world itself. Its surface shimmered with deep greens and molten golds, veins of magma frozen beneath the polished top as if their motion was forever caught in time. The legs, solid, sturdy things, were made of compressed rocks and minerals, as if they were designed to hold the weight of the world. The table was as if a representation of a world's mantle, and it made sense why it would be so, for atop it laid a board. Much like the table itself, the board was far from simple. The board depicted a vast realm, carved as if out of shifting stone and living light, with rivers of silver and high-rising mountains covering it. Cities pulsed faintly, as if filled with the light of millions of souls, and borders rose out of the ground, as if they were the very fabric of the realm itself. Biomes, many natural and unnatural, covered the board, and in certain regions, it was almost as if it was an entirely different world. In front of the table, in a high chair, sat the Dungeon Master, watching everything with interest. With one of his many hands, the Dungeon Master rolled 3 dice and began noting down the numbers on a piece of paper with a simple pencil. A figure appeared behind the Dungeon Master and immediately kneeled on the ground. "Master, I have returned from an auction and have interesting news," the figure spoke subserviently. The peak celestial immortal dared show no arrogance in the presence of a Tao Lord, especially one as renowned as the Dungeon Master. "Oh, do tell. I've been looking for some inspiration for my next campaign," the Dungeon Master said casually. The Celestial shared everything he knew about the Midnight Inn, and to be more specific, the Midnight Tavern. A tavern that can travel as and when desired, filled with powerful staff, and an inn that can summon guests to it. Yes, this has some potential. All right, when this campaign ends, I will go to the Midnight Inn myself and pay this innkeeper a visit. Let's see if we can avail his services. The Celestial merely nodded, and then was teleported to the board, returning to play the role that he had been assigned. Of course, he hadn't really been transported to the board. No, he had been transported to the Mythalar realm. The board was merely a reflection of that. Space. For the love of all that is good and holy, stop turning my food into gold, Longbeard exclaimed as he glared at Goldilocks. The duck, in return, only stared at the gnome, tilting his head as if he didn't understand the cause for so much aggression. Quack. Amitabha, you should donate your food and meat to me instead of devouring it yourself, said Monk, who had inflated up like a balloon. The bear cup looked ready to hibernate for 100 winters, let alone one. No longer paying attention to the group, Goldilocks began eating the now gold food as if it belonged to him all along. Do you guys really think this is the time to be focusing on such things? Asked Bobbling 3 with a hint of hesitation in his voice. Beside him, Bobbling 1 and 2 were practicing their Bob-styled speech. No one in the room paid attention to Bobbling 3, so the poor fellow just looked outside the porthole. The Jolly Rancher was traveling across a sea of raging silver, and a massive Strom overhead was not improving the conditions. To make it worse, there were dozens of ships chasing after them, trying to shoot them down across the distance. Fortunately, Tiny Sparkles was flying around the ship, using Pebble's body to block all incoming artillery. But even with that, the situation did not look so good, for soon they would be encircled, and there would be nowhere to run. I don't understand. With the great and magnificent Bob on our side, why are we always on the run? Bobbling 3 asked, as if he were the only normal person in the situation. Of course, whether he was a person or not was entirely uncertain, for the Bobbling's bodies could not be seen at all. As if to answer his question, Bob's voice resounded across the sea. Pitiful, I say, to hound our glorious selves with such feeble display of effort is an affront, a stain upon our very prestige. At least summon some unholy beasts or unspeakable evil. Only through such devout zeal in our pursuit will you achieve a modicum of success, I dare say. Bob's words were cut short by Ollie, who dropped Bob in a case of immortal jello, freezing his body in the delicious treat. But it was too late. A massive head akin to a starved dog emerged from the silver waters, a jagged horn sticking out of its undead forehead. Its hollow eyes turned towards the Jolly Rancher, and whatever it saw clearly enticed it greatly. It bellowed, cracking the very fabric of the realm with its voice, before it launched itself towards them. The crystal alligator, who was originally supposed to be manning the cannons but had taken over the steering wheel instead, suddenly started to sweat crystal as the situation was getting out of hand. Normally the captain would save their behinds in situations like this, but they were supposed to be attracting everyone's attention so the captain could go do some sneaky stuff in the enemy's base. It seemed they were doing a better job than any of them had imagined or hoped. This was already the third realm they had gone to on their crazy mission, and one would imagine that all of them would reveal new sights. So then why did they always end up getting chased regardless of the realm they went to? As the crystal alligator sat upon a throne of spirit crystal, originally a divine throne for the emperor turned to crystal by him, he struggled to understand how they always ended up getting in trouble. Maybe one day they'd come across some reasonable people. For now, they had to continue running. Chapter 1836, Lex Williams the Inn Worker. Chapter 1836, Lex Williams the Inn Worker. 13 months after the end of the auction, Giselle returned to the Midnight Inn, her appearance a little pale, as if she were recovering from a grave injury. She closed her eyes and sighed, letting out all the tension she had been holding in. Inside the inn, she was safe. It was such a simple thing, and yet it meant so much. Over the years, she hardly ever came to the inn. She had too much important work to do that she couldn't waste time, but it was the closest thing to a home she had. Her origins were complicated. As such, she had no true home, nor did she need one, to be honest. She had her goals, and all she needed was to work towards them. Wherever she stayed in the meantime hardly mattered, especially since she moved around a lot. A place like the inn, which was warm, friendly, safe, and accessible from anywhere, was about as close to home as she could expect to find. She did not immediately go to find Lex, though that was essentially the reason she came to the inn. First, she rented a room and took a nice, long bath. Although she was immortal and cleaning herself was easier than snapping her fingers, The habit of bathing to relieve stress and relax was not one she could brush off so easily, nor did she want to. Her health did not improve, but then again, this was not the kind of injury she could easily recover from, let alone from a simple shower. She didn't have time to seek help either, for her recovery would take, at the very least, several weeks even with the best of care. This moment, sitting in the tub, soaking in the warm water, enjoying the pleasant aroma wafting through her room, was all the rest she could afford. Despite the simplicity of her pleasure, she felt much better, so much so that she even dozed off for a while in the tub. Alas, such a time could not last forever. Before long she woke up, fixed herself up, and set off. Finding Lex was not hard because all she needed to do was tell her personal assistant hologram that she wanted to meet Lex Williams, and it would soon come back with word. But something unusual happened that day. The hologram actually did not respond for nearly an hour, though when it did, it told her that Lex had been informed of her meeting request, and that he would meet her at a designated spot in 15 minutes. Considering she got her response, Giselle did not think anything of the delay and promptly went to the meeting spot. Yet instead of finding Lex at the spot, Giselle only found a massive creature that looked like it was a blend between a hippo and a leopard. Considering the inn's tendency to shrink truly enormous guests into a smaller size, the large size of the creature was quite telling about how big it truly was. "Are you Giselle?" the creature asked, looking at her oddly. "One of the workers told me you wanted to meet me. What can I do for you, and how do you even know me?" "Huh," Giselle muttered, looking up at the ferocious thing. "Lex?" she asked, confused for a moment. "Yes, that's me," the leopard hippo thing confirmed. "I'm sorry, I think there's been a mistake. I wanted to meet with Lex Williams, and the hologram must have confused you for him." No, there's no confusion," said the Leo hippo, looking down at her. "My name is Lex Williams." Giselle was stumped. Well, she guessed it was possible for multiple people to have the same name. "I was looking for Lex Williams, who works for the inn," she said, referring to the Midnight Inn. "Yes, I'm Lex Williams, who owns and runs an inn," Lex the hippo leopard said, emphasizing he was who he said he was. He could not understand the confusion. This was not the first time he had run into a situation like this, and if it weren't for his impeccable service ethics, he would have already stopped showing up any time someone informed him that there was a person who wanted to meet Lex. He was a native of the Midnight Realm, and often came to the Midnight Inn to buy supplies for his own inn. It was a great place, except for when stuff like this happened. Giselle coughed, now turning a shade of pink as the whole exchange was kind of embarrassing. She pulled out a projection of Lex, the human Lex, and showed it to Lex. "I mean, I was looking for my friend Lex, who looks like this. I'm sorry for the confusion." Lex the hippo leopard looked at the image and snorted. "I've met him before. Someone hired him to make fun of my short height. Well, whatever. If you'll excuse me, I have errands to run." "I'm truly sorry for the misunderstanding. I'll pay a visit to your inn if I ever get the chance. I'm sure it's lovely." Yeah, grumbled Lex as he walked away. Giselle coughed, and then searched for an actual worker instead of reaching out to a holographic assistant. She explained in detail that she wanted to meet Lex Williams, the Midnight Inn employee and human, and that she was a friend of his. The worker was extremely helpful, if a little confused at her over-explanation, and brought her to a cafe where he informed her Lex would meet her soon. 15 minutes later, Lex teleported right into the shop, though he looked like he hadn't slept in a year and crawled right out of a dungeon. "Hey, sorry for making you wait," Lex said, looking as if he was still distracted by something. "I've just been really swamped lately. What's up? Did you find a defiler?" Instead of answering, Giselle looked at him oddly. Even while talking to her, Lex was clearly distracted, more than half his attention clearly somewhere else. "I'm fine, but are you okay?" she asked hesitantly. "You look like you've been through hell." Lex looked at her and could not help but smile wryly. "I have been through hell in a way. Come, let me show you." Chapter 1837, Princess Almira I. Chapter 1837, Princess Almira I. "Have you been training or something, learning or researching a new technique?" Giselle asked tactfully as she studied Lex. Lex, who finally took a moment to focus on himself from whatever was distracting him, smiled weakly. A wave of his hand was all it took to change his appearance, clean up, and look presentable. Yet there was a faint and distinct smell coming from him that Giselle found incredibly familiar but couldn't place. The smell wasn't bad or anything, and in fact was even a little pleasant. It was just, it tugged at some distant memories, and Giselle could not quite place why that was. Lex's thoughts strayed to the system, and the long months he'd spent studying it. The experience was definitely unique, and had given Lex a number of surprises. At the same time, it made abundantly obvious to Lex of just how weak he truly was, and how limited his understanding of the universe was, despite how much he had grown. One could say that he had now learned enough about the universe to understand just how much he didn't know. At the same time, Lex thought of the reason for his current condition, and couldn't help but reveal a genuine smile. You could say that I've been doing a lot of research, yes. Lately I've been occupied with a project that is a whole lot more than I anticipated. Come on, I'll show you, Lex said once again, leading Giselle out of their cafe. Sorry if I seem out of it a bit. I haven't slept in a long time, and while normally that's not a problem for me, this latest research of mine is a whole lot more draining than I anticipated. Giselle's expression turned solemn, trying to guess just what it was that could overwhelm Lex so much. She had to begrudgingly admit that Lex was really strong, not to mention insightful and experienced. Anything that could overwhelm him so much had to be a problem of catastrophic proportions, the likes of which hardly anyone could handle. What about you? How have you been? I can see you look a little weak. Have you been eating properly? Don't answer that. I'll have a meal prepared for you from my favorite restaurant. Trust me, the head chef in that place is a real talent. Scouted him myself. Giselle sighed as she thought of everything she had recently been through. Well, you can say I found the defiler I've been looking for in a way. He's hidden very well and is hiding his traces beyond what someone at his level should be able to do. But that only makes sense. If he's easily discovered, then the Henali will dispose of him. Even so, I'm close enough to his trail that I thought I should invite you. Any closer and I might just run into him. Lex's expression turned serious upon hearing her. In that case, it's even more important that you eat up. How much time do we have before we have to leave? Giselle sighed as she thought about the situation. We don't have too much time, she said. But the trail won't go cold so quickly. I'm fairly certain the defiler we're hunting is on some kind of mission, and he won't run away until it's complete. The time rush is more to contain the damage he will cause rather than to chase him down. Lex nodded. All right, in that case, just give me a few hours. I'll wrap up things here, we'll get you fed, and then we can go hunt a defiler. By the way, I myself am in a bit of a time crunch myself, so we'll have to wrap up this hunt in a few months at most. He didn't go into the details, but the gist of it was, the pineapple on his forehead was about to reach the limit of how much it could restrict Lex's cultivation. Studying the system had given him a tremendous amount of insight into various laws, and that had increased the strength of his tenet and law control so much that his timeline for the limit of his seal went from a decade to a few months. Giselle was about to ask him why he was in such a rush when Lex walked them through a door that led to a minor realm connected to the Midnight Inn. As soon as they entered, though, Giselle's jaw dropped as she saw the results of absolute devastation. It looked like the surroundings had been struck by carpet bombs or something. The entire landscape around them was devastated, with craters and random holes everywhere. There were even a few giant scorch marks on mountains in the distance, smoke still rising from them. As if that was not enough, dozens of immortals covered the lands, all wearing thick, yet oddly fluffy armor, as if to protect themselves. Each and every one of them had a very serious expression on their faces as they scanned the lands for some invisible threat. What happened here? Giselle asked in a whisper, afraid to attract the attention of whatever enemy had clearly snuck into the inn. Well, I think the best way I can put it is that a few months ago, everyone at the inn became uncles and aunts to a natural disaster. Giselle looked at Lex with an odd expression, not understanding what he said. Huh? Before Lex could explain, the ground started to shake, as if a dormant volcano was getting ready to erupt. Yet instead of a volcanic explosion, what Giselle witnessed was somehow even more horrifying. The ground in front of them exploded as a large, undead, chubby mole shot out, roaring as it did. Behind it, an army of cute and chubby undead animals and beasts followed, each and every one of them roaring. Yet that is not the part that horrified Giselle. Riding atop the mole, sitting inside a baby car seat strapped to the head of the mole, was a cute, chubby little baby girl dressed up like a princess and wearing a cute pink bow. In her right hand, she held a rattle that looked like a princess' staff, and in her left hand she held Naraka, Lex's sword. Chapter 1838, Princess Almira II. Chapter 1838, Princess Almira II. Ay, the baby exclaimed while laughing, leading her undead army as she ran from the hundreds of babysitters who were trying to catch up to her. Though all the immortals were obviously much stronger than her, they dared not use their powers to catch up to her. At most, they only exerted the strength akin to a peak nascent soul cultivator, same as the baby. That's Almira, said Lex as looked at the baby fondly, clearly fitting the image of an uncle who was willing to spoil his niece. She's Anita's and Coween's daughter. Although one of her parents is a sword and the other a lick, she was born as a high human with a cultivation at the peak of the nascent realm. Her body and abilities fully match those of her cultivation realm, but her mind still works with the simplicity of a baby. Probably because of all her mother was exposed to at the inn over the years. While Lex spoke, a massive streak of sword intent shot through the land, cutting apart mountains and anything else in its path. Anita's recovering from the exhaustion of childbirth, and Coween is with her, so we're acting as her babysitters until they're available again, Lex explained as he summoned his weapons, a babalash and a bottle of warm milk. Baby powder? Giselle suddenly exclaimed out loud, earning an odd look from Lex. No, nothing. Sorry, I was a little distracted. Giselle blushed as she tried to act nonchalant. She had finally figured out that oddly familiar smell on Lex. It was Spirit Sparkle baby powder, the best brand of baby powder used by cultivators in all of the Jotun Empire. Even if she is born with a nascent soul cultivation, that's no reason to give a baby a sword, Giselle suddenly said, her slight embarrassment gone, replaced by a stern expression. Babies don't know any better and can hurt themselves or others. And why is she only wearing one shoe? Is this how you babysit? Her dress is also wet, and for goodness sakes is she being haunted by a malevolent ghost? Lex suddenly turned to look at little baby Almira, and quickly spotted the ghost Giselle was talking about. Oh no, she's not being haunted, Lex explained, understanding the confusion. Her older brother is a Cthulhu, so he conjured up an aberration for Almira to play with. Then Almira copied him and learned to summon these chubby little undead from somewhere. It's been total chaos ever since. Lex smiled at her, as if the explanation exonerated him from any wrongdoing, but instead of looking at him with understanding, Giselle only glared at him. Lex Williams, you cannot let a child just cause chaos willy-nilly. Kids need rules, discipline, and structure. If you spoil her rotten, she's going to grow up to be a brat instead of the strong and capable woman she has the potential of being, she scolded, addressing a very serious concern. Yeah, I get you, but I feel like all of that should be the parents' job. I'm sure her parents will raise her right. As her uncle, shouldn't I be the one sneaking her off to have late-night snacks and an occasional adventure or two? Lex asked, genuinely feeling like his role as the fun uncle was being threatened before it even began. Late-night snacks? Giselle repeated, as if Lex had said the most horrendous thing ever. Babies have a very strict bedtime and mealtime schedule. You cannot play with their nutritional intake just because you want uncle points. And babies absolutely should not be awake after 8 p.m. You're not wrong, said Lex, understanding that the two of them had very differing views on the subject. But that's for normal babies. Almira is a nascent soul baby. She could probably go weeks without needing to sleep, and food is more of a hobby at that level than nutritional. Lex had to stop speaking so he could duck to avoid the shoe Giselle threw at him. The silver-headed ballerina was staring at him with her fists clenched, and a seething anger that actually made her look kind of cute. You idiota. Cultivation does not negate biology. A baby is a baby, and she needs structure. Her brain is developing right now, and so is her understanding of how the world works. If she starts thinking that the whole world revolves around her and that she can do whatever she wants, then that's how she'll behave when she grows up. Now you march on over there, take back your sword, and get her changed for bed. Cultivator or no cultivator, baby or no baby, it does not behoove a lady of any age to be in public with a wet shirt. Lex scratched his head, wondering if he really had let things go so far. Was there really a need to take things so seriously? He turned and looked at Almira, only to see her command her undead army to attack the other babysitters. Fine, geez, I'll tell her to stop. No need to scold a guy, Lex muttered before teleporting away. Lex appeared right in front of the mole, stopping it dead in its tracks. While the undead listened solely to Almira, domination had a way of stopping everyone in their tracks. Of course, Lex only exerted domination on the undead mole, not Almira. The baby looked down at her mount in confusion before noticing Lex. Recognizing him, she grinned and waved her rattle. Gaga, she said melodiously, clearly very advanced for her age of 2 months old. No Gaga for today, Lex said with a tone of disappointment. We have to get you changed, your shirt is all wet, and after that it's time for your milk. Without complaining, Almira unhooked herself from her baby chair and flew into Lex's arms, regaling him with her tail filled with Gaga, and Gugu, waving her rattle throughout. Of course, she never waved Naraka randomly. Even a newborn baby knew not to wave her sword around unless she wanted to cut something. Oh, tell me more, said Lex as the little princess continued to speak to him. The two of them left towards the midnight tailor, where Jeeves was readying her a new onesie for today. When Giselle asked him why they were going to the tailor, Lex's explanation that he had her a fresh onesie made every day only made her sigh with exasperation. Lex used to be a smart, intelligent guy, so how did becoming an uncle turn him into a complete idiot? She rubbed her temples as she tried to prevent a headache while thinking of ways to keep Lex from spoiling the baby too much. Chapter 1839, Growing Up with Perspective. Chapter 1839, Growing Up with Perspective. Okay, I figured it out, said Lex, once they were done picking out the exact outfit for today. It seemed Almira had a fondness of dressing like a princess. Considering she technically was one, it made sense. So this time her outfit was a pink gown with farrowings, soft, cute little pink shoes, and a pink ribbon tying the few hair that she had. There was a bit of a color scheme going on with her dress, but only the most astute minds could decipher the subtle preference that the baby maintained. Oh, what have you figured out? Giselle asked, trying not to express just how much Lex was spoiling her by letting a 2-month-old baby pick out an entire dress for herself at the tailor's. To make matters worse, she had seen what the dress was made out of. If a meteor fell on the baby, she'd barely feel warm. Now, Giselle actually didn't have any problem with making the baby wear clothes with strong defenses. It was actually one of the only things Lex did today that made sense. Still, it was millions of MP, just being spent on an outfit for one day that she'd soon grow out of. Giselle shook her head, best not to think about such things. The perfect compromise, said Lex as he gently took Naraka from Almira and handed her the bottle of milk. The baby prompt started feeding on the milk, though her eyes remained wide open as she stared at both Lex and Giselle, seemingly interested in their conversation. I will spoil her, but not rotten. She'll be a spoiled, lovely angel with a good heart. Teach her empathy and all that stuff. Make sure she doesn't turn into a brat. Giselle sighed. At least she admired Lex's insistence on being the fun uncle. Before she could think of a way of explaining to Lex why that was obviously a bad idea, someone else spoke up. Your approach is flawed. Or, to be more specific, the very conception of your idea has become flawed, not because of the idea itself, but because of your language and the meaning behind it, said Anita, who appeared beside them wearing a very thick coat. Cowan, who also appeared right next to her, was holding several more coats, and did not seem pleased that his wife was roaming around, but knew better than to argue with her. Oh, what do you mean? By the way, Anita, this is Giselle, a friend of mine. She was convincing me not to spoil Almira too much. Anita gave Lex a mild glare for having the audacity of saying such a thing right to her face. Nice to meet you, Giselle, and thank you for looking out for my daughter. Now, the reason why I say your idea is flawed is because you described it as a compromise. Both of you are working together towards a common goal, so by labeling your joint efforts as a compromise, you make it seem like both of you are losing out or sacrificing something. Instead, you should label it as a collaboration. One party brings their ideas, and the other party brings their ideas, and the both of you collaborate to get the best end results. Lex could not help but raise his eyebrows as he felt like his mind was blown. It was such a simple concept, but phrased like that, the same act became entirely different. Wow, that's good, I'll take that advice, Lex said seriously. How'd you come up with that? Upon hearing his question, Cowan chuckled. Anita and I have been married a long, long time. As such, we mastered the art of collaboration long ago. For example, I think Anita needs to rest some more as she is still weakened from her childbirth, but Anita thinks it's time to get to work. So, the both of us collaborated by heading out to work, but I'm bringing a lot of coats with me to make sure she stays warm and well protected. Lex smiled, but internally he was doing his best to keep his lip from twitching. That didn't sound like collaboration. To distract himself, he changed the topic of conversation. What work are you heading out to do? I didn't know you were going back to work so soon, he asked Anita. Oh no, not work at the inn, Anita clarified. The innkeeper was kind enough to give me a 50-year maternity leave when he discovered that Almira had been born a high human. Considering the slow growth and development of high humans, I expect she will be a toddler by then, so I can take some time away from her. No, the work Cowan was referring to was something private. We're heading back to our home planet. Once upon a time, I was the queen of that planet. Even though I left that position behind as the ages passed, that planet is still our origin and home. I want Almira to grow up there and see her inheritance. I want her to feel and even live the same lives as her people. So, you see, there's no danger of my daughter being raised spoiled. Lex took in a couple of minutes to absorb everything Anita had said, horror painting his expression. You can't take Almira away for 50 years, he exclaimed, making Almira giggle even while she drank milk. Their home planet was not something Anita and Cowan mentioned very often, but the inn had already been connected to it for a long time now. These days, it was overrun by demons. One would think, considering their strength, Anita and Cowan would go over and resolve that issue, but they didn't, and they stopped Lex from doing it too. The reason was that, unlike Vegas Minima, the demon invasion of the planet was a result of conflicts between various countries on the planet. A few rulers had made deals with devils for demon armies to take over the world, but none of them won out, resulting in a prolonged war that helped no one and harmed everyone. Cowan didn't care too much, and Anita also stopped helping out long ago when her people made it clear they wanted to govern themselves instead of being led by an immortal lick. A fat lot of good it had done them. Regardless, Anita wanted Almira to grow up seeing what life was like for normal people outside the inn so that she could develop some perspective early on, so there wasn't much Lex could say about that. "You all can visit every now and then," Anita said dismissively, before taking Almira from Lex. The family now had to go plan out their disguises. Obviously, they couldn't return to the planet as they were. To be honest, Lex kind of envied them, not because they were one big happy family, but because it sounded like a lot of fun creating a whole backstory and immersing oneself into a world while secretly being a badass. There was so much potential for adventure there. Unfortunately, Lex had too much stuff on his plate. Chapter 1840 Marrow 14. Chapter 1840 Marrow 14. After having Almira heartlessly taken from him, Lex had nothing more holding him up. He took Giselle to eat at Kenta's restaurant, ordering from the recovery menu. Although the food would not heal her immediately, its rejuvenating effects would last a long time, accelerating her recovery and preventing her from suffering any more injuries in the near future. As for the system he'd been studying earlier, well, he'd reached the limits of what he could learn from it without any major upgrades to his mind or spirit sense. Fortunately, he'd also concluded that the system wouldn't magically disappear, so he put it inside the museum in his apartment. "If you want me to teleport somewhere else, you're going to have to bring me some material from that planet," Lex told Giselle as the two of them discussed their plan. "It shouldn't be a problem," Giselle stated, taking a large bite out of her club sandwich. "Our destination is a remote star system called Marrow 14. It's technically connected to the Jotun Empire, but no one from the Empire has governed or managed that place in thousands of years, so it's more or less abandoned. There are 2 life-supporting planets in that star system, and the Defiler has left traces on both of them. We need to figure out where he is, what he's there for, and how we can track him down. None of those is going to be easy. At the same time, the situation on both planets is unstable. The strongest ruling body on each planet is a single Earth immortal who alternates his time between both planets, while everyone else is in the nascent realm or below. Yet lately they've been suffering invasions from an unknown enemy that I suspect are profanites. It's a precarious situation, yet if I report it, the Defiler will surely run away. Although the locals have sought out help from the Empire, considering the location of the star system, it'll probably be months or years before a starship can make it to them. So basically the fate of 2 worlds rests in our hands. Got it, said Lex, before taking a massive bite out of his burger. His nonchalance was slightly exasperating, or maybe Giselle was still worked up about how he had intended on treating Almira. Fortunately, the baby's mother was a smart woman, so she would take care of things. Then again, in everything besides babysitting, Lex had continuously proven himself. While finding the Defiler will be a task unto itself, defeating him will be an exceptionally challenging ordeal. Most people aren't even able to challenge Defilers at all, as the most common way to fight them is to use divine energy against them. It is one of the only types of energies that remains unaffected by the corrupting influence of profane energy. But it is not the only way to fight them. Profane energy itself can be a weapon against them, but it's not the most effective weapon. So I've honed my mastery of time to use against the Defiler. It is the one thing effective against all, and the hardest to resist because while there are things such as fire immunity and lightning immunity, there is no such thing as time immunity. All that exists is susceptible to the influence of time. Now what remains is to decide how you will combat the Defiler if you're forced to. Even if you have to simply hold off the Defiler until I come, you need to be able to do that, which is easier said than done. Profane energy, when used by profanites, is impressive. When used by a Defiler, it is downright horrendous. It warps anything and everything it touches, or at least tries to. Very few things can resist the corrupting nature of profane energy, and even fewer things can completely block it out. Your normal techniques, your normal implementation of laws, all are susceptible to profane energy. You either need to find something resistant, or have your level far surpass a Defiler. For example, a sword intent that is equal to that of a celestial immortal would be able to resist profane energy for a long time. But that of a regular earth immortal would not even last long enough to harm the defiler himself. Lex listened patiently as Giselle explained everything in detail, not bothering to tell her that he had done his own research on how to combat defilers. Profane energy. As long as it was energy, it could be consumed by Lotus. Corruption. The haughty dominance of a dragon would never accept being influenced by others, so domination was also a lethal weapon. Of course, the latest weapon in his arsenal, Karma, too, was an extremely formidable option since it was largely immune to the effects of profane energy. As for his third form, a mere defiler was not worthy of revealing it just yet. He didn't tell Giselle any of that, or at least he didn't interrupt her. He would wait till she was done explaining, and then ask her if Karma would work. It wouldn't do to embarrass her right before a big hunt. The duo planned for a while longer, until Giselle was satisfied, and then she teleported away to bring him something from the planet. Although Lex didn't show her, he bought a ticket to connect the inn to the planet Marrow 14, and then teleported to it. With the upgraded inn, it would take him a day at most to connect to the planet, which might be a very good thing. As soon as Lex arrived on the planet, he could tell a proverbial Armageddon was on the horizon, and the planet was on the verge of being destroyed. "I think I know what the defiler is aiming for," Lex said to Giselle as he looked up at the sky and saw an endless sandstorm that threatened to envelop the whole world. Within the storm, the occasional bolt of lightning could be seen, each one so devastating it caused an earthquake. Chapter 1841 The Plan. Chapter 1841 The Plan. "How is this possible?" Giselle spoke, feeling confused and horrified. "I was only gone for a few hours. With the increased flow of time at the inn, I was barely gone an hour according to the time here. How did things change so drastically?" "My rule of thumb is, imagine the worst possible outcome, and then prepare for something worse," said Lex lightheartedly as he looked up at the world-ending sandstorm. It was actually quite impressive, and felt even more threatening than Katrina, the living natural disaster he recently met. "How can you be so casual about this?" Giselle asked, turning towards Lex. "A lot of people will die from this. It could end up actually destroying the whole planet itself if it continues to grow stronger." "Relax, the situation is not as bad as it seems," Lex said as he continued to study the storm. "As far as I can tell, the storm is not too large just yet. It's barely covered 1,000 miles or so, and its strength seems to be related to how far it spreads. Look at the lightning. At a glance it seems like it's destructive, but if you pay attention, you'll see the lightning is actually siphoning spiritual energy from the natural spiritual ley lines within the planet and feeding the storm. The defiler, for whatever reason, is planning on harvesting all the spiritual energy within the planet using the storm as a tool. So all we really need to do is contain the storm and prevent it from accessing the planet. We can even use this to lure out the defiler without needing to search for him." Giselle felt no urge to scoff at Lex's remarks, regardless of how unbelievable they may be. Immortals were strong, and Lex was particularly strong even among them. But even immortals had to stand aside in front of the awesome power of nature, of the universe itself. Celestial immortals could control planets on a whim, heaven immortals could drain a star dry of its power over time, and earth immortals could all destroy planets, even if not necessarily in one go. Yet destroying a planet, even through the course of hundreds of attacks, was much simpler than containing a world-destroying storm. After all, to contain such a storm, the immortal would have to make use of laws, and to use those laws he would have to use his own energy. But a storm, whether formed naturally or unnaturally, derived its energy from the very laws itself. Containing it or stopping it was very much like a mortal standing in front of a moving train and expecting to push it till it stopped. Of course, theoretically, there was a certain amount of energy which could push a moving train to stop, but for that energy to be packed inside a mere mortal, impossible. At least if he was an ordinary mortal. If he was special in some way, just as Lex was special among immortals, it might be possible. "All right, so how do we do this?" she asked, letting Lex take the lead. But for once, Lex had no intention of leading. Although he had done his own research, Giselle was clearly an expert in the field of defilers, so he let her decide what to do. "That's up to you. I can contain the storm one way or another. How to use that to our advantage is up to you." Giselle paused, turned to look at the storm, and then everything around them. She took merely a few seconds to concoct a viable plan. "The defiler we're after has a history with me. He knows me just as well as I know him," she said, though Lex more or less had guessed something like that already. "That also means it's easier to manipulate him into thinking he knows my intentions. In a situation like this, if it had started before I came to find you at the inn, I wouldn't have bothered with anything else. I would have directly gone to save as many people as possible. So going off that, what I need you to do. Giselle explained her plan, which was not complicated, but required Lex to act a bit. As soon as he understood the plan, the two of them dashed forward towards the storm, both of them blasting their auras, wearing troubled expressions. Of course, the aura Lex revealed was not his full strength, but merely what one might expect from an ordinary peak Earth immortal. The closer they approached the storm, the louder it became, drowning out the sounds of screaming civilians trying to run from it. Some of the smarter ones knew they could not outrun it, so they sought out underground shelter, but even that was a desperate hope. Above all, there was chaos, not just of the incoming storm, but from the people on ground as well. I'll try to hold it back. You evacuate the people, Lex roared over the sound of furious winds, and Giselle merely nodded as she separated from him. Lex turned his attention away from her and onto the incoming storm. With a grave expression as if he was staring death in the eyes, Lex summoned a barrier. To date, defensive techniques remained his best, so when Lex summoned a barrier, it was bound to be impressive, except that this time he made it weak on purpose. Instead of completely covering the storm, it merely built a wall in its path, blocking off 100 miles in length to keep the storm from progressing this way. He grit his teeth as he made a show of reinforcing the barrier just moments before the storm hit it, and then waited. A few seconds later, the storm and the barrier clashed, the impact from their meeting as real as could be. A shockwave traveled away from the storm, shaking trees, knocking down anything in its path, jolting all the civilians. The plant was made up of most Chi training cultivators, with a few foundation-level cultivators here and there. An entire city might only have one golden core cultivator if it was a big one. So the sight of a barrier stopping Armageddon, even if only for a moment, stunned everyone. Hurry up, he can't hold on for long, Giselle yelled as she ran through the town, gathering as many as she could. Chapter 1842, Bragging. Chapter 1842, Bragging. Lex had to admit he didn't need to act nearly as much as he thought he would. The storm born not just of mixing temperatures and wind currents, but the chaotic flow of ambient spiritual energy, making it just that much more lethal, was actually quite hard to contain. It wasn't just a matter of his weakened barrier, although that certainly didn't make things easier. The sheer immensity of the power packed in that thing was far beyond what one could imagine. Winds at that speed, carrying those spiritually charged grains of sand, could literally rip any nascent soul cultivator to shreds. Heck, it could probably even seriously harm Earth immortals, and staying exposed to it for a long time was definitely dangerous. But it wasn't even just that. It was stopping the storm from expanding, from moving forward, that presented a whole lot more problems than Lex anticipated. If Lex covered the whole damn storm in a barrier, which he was sure he could do, he would isolate it from absorbing energy from the underground current of spiritual energy in the planet. But he hadn't to make his abilities seem limited, and as a result, the storm was growing stronger and wilder with each passing second. Funnily enough, that increasing difficulty actually made his life easier, for he didn't need to act like he was struggling to contain the storm. With his power restrained and his barrier weakened and shortened, keeping the storm at bay was an impossible task. He had merely slowed it down, and even that was a struggle. So, as Giselle watched what she considered a truly Oscar-worthy performance, Lex was genuinely focused on keeping the storm restrained. It was like that time he tried playing ping-pong with his phone instead of a racket. It was incredibly hard, but the difficulty of it made it even more enticing. "What's the plan, Giselle?" Lex screamed at her. "I can't hold off the storm forever." We need to get them off-world," Giselle yelled back after a moment of doubt and hesitation. "We cannot stop the storm, so they must leave." "That's not possible," Lex yelled back. "There's no ship big enough to carry the population of the world, and there's not enough energy to teleport them all away." That last line wasn't acting. It was genuine. Of course, they could all be sent to the Midnight Inn, but Lex was seriously trying to act serious, and this was the most important part. Giselle seemed to struggle a bit as she looked at the Strom, then at everyone else. "We'll have to figure out a way to end the storm then," she said, not with desperation but with conviction. This time, she too was being serious instead of acting. Whether anyone was watching their performance or not, it was important that they carried it out. So over the next few hours, Giselle evacuated not only those near the storm, but anyone who would come in its path over the next few days, all the while coordinating with the local government to make preparations to end the storm. Lex passed out instructions, and thousands of low-level cultivators worked together to build a formation that would trap the storm for a few days at most, all the while limiting its access to the spiritual energy within the planet. It was not an easy job, and took a few days even with Lex's guidance and Giselle's help, but the urgency of the situation forced everyone to work over and beyond. Once the formation was complete, Lex finally let go of his barriers and retreated to recover a bit before their attempt to end the storm. Throughout this entire process, Giselle and Lex stayed alert, watching for any attempts at interference. There even were some, but from some strange monsters that were neither beast nor profanites. They were pretty weak, so Lex and Giselle quickly took care of them. Unfortunately, there was no sign of the Defiler yet, not that they showed their disappointment. They appeared entirely focused on their mission. To be fair, dispersing the storm would be a genuine challenge. Lex had been studying it for a long time, and for all intents and purposes, it seemed to have formed naturally and organically. The problem with that was that world-ending sandstorms don't just randomly appear every Sunday. Regardless, once Lex recovered, he and Giselle appeared before the storm, their expressions extremely solemn as they should be. Entering the sandstorm was a very, very serious threat to normal Earth immortals, and even for Lex, the danger of getting sand stuck in his eyes was great. Since Lex himself could not laugh at his humor as he had to maintain a serious face, Jack, who was currently infiltrating a treasure room to study for signs of the Nexus, and was not at all looting some bad guys, chuckled on his behalf. "Let's go," said Lex, as he summoned a barrier around them both before they flew into the storm. Lex's barrier not only protected them from the storm, but also blocked all spiritual interference, so he and Giselle could finally chat through their spirit sense once more. "I feel like I could have seriously pursued a career in acting," said Lex, admiring his own performance over the past few days. "Were you always this chatty? I don't remember you being this chatty in the Temple of Frozen Dawn. We're on a mission. Focus." Lex rolled his eyes. "Back then I had some serious stuff to deal with, not to mention death was around every other corner. Right now we're strolling through nature, enjoying the breeze. The whole vibe is different." Giselle paused and turned to look at Lex. "Did you just call an apocalyptic, world-ending storm a breeze? Are you trying to brag?" Lex could not help but smile as he was caught in the act. "Hey, give me a break. Normally, when I do these kinds of things, I'm either alone or leading a whole group of people I'm responsible for into extremely dangerous situations. Now, I'm not saying a Defiler isn't dangerous, but compared to my usual crowd." Lex held up his hands as he shrugged, causing Giselle to burst into laughter despite herself. This hunt was not going the way she had expected. Chapter 1843, Better Dancer, Better Cook. Chapter 1843, Better Dancer, Better Cook. This was not how the hunt was supposed to go. It was supposed to be serious, solemn, and even nerve-wracking. Giselle did not let her true emotions show, but for years she had endured through hell, both figurative and literal, to become what she was today. She had trained, researched, worked day and night, sacrificed sleep, sacrificed food, sacrificed having a real life, all for this. Her dance, though it came from the heart, was also just another tool she had honed. She had mastered techniques as a mortal that even immortals struggled to understand. Using beauty, using movement, using the very universe as a filter to cleanse the corrupting nature of profane energy so that she could learn to absorb it. All of that and more she had done alone. She hadn't done it for revenge. The heartbreak she felt was far greater than her anger. She hadn't done it to seek solace either. Giselle had been through all of that because actions needed to have consequences. Getting revenge might not bring back her past, but the crimes of yesterday also could not just be ignored. They just could not. Through the years, she had visualized what it would be like when she finally hunted her first Defiler. But reality had a way of subverting expectations. "Oh my heavens, stop already," she said as she stifled a laugh. She could not let her facade of solemnity break. "I can't watch this anymore. How did you actually win like this? I need to watch a proper video. Your partner must have been amazing." Lex was showing her by sharing his memory of the event via spirit sense, the dance-off. He had thought that she would be impressed. Instead, she only found it funny. "Excuse me, I'll have you know that my dancing skills earned me a whole lot of fans." Lex defended himself, as he too made it look like he was struggling as they neared the center of the storm. "It wasn't your dance skills, it was your aura and presence," Giselle said flat out, completely disregarding Lex's claims to greatness. "You basically just brute-forced a dancing competition using the sheer magnitude of your aura. Don't be upset, that's an accomplishment of its own. Listen, between the both of us, I'm the one who has won an interstellar, inter-realm dance competition, so I think my opinion has more credibility than yours. Lex continued to defend himself. Between the both of us, I'm the one who could use dance to change the fundamental nature of energy, even before becoming an immortal by tapping into the laws of the universe, so I'm not the one saying my credibility is greater. The universe is. Damn, she got him there. All right, fine, whatever. You might be a better dancer than me for now. But I know one thing with absolute certainty. I'm definitely a better cook than you. This time, Giselle really did burst into laughter, though fortunately she kept it to their spirit sense instead of laughing out loud. Instead of lolling. Is that how you got so strong? Delusion until it became reality? She asked, amusement in her voice. What, you don't believe me? He asked defensively. Not a chance, she responded. Well, I can prove it. How about, after the defiler business, I cook for you and you can judge whether I'm better or not? Lex said challengingly. You're on, she responded faster than she could think, but the moment the words left her mouth she froze. Did she just get asked out on a date? And she said yes. That sneaky little. She glanced at Lex from the corner of her eyes and saw his smug expression, which only made her want to grind her teeth. For some reason, it irritated her that he felt like he had won. Can we be serious now? We're approaching the center of the storm. I expect that if the storm really is very important to him, the defiler will first try to interfere with us as we try to stop it. Only after his profanites fail, and he does not feel too great a threat from us, will he reveal himself. Upon hearing as much, Lex stopped playing around. Even if he didn't treat this as too dangerous, which he didn't, Lex would never lower his guard. Overconfidence was not something that existed in his vocabulary. Even if his actions didn't reflect as such, in reality he was entirely ready to face any challenge, expected or unexpected. As soon as they reached the center of the storm, the situation became truly dangerous. The winds, the energy, everything in the center was more chaotic and deadly, for it was the core of a world-ending catastrophe. A quick scan with his spirit sense revealed no totem, temple, or formation causing the storm to grow, which was unfortunate, as destroying such a thing would have been the easiest way to end the storm. Now instead, they would have to create a phenomena of their own which could alter the conditions in the center, causing the storm to fade away naturally. Such a thing was genuinely very difficult. Lex's idea of simply putting a barrier around the whole thing and depriving it of its energy until it vanishes naturally was a much more feasible plan. Unfortunately, that is not what would attract a defiler. If he witnessed such strength, he might never reveal himself. Giselle got to work while Lex put on a display of enduring great difficulty to ensure not only their own safety, but of the formation she was constructing. No one watched, for they were alone in the center of the storm, yet it came as no surprise to either of them when the raging sands around them began to morph into monsters. It seems they had attracted the defiler's attention. You focus on keeping up the barriers, I'll take care of these guys, said Giselle out loud as she drew her sword. Without holding back, she attacked, spending merely a few minutes to destroy all of them before quickly returning to continue making her formations. Yet in a few minutes more, the sand began to turn into monsters once more. Like that, a vicious cycle began with Giselle attacking quickly, then returning to the formation, slowly and steadily exhausting herself. Or at least, that's what it appeared like. Chapter 1844 Contact. Chapter 1844 Contact. The situation was far from ideal, or at least that's how it appeared to be. Whether it was Lex himself, or Giselle, or the formation, all three were weak points. Whichever one of them the enemy neutralized, the result would be the same, which was a failure of the plan to disrupt the storm. If Lex fell, the shields protecting them would fail, thus destroying the formation and injuring Giselle. Heck, Lex didn't even need to fall, just suppressed to the point where maintaining the shield was impossible. If the formation was destroyed, then their presence here was pointless. If Giselle fell, then Lex alone could not make the formation. To make matters worse, only Giselle could defend against the enemies, because Lex was too overwhelmed just defending them. Of course, that's only how it appeared on the surface. I really don't get why bad guys don't just adhere to common sense, said Lex casually. Wouldn't it be easier to target a non-occupied planet? Or even if they needed countless lives, it would be easier to purchase a few billion criminals and kill them rather than trying to fight against an empire, and then hoping you don't get caught or discovered. The only thing the defiler is defiling is his credit rating with those much stronger than him. Defilers by nature need to corrupt and destroy things. They are wholly selfish, caring about only themselves, entirely incapable of doing something that might benefit someone else, answered Giselle. Also, can you stop talking? I'm trying to fight here. Jack rolled his eyes because Lex had to maintain a serious, struggling face. Tiny Sparkles, who was giving him a briefing about how they survived encirclement, suddenly felt confused and lost. Had they done something wrong? Lex and Giselle continued their performance, struggling and making progress at a snail's pace. Yet progress they made just barely, just enough to convince the Defiler that they weren't a serious threat. The actual problem that Giselle anticipated was fighting the Defiler in the Strom once he showed up. Even if they dropped the facade, the interference from the storm was real. Even if Lex could put shields around them, he couldn't put shields around their attacks. That would kind of defeat the point. So then, once the Defiler showed up, it would be Lex's job to finish the formation and actually dissipate the storm while Giselle kept him occupied. It was a fairly well-thought-out plan with only one critical flaw they couldn't account for. If the Defiler didn't show up, there was nothing they could do. For 30 hours, they continued fighting wave after wave of monsters until even Profanites actually began showing up. They held on, despite the seeming disadvantages, until about 80% of the formation was done. Then the attacks suddenly ceased. As if sensing the incoming danger, Giselle began to work even faster for about 15 minutes. That's when Lex sensed a shadow in the storm approaching quickly. "He's coming," Lex said aloud this time, not bothering with spirit sense. Instead of working even faster, Giselle stepped away from the formation and readied herself for the fight. It only took a few seconds for the Defiler to reach them. Lex didn't know what to expect, but it most certainly wasn't what he saw when the Defiler appeared before them. The Defiler was just blackness. He, or rather it, couldn't even be described as a shadow, for it was not. It was just a clump of darkness, neither liquid nor gas, moving through the sand until it eventually took a form. It chose to morph the blackness that made up its body into a vaguely humanoid shape, one that might have been drawn by a child using coloring pencils. His body had no defined borders, and though he vaguely resembled a human, there were parts of him that blurred out, that connected to other parts of the body in ways it shouldn't have. The only part of it that wasn't black were its eyes. It looked like two holes had been forcefully ripped out of fabric, replacing the blackness with pure white, though from time to time the fluid nature of its body caused fragments of darkness to float through the witness of its eyes. "Giselle, I always knew I would kill you, just didn't imagine it would be soon," the Defiler spoke, its voice like a screech constantly changing its pitch. Listening to it was both uncomfortable and irritating. Lex wanted to just slap the creature and be done with the task, but it was clear that Giselle needed the catharsis of taking it down herself, so he stayed out of her way, for now. "If you have any last words, don't bother saying them. No one's interested," said Giselle before launching into an attack. From the moment that the Defiler had appeared, Lex had locked down the surrounding space. No barriers were put up, and there seemed to be no interference with the storm, but if the Defiler tried to escape, it would discover that it was unable to. Lex, meanwhile, appeared to retreat as he struggled to both protect them and make the formation. Just because the trap had been sprung did not mean that they needed to reveal their whole hand yet. This way, the Defiler would stay distracted as well, partially focusing on trying to stop Lex. It all seemed straightforward, but was it really going to be that way? Almost every realm Lex had ever been to, they maintained a strict no-Defiler policy, and there had to be a reason for that. Most likely he was about to find out why. A moment later, Giselle clashed against the Defiler, and the consequences of that attack caused Lex's expression to change. Giselle herself was fine, pristine even, but nothing else was. As the profane energy spread out, the ground began to corrupt, the sands began to mutate, the winds gained a life of their own. But none of that was enough to startle Lex. No, what took him by surprise was how the laws around the two of them began to mutate. Profane energy alone was not enough to do that, but when a Defiler used that energy, he could defile the laws themselves. "Guys, I fixed the previous chapter. Please clear cache and read again if you got the wrong version." Chapter 18, 45 Years of Prep. Chapter 18, 45 Years of Prep. Lex made himself insignificant. He made himself seem unimportant, barely able to do more than retain the protective barriers. On one hand, he did it so that the Defiler would treat him as relatively unimportant, focusing on Giselle himself and leaving Lex to his Profanites. This was so that Lex could study the Defiler a little more and grasp the full scope of his abilities. Even sovereigns could not just outright change the laws of a realm, let alone an earth immortal, so Lex wanted to understand the scope and limitations of his abilities. On the other hand, he did it so that he could genuinely finish the formation to disrupt the storm. Fighting the Defiler during the storm was an issue, but if the greater issue was that the storm itself was threatening countless lives. Currently, it was a greater threat to the population of this planet than the actual Defiler. So, as Giselle fought the Defiler, Lex fought off the Profanites storming him, pretending to only barely survive while he used his spirit sense to finish the formation in secret. Meanwhile, the Defiler and Giselle had a few clashes, but paused afterwards. Every iota of profane energy that leaked from the Defiler, whether on purpose or by accident, would corrupt or defile everything it touched. The effect was several hundred times more potent than profane energy used by Profanites. For Giselle to be able to tolerate, or even absorb, profane energy from Profanites was one thing. To remain unharmed and unaffected in a direct clash against a Defiler, now that warranted scrutiny. "Hey, little Jiggy, you have learned some neat tricks since I last saw you," the Defiler said, widening his smile to make it appear twisted and inhuman. Not bad at all. If only you had been like this when we were younger, I wouldn't have had to refrain myself." Giselle did not respond. She had nothing to say to him. All her life, she had imagined how intense this situation would be for her, but with Lex's support, she didn't feel nearly as much pressure as she had imagined she would. So she put all her attention on thinking of how to defeat the Defiler. The reason she had paused was not to take stock of her strength, or to allow the Defiler enough time to be shocked at her abilities. She was silently preparing her attacks. Ironically, using time as a weapon consumed a lot of time to set up. Seeing as how she was not replying, the Defiler clicked its tongue, or at least he made the same sound before attacking once more. Unlike cultivators who had numerous spiritual techniques, Defilers were limited in their abilities. Profane energy, due to its inherently corrupt nature, was not useful for the majority of techniques, and could only be used for a limited number of techniques that had been specifically designed with that energy in mind. But the lethality of Defilers, for the most part, came from just how potent their profane energy was, and how effectively they could use it. With Giselle displaying immunity, or at least great resistance to profane energy, the Defiler was severely weakened. He lunged at her, new limbs growing out of the darkness that was its body to claw at her body. If passive corruption didn't work, actively destroying her body, and more importantly her tenet, would suffice. Yet no matter how he spread his body, how unexpectedly he attacked, how quick his slashes, Giselle dodged with effortless finesse. Her body moved as if she were dancing, evading where she was attacked from. If one did not know the situation, they would think that she was once again putting on a ballet performance. The grace of her dance was matched only by the frustration in the Defiler's screams and curses. Lex, however, saw something else. He did not see her pirouette or her elegant leaps as a dance, as he had for so long. No, he recognized them as precise and deliberate weapons prepared against Defilers over countless years. In each clash against the Defiler, in each seemingly impossible dodge against attacks from an entity with no fixed shape or form, Lex saw years of dedicated effort and preparation. He saw effort, he saw pain, and he saw an unwavering focus the likes of which very few people ever achieve. Although he had always respected her privacy, Lex could not help but feel curious about Giselle's life. For now, though, he continued to watch. He had seen how she had trained to dodge Defiler attacks, and he had suspicions about how she remained immune to their energies. Now he wanted to see how she had prepared to actually counter them, though he already knew it was related to time. For a time, the fight reached a delicate balance. Ignoring Lex, who appeared to constantly be on the verge of defeat under the onslaught of the Profanites, Giselle perfectly negated the Defiler but never attacked, and the Defiler continued to attack, free of fear of retaliation. In the meantime, their surroundings began to get corrupted as the laws around the Defiler changed into something else entirely, something hideous. Fortunately, the Defiler could not corrupt the laws completely, only the ones near him. But if the Defiler was stronger or the realm weaker, there was no telling what might happen. Then it finally happened. Giselle attacked. There was no apparent build-up, no warning. One moment she danced through the onslaught, the next her body emitted a pulse, one that was unavoidable for any, including Lex. The world seemed to slow down drastically, or maybe the flow of time affecting the surroundings slowed down, with only Giselle remaining unaffected. Taking advantage of the situation, Giselle stabbed her sword into the Defiler, an act that was completely useless under ordinary circumstances. Yet as the sword cut into the Defiler's body, it did not emerge from the back. Instead, it seemed to disappear inside him. It was almost as if the sword itself was merely a container for a very powerful technique, a very powerful lawcraft. Chapter 1846 Neil. Chapter 1846 Neil. Time was invincible, that was more or less already established. That did not mean those who wielded time were similarly invincible, for what mattered in their case was not time itself, but to what extent they could display its effects. Giselle, who had been studying and searching far and wide for anything and everything that could help her reliably destroy defilers, could use time. But when it came to judge how good her application of it really was, Lex was stunned. To hide something from his eyes was not an easy task. So although Lex himself was not an expert in time, he could tell what was happening, having lived somewhere around 25 years himself. The sword, the very one she used to cut down sand monsters, the very one she carried with her wherever she went, contained within it an immense amount of time. Many, many years of compressed time had been stored in that sword. More importantly, the withering effect of time was extremely prominent, as if far amplified than just the ordinary passage of time. So even if the number of years contained within that sword were a mere million, in reality the natural decay and decline resulting from time was equal to hundreds if not thousands of millions of years. Lex's eyes gleamed as he saw that. Trapping so much time in a weapon was no easy feat. Lex himself had never tried to mess with time, but he was sure that even he would struggle with such a task if he tried. Giselle's prowess was incredible. Unfortunately, defilers were not simple creatures either. The defiler in front of her did not seem to notice at first what was happening to its body when she stabbed him. But then it trembled, and the sprawling blackness that was its body shrank tremendously, as if fading with the passage of time. The energy did not leak out of him. It simply converted into harmless radiation and escaped into the air. Profane energy, one of the most disgusting and difficult to deal with forms of energy, deteriorated over 1,000,000 years into harmless, simple heat as it left the defiler's body. The profanites fighting Lex suddenly all just keeled over and died. The trump card Giselle had prepared did not kill the defiler. He was an immortal after all, but it did instantaneously cause it to wither and lose much of its strength. The defiler, who was cautiously but consistently teasing and taunting Giselle with his words and attacks, was suddenly left in a shriveled state, even its dark body seemingly on the verge of collapse. Giselle did not take the moment to gloat or taunt. She merely continued her attack with dedicated focus. The defiler was still slowed by the initial pulse released from her body, so she rushed, attacking now with palms rather than fists or swords. The defiler, now looking like a shriveled old man, glared at her with such immense hate that it could practically be physically as aura. Yet as Giselle's palm, covered in the ancient aura of time, touched the defiler, he seemed to disappear as if he were a shadow brought into the presence of light. Giselle was stunned, unable to find him, but Lex's eyes followed the defiler even as he appeared in the sky, in the center of the storm. Lex almost decided to pull him down rather than let him enact whatever plan he was doing, but then he noticed the storm's strength fading. All the pent-up energy that the storm had accumulated was being absorbed by the defiler, almost as if he was bound or connected to it somehow. Lex decided to refrain from acting. Since the storm was being stopped naturally, he might as well let the defiler do him a favor. "You always were a little too clever for your own good little jiggy," the defiler roared from up in the air. As its energy rose, a certain smell began to spread in the air, the smell of a certain phenomenon. It was like the smell of freshly cut grass or the smell of rain. Just by smelling it, you could tell what had happened or was about to happen. "Lex, this is bad," Giselle said, looking up in the air with an ominous expression. "He's about to." "Yeah, I know," said Lex calmly. "I was hoping to let him end this storm on his own, but I guess we need to intervene in advance." "Lex, no matter what, you have to let me land the finishing blow on him," Giselle said gravely. "This defiler is not alone. Behind him is an entire organization of defilers, and if you kill him, they will trace the death back to you. If I kill him." Before Giselle could complete her words, the defiler started roaring with laughter, as if he had said the funniest thing is the world. "What do you mean he will be marked? Isn't he already marked, little jiggy? Don't you remember? What is your role? What is your legacy? You are our standard bearer, the herald of misfortune, the chosen one of misery. All who are close to you are marked for harvesting, and all who have shown you kindness are destined for death. Only those who betray you shall find salvation," the defiler screamed, anger and gloating in its voice. Giselle did not seem bothered by the scream, her mental fortitude far beyond being influenced by simple provocation. She merely continued her speech. "Anyway, the last strike must go to me, but we'll need to work together to take him down before his major tribulation begins. I have prepared for unexpected developments, so—" Lex simply placed a hand on her shoulder, causing her to pause. Say less, he said calmly, a faint smile on his lips. His eyes, though, did not smile. Lex disappeared from where he stood, no longer interested in continuing the facade of being weak or studying the effects of defilers on laws. Although Giselle was not bothered by the defilers' words, Lex did not appreciate them, or the history of pain that they hinted at. Lex appeared right in front of the defiler, looking directly into its white eyes. "Kneel," he said, his voice tinged with supremacy. Yet even before the defiler could obey, Lex slapped it across the face, launching it to the ground like a missile, resulting in a devastating explosion right before Giselle's feet. The furious winds of the storm did not allow for a dust cloud, so immediately Giselle laid eyes on the defiler, kneeling before her with pain and confusion in his eyes. A defiler's body was darkness. It was corruption, plain and simple, and it had no fixed physical forms. Yet in that moment the defiler was forced to retain its humanoid shape, and alongside it, its jaw that Lex's slap had dislocated. Chapter 1847 Week. Chapter 1847 Week. Two pairs of confused eyes looked upon the scene, trying to figure out if illusion had replaced reality. Giselle knew that Lex was strong, and that he hadn't shown her the full extent of her strength yet. The difference, however, should not be that great, no. The defiler, however, was struggling to understand what was happening. Why was it confined to this humanoid form, and why did its face hurt so much? Lex did not rush to approach the scene, and instead slowly descended, taking his time. Since the time for games was over, he completed the formation that they had designed to dispel the storm, and let it gradually weaken the storm. The results would not be instantaneous, but over the course of a day the storm should fade at the expected effectiveness. Of course, should something happen that could weaken the storm, the timeline would be cut short. "Your role here today," said Lex firmly, as he stood behind Giselle and looked the defiler in the eyes, "is to die. It is not to blab. Act accordingly. I'm on a time limit, so I'd like to speed through all the corresponding emotional turmoil. Also, no major tribulations for the heaven immortal realm. You never know what that might trigger." With Lex himself on the verge of breaking into the heaven immortal realm, he didn't want to risk being near any tribulations. The defiler had absorbed a lot of energy from the storm, and that had brought it close to triggering a tribulation. Just to be safe, it would be better to snuff out all chances of a tribulation being triggered, so, just for good measure, Lex deployed his domain. The domain wasn't large, just 10 feet around him, but that successfully severed any connection between the defiler and any universal laws besides the one Lex was controlling. He learned something interesting by doing that. The defiler's profane energy tried to corrupt the laws of his domain as well. If they succeeded, his domain would break immediately. This might be useful information for him if he encountered a domain. More importantly, the signs of the tribulation faded, since the defiler was isolated from the laws related to tribulations. The defiler finally looked towards Lex, his expression becoming solemn as he understood that this human was responsible for what was happening. "This is not a fight you want to interfere in, human," the defiler said, his voice mildly threatening. "You do not know what you are getting mixed up in. I did not lie when I said those close to her are marked by us. Any she gets close to are destined to die, if you retreat now." Lex snorted. "I have been marked for death by angels, demons, immortals, elders, sages, deities, and demi-dao lords, and I ain't dead yet. Who knows, if I add defilers to the list, I might be able to make a nice jingle out of it." The sheer non-seriousness of what Lex said caused the defiler to believe that Lex was messing with him, but Giselle knew better. After all, she had been there when he broke through the earth immortal realm. She remembered what happened. His tribulation had been special, hadn't it? A light flickered in her eyes as she thought of something, but she pushed those thoughts away. "Giselle, if you'd like to finish things off, now's your chance. But if it's too tough for you, then I can." Now it was Giselle's turn to snort. She was being underestimated, and she didn't like it. "Just hold him for a minute," she said as she activated her technique. Unfortunately, even with her expertise, powerful time techniques took a while to activate. "You miserable little," the defiler began to speak, anger leaking into his voice, but Lex was not interested in him speaking. "Shut up," Lex said, supremacy leaking in. So bound and forced quiet by Lex's words, the defiler waited in silence as Giselle unleashed her strongest and final attack. To prepare it took 13 minutes. The scene almost became awkward as they kind of just stood there, or well, two stood while one kneeled. But Lex kept a straight face the entire time while Giselle was too focused to care. When the final attack arrived, though, Lex's pupils shrank as his instincts went absolutely wild. For the briefest of moments, so quick that even Lex barely registered it, Giselle exuded an aura so dangerous it basically screamed death at Lex. His instincts warned him that the incoming attack had the potential to kill even him if caught unprepared. On absolute instinct, Lex surrounded himself in an invisible, incredibly powerful barrier, yet it was not needed. The target was the Defiler, who was glaring at Giselle with hate in his eyes. 1 second he was there, the next second he ceased to exist entirely. For a fraction of time so small, a second was akin to a century in front of it. The Defiler ceased to exist, his body, his aura, his everything disappearing completely. Then the body reappeared, but it was empty. It had no soul, no energy. It was merely a replica of what the Defiler had once been. What was that? Lex asked as he held Giselle to keep her from falling, his gaze still fixed on the empty body. A very dangerous technique, Giselle whispered as she rubbed her nose, a streak of blood beginning to leak. I stole a moment of his time, and in that moment I was master of everything he was or ever had been. It was a terrible, terrible technique, but also necessary. With every passing moment, Giselle became weaker and weaker, her expression becoming pale and her body weakening, relying more and more on Lex's support to stay standing. As a result, I was able to take something that I really needed, and I sent the remainder of his energy, his essence, his soul, all of it into his core. I recall you needed the Defiler core, right? With that, you should also be able to get what you want, and we should have avoided getting marked. Giselle was unable to finish her sentence as her eyes closed, falling asleep due to extreme overexertion. Lex had no idea what technique she had used, but he was certain that it was not something a mere Earth immortal should have been able to use. The fact that it felt so dangerous even to him was a testament to just how tremendously powerful the technique was. This little, silver-haired lady was making it harder and harder not to be curious about her past. I can't believe you waited for everything to finish. How very polite of you, said Lex, looking up into the air. At a glance, there seemed to be nothing there save the weakening storm. A few seconds later, though, a shadow appeared wide and with no distinct shape. An aura of a heaven immortal exuded from it, yet the white eyes staring down at him did not seem to contain even a shred of arrogance. How can you resist my influence? The second Defiler asked, the one who had just revealed himself. I have been corrupting your spirit this entire time. You should have already become a loyal profanite under me, yet you seem hardly affected. Lex shrugged. Guess I just have a stubborn streak. Anyway, I want to thank you for not interfering with Giselle's hunt. Now, do you have anything to say before we begin? Your arrogance is not amusing. The only reason I did not interfere is because it has now given me an excuse to claim a fully saturated Defiler core without blame. You will submit yourself to me alongside the woman, and in exchange your lives will be spared. Continue to act above your station as a slave, and you will live to regret it. Lex nodded as he was done listening to him. He summoned a protective barrier around Giselle, leaving her body floating in air, protected by his barrier. As far as last words go, those were pretty pathetic, Lex said casually. At least you didn't beg for mercy, that just makes things awkward. Lex summoned Naraka and appeared above the Defiler's body. It had been a long time since his sword claimed a life, and a Defiler should do nicely. Besides, from his time in Abaddon, Lex knew that Defiler blood was extremely poisonous, but it was also good to temper certain metals if done with the right concentration of blood. Lex also put on his Tyrant's mask to tap into its divine energy reserves. He didn't need them to fight the Defiler, no. He needed them to help temper Naraka. His tribulation was coming soon, so it was best to have his sword be in the best state possible. This Defiler was much stronger than the previous one and attacked both Lex and Giselle. But even then, it could not cause Lex to feel even a shred of interest. Weak, he uttered, his voice distorted by the mask, causing the Defiler to feel fear. Before it could question why that was, Lex began the process of tempering his sword in Defiler blood. It was a long and arduous process. Chapter 1848 come. Chapter 1848 come. What are you? The Defiler asked weakly, an undisguised dread filling his white eyes as he looked at Lex. All around them was nothing, because Lex had taken the Defiler and pulled him up into space when it became obvious that the mere reverberations of their fight could damage the planet. Shouldn't I be the one asking that question? Lex asked, his voice terrifying evil as it escaped through the Tyrant's mask. His sword, Naraka, was stabbed right through the center of the Defiler's body, pinning him to that point in space as well as refining its edge through its blood. More importantly, once Naraka killed the Defiler, it would gain an edge against all other Defilers. This was the unique ability of his sword. Every time it killed someone, it would gain an advantage against those of the same race. He'd never really needed that ability before, but it couldn't hurt to level it up for the future. Your biology and physiology? Well, let's not even talk about that. Instead, the sheer rejection of the laws that touch your body seems so unnatural. It's like you haven't quite reached the point of universal rejection, but you're definitely on par for universal disgust. What has your race done for your entire race to be treated like this? Lex, sitting on nothing but molded space, continued to study the heaven-immortal defiler with interest. As for the fight, these days Lex was not too interested in fighting too much. His tenet was suppressed by the pineapple, which was quickly reaching his limit. So if he exerted his tenet too much, there was a chance that the seal would break prematurely. Compared to elders and sages, these common races, even if at the heaven immortal, posed no threat to Lex. Their greatest advantage lay in the fact that they could sense and manipulate relational laws, but Lex could more or less do that too, so there was no advantage at all. By now, his body had reached the same level of strength and defense as the dragon Pelvilin before its demise, meaning that, as a cultivation mat, the dragon was no longer useful for him. He'd been on the search for a celestial immortal mat, but unfortunately the opportunity had not arrived just yet. Do you know who you're offending by doing this? Let me go and I will keep you protected. I can swear a soul-binding oath. The defiler tried to plead, but his words fell on deaf ears as Lex had no interest in anything he had to say. Unfortunately, Lex wasn't going to try and read its memories. I can share a great secret with you if you let me go, the defiler finally said, sensing its end near. This realm, the Origin Realm, hides many secrets, which is why it has attracted the attention of the Henali, but even they do not know why this realm is special. But there are a few who know. If you let me live, I can tell you where to find an answer. Lex raised an eyebrow out of curiosity. He was curious, but he also had his plate full. To be entirely honest, I'm not interested in that. However, there is something else I'm interested in. If you give me an honest answer, I might be open to the possibility of leaving you alive. The defiler looked at Lex with helplessness and a suppressed hatred. Open to a possibility? Wasn't that the same as saying nothing at all? Yet he was not in a situation to reject Lex. I've heard that defilers are selfish. I doubt you have much loyalty to your organization, so why don't you start by telling me about that? Lex said. A flicker of hope flashed through the defiler's eyes. The organization is called DC, meaning Defilers Club. It's run by, I don't know who it's run by, to be honest. They just agree to hide defilers from detection and let us do what we want. We're all completely independent and just do whatever we want. The only rule is that defilers cannot act against one another, and if we do, we lose the protection of the club. Lex frowned, taking it in. To him, it seemed like someone was protecting and nurturing the defilers for some unknown purpose. Off the top of his head, he thought of the path of chaos and the rumors of the impending wars in the upcoming years. Someone might be nurturing defilers to use them in critical times. Their nature might make it so that they could not be effectively controlled, but they could be relied on to keep true to their nature, and in critical times that might be enough. So how are you able to operate in the Origin Realm without alarming the Henali? Or does the DC take care of that too? Lex asked. But this time the defiler did not answer. He looked at Lex, withholding the information. There were no words exchanged, but it was clear. The defiler would reveal no more unless he was promised freedom, granted freedom. Lex smirked and then snorted, as if any of this was important enough for him to give up a defiler core. If a defiler core was powerful or effective enough to turn a deity back into a normal person, then Lex could imagine countless other situations it could be used in. Basically, it was the best tool against laws or contracts that used laws for binding. He would give one core to Vinai, the phoenix deity in the crystal realm, and keep one for himself for contingencies. As if sensing his intentions, the defiler started growling before containing himself. We know who you are, Lex Williams, the defiler said, suddenly changing tactics. Those who walk beside the herald of misfortune are all marked. We know your friends, your family. Choose wisely and you may still find a way out of this, or else you will learn why the whole universe fears defilers. Upon hearing the threat, Lex actually smiled, but then paused. It occurred to him that the defiler couldn't see his smile, so for once, before he finished his opponent, Lex removed the tyrant's mask. The defiler laid eyes upon Lex, and what he saw summoned new dread in his heart. He did not see the face of a man who had exerted himself, nor did he see the face of a man who had even really tried. He was pinned to blank space itself, as his life was used to refine the human sword, unable to move, unable to corrupt space, unable to leak a shred of energy, constrained by the powers of a man who had not even really bothered to try. And that scared the Defiler a lot more than the gentle smile on Lex's face. The gentle smile, though, contained an enormous weight of its own. Everyone I meet seems to threaten me with a mark, but it seems no one is really afraid that I'll mark them. It seems that while my name is known to many, not many know to fear me just yet. It is something I'll have to change. In Lex's empty hands appeared a black bead that seemed to contain an endless power the Defiler could not fathom. Lex gently placed the bead on the Defiler's body, allowing it to absorb into its body. "Hear me now," said Lex, though his voice seemed to echo in far more than the void of space. His voice rang in the Defiler's ear, but also in the ears of so many more. Profanites across the Origin realm heard his voice, but also so many more. Defilers hiding in the shadows, and those who cast the shadow for the Defilers to hide, also heard his voice. "You threat me by saying you know who I am. You threat me by saying that I am marked, that entire swarms of enemies will come after me if I don't do as you say." Lex's smile grew just a bit, but the intensity in his eyes grew far more. The Defiler, a being who did not even breathe, suddenly felt like he was suffocating under that gaze. That was because Lex wasn't just looking at him, but at his karma, and through it, he was looking at everyone who could hear his voice. Similarly, they all had a vision of a pair of eyes looking down upon them. "Well, I also see who you are. You are my enemies. Come to me so that I may show you the hospitality of my blade. Come to me so you can know what it is like when I am the one who marks you. Come." Without waiting for the Defiler to speak, Lex drew his sword from its weakened body and slashed it, using the weight of the Defiler's accumulated negative karma to smother his life. Without waiting, he took out its core and put it away, waiting for anyone else who might want to take him up on his offer. He waited seconds and then minutes, but for all the bravado the Defiler showed, for all the promise of retribution, all Lex was left with was an empty void. None dared to come. "Pity," Lex muttered as he turned away. "I really wanted to try punching a celestial." Chapter 1849, Making Waves. Chapter 1849, Making Waves. "Your name is Damien, right?" asked an arachnid beast with clear disgust in its voice as it looked down at the human. "Damien Williams from the Origin realm, Sekhmet's slave." The middle-aged man, whose aura was now fluctuating in the late stages of the heaven immortal realm, looked at the spider without an ounce of discontent or displeasure. If it was so easy for Damien to lose control of his emotions, or if he was so easily bothered by external things, he would not have reached his station today. By his calculations, he was now nearing if he was not already equal to the strength of his ancestor William Sephor. It had hardly taken him a couple of centuries to reach this stage, and with Sekhmet, and the HOA's backing, he would soon be ready to claim the ancient heritage of the Sephor family. Who then could deny his genius? He may not have been born with the ridiculous talent of his son, Leon, nor his grandkids from Leon, but he would be the one to walk the farthest. If his plans hadn't been interfered with, he may already have reached the celestial realm. But there was no point in regretting or brooding. It did not serve him to waste time on such pointless endeavors. "I am not her slave, but yes, I am Damien," he answered, not expressing any anger at the mistake. Anyone who could directly take her name must be very high up in the HOA, and Damien was not yet qualified to cross them. "Excellent. The HOA has recently received a commission, and Sekhmet has given the approval for your help in completing it. It seems your grandson, Lex Williams, has been making a lot of waves, and not a lot of people are happy about that. We will need your help gathering information on him." Damien's eyes narrowed, various thoughts flashing through his mind in an instant. Lex is backed by the Midnight Inn, and more importantly the Innkeeper, who has demonstrated the ability to one-shot demi-Dao lords. "Is this really wise?" he asked. "You do not need to concern yourself with that," responded the spider. "We will only provide information and not actually take any action. Do well, and maybe we might even accommodate your request for the Bloodline Revival Potion." Damien needed to hear no more. The Bloodline Revival Potion was necessary to replace his bloodline from his ancestor William and tap into the Sephor bloodline. Causing his beloved grandson a few headaches along the way was just a side bonus for him. Space. The devil who went by the name Rocket Fellow Rothschild woke up in an unfamiliar room, his memory groggy of what he had been doing and where he was supposed to be. Regardless, he was certain that no matter what he was meant to be doing, it did not include being drugged and chained to a chair, watched over by some unknown figure. "You're making a grave mistake," Rocket said, his voice slurred as he had not regained control. "My father is a Dao Lord," In fact, that is not what Rocket wanted to say. He wanted to utter his father's name directly so that his father would discover the situation. But for reasons he could not fathom, Rocket had somehow forgotten his father's own name. It was one of the many things he seemed to have conveniently forgotten. War is on the horizon, Devil. Your father will have more important things to deal with than to rescue a child who fell out of favor. Not to mention, it is unlikely he will ever find out what is happening before it's too late. You see, no one kidnaps a Tao Lord's descendant by accident or without sufficient capability, the figure answered and stepped a little closer. In fact, as if to prove his point, the figure removed whatever technique or tool that was keeping his identity hidden, revealing his true form. A hydra made entirely of stone, as if a moving statue, was revealed, and his power which was at the absolute peak of the celestial realm. But do not worry, we are not savages. Our hospitality is unmatched, though it does favor those who know how to conduct themselves properly. As long as you cooperate with us, you will find that your time is spent quite pleasantly, and who knows, you might even stand to gain something. Rocket's mind was slow, his thoughts moving with great lethargy, but even so he understood that he needed to get a clearer grasp on his situation. Looking at the unfamiliar hydra, he decided it was better to cooperate as much as possible, at least until certain lines were crossed. "How can I help you?" he asked weakly. The hydra smiled with all its heads as he looked at Rocket, pleased with his response. "I have it on good authority that you plan not just one but multiple attempts at kidnapping and possibly even harming the workers of the Midnight Inn," the hydra said slowly. "Ideally, I'd like to learn about that, about how you planned, how you avoided punishment, what weaknesses did you find, and who did you find the easiest to target. Ah, but I understand you privileged kids. It's not so easy to pry sensitive information from you lot. So let's take it slow for now. Let's get to know one another a little better. Let's understand one another so that hopefully we can reach a mutually beneficial arrangement. Doesn't that sound wonderful?" Rocket did not respond, instead looking at the stone hydra with an increasing sense of dread. The situation was much worse than he imagined. "Yeah, that's pretty much how I imagined you'd react," the hydra said with a smirk. "But don't you worry, you'll come around, you'll soon see. My name is Boldedin, your future new best friend." Rocket said nothing, and instead tried to rely on the many contingencies that had been planted on and in his body. Yet, to his despair, not a single one of them worked. Chapter 1850, Her Pastime. Chapter 1850, Her Pastime. When Giselle woke up, she expected to feel severely weakened from her use of techniques far beyond her. The truth was, without the sands of time she got from the Temple of Frozen Dawn, that was not a technique she could have used at all. Just the attempt would have killed her, let alone the repercussions of successfully casting it. So when she opened her eyes and found herself completely refreshed, and even a little stronger than she remembered being, she was stunned. For a moment, she wondered if everything had been a dream and that she hadn't actually gone to kill that defiler. That thought only lasted a moment, though. Giselle picked herself up and recognized the familiar layout of the room she was in. It was the layout of the wooden cabins dotted on Mount Midnight, the largest and oldest mountain inside the inn. The mountain was covered in snow throughout the year and provided an amazing view of the inn. What was surprisingly pleasant was that the chill on the mountain affected even her, despite being an immortal. It wasn't an uncomfortable chill, nor would it harm her in any way if she ignored it. It simply existed so that guests could enjoy the warmth of the cozy coats and enjoy a cup of hot chocolate the way only cold weather allowed for. From the cabin window she saw Lex sitting on a picnic table, writing something on a piece of paper. How did I recover so quickly?" she couldn't help but ask as she stepped outside. "I had the nurse dip your body in diluted Jorlam's heart blood," Lex said without looking up. "As it turns out, giant celestial beings who eat entire star systems are pretty resistant to time erosion, and a bunch of other stuff." Giselle froze, but it only lasted a few seconds. She was both surprised and simultaneously not surprised. It was Lex and the Midnight Inn. If Lex told her next that the inn had a deity as a gardener or something, she'd just take it in her stride because this was just that kind of place. "Hey, totally unrelated to anything, but you wouldn't happen to have any deities as gardeners, would you?" she asked as she sat opposite to him. "Nah, not deities," Lex said, continuing to write his letter. "We do have a sovereign, though. Oh, and a bunch of deity rose bushes last time I checked. There's a few heavenly trees, but they're barely saplings at this point. Why do you ask?" Giselle stared at Lex for a few seconds, her expression revealing nothing of her inner thoughts. "It's nothing, forget I asked," she said, blaming herself for asking. "I owe you an explanation for what happened." This time, Lex stopped and looked up at her. "Only if you really want to," he said, shrugging. "I'm not really bothered by such things." Giselle shook her head. "No, you have a right to know. Just so you're aware, that Herald of Misfortune stuff and being marked by being close to me is all fake. I'm not just saying that. I've had myself checked extensively and by extremely reliable places. If there was even a fraction of such a possibility, I would never have involved you or anyone else in my hunts." Lex raised an eyebrow as he heard her statements, though he didn't doubt her. After all, it was highly unlikely that he would be marked by someone or something and just never sense it. Defilers cannot be trusted. Everything they do, every word they say, they're all, well, almost all said and done with the purpose of deceit. Their insane selfishness is one of the most major flaws in their psyche, which is a good thing because the stronger defilers get, the harder they are to beat. You and I dealt with that defiler pretty easily, but if they were up against ordinary immortals then, perhaps there is no number which they could not defeat. After all, to counter a defiler without something that can resist profane energy is essentially impossible. You already understand a lot of that, but the point in saying all of this is, you don't need to worry that I implicated you in something, or that defilers will come after you for revenge or something like that. Lex sighed. Giselle's clear repetition of the same stuff about defilers again and again told him that she was very conscious about getting other people involved in trouble because of her, and that she wanted to assure him that if there were such a possibility, she would never have taken him to begin with. "Listen, you're forgetting that I'm the one that came to you for help finding defilers, not the other way around. Even if there was some trouble as a result of that, I was completely mentally ready for it. As for your history with the defilers, well, we all have complicated pasts. You don't need to talk about it if you don't want to, especially since I'm about to ask you for a couple of favors anyway." This time, Giselle was the one who raised an eyebrow before turning down to look at the letter Lex was writing. For some reason, she couldn't see its content, but that was not surprising. "No, you've been a good partner, and you should understand my past, especially since I get the feeling that we might end up working together again in the future," Giselle said, though she didn't immediately begin her story either. She took a few moments, holding in a deep breath as she contemplated how exactly to share the story. She'd never done it before, so she wasn't sure how to begin. In case you couldn't tell, the defilers are not working alone. There is someone, or something that helps them hide and carry out whatever it is that they want to do in the universe. Or else, a majority of them would be discovered and wiped out before they could do any real damage to anyone. "I've heard," said Lex, "the Defilers Club or DC." Giselle opened her mouth and then closed it. She opened her mouth again as if to speak, but then closed it again. Lex felt slightly smug, though he didn't explain how he knew that already. It was best if she assumed he had some hidden, mysterious sources for information. "DC, that's, well, I hate to break it to you, but whoever told you that was probably lying. I mean Defilers Club. Well, I suppose it's technically a believable name for an evil organization, and not a cigar lounge or something." Giselle was trying very hard not to laugh, but the serious expression Lex had made while talking about DC made it very hard to contain herself. Lex, on the other hand, cursed internally. That was the last time he was going to listen to anything a stupid defiler had to say. Chapter 1851, Her Past II. Chapter 1851, Her Past II. The seriousness with which Lex had answered, the subtle expression on his face that showed that he was trying to show off, was what made his incorrect answer funny. Truthfully, what the name was hardly mattered in this case. What mattered was what the organization did. "Well, for the sake of this conversation, let's just continue to call them DC, said Giselle, not dwelling on the matter. Generally, Defilers and DC are considered to be a part of the Path of Chaos, but if they operate within the realms owned by the Path of Chaos, they are hunted even there. No one wants the influence of Defilers in their own home, yet many want to sponsor them in the realms of their enemies. My history with them began at the very beginning. My oldest memories are of a colony maintained by DC, raising us for, well, I can't imagine what they were raising us for. It was me and many other children from various races. I was probably an orphan, or maybe I was just kidnapped. Who knows? Back then, I didn't even know that anything was wrong. We were trained from birth, educated about cultivation, and the whole universe taught about secrets. Then, at age 5, we started to be sent out into the universe. They would send us to different realms for weeks at a time and tell us to interact with as many people as possible. Most of the kids failed their missions the first time. They weren't able to survive and had to be brought back, but the price of failure, it was not pretty. I survived, though. I lived as a beggar in an inconspicuous town, meeting people and surviving. Every time they called me back, they would show me statistics of who had the most interactions, and I was always near the top. Every time that happened, they would reward me. More food, more training, more education, more praise, until I became the best. Giselle paused for a minute and sighed as she thought back to those days. She revealed none of the pain she felt, if there was any, though it was clear that she did not often think back to those days. Looking back, I guess I was just a child, starved for attention and praise. So when I got it, it motivated me to be the best, and so I became the best. Until on my 12th birthday, in front of all the kids, they brought me up on stage as if to recognize me. Even after all that they did, I never realized that there was something wrong with DC until that day. My birthday gift, they brought on stage all 231 people I had ever interacted with, all of them turned into profanites, all of them giving me a demented smile as they named me, the Herald of Misfortune. They called it a gift, that anyone I would ever meet was destined to become a profanite. All the children clapped for me, as if they were jealous. But that was the day I realized that there was something seriously wrong with DC. As I looked in the eyes of the aunties who gave me food and money, as I looked at the faces of all the uncles who gave me their lunch. Giselle paused so that she could adjust her emotions before continuing with the story. That was the day I decided to destroy DC, she said, her voice level, as if she were merely commenting on the weather. I studied all that they gave me to study, and then I studied even more. I accumulated all the secrets that they had learned and looked into every enemy and friend that DC had. All the while, I did not reveal my thoughts at all, though I doubt a mere mortal could have kept secrets from them. Maybe they just never thought I could do anything against them, and that was their greatest mistake. I was 14 years old when they dropped me in a world that belonged to a dragon, filled with dragonoids. I used my knowledge and deep understanding of dragons to trick the dragonoids into bringing me to their ancestor, the dragon himself. From there, it was easy. I did not even need to lie, and just had the dragon read my memories. As soon as he discovered that the DC had turned even young, newborn dragons into profanites, it was over. The dragon marked me and followed me when I was returned to the DC. Then, there was no then. That branch of the DC was destroyed by a joint group from the Path of Order, and all the kids were rescued. In exchange for my assistance in bringing them down, the Path of Order sponsored my recovery. They checked me thoroughly to make sure that the Herald of Misfortune title was merely a lie, and that I had not been marked in any way. Furthermore, they gave me a lot of resources and helped me train so that I could continue my hunt for defilers. Because of my time at DC, I've interacted with a lot of defilers, as well as countless other people who were used just like me. Unfortunately, whether I've been marked or not, because of my history, someone is always paying attention to me. Whether it's from the Path of Order or from DC. Lex leaned back in his chair and then sighed. He could tell that Giselle had glossed over a lot of details. How could all her struggles be compressed into a simple sentence, as tricked the dragonoids into taking me to their ancestor, or even the Path of Order sponsored my recovery? How could a few simple sentences summarize the years of pain and struggle she went through, trying to earn praise from her own captors? How could one line simply describe the pain of betrayal she must have felt when she realized the truth? Or how she was forced into thinking that she was causing the destruction of so many families? The fact that she could so easily quote the number of people who came onto stage on her birthday was enough to reveal just how much that incident had harmed her. The fact that she didn't even know if she was an orphan, meaning she never even looked into her past or her family. What kind of fear must grip her heart for her to not even look? Was it the fear that searching for them might reveal that they were already dead, or maybe that they were alive? But if someone noticed her searching for them, they may be harmed. She had not lived an easy life, that was sure, just as she had not let her past or her pain stop her from achieving her goals. Chapter 1852-2 Favors. Chapter 1852-2 Favors. Lex wasn't sure how to respond. Should he express his sorrow, his regrets? Or maybe he should take it normally, for Giselle certainly didn't seem keen to express any emotions while recalling her past. Maybe he could express anger or hatred towards those who had wronged her. Or he could tease her. That explains why I caught you so focused on saving kids back on Polbitvy. I thought that maybe you— No, never mind. Giselle's expression suddenly turned deadpan as she glared at Lex. What did you think? She asked, her voice suddenly devoid of all emotions. No, nothing. I thought nothing. Lex defended himself as he raised his hands, giving up. No, tell me, what did you think? Why did you even consider it unusual that someone was saving kids? Who sees kids in an apocalyptic situation and doesn't save them? No, honestly, I didn't think it was strange or suicidal at all, and that if I didn't save you, everyone would die. I never thought that, Lex responded, trying but failing to hide his grin. You saved me. Excuse me, from what I recall, I saved you. Lex laughed and agreed with her, as if that's exactly what happened, but the more he agreed with her, the more agitated she became, as if sensing sarcasm. For some reason, seeing her irritated gave Lex a deep satisfaction that he could not explain. Eventually, though, the both of them calmed down. Jokes aside, I'm sorry you had to go through all that, said Lex, finally acknowledging her past. But more than that, I'm greatly impressed by who you chose to become in spite of everything you went through. It must not have been a feat so easily accomplished. Giselle did not respond, not for a few seconds at least. All the energy she had summoned to fight Lex's twisted recollection of events slowly faded, as she too acknowledged all that she had been through, and the oddly warm feeling Lex's praise filled her with. Giselle suddenly scoffed, turning her eyes away from him, unable to stare at the sincerity in his eyes. Stop trying to butter me up. It won't work. Now, what were the favors you wanted from me? I need to see if I'm able to do them because I have a busy schedule ahead of me, you know. I've spent a long time away from the champion's tourney, so I've surely lost all chances of winning it, but I must still make it to the final stages. Lex smiled but didn't dwell on the matter. I have 2 favors to ask you, but you can fulfill both at the same time, really, said Lex as he picked up the letter he was writing and folded it into an envelope. In the champion's tourney, I have a few friends. Alexander, Larry, Raphael, a bunch of guys, really, but they should all be together. They're about to seriously overestimate their abilities and get killed. I would greatly appreciate it if you stepped in at the critical time and saved their lives. I just want them to learn a small lesson about overconfidence. While you're at it, there should be someone named Marlowe there. Please give him this letter and tell him it is from his former student, Lex. Just make sure he gets the letter, and that should be it. Giselle grabbed the letter and paused. At a glance, it seemed like something entirely ordinary, but holding it she could feel the intensity of the power contained inside it. This was no ordinary thing. You sure you don't want to deliver this yourself? She asked, but Lex sighed in response. I wish I could, but I have maybe days left at best before I am forced to break through my realm. I need to figure out where I'm going to do that, and a few other things as well. I expect that I'll be pretty busy after that, so I can't. I'll have to leave this to you. Giselle raised an eyebrow, mimicking Lex's expression whenever he was surprised. That's very sensitive information. Are you sure you should be sharing that with people? Lex shrugged, not elaborating. I think when it happens, I won't be able to hide it so easily anyway, said Lex. Besides, I totally wasn't informing you of it to let you know that I will soon overtake you in cultivation level once more. Nope, that totally wasn't it. Giselle glared at him, but put the letter away. If you need a place to go through your tribulation without attracting attention, I can give you a few suggestions, she said. There's a planet made of pure marble on the edge of the mapped realm in the origin realm called Thassos. Instead of a traditional core, the planet has a strange structure in the center that acts as a gate leading to some unknown minor realm. That place is completely isolated and entirely untraceable. A few 100,000 years ago, the Henali discovered some valuable treasures hidden there. But since then, the place has kind of just been left abandoned, since there's no real security. That sounds completely random, said Lex, imagining a planet made of marble. I will consider it, but I'm not yet certain what I'll do just yet. I want to make the most of the situation, so there are many things I need to consider. Lex and Giselle sat there and continued to talk for a while, talking about his upcoming tribulation, talking about her plans in the champion's tourney, talking about anything and everything. They both instinctively knew that once they got up, it would probably be a while before they saw each other again, so they just sat there, talking. But even if Giselle had mastered time to an unbelievable degree, she could not stop it, so eventually there came a point where they had to say goodbye. Lex did not leave the cabin once Giselle left, and instead continued to sit there for a while, just observing the Midnight Inn. He could not help but compare his life to hers, and discovered that all the difficulties he had been through, all the pain, their hold or influence over him seemed to have almost vanished. Life had been cruel at times, but life had also been kind, and there was no greater proof of that than the scenery in front of him, or the warmth of another person on this bench that simply refused to fade. Or maybe it was just their memory that was warm, and no weather could ever affect that. Chapter 1853, Important Decisions. Chapter 1853, Important Decisions. Once Giselle left Lex and the inn, her expression turned extremely solemn. Lex had managed to get a defiler core, as per his needs, but she had gathered defiler essence, which was equivalent to the more refined bloodline of a human. She would now baptize her body in that essence, slowly building up a resistance to the effects of their unique brand of profane energy. Although it seemed like she was immune even now, that was a misconception. She was not even resistant to stronger defilers, let alone immune, which is why she constantly had to enhance her body's resistance to profane energy. That did not require her to be in any specific place, so she hurried back to the champion's tourney and did a quick search for Marlowe and Lex's friends. As it turned out, they were all together. Marlowe was still in the nascent soul realm, but the others had all become immortals now, and were doing fairly well considering they were now on a mission to eradicate a colony of plague-ridden space bugs from an asteroid field containing valuable ores. It would take her a few days to reach them, but it should be manageable. Although not the strongest bunch she had ever seen, all of them were fairly strong, not to mention that they all had various skills. It was hard for her to imagine them getting wiped out so easily, but she didn't question Lex's judgment that they would. She supposed that she would just have to find out what the danger was when she faced it. Until then, there was no shortage of her own tasks she had to complete. Space. Lex sat outside the cabin, thinking over various things. As much as he would have liked for Giselle to be one of the things he was thinking about, he had very little time left. Decisions needed to be made, and so it was time to make some critical decisions. He thought back to the meeting Wukong had with the Innkeeper, the one in which he revealed his affiliations with Mother Nua, and his secret mission to protect one of the inn's workers, though he never revealed who that specific worker was. The very meeting in which the monkey proposed that the inn and he worked together, in secret. The very meeting in which Wukong told him the secrets regarding the Primordial Garden. The Primordial Garden, the major realm which belonged to Ventura, was supposedly one of the few places left in the universe where primordial energy was abundant, as the laws of that realm caused the energy to replenish by transforming other energies. The inn could potentially be linked to the Primordial Garden if Lex went there and bought a key, which was easy enough since to enter there. All he needed to do was undergo his tribulation in the Crystal Realm. The rules of the realm would automatically send him to the Primordial Garden, since the Crystal Realm could not accommodate heaven immortals. Or he could also link with the realm by using the Gabbana fruit, a gift from the monkey that contained the aura of the Primordial Garden. Lex could go there, but the monkey was supposed to get him assurances that Ventura won't be offended if Lex connected the inn to that realm. He did not have those assurances yet, but some things had changed. He was now more certain about keeping the connection between the inn and any target realms closed, or suppressed, until needed due to the improved teleportation systems. He had another reason to connect to the realm, though. The system had given him a quest to absorb more primordial energy, though that quest came with ominous remarks from the system telling him to avoid that quest. In his pursuit for strength, Lex had decided he needed to be more proactive. He could not avoid dangers, and instead had to use them to gain valuable resources and unlikely opportunities. Gaining access to the Primordial Garden without using the Gabbana fruit was a great opportunity, especially since the fruit itself was valuable. Moreover, he could use realm law replication to copy the laws which allowed the Primordial Garden to create primordial energy. That way the inn itself would have an unlimited supply of an otherwise rare energy. But to complicate matters further, there was also that mysterious owner who oversaw the Primordial Garden. If even Ventura needed his permission to use his realm, Lex did not want to imagine how strong he was. Going to his lands was a risk. Now Lex had only a few days to decide whether that was a risk he should take now, or if he should wait, and eventually use the Gabbana fruit to get access to that realm. As if this wasn't enough, there was one more thing that Lex had to oversee. Vera walked up from behind him, looking at the familiar scenery. "You have a habit of meeting me on this mountain, you know that?" she asked as she walked up to him. "I like the view," he answered simply, still looking out in the distance. "Well, can't argue with that. The view is nice, even if it's not as good as a view of me," she said, smiling. "I have a few urgent things to take care of, so I hope you don't mind if we jump right into things," Lex said as he erected a barrier around them, isolating them from the rest of the inn. "I've taken care of your little problem with your future. It should no longer go off track. You can check for yourself, though." Vera raised an eyebrow. She had erased her memory of herself revealing the details of her problems, so she wasn't quite sure what he knew and what he didn't. "There's no point in checking. That future is hidden, so I'll have to take your word for it." Lex nodded. "Well, it's done. So now, do you remember what we talked about? about what you would do if you knew the timing of the Nexus event. You said you'd do some research. Well, that's a conversation I cannot delay any longer. Chapter 1854, Destiny and Fate. Chapter 1854, Destiny and Fate. Vera's casual attitude quickly faded, and her smile disappeared as the topic of the Nexus event was stirred. The possibilities of what one could do with the knowledge of when it would occur were truly frightening, and it all depended on what one wanted to ultimately do. She had been looking into it, and came to the eventual conclusion that the only thing limiting one was their imagination. All right, fine, but before we begin, we need to touch upon a few concepts first. How much do you know about fate and destiny, their differences and similarities? Vera asked as she sat opposite to him. For the sake of this conversation, let's assume I don't know anything, responded Lex. Start from the beginning. What do I need to know? Vera ruminated for a few moments, considering her words before speaking. Destiny and fate are two very abstract concepts, and are similar enough that most people use them interchangeably. I can tell you my understanding of them as an oracle, and as I use them, but honestly, because of the abstract nature of these concepts, my understanding may be critically flawed or even entirely wrong. It could also be correct. These are just the things we have to figure out on our own. In essence, destiny is a lot more fluid and flexible than fate, but both point towards events or occurrences that must happen within the existence of any item or being. Let's take, for example, a person named Andrew. It is Andrew's fate to be hated, but his destiny to be a hero. Neither of those define specific ways in which they may happen, but as long as Andrew is alive or continues to exist, both of those will come true. It may happen that in his life he was hated, but in his dying moments he became a hero, even if no one knew it. Or he may be a villain, recognized as such throughout his existence, but in the final moments of his life accidentally became a hero. Or maybe he was a hero for certain people, but was hated for it by everyone else. In this example, both fate and destiny can be achieved through many ways, which is why there is often confusion. But consider this. Andrew's fate is to be hated due to a misunderstanding, but he is destined to be a hero in the 30th year of his life. In this case, no matter what he does, how he explains, or how he justifies himself, he will always be hated due to a misunderstanding. Maybe he may live his entire life extremely carefully, avoiding all misunderstandings, but as soon as he dies, a misunderstanding flips his entire existence on its head, causing him to be hated. Conversely, to be a hero at the age of 30, he need not live carefully or with purpose. He could live his whole life as a villain, and in his dishonesty do something that causes him to be named a hero. Or he could spend 30 years, working hard all for this one single goal, finally achieving it at the age of 30. Or he could die at the age of 29, and in his 30th year, his death, or his memory, or his legacy could somehow turn him into a hero. In this case, he can achieve his destiny through many means, but no matter how he tries, he cannot escape his fate. The problem is, in such examples, the line between fate and destiny blurs, because from a certain point of view, it seems like destiny is also inescapable. Regardless of how confusing it may seem to be, the original definition is what I live by. Destiny is fluid in how it happens, yet fate is undeniable. The reason for that is that there is power in understanding the difference. These concepts, by design, are not easy to understand, and we can argue or debate about them for centuries as philosophers have done. But we don't have that kind of time, so for the course of this explanation, let's just take those two definitions as true. In that case, some questions arise. Can destiny and fate be changed? Can one person or one item have more than one destiny or fate? Or is, perhaps, every single moment of a person's existence governed by destiny and fate? At that point, Vera stopped talking to let Lex consider everything she had said. Truly, these were topics he had not given much thought to before. So, if he assumed what Vera said was true and fate is inescapable, and that a person can have any number of fates, then theoretically, every single moment of a person's life could be written down beforehand, a collection of his fates. In such a case, free will is the ultimate illusion, for from the moment of conception to destruction, each moment may be preordained by, or perhaps through, fate. That's a scary thought, Lex muttered, refocusing on Vera. This definition also somewhat reminded him of the essence wormhole. If one fused with it, then for their entire existence, nothing could be changed. Every instance of their entire existence would become fated, and knowing or not knowing the future would become irrelevant, because at that point, one would merely become a slave in their own body to the machinations of fate. Indeed it is, she agreed. The problem is I cannot even answer those questions for you. All oracles throughout history have tried to answer those questions, if not for others, then at least for themselves. But more than fate, we tend to focus on destiny. owing to their flexible nature, prone to change. Spying upon future or past destinies is also more forgiving. Also, among the oracle community, there is a general consensus that very few beings or things have more than one destiny at any given time. It is usually only upon the completion of one destiny that another is created, and this pattern continues until the subject of that destiny ceases to exist entirely. Chapter 1855, The Possibilities. As Vera told Lex about destiny and fate, he could not help but think about the Midnight, Inn's barrier. It isolated destiny and basically hid anyone inside it from outside influence. For the most part, Lex always interpreted that as a way of hiding what happened inside the Inn from observation on the outside. Also, as far as his basic understanding of destiny went, he imagined it isolated that somehow. Now, though, he wondered if destiny was some external force, acting on everyone in the universe, since one could hide from it in a barrier. Was it a law of the universe, acting on everyone, or was it the result of some phenomenon or some unimaginably powerful being? Honestly, any of those theories could be true, but it was unlikely that Lex could grasp any of them anytime soon. More relevant to him, however, was understanding how he could make use of destiny. After all, the Nexus event affected destiny, not fate. The thing about destiny, Vera continued, is that it does not need to be big. One's destiny can be something as simple and minor as opening a can of beans for someone. Most people fulfill their destinies pretty easily. The problem then is that the lives they live and the decisions they make often get them bound up in other people's destinies. Also, the amount of good or bad karma they accumulate affects any subsequent or even concurrent destinies they may hold. In essence, everything we do affects our future destiny, and that destiny pulls us towards a certain direction regardless of how it does that. The Nexus event, then, is like a clean slate for the universe. It's like a refresh button, after which everyone loses any attachments they have to future destinies and get new ones. The thing is, after the refresh, all your karma from before the refresh doesn't matter, nor do your actions or affiliations, so the pull of destiny on you is totally and completely negated. For us oracles, it's an amazing gift. On one hand, our predictions of the future get messed up, and we lose our abilities leading up to, and a short while after the Nexus event. On the other, all the accumulated negative karma towards the universe stops affecting our destinies, and our destinies go back to being something simple, like watering a flower on a certain day. Vera paused, looking at Lex as if he could fathom all the profound possibilities of what she had just hinted towards. To a very large degree, he could, yet he did not interrupt her. A clean slate like that is extremely valuable on its own. But if someone knew the exact timing of that refresh of the Nexus event, well, then they could use that to plan something major. Vera's voice almost trembled as she spoke, and that told Lex that she had something specific in mind as she said the word major. For example, one could do something that could grant extreme benefits, but would usually follow up with massive repercussions, making it not worth it. However, if such a task were to be completed moments before the reset, one could potentially get away scot-free. Of course, these only include things with indirect influence on people. If you piss someone off, Nexus event or no Nexus event, they'll still be pissed off after. Yet if you, for example, accurately spy on a secret of the heavens, a secret that would normally earn you tribulations which would most certainly kill you, and you happen to do it right before the Nexus event, you can avoid the tribulation. This is a poor example because the nature of the Nexus event makes looking into the future a moot exercise, but the premise remains true. Besides, it's not like looking into the future is the only way one might attract trouble. If timed properly, one might even be able to mess with time itself right before the Nexus event, successfully evading the consequences, theoretically, of course. Lex raised an eyebrow and instantly thought of the seal in his head. Maybe after the Nexus event, he might be able to open the seal. For now, at least, opening it meant certain death. But Lex wasn't thinking about messing with time or the heavens. No, Lex himself had something more relevant to himself in mind. "Thank you, I understand," said Lex, looking at Vera solemnly. "Good, I hope you do," said Vera, nodding. "By the way, I know all of this was theoretical because no one in recorded history has been able to accurately guess the timing of the Nexus event. That is exactly how it should remain, and even if someone does learn the time of the Nexus event, they should not under any circumstances directly claim as such, regardless of their location or the securities they have in place. But such a thing is impossible, so it doesn't really matter." Although Vera's words were casual, the look she gave Lex was very serious, as if she was afraid he would not understand her warning. "Yes, of course this is all theoretical," said Lex with a casual smile. The only reason I'm asking you this is because the inn might host a public event themed for the Nexus event, so I'm researching some games the guests can play. Who has the time to actually care about such stuff? Vera nodded once more, as if she truly believed everything he said, and left. Lex continued to sit on the bench a while, though his attention was focused towards Jack, who was getting closer and closer to finding the Nexus point. Lex had a premonition that the future was going to be very turbulent, and the next few years would be the last peaceful years for a long, long time, so he needed to prepare as thoroughly as possible. The best way to do that was to enhance his own personal strength as much as possible. After a few more hours of sitting and admiring the view, Lex disappeared, leaving the Midnight Inn behind. Chapter 1856 might need to change his plans. It had been a long time since Lex last came to the Crystal Realm, though the amount of time that had passed in the Crystal Realm itself was not as great. Even so, the very air of the realm had changed. The underlying laws that governed the realm had loosened considerably, and were changing more and more to become a frozen hellscape. What was once a rich and vibrant land, even in the midst of a centuries-long war, was now becoming a land of ice and snow. Treasures and resources, once found of all varieties, now took on the form of colder elements. The changes were not too much of a surprise, as the last time he had visited the realm he had discovered the Hellions from Ventura were attempting to terraform the realm into something more suitable for their own individual races. He had informed Cornelius about the changes, but it seemed the human king was unsuccessful in preventing the changes. One could not blame him either. His ambitions had been to take control of his home realm using the official authority of Ventura, but instead had been fighting for survival, sacrificing any chance of growth or personal development even in the meantime. Lex took a few minutes to continue observing the laws of the realm, understanding the condition of the Crystal Realm. Its size seemed to have grown another 20%, as far as Lex could tell based on how stretched the laws felt. Moreover, the foundation of the realm seemed even weaker than the Midnight Realm now. Instead of having a firm and systematic set of laws to govern the realm, the existing laws had been pushed and prodded, barely able to hold the realm together. If it weren't for the fact that the realm had been nourished by the death of tens of thousands of immortals in the past few years, giving some support to the realm itself may have been destroyed. Time and time again, Lex received assurances that Ventura wouldn't let the realm be destroyed, as that would reflect poorly upon it as a school. But it seemed letting the realm go to hell, quite literally, was not an issue. Lex sighed and then teleported to the darkest, coldest corner of the realm within reach of his spirit sense. As expected, within the darkness hid monsters, many of them too dumb to have any awareness, but some who could do Lex's bidding. "Inform Vina that Lex from the Midnight Inn has come to see him," Lex said, cutting right to the chase. The monsters shivered, dropping to their knees, almost losing their minds in horror upon hearing the name of their commander uttered so casually. Vina was not just a deity, he was the one who commanded every monster in the Crystal Realm, and the one responsible for the law that created monsters from the darkness. His power was as absolute as the realm was old, so even his name held power in the Crystal Realm. Now, when all other original laws of the realm seemed to have been weakened, it was solely the laws of darkness which had strengthened under Vinai's careful calculations. "No need, I am here," Vinai said, stepping out of the darkness. Just a moment ago he had not been there, but the mere utterance of his name had attracted his attention. Lex raised his eyebrow as he studied the deity and former phoenix. He had grown stronger, of that Lex was sure. Vinai, too, observed Lex, noticing the immense contrast in strength from the last time they had met. Now, even Vinai himself felt a subtle sense of deterrence from Lex, as if his divine instincts were warning him against picking a fight against him. The Lord of the Crystal Realm's darkness suddenly smiled, seeming extremely pleased at Lex's progress. I knew that the Midnight Inn was the place that would aid my growth," Vinai said, a deep pleasure seeping into his voice. "Now, seeing your progress, I am more certain than ever. Come, let us talk business elsewhere. There is much to discuss, I am sure." Vinai controlled the darkness around them, teleporting himself and Lex to the temple that could only be accessed by the 5 original deities. This was a sacred place in the Crystal Realm, though now it was clear that even this place was suffering from the consequences of the war. "Things aren't looking great for your realm," Lex commented as he observed how fragmented the laws protecting the temple were. "Appearances can be deceiving," said Vinai, appearing nonchalant about the clear damage done to his realm. "The last time we met, I told you that the Crystal Realm has its own secrets. Well, soon it will be time to unveil those secrets, and when that happens, the situation will quickly reverse itself. Whether Ventura can even retain control of this realm or not will become uncertain at that point. But I don't think you're here to talk about that, are you? Tell me, have you found a defiler? I can teach you the best way to deal with. I stopped talking when Lex pulled out a defiler core, the core from the Earth Immortal, and showed it to the black bird in front of him. You could say I found a defiler, Lex said casually as he threw the core up in the air and caught it, as if he was playing with a ball. I think this core should sufficiently meet your needs. I believe in exchange I'm owed a couple of phoenix feathers and some blood, but before we get to that, there's a couple of other things we need to discuss. Vinai, who was still stunned, did not respond to Lex's words, his eyes stuck onto the core. He had waited so long, and now, the last ingredient he needed to rid himself of this accursed status as a deity. So close. Yet eventually, he tore his gaze away from the core and looked towards Lex. Something about his expression told Vinai that the dark deity might need to change its plans. Chapter 1857, Proposition. Come, follow me, said Vinai as he led Lex into the temple, and into the portion underneath his own shrine. This portion of the temple is preserved using my own powers, as well as my innate connection to the realm as a mythical being. It will afford us the most privacy. Lex raised an eyebrow as he heard Vinci's words. He hadn't known that mythical beings could develop a connection to the realm they were born in. If that was the case, he needed to pay more attention to the mythical beings in the Midnight Inn. The last time Lex went in the tunnel underneath the shrine, it led to an area where Vinai had preserved his old feathers and blood, but this time it opened up to a spacely furnished lounge, containing only a few recliners and a large bird's nest. Vinai, naturally, hopped into the nest and made himself comfortable, while Lex took a seat in one of the recliners. Now we can speak freely, said Vinai, turning his attention to Lex. If you have any concerns regarding the crystal realm, I can more or less provide you with all the latest information. My awareness has spread across much of the darkness in the realm. The matter is both simple and yet complicated, said Lex. I have 3 main tasks in the crystal realm. The first is to trade this core with you and get my hands on the feathers. I don't know when you plan on changing your identity as a deity, but if it's any time soon, then I wouldn't mind observing the process if you'll let me. I've heard of cultivators becoming deities, but never a deity becoming a cultivator, so the process is quite interesting to me. Lex also wanted to expand his understanding of deities a little more, and their relevant restrictions. Bob, though not born at the start of the Midnight Realm, technically qualified as a mythical being who had turned into a deity, yet oddly enough he was not limited by the usual restrictions that other deities had. The second matter I need to attend to is Belial. He has lived long enough. I let him live previously because you requested I give you some time as you had some plans you needed to carry out, and I accepted. But this matter can be delayed no longer. Vinai frowned. The timing is not right. I still need to wait a little longer for the conditions to be perfect. If you strike prematurely, then the execution of my plan will be flawed, and will miss out on a lot of potential gains. The deity could not stop Lex from acting, not just because he was backed by the Innkeeper, but because Lex himself now carried a dangerous aura. That is why he was trying to convince Lex. I understand your concern, but now you must try to understand mine. You are looking at the matter at hand through the context of the crystal realm, but I am looking at it through the context of the whole universe. War is coming, and on a massive scale beyond just 1 or 2 realms. Many forces have already begun to position themselves favorably for it, setting plans into motion. Heck, the invasion of the crystal realm itself may have been one of the preparations for that eventual war. But with the war coming closer, external intervention and influence will only grow stronger. If I don't move now, then I may not get another chance later on. It may not be the most ideal time according to your plan, but this is the last chance I may have based on the developments of the universe at large. Lex paused for a moment, allowing Vinai to understand that there were concerns regarding the situation of the crystal realm that he had not considered. Of course, while what Lex said was true, there was one more reason why he wanted to finish off this long-standing task. Lex was planning on undertaking his heaven immortal tribulation here, and considering the advanced strength of his tribulations, he could not say for certain what might happen to the realm given its fragile state. Naturally, Lex would not go ahead with the plan if he thought his tribulation might destroy the whole realm itself. Fortunately, the situation in the crystal realm wasn't that bad. The corpses of thousands of immortals had kept the realm somewhat stable. A single tribulation, no matter how strong, should not devastate a whole realm. Hopefully. Vinai thought for a few minutes about Lex's words, not really commenting on them. And what's the final thing you're here for? He asked instead. I need to break through to the heaven immortal realm here. I need to enter the primordial garden, and this is the best way. The only issue is, my tribulation will be much stronger than ordinary ones, so I need to make sure the realm can survive my tribulation. I suddenly grinned, as if Lex had something he had been hoping for. In that case, Lex, I think we can once again help each other. Although the timing is not perfect, it is still good enough. Tell me, are you open to taking a few risks? Because if you are, I have a proposition for you. Who knows, if things work out, you can even observe as I break free of my chains of being a deity. Lex raised an eyebrow out of curiosity. This is not what he had expected, to be entirely honest. He had even expected Vinai to be extremely pissed off or off-put by Lex's sudden revelation. But then again, how could one be the Lord of Darkness and not be adaptable? Not only had he changed his plan to suit Lex's new timetable, he seemed to have found an opportunity in it too. "I'm all ears," said Lex with a soft smile. Yet as the former Phoenix began to speak, that soft smile started to grow into a more and more obvious grin. Lex could instantly tell he and Vinai were going to be great friends in the future. Chapter 1858 smelled so good. The two of them planned together for a long time, discussing various details of the plan. As it turned out, not only did Vinai not protest any of the 3 tasks of Lex's agenda, he provided Lex a lot of detail and helped him plan things out. Simultaneously, Lex offered the dark deity his own help in completing his plans, which would work very well with Lex's own plans. It really was an example of hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, even if it hadn't started out that way. Once the entire planning phase was done, they started to prepare to take action. Lex actually felt a hint of excitement and anticipation as they prepared, and even a hint of concern. Should he accept Vinai as a worker after all this was done? He seemed crazy enough to fit in with the gang, but Ventura would also likely be pretty pissed at him. Maybe if he could, no, that wouldn't work. Over the course of the next week, Lex traveled across the crystal realm undetected, preparing the realm for what was about to happen. Vinai, meanwhile, prepared for the ceremony that would free him from the chains of his status as deity. This was something that needed to be done at the exact right moment, because once Vinai was freed, the firm control he had over the monsters would also disappear, although psychologically and emotionally his hold over them would remain, but the firm, unyielding command he had now would no longer exist. Finally, once everything was ready, Vinci brought Lex back to the temple, bringing him into yet another new room underneath his shrine. The dark deity was sitting inside what looked like a bird bath, but instead of water, it was filled with golden blood, creating a partially creepy, partially cool scene. Knowing that the blood was a diluted version of his own blood from before he became a deity did nothing to change the creepiness of the scene. "Everything is ready," said Lex, waking the bird from its meditation. "In about a few minutes, the other divine birds will once again start their battle with the Hellions. I've rigged the battlefield with a barrier, so none of them will be able to escape the region for at least 20 minutes. "Perfect," responded Vinai. "Then let us forge a new legend, but this won't be a legend of the Dark Lord. Nay, this will be the legend of the Black Phoenix, reborn not from death but from deification." Lex put on his tyrant's mask and summoned his butter knife, both of them brimming with divine energy. Vinai had once told him that the best way to kill a deity was to have another deity absorb the divine fire. While Lex had no deities handy, he did have 2 tools which could absorb divine energy. Now, that wasn't the same thing as a deity, but Lex figured that if inanimate objects could spontaneously gain a soul and come to life, then there was no reason they couldn't become divine objects either. It was just that the conditions needed to be right. As if on cuck, as soon as the 2 tools were summoned, Vinci also summoned his own divine fire which was hidden in this very temple. A black, ominous flame appeared, far from what Lex expected a divine fire to look like, but maybe that was just due to Vinai's personal influence. The fire was tipped into the bird bath, alighting the blood and burning Vinai's body, not that he seemed bothered by the flames. Instead, he took this opportunity to pull out the defiler core which had been submerged within the blood. The golden blood was more than just blood at this point. It was practically an alchemical liquid, refined and fermented over millions of years, all for one purpose: to keep Vinai alive. Vinai began to absorb the fire into his own body, yet halfway through he plunged the core into his chest as well, immediately causing a reaction between the divine energy and profane energy. A wild, chaotic aura began to fluctuate as Vinai's body began to break down under the influence of the defiler core. The profane energy began corrupting everything, taking in the divine energy to distort the very laws related to that divine energy. The process looked agonizingly painful, yet Vinai did not let loose a single squeak, instead focusing on restraining the divine energy so that it didn't counter the profane energy too quickly. But as a result, the defiler core began to warp the divine fire itself, affecting not only the flame outside, but the flame within Vinai's body too. In fact, it went as far as severing the connection between the flame and Vinai. Do such a thing was like severing Lex's soul from his body and spirit, completely separating them. That was because once a being became a deity, their existence could no longer be bound by something as simple as a soul. They existed in various forms and through various aspects of their own legend, inhabiting their body, their divine fire, their divine energy, and even the belief which gave them strength. It was complicated to explain, but in essence, the thing that grounded all the various forms of their existence together was their divine fire, from which Vinai was now separating himself. The golden blood began to boil, giving off a gentle shine, and releasing a pleasant aroma, almost as if someone had lit incense in the room. Who knew phoenix blood smelled so pleasant? Lex asked himself, though he was aware of how demented that sound. But it couldn't be helped, he was just stating facts. No wonder the dragons hate phoenixes, they were just show-offs. As more and more of the divine fire was corrupted, Vinai began losing more and more power, slowly slumping into the pool of blood. Meanwhile, the laws of the entire realm began to fluctuate as a significant change was occurring to the laws of darkness. The other divine birds noticed the change, as did the Hellions, but a massive barrier appeared out of nowhere, trapping them. Whether it was teleportation or treasures, nothing allowed them to escape. They were trapped, at least until the barrier faded. Chapter 1859, Family Secrets. Vinai was dying in the most painful and agonizing way Lex could imagine, yet the dark deity did not utter a single sound. Lex admired his tenacity, for the pain of the soul and the pain of the body were two entirely different things. The process was further slowed down not just because as a deity Vinai was extremely powerful, having been worshipped by millions of Earth immortal monsters over countless years, and thus creating one of the most terrifyingly powerful mythos one can encounter at this level, but also because of his status as a mythical being. The very laws of the realm seemed to have accounted for his continued existence, so as he approached death, the laws of the realm themselves helped him resist death. In fact, Lex was almost certain that under ordinary circumstances, it would have been impossible for Vinai to die. But with the defiler core present, corrupting his divine fire as well as all the laws touching him, Vinai essentially made something that sat at the precipice of being impossible, and turned it into something that was merely very difficult. As Vinai was dying, the golden blood slowly infused vitality into him, reviving and reinvigorating his body as it originally was. Lex, in particular, was very interested in this phenomenon because he felt an odd familiarity from it. It was almost as if he was observing how his own blood healed others. But more than that, the way that the golden blood was changing the deity's body, improving it or changing it, kind of reminded him of his physique's unique ability. Originally, his body could produce a certain energy that improved other humans. After some growth and a few unexpected mutations, his physique allowed him to improve anyone who was humanoid, probably owing to the same origins of all those races. Lex barely ever used that ability, even on his workers, because he did not want to leave behind any traces of it. In his mind, the ability was so ridiculously overpowered that he imagined himself becoming a prisoner for life, simply enhancing other humanoid beings. Or worse, he might be dissected and studied so the effects of his physique could be replicated. Yet now, as he observed how the golden blood altered Vinai, the very being the blood originally came from before his deification, he could visually see that they both worked in an almost identical way. An almost unbelievable idea struck Lex. Could the function of his physique be inspired by the ability of phoenixes? That would also explain why his blood developed the ability to heal. It was almost as if his body physique was a poor replica of a phoenix, but as he grew and experienced various star rating increases and fusion with various treasures, the quality grew. In front of him, Vinai was still undergoing the change from a deity into a normal, albeit rare and powerful as hell beast, yet Lex's mind was elsewhere entirely. He suddenly saw a pattern, and seemed to have gained some kind of insight not only in himself, but his siblings as well. Belle, his older sister, had a Valkyrie's heart, or something along those lines. That's what Liz had told him. Compared to having a unique physique, it was merely a single organ, and it allowed her access to something that otherwise transcended human ability. Lex himself had a physique that acted as a poor replica of the ability of phoenix blood, although the effects of his physique were clearly improved. Compared to Belle, though, Lex's ability was clearly one step higher and more refined, and once again inspired or based on a non-human ability. Except, this time, instead of being based on a humanoid race, it was instead inspired by a very powerful and prominent elder race. If such a thing were on purpose, Lex could not even imagine how his mother might have studied, or perhaps gotten her hands on such rare materials such as phoenix blood. As if in a natural progression, Liz's ability was even more refined than Lex's. Although she herself seemed to have no innate ability, her ability to fuse perfectly with any beast was beyond incredible. Even now, with all his exposure, Lex had not encountered any race which could take upon 100% of the power and traits of another race during a temporary fusion through merely a bond linking them. Despite not encountering someone like that, Lex had a feeling that this, too, might be a copy or perhaps a perfect replication of an ability of a very powerful race, perhaps one that was hidden or maybe extinct. Without sufficient knowledge, Lex could not accurately guess. But more than anyone else, it was Moon who seemed to take that progression to the next level, far beyond any of her previous siblings. Her ability to improve anything using her soul power was so overpowered that through merely evolving a planet she was bonded with, she had been put on the path to become a Tao Lord. If her ability, too, was inspired by some other race, then that race had to be a sage race, at the very least. Lex pursed his lips as he wondered, once again, how his mother had achieved something like this. Liz told him that his mother was some kind of genius. For a moment, Lex considered she might have some kind of system that would be the only explanation. But what kind of system allowed for the birth of such overpowered children without giving any feedback to the host or system itself? Besides, if there was a system, she should not have been so helpless against Damien. But if not that, then what? It seemed that despite learning so much, he was no closer to learning the true secrets of his family. But he didn't care anymore. Whatever secrets they had, how could they compare to Midnight Inn? And this was definitely not setting up a flag, because Lex didn't believe in such things. Putting those thoughts out of his mind, Lex focused on Vina once more. Previously, he had fused with dragon blood and dragon's might because it was available to him, and because they offered incredible opportunities. Now, though, he began considering fusing with phoenix blood and feathers as well. His cultivation technique would ensure that there would be no clash between opposing powers, and the strength of his physique might increase even further. If he could awaken the legendary rebirth by immolation ability of phoenixes, which allowed them to be reborn even if their soul was destroyed, then Lex's survivability would go off the charts. A warm smile appeared on Lex's face as he looked at Vina like a dear friend, and not at all like a bucket of fried chicken. Vina, who was silently and bravely bearing the pain of having his divine fire slowly eroded, suddenly shivered, as if he detected a true, genuine threat to his existence, far greater than the near-death state in which he was purposefully putting himself. Vina suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards Lex. "Let's begin," he said, his voice devoid of all emotion before allowing his body to slip into the blood entirely. Lex nodded and walked forward, first removing the Defiler's core from within Vina's chest, and then placing both the tyrant's mask and the butter knife within the remnants of the divine fire, absorbing what was left of it. The realm quaked, the darkness roared, the very foundations of the realm seemed on the verge of snapping. It was as if a very fundamental truth had been negated, compromising the basis of the realm's existence. At that point, across the entire realm, various black phoenix feathers which were hidden inside formations Lex had placed, started to burn with black flames, releasing a soothing, healing energy. What they healed was not flesh or blood, but the cracks in the laws of the realm, strengthening Vina's connection to the realm, somewhat superseding the other divine birds. The realm, instead of suffering more due to Vina's impending death, seemed to strengthen itself. That was because the connection was no longer through the bird's divine fire, but through the phoenix feathers, and this his regular, non-divine body. Thus, while Vine's divinity weakened, either corrupted or absorbed by Lex's tools, his body started to strengthen itself. Lex, on the other hand, activated his left eye to the utmost, paying close attention as he observed Vinci's condition. Just as the last speck of his life was left, a trillionth of a second away from being extinguished by the many forces. Eating at him, Lex acted. With an overwhelming display of authority, Lex used domination to save that last speck of life from profane energy, and preserved it just long enough for the golden blood to start taking effect. Rich, abundant vitality rushed into Vina's body like a tsunami, crashing into that last speck of divine fire. But instead of replenishing that divine fire, the golden blood of the phoenix altered it, turning it into a speck of soul, before gradually beginning to regrow it. A black fire erupted over the pool of gold blood, and from the ashes of Vinai's remnant divine energy, a new phoenix was being born, stronger now than it had ever been before. The laws of the whole realm seemed to resonate with that rebirth, and Lex's eyes gleamed. Now, up until Vinai was completely reborn, was his time to act. Slowly, lazily, he reached into the black flames and pulled out his mask and knife, completely unmarred by the scorching fires. The tools had been strengthened, and though they were not yet divine weapons, it didn't change the fact that they had absorbed divine fire. Sooner or later, they would transcend their existing form. For now, they just needed to work normally. Chapter 1860, No Mercy. The Crystal Realm was a vast land. When Lex first arrived in the Crystal Realm, it was approximately the same size as the entire solar system. Starting from the sun in the center, to far beyond the limits of even Pluto, the solar system had so much space that 1,000,000 lifetimes would not be enough for Lex to traverse all of it if he did so normally. Since then, the Crystal Realm had grown in size by about 30–40% in total, though the exact growth could not be easily estimated. But Lex already had a record of teleporting a distance much greater than a mere star system, so for him to teleport anywhere within the Crystal Realm was not a problem at all. So from within the temple, Lex teleported over to a place that, from the birth of the Crystal Realm, had never been witnessed by any being other than a monster. It was the absolute depths of the realm, where not even a flicker of light had ever been witnessed, and thus was home to the strongest and oldest monsters. Even now, with the ongoing war, the few monsters that remained here all had formidable strength, and received Lex's acknowledgement. Of course, compared to Lex or Vinai, the monsters were a tier below, but they couldn't be blamed for that. The monsters had been instructed not to block or interfere with Lex, but that hardly mattered, for even within this ocean of darkness, they were entirely unable to detect him at all. Once he was done appreciating them, Lex went to the exact spot where Vinai had meditated in silence for endless years, for that spot had a deep connection between Vinai and the realm itself. Now, according to their agreement, at this point, Lex would go kill Belial, after which they would execute their second plan. He was still going to do that, but maybe it was his time on stage at the dance-off, but Lex suddenly found that he had developed a flair for some theatrics. It was one thing for the universe to watch his tribulations because of the phenomenon they caused, but it was another thing for everyone to stop and stare in awe because of something he did on purpose. "Who knew that when I made you, I'd be using you like this?" Lex said to the little black bead as he summoned it, and dissolved it into the surrounding darkness, suddenly able to influence the karma of the entire realm. Doing something like this was quite dangerous as well as exhausting, and was totally unnecessary. However, life could not be all work and no play. It was about the journey, not the destination. He had to stop and smell the rose, and so on and so forth. After reciting a bunch of weak excuses to explain his newly acquired fascination for being dramatic, Lex closed his eyes and began. Despite how expansive the Crystal Realm was, a large portion of it was now uninhabited, destroyed lands that had suffered from the consequences of war. The Craven, with their uncontrollable need to suck out all the energy from everything around them and their centuries of war, hadn't done as much damage to the realm as the Hellions had achieved in the short time since their arrival. Then again, the Hellions were better trained, better equipped, better backed, and weren't being treated as cannon fodder, so such a result was also understandable. But the realm could not completely be destroyed, for while some of the races of the realm had been convinced to work for the Hellions, they had not become slaves to them either. Regardless of their intentions, the Hellions had to keep up appearances, so large swathes of habitable land were unmarred by war, as well as the terraforming of the realm. The resources, the cities, the habitats, the rich biodiversity of the realm, they were all saved in those few areas. For the rest bore witness to what could only be called a realm war. No corner of the realm remained safe from the influence of war, in one way or another, and it was apparent that conclusion would be soon forthcoming. The crystal race, which never expected to be attacked, was ultimately betrayed. They had been ordered by their higher-ups in the primordial garden to avoid the war, and so they had, but the Hellions were greedy for the resources that the crystal race had monopolized. But whatever one can say about the crystal race, arrogant, pompous, self-centered, but one could not call them weak. It was not without reason that the realm was named after them. In the end, the human race, the Trellops, Saul, and Frio birds, and the crystal race became the only ones who still fought against the Hellions. While the Hellions fought Firin and Isel under Lex's shield, unable to escape through any means, the Trollops and humans fought on various battlefronts across the realm with varying levels of success. Meanwhile, back in their cities filled with refugee camps, children trained, adults forged swords, and everyone thought of survival. It was amidst the bleak atmosphere that covered the entire realm that a shift occurred. A soundless, black bolt of lightning streaked across the entire sky, radiating an aura so ridiculously powerful that the whole realm seemed to pause, only to look up. Whether the light of Saul birds filled the sky, or the gentle yet frigid illumination of the Frio birds shone across the horizon, or whether the sky was covered by darkness, what remained true was that it was the sky that held the gaze of all. No one understood what had happened, which was not a good thing because of how wildly the laws of the realm had been fluctuating just moments earlier. The darkness of the realm seemed like it would evaporate out of existence just a while ago, and right as it seemed to stabilize arrived the black lightning bolt. 1 second, 2, and then 3. One by one the seconds passed by without anything further happening, yet no one moved. The realm itself seemed to hold its breath as they waited for something to happen. When the 10th second passed, something finally did. In truth, the time delay was because Lex was trying to be dramatic, but because he ran into an unexpected issue while carrying out his plan via karma, and it took him 10 whole seconds to figure out a solution. Given that it was his first time doing something like this, it was understandable. A dark silhouette of a man, encased in a holy, purifying light, appeared in the sky, looking down at the whole realm and everyone in it. Well, technically, the silhouette appeared only where darkness existed, or had once existed, but in practice that was the whole realm. His power, unquestionable and yet holy and divine, was but a result of Lex channeling domination and some of his divine energy into the threads of karma, yet the observers did not know that. Not even the strongest Earth immortals in the realm could conceive that such a power had come from another Earth immortal, so they imagined something greater, something terrifying. Imaginations ran wild, but no one did anything yet, waiting to see what the figure did. The figure spoke, not in English, nor in the language of the realm. He spoke in a language that all souls could directly understand, not just in words, but in the true meaning of what was spoken. When the crystal realm falters, its guardians groan blind. When enemies from beyond descend to sunder its light, when the children of the land forsake home for subservience and greed. Then the skies shall rend, bringing a rain of lightning and fire. Then from the heavens he will descend, the glorious Savior, then the fires of war will wane, and he will be a Savior no more, but justice. Like a prophecy, the words were etched into the memory of all living beings, from mortal to immortal alike. The figure in the sky faded, and the pervading aura of domination began to dissipate, but no one seemed to notice. All of them were entranced by the words, absorbed in them, trying to understand them. Was this some kind of divination or augury? Who was the one who had delivered it then? What was their purpose? While the whole realm pondered over the mysterious words, Lex wiped the sweat off his brow. He had originally planned for a much greater spectacle as his intro, but it seemed broadcasting his aura and power across an entire realm the size of the solar system was a little taxing. Who could have guessed? But this was good enough. Lex tightened up his tie, checked his cuffs before standing up and fixing his suit jacket. Then he teleported away. While the whole realm was still recovering from the revelation of the prophecy, Lex's figure appeared at the border of the largest craven city in the Crystal Realm, his presence completely unhidden and blatant for all to see. Of course, Lex had not displayed his domination just yet. He was simply grinning as he looked at the entire city, though his smile was strained. Originally, he was going to make a big speech, but as he looked at the tainted, corrupted, foul karma radiating from every inch of the city, the stench of sin practically a real, genuine smell, it was a little hard to maintain a jovial attitude. "Who are you? Identify yourself." A craven roared as it flew up towards him, its slimy body ready to spray him with their poisonous ooze. "Me," Lex said, his smile slowly slipping into a stern expression. "You can call me the glorious Savior." Before the craven could respond to Lex's statement, or even consider his words that reverberated through the night sky, the roaring flames of golden inferno incinerated the craven, and then fell upon the city. A race such as this did not deserve any mercy. Chapter 1861, Long-Awaited Reunion. Gone was the impressive speech Lex had planned, along with all the additional theatrics. The moment he laid eyes on the craven and saw the immensity of the negative karma they carried, all the sin they had committed not just against other living beings, but against the universe itself, a deep disgust rose out from his chest in a way he had never experienced before. This was truly a unique situation, because even compared to those who suffered from universal rejection, the craven seemed to evoke more disgust from within him. But Lex, despite listening closely to his instincts, was not one to blindly follow them either. He tried to discern the true, genuine source of the disgust he felt, and why. It wasn't hard. Almost as soon as he paid attention to the matter, he realized that besides his own hate for Craven, the disgust he felt came from the strong connection he had built with his universe. After all, Lex bore an immense amount of positive karma and had been digesting it for a long time. All beings with such immense stores of positive karma could be considered favored children of the universe, having better luck than others, and more likely to encounter treasures and valuable resources. Of course, if one didn't have the corresponding strength, that opportunity may turn into a one-way street to death. But what did that have to do with the universe? In this specific situation, Lex could tell that his disgust was coming from his connection to the universe. Upon paying closer attention to this feeling, he came to another realization. It seemed that, looking upon the Craven, he could see the original purpose this race had in the universe. They weren't necessarily evil. They existed as the detritivores of the cultivation world, meaning they would feed to the spiritual equivalent of dead matter and turn them into something useful. However, somewhere along the way, they had either mutated or had been genetically engineered into their current form. Now they only consumed endlessly and produced nothing, not adhering to their original spiritual ecological role in the universe, and only destroyed. But as a result, they were easy to strengthen up to a certain level and could reproduce quickly, making them the perfect cannon fodder for wars on a larger scale. In essence, someone had created an abomination of a race, and the universe did not appreciate it. Besides promoting some inherent disgust in him, the universe would probably award him with immense amounts of karma for eradicating them. He had jokingly set up the stage to call himself the glorious savior, and later on, justice. But it seemed that he really would be carrying out justice as far as the universal scales were concerned. Now that he understood the situation better, Lex focused on the task at hand. Sooner or later someone would come to stop him. While his original goal was just to kill Belial, since there was so much positive karma waiting for him to reap, he wouldn't mind altering his plans just a little. Hundreds of Earth immortal Craven roared at him, finally sensing the true danger that Lex posed, yet not smart enough to consider retreat. They attacked together, wanting to overwhelm him, but Lex was long beyond the point where he could be threatened by ordinary Earth immortals. He summoned Naraka, his sword freshly sharpened using the blood of defilers, and channeled his sword intent, greatly amplified by his sword. Previously, whenever Lex employed a domain, it was always through his use of the laws relating to defense, since his comprehension of them was the best. Not this time. This time, Lex used purely laws related to his sword and sword intent to blanket the city, creating a domain the mere presence of which was akin to the full-strength attack of a normal Earth immortal. All the attacks flying towards Lex were nullified, and the entire city suddenly vanished under the erosion of sword intent, only the strongest of defensive formations managing to protect some integral parts of the city. "I remember Belial," Lex's voice echoed over the now barren expanse, heard only by the few survivors of a previously densely populated city. "I remember that day, so many years ago, when you attacked my tavern. A single attack from you destroyed what I held so precious and brought me to the point of despair. I wonder if my arrival today allowed you to feel today what I felt so many years ago." Dozens of Craven worked together, resisting the oppressive onslaught of his newest domain, and unleashed a powerful attack of their own. Once, the Craven had seemed so strong, so impressive to Lex. Now, Lex waved his hand, not bothering to use any lawcraft, and clashed with the attacks using only Naraka. His blade, ever his faithful companion, cut through the attacks like tofu and ended the lives of those few Craven. Few miles away from Lex, within a highly secure bunker that had managed to survive Lex's domain, Belial looked outside with great remorse and reluctance. From that very day that he had felt the Innkeeper's might, he knew this moment would come. He had done everything he could to try and avoid it, but he was never allowed to leave this realm. He had been forced to work at the beck and call of those accursed Hellions, and now he would be forced to face his reckoning. "Come now, Belial, answer me. Have I managed to recreate that feeling, or do I need to put more effort into it?" Lex asked, as he slashed forward. A white streak of sword intent cut through the defensive formation around the bunker, then cut open the bunker as well, revealing Belial, the Craven. He was much smaller in size than other Craven, but that didn't mean he was weaker. In fact, Belial was so strong that he could resist the influence of Lex's domain all on his own. But that was it. That was the extent of his strength. All those years ago, when he had first faced a craven, the mere presence of one had nearly crippled and killed him. And now? Lex sighed. Something like this wasn't even worth reflecting on. Come now, Belial, don't be so afraid. I'm not going to kill you just yet. Our reunion is not destined to be so short and quick, Lex said, holding out his hand. The Craven Prince's body flew towards Lex as if summoned until Lex was holding the Craven by its neck. No, I need you to witness what comes next. From start to end, the Craven Prince had not uttered a single word, nor had he been able to mount any resistance. Whether it was out of anger or disgust, or for theatrics for the first time, Lex displayed complete and utter supremacy and gained a deeper understanding of his tenet. That small growth pushed the pineapple to the point of breaking. In a few minutes at most, his tribulation would begin. Chapter 1862, Commission for Pest Control. You know, I had a bouncer at my tavern, Lex said as he looked down at the landscape that once held a craven city. Much of the city was underground, but that had not saved it from Lex's wrath. Now it was completely barren land, with not a single sign that it had once been inhabited by craven. Even the absolute emptiness that usually accompanied the land once the craven ate and absorbed all the nutrients and energy it had to offer had abated. Fertilized by the very craven that once occupied this place, an abundant energy source was now buried in the ground, alongside dirt and ash which once belonged to immortal flesh. Suddenly, this was the most fertile land in all of the crystal realm, primed to grow abundant treasures, though that was unlikely now. Looking far into the horizon, Lex could already see an angry mob of hellions on the way to investigate what had happened here. His name was Big Ben, a decent fellow if a bit of a lightweight when it came to drinking, Lex continued, his voice entirely casual. Belial, the craven whose limbs were tied up and body devoid of energy, floating behind Lex, was the only living soul around to listen to Lex speak. He got engaged to a nice little lady called Betty at the tavern. They were supposed to have a kid together. The day you attacked the tavern, we lost a lot, including the baby Betty was carrying. Lex turned to look at Belial, and though there was no real emotion present in his eyes, Belial suddenly felt a chill crawl up his spine. His voice hadn't changed, his expression hadn't changed, his aura hadn't changed, but through that lack of change, Belial glimpsed at a total and complete control, a perfect mask to hide even an apocalyptic storm. You know, generally, I don't really let anyone know if I'm feeling down, have to keep up morale and all that. But man, did I carry the guilt for that for a long time. Still haven't gotten over it, if I'm being honest. I just imagine how I would feel if I was about to have a kid, but because of an attack, my kid's mother had a miscarriage. Oh man, there is no amount of time that could pass that could dull that fury. You can see it in Big Ben, too. He acts normal and his life has moved on. He has a happy family now, but he doesn't drink the way he used to. One would think that's a good thing, that maybe he's doing it for the family. But I think it's because he's afraid that if he drinks too much, he'll show how he really feels. There was no reason for Lex to talk to Belial, to be honest. The craven was his prisoner of war, and he had to move on to the next part of the plan. The relative stability of the laws of the realm told him that Vina had probably completed his rebirth process, which meant they were ready to kick off the next stage of his performance. Even so, he'd waited so long to capture Belial that now that he had done it, he was feeling a little sentimental. Everyone in cartoons and movies always said that revenge left them feeling empty, which didn't make sense, because Lex felt pretty great. In his humble opinion, he should have done this a lot sooner. There was an invisible weight on his chest that he had always carried with him, and though it wasn't gone, it had reduced considerably. But I won't tell you too much about good old Big Ben. After all, I'll be taking you to meet him pretty soon, so you guys can have a nice old reunion. If Belial could speak, he would have adamantly expressed the lack of need for a reunion. Alas, he could not, for his body and soul were sealed in heaven's furnace, the strongest barrier Lex was capable of creating. No matter what happened next, Belial could not be hurt just yet. Just as Lex finished speaking, a dozen or so hellions showed up, surrounding him. Considering the lack of a domain, since Lex had withdrawn it, surrounding him was pretty easy. There were a few Ifrits, a couple of Usuras, and the rest were all hellspawn, all glaring and growling at Lex aggressively, yet they did not attack just yet. You are not of this realm, an Usura declared boldly and with anger. Do you realize that you are trespassing on Ventura property? Immediately submit yourself for detention, and you may avoid full-on retaliation. Lex raised an eyebrow, looking at them curiously. I think there has been some kind of misunderstanding, Lex began, but a hellspawn interrupted him. Shut up, cur, submit or die, the creature roared and then frozen. As it so happened, alongside him, all the other hellions froze as well. The faint hope that had appeared in Belial's eyes faded, though none could blame him. Once Lex revealed domination, suppressing his surroundings with his aura alone, it was to be expected that all interruptions halted. "As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted," said Lex, fixing his tie as he looked at the hellspawn from the side of his eyes. "I think there has been some kind of misunderstanding. I was commissioned to help the owner of the Crystal Realm, one Vinei Darklord, for a pest removal job before helping him relocate his realm." As if to prove his words, Lex waved his hand and showed all the Hellions a contract that stated that Lex was being hired to remove a craven infestation, to make the transmission of the Crystal Realm to its newly designated area smoother. What the Hellions in front of Lex did not know was that the scene in front of them was being projected across the entire Crystal Realm. This time, it was Lex using karma to transmit what was happening. Rather, it was Vinei, who had hijacked the connection that all the divine birds had with the Crystal Realm to transmit the images. Moreover, that was the least of what he was doing. The sacred temple, which could only be accessed by the divine birds, was covered in a black barrier, and within the temple, all the statues of the birds, except the multicolored bird and the statue of Vinei himself, were covered in the remaining energy from the Defiler core, isolating them from the realm. Deep within the temple, the Black Phoenix revealed a sly grin as it carried out its plan. It was not without reason that Vinei's legacy in the Crystal Realm was that of monsters, and it was time the other birds were reminded of that. Chapter 1863, Kidnapping. "What the hell is going on?" roared a senator of the Crystal race, but the divine birds, Izel and Firin, said nothing, only glaring at the image up in the air. The rift between the birds was not new. In fact, what very few living beings knew was that from the very beginning of the Crystal Realm, these two birds had played a significant role in shaping the realm itself, as well as its laws. Izel and Firin harbored different ambitions, wanting to grow their faith, and specifically designing the realm to favor them. It was no accident that the entire Crystal Realm depended on the Sol and Frio birds for light, without any other celestial body high up in the air, the template most realms normally developed. To further cement the need for their light long ago, when they had newly discovered the divine path, they had persuaded Vinei to become a deity as well, and make the darkness his vessel of faith. So began one of the greatest cons of the Crystal Realm, and the first real division between the birds. It was just that neither Izel or Firin had imagined that Vinei would become so powerful, able to contest against both of them despite becoming a deity later. "Do not be alarmed," Firin the Sol bird said. "Whatever he's doing, it will eventually be to combat the outsiders. As long as the pressure they face is great enough, sooner or later they will have to accept our terms. They cannot rule this realm without our support." The Frio bird nodded in agreement. "Besides, the realm is on the verge of ascending to the heaven immortal level," she said. "It is no longer of the scale where one individual can control it or alter its foundation. Whatever he is doing, the result is bound to be limited. After spending millions of years in isolation, it is too late for him to control how this realm develops, regardless of how many monsters he has under his control." The senator continued to stare at the projection, looking at Lex and feeling doubtful. Although the Crystal race and the two divine birds had a cooperative relationship, it was a fact that Qusur, the crystal deity, was in the primordial garden, not the Crystal Realm. Despite having a deeper foundation and greater backing within the Crystal Realm itself, they could only negotiate with the divine birds, and sometimes even had to take orders from them. "The Senate has been telling you for years that it is unlikely that the Lord of Darkness spent all his time only meditating. If he has spent the last many years preparing, then if today he wants to do something big, we'll be caught unprepared," the senator complained. "He's not the only one with a connection to this realm. He cannot do anything without," Firin began saying, but froze. It was true that the two divine birds were also innately and closely connected to the realm, but it was only now that he tried to leverage that connection that he realized that through some unfamiliar defilement their connection to the realm was temporarily severed. "Defilers!" Izel hissed, realizing what the familiar energy was. "How is this possible?" "We made sure to eliminate them from the realm. No defiler can enter this realm without alerting us." "It does not matter. No matter what he's doing, we only need to block him," said Firin as he began gathering his divine energy to forcefully break through the barrier and return to their hidden temple. Lex was much stronger than the two deities, but the ability of divine energy to create miracles was not something he could simply negate. Fortunately, he did not need to. While every single realm in the universe developed its own unique laws to dictate how the realm operated, they also had to adhere to the laws of the universe itself. "As you can see," Lex's voice rang out from the vision. "I have permission from the realm owner to carry out an extermination operation. But don't you worry, the extermination only covers the Craven and not you students from Ventura. So once I'm done, you'll be free to go." While the Hellions around Lex were frozen, there were many others in the realm watching the vision who were not. Some of the smarter ones realized that the situation was quickly getting out of control, for Lex was displaying a level of power they could not contest. They also couldn't afford the eradication of the Craven they had worked so hard to nurture. Although they were all students of Ventura, some were naturally smarter and better than others. Immediately realizing the situation, they tried to retreat from the realm to inform their branch headmaster, but they could not. The entire realm was covered in a powerful storm of energy and laws the likes of which they had never witnessed. Nothing could go inside the realm, and nothing could go out, because the realm itself was undergoing some kind of drastic change. It was just that the consequences of that change had not become apparent yet, so most had not noticed. How could they? They were all distracted, watching the vision of Lex. "Now you might be wondering how I plan on exterminating all the Craven in the realm," Lex said to the Hellions, who were still frozen under the might of his domination. "Since you're students of Ventura, let me give you a lesson. I could travel across the realm and eliminate them one by one, but that would take too long. So how can I do it much faster? I could use some kind of law to eliminate them across the realm, but specifically targeting Craven wouldn't be easy to do." "So how do we solve that? Anyone?" Lex looked at the Hellions, almost as if expecting them to answer. They, of course, did not answer him. Using foundational laws would make the task much harder, so in that case, wouldn't it be more convenient to use relational laws? But for that, I would need to enter the heaven immortal realm, right? So let's start a tribulation. Lex looked up at the sky and saw dark clouds gathering, as if heralding something dark and devastating. The strange thing was that as the people from the rest of the realm looked up, they too saw dark clouds gathering, gradually blanketing the entire realm in darkness. How could that be possible? There was no way an Earth Immortal's tribulation clouds could cover an entire realm. "Oh right, I just remembered, if I become a heaven immortal, I'll be transported out of the realm," Lex said as he snapped his fingers, as if he truly encountered a serious conundrum. "Oh well, I have no choice then. Might as well bring the whole realm with me when I go." A profoundly chaotic aura bled into the realm's air, its weight pressing down upon the lands with the certainty of inevitable calamity. Lex's smile grew wider as he felt the pineapple cracking on his forehead. Until the pineapple completely broke, his tribulation would not begin, which meant the clouds covering the realm were not from his tribulation. No, this was a tribulation for the whole realm itself, or at least that's what Vine had told him. Meanwhile, the other divine birds were the only ones who truly realized what was actually happening. "That accursed monster is kidnapping the whole damn realm," Firin exclaimed in shock, anger, and disbelief. Chapter 1864, Petty Heaven. Lex had never heard of a realm experiencing a tribulation before. Considering he saw the birth and development of a realm, he could be considered moderately knowledgeable about the field. Vine, however, assured him that such a thing was not only possible, it happened all the time. A majority of developing realms that had not yet reached maturity had an innate connection to more developed realms, regardless of whether the developed realms were themselves mature realms or not. Major powers and large organizations had, over the years, thus conducted immense research about how to connect the two realms together as one. While such acts sometimes result in weird or unexpected outcomes, as the laws of the two realms may be somewhat contradictory to one another, it was a price most were willing to pay because it seriously and considerably improved the maturity level of the more developed realm, and sometimes even pushed it to the level of maturing completely. When such a process to fuse the two realms was initiated, the smaller realm would undergo such a tribulation. When immortals go through the tribulation, each lightning strike, or every other form of tribulation, plays an important role in creating a new, stronger body which could withstand the requirements of the new realm. Similarly, for realms, when they encounter tribulations, it is mostly to improve the foundation of the realm and eliminate redundancies, so that when it fuses with a more developed realm, the weight and burden of the more developed realm's laws does not destroy the less developed realm entirely. Lex had never heard of any of this, but Vina had stated that he had been researching this for countless years as a part of his plan to become independent from the crystal realm, so Lex took him at his word. It was not so easy to lie in front of Lex, so at least Vina believed whatever he was saying. Lex's next concern was what would such a tribulation do to the occupants of the realm. While he had no love for the Craven, He did not want to eliminate all life in the realm or provoke Ventura. For that, the answer was a mixed bag. None of the natives of the Crystal Realm would be harmed during the tribulation, for the realm would protect them. Everyone else, whether it was Lex, the Craven, or the Hellions, would have to protect themselves on their own. Lex felt a little conflicted, but then he got over it. He didn't want to provoke Ventura, but that didn't mean he would bend over backwards for them either. If the school was confident enough to send them out into a realm war, the students should have enough protection prepared, or they could only blame themselves. Besides, he'd made it clear in this case that Lex was just a hired hand, and Vinci hadn't yet joined the Inn himself, so what did any of this have to do with the Inn? As for himself, not only was Lex not concerned about resisting the realm's tribulation, he thought it was the perfect supplement to his own tribulation. He remembered how, back when he was becoming an Earth immortal, all the lightning from his tribulation wasn't enough to convert his entire body, and he had to rely on subsequent minor tribulations to finish the job. So by stacking tribulations on top of one another, Lex hoped to be able to get the best results. As for the matter of surviving the tribulations themselves, the greatest hurdle for most immortals, Lex hadn't spared it much thought. As an Earth immortal, his body was as tough as Pelvelin, who was a heaven immortal dragon. He was certain that he would survive. Belial looked up at the dark clouds with a heavy heart, as if he was looking at his impending doom, for he could feel the tribulation locking onto him as well. Lex grinned wider and wider as he felt the power of the tribulation clouds, and finally gave Vina the signal to close the connection to his own image. He didn't want anyone having a front row seat of what he was about to endure. That included Belial and the others. Belial was placed within a barrier Lex had arranged, and the others he just teleported away at random, far away from himself. Then, once he was finally alone, Lex flexed his tenet with his utmost ability, causing the pineapple to explode. Immediately he felt the universe's laws lock onto him as his tenet expanded, influencing and controlling a lot more than it should have. His tribulation began immediately, though lightning did not fall just yet. The lightning would take its time in growing strong enough. It was just the tribulation was in a rush to begin lest it be denied again. Lex took in a deep breath as he smelled the fresh air before a thunderstorm. It was crisp and carried an electric, reinvigorating change. He even felt as his tribulation started to grow much stronger as a result of the realm tribulation. In mere seconds, his clouds became so thick that Lex was certain he would once again be struck not by lightning bolts, but by those lightning monsters from last time. Faram, he believed they were. An extinct race given form, or maybe imprisoned within the laws of the universe. Lex cracked his neck as he prepared himself for a good roasting, for after the lightning would come his fire tribulation. But then something else happened. A different aura locked onto him, one that felt too familiar. For a moment, Lex was confused. "What?" he uttered in a bewildered state. "Little twerp, you actually rejected MY offer to become MY Augur, and so now you have to pay the price. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A." A voice roared not only in Lex's mind, but across the crystal realm. A white, holy light shone down from a small hole in the dark clouds, though instead of gracing him with comfort, it seemed like Lex was being observed by heaven. The true heaven. The one that contained the entire universe, the one that could easily kill Tao Lords, and the one who apparently was holding a grudge at being rejected. Lex began, but before he could complete the word, the world turned white as a bolt of lightning as large and wide as the entire sky fell on him. Chapter 1865, a source close to the subject. Velma wiped off the sweat of her brow as she leaned back from her terminal, exhausted from days upon days of scouring the universal web, cataloging and recording the data relevant to her task. It was both a genuine pleasure and an incredible burden. After all, very few ever got access to the universal web, owned and operated by the AI across the universe. Just as she was about to call it a day, a certain title in the latest news tab caught her eye. Lex Dragonsbane spotted kidnapping a realm, holding Ventura students hostage. She paused, rubbed her eyes, and then read the title once more. It did not change, though she could see that the article already had countless comments and reactions. Confused, doubtful, and yet somehow entirely certain that this article was talking about the Lex she knew, she clicked on the article to read it in full. Lex Williams, a human, also known as Lex Dragonsbane, Lava Lover, the Human Anvil, and the 10-Ton Terran, has recently gained notoriety for his increasingly audacious kidnappings, or thefts. Sources close to the subject have stated that Lex first got his first taste of kidnapping when he nabbed an innocent pirate by the name of Booty, but later returned him when he got caught. His tendencies only worsened, however, causing him to soon kidnap the dragon known as Pelvilin Bahat Nagorjan. Reports indicate that the subject then graduated to kidnapping planets, with confirmed theft of the planet Yildirim Utopia and the confirmed kidnapping of an innocent world eater. All charges and bounties against the target were later dropped under dubious circumstances involving the Demi-Dao Lord Sekhmet associated with the HOA. Through life-threatening investigative journalism of the highest degree and integrity, it has been ascertained that the subject and Lord Sekhmet have a highly contentious relationship, likely owing to a bad breakup. Witnesses of their reunion had this to say. Witness A, Dagnabit, I was right there, watchin' everything. Lord, or I should say Lady Sekhmet's eyes appeared out of thin air, catchin' to human with a lady devil. Oh, poor lady, she looked so heartbroken. Witness B, I have it on good authority that the Demi-Dao Lord snuck into the Origin realm inside the body of 1,000,000 terrorists, so she could surprise Dragonsbane on their anniversary. But before she could give the surprise, she spotted him with another woman. Witness C, that's all wrong. I saw it. The human boldly claimed to fight the lady's father, Lord Ra, so that their union could go through. But it turns out, behind the lady's back, the human had also been romancing Lady Sekhmet's sister, Lady Bastet. Witness D, they're all wrong. The Lady Sekhmet and Lord Lex are still together. I saw for myself the passion, the heat of the moment when their eyes locked. Expect to hear wedding bells soon, or at least news of a baby. Expert biologists who have studied the incident through second- or third-hand reports claim that human Lex Ladykiller kidnapped the dragon Pelvilin as a part of his plan to become part dragon, so that he could gain the dragon's ability to mate with all races, just to please Lady Sekhmet. Our expert psychologists, however, believe that Lex the Angel Whisperer is simply a kleptomaniac, and stealing the heart of a Demi-Dao Lord was simply acting according to his compulsion. Whatever the truth may be, evidence of his kleptomaniacal tendencies keeps on piling up, as he has been spotted in one of Ventura's testing grounds for talented immortals, holding the students hostage as he tries to kidnap the realm itself. The attempt was only discovered when the Heavenly Oversight and Regulatory Directorate, HORD, responsible for detecting and reacting to heavenly interference in the universe, reported unusual heavenly activity. It seems even heaven itself can no longer tolerate the heartless nature of the human's actions, yet the result is still uncertain. A source close to the subject has theorized a connection between the human's actions and a guest at the Tao-ranked hospitality organization, the Midnight Inn, where Lex works. The guest, none other than notorious thief Monkey King Wukong, known for stealing a part of the Tao of Wine, is theorized to be the human's mentor and spiritual guide. Sources. For latest updates, stay tuned as we reach out to more knowledgeable Soward on the subject, and send our most reliable journalists to observe the situation over at the realm being stolen. Article by The Onion News. Velma stared at the article, unsure of how to respond. She read it once, twice, and then 3 times before she could believe what was written. Of course, she knew that most of what was written was incorrect, but it was just so damn funny. She took a screenshot of the article and immediately sent it to the Midnight Inn, before giving the article a heart and a follow. Some days she just loved her job. Space. Lex's body smashed into the ground, leaving the poor fellow looking up at the sky as he tried to understand what was happening. He got no proper feedback from that lightning bolt, which meant it wasn't even a part of his own tribulation. No, he just happened to be standing where the realm's tribulation was taking place. That meant that now, not only did he have to go through his own tribulation, which was strengthened as a result of the realm tribulation, but he also had to go through the crystal realm's tribulation as well. No, that couldn't be happening. He had to have misunderstood the situation. How was that possible? He looked down at the smoke rising from his body, and his suit which had been burnt to a crisp in a single lightning strike, and wondered if this was real life, or if this was a fantasy. No matter how strong he became, there was no way he could be as strong as an entire freaking realm while still at the Earth immortal level. How could he survive a tribulation meant for a realm larger than the solar system? Chapter 1866, Hair on Fire. As Lex lay there in the ground, coming to terms with the situation, the very first lightning strike from his own tribulation was finally ready. As Lex looked up at it from the ground, he could not help but recall Nurse Honey. Back when he was studying at the academy in the Crystal Realm, Nurse Honey had tended to him and healed him back to perfect health when he got injured. He wondered if she would be free to see to him after this was done. He might need a band-aid or two. The lightning bolt in the shape of a Faram was unleashed from the black clouds, aiming for Lex, the first of 9. Since he was becoming a level 1 heaven immortal, he would only have to endure 9 lightning bolts, each one several times stronger than even the strongest bolt from his tribulation when he was becoming a level 9 earth immortal. After that, he would have his fire tribulation, and this time he would even have a spiritual tribulation. How exciting! As if that was not enough, Lex had no idea how many lightning bolts he'd have to tolerate from the realm tribulation, or if the realm tribulation included other kinds of tests. Suffice to say, this was going to hurt, or not. Just as the lightning beast was about to strike Lex, he brought his hand forward with a casual grace, as if he was in no rush whatsoever, and caught the beast-shaped lightning bolt by the neck. Lex used his left eye to study the laws that made up this lightning bolt, comparing it to the bolts he used to be struck by when he was an earth immortal. Lex only had a brief moment to do as much before the lightning fused into his body. The immense momentum of the lightning bolt was lost when Lex caught it, so it was only the lightning itself which harmed Lex, or tried to. Back when he was entering the earth immortal realm, the lightning bolt from his major tribulation hadn't managed to harm him, but at least it hurt a lot. This time, the lightning bolt didn't even do that. It tried, but it couldn't. Instead, it simply delivered his body with a pure stream of energy. Lex had no idea what this particular type of energy was called, but it was just a more concentrated form of the energy which had turned him from a mortal into an immortal. Now already an immortal, the energy merely tempered his body, soul, and spirit, allowing him to become strong enough to bear the weight of relational laws. The problem was, once again, Lex was already strong enough to bear it. The energy just made it the change official, so that Lex wouldn't be relying on his other aspects of himself to tolerate their influence. His tribulation this time actually seemed easier than when he became an earth immortal. To be fair, he wasn't fighting a war during his tribulation, so that helped. After the energy from the first bolt was used up, Lex turned to look back up at the cloudy sky and saw the energy gathering for the second strike of the realm tribulation. Now that was going to hurt, and the worst part was, he didn't even get any benefit from it since he wasn't a realm. "Lotus, wake up. Heaven is trying to cheat us out of a well-deserved upgrade," he said, activating his Lotus form. While he wasn't a realm, his Lotus was most certainly bonded to one and had the status of a realm, so it could certainly benefit from this tribulation. As it so happened, any increase in his strength improved the Lotus, and vice versa so. The world turned white once more, caused by a lightning bolt so massive that Lex could not fully perceive its size. It struck the ground with a roaring vengeance, so devastating that the laws of the realm were incinerated. The laws that made up a realm were many, and as the laws fought against one another, they formed a complex web so intricate that even immortals could not entirely comprehend the laws of a realm. When such a thing occurred, there was bound to be bloating. There were bound to be laws that did not, in any way, positively contribute to the functioning of the realm, and were just an outdated representation of various changes that the realm may have undergone. Over time, these laws would change, or be swallowed up by other laws. During a realm tribulation, however, those laws were directly incinerated, turning back into the unique brand of chaos energy from which laws were made. When the lightning strike from the realm tribulation struck Lex, the actual effect of the lightning bolt ignored him completely, merely passing through his body before entering the realm. This time, however, since Lex had attained the status of a realm, he suffered the same consequences. All the bloating inside of him, all the waste from the countless materials and laws he had fused into his body through his cultivation technique or other means, all of it and more, began to incinerate, turning into chaos energy. The energy then fused into the rest of his body, strengthening him. The same happened to Lotus, and since Lotus was fused with the Midnight Realm, the redundancies in the Midnight Realm were slowly eliminated. Of course, since the lightning bolt had to travel through Lex to Lotus, and then to the Midnight Realm, the realm itself was barely affected. Most of the benefit, as well as the damage, was borne by Lex and Lotus. This time, Lex did not look up at the sky, nor did he have any spare energy to think about nurses. All his focus was on containing the chaos energy, preventing it from going rampant inside his body and soul, and absorbing it so that he could heal in time before the next lightning strike. Lex's charred body lay limp on the ground, his hair on fire, completely vulnerable. Of course, even in this state he was not concerned about his own tribulation strikes. They weren't strong enough to harm him at all, or at least the first strike hadn't been. If Lex was in any condition to observe the sky, he would notice that the lightning bolt was slowly changing, as if it was on the verge of transcending the Faram form and entering the next one. Chapter 1867 Super Collie. Chapter 1867 Super Collie. In his Lotus form, Lex could technically completely absorb the energy and transform it into something non-harmful. That held equally true for the chaos energy wreaking havoc in his body. Even if he ignored that, Lex could just strengthen his body's defenses, for he had trained in the Chaos Sea within the Midnight Realm, so he had excellent resistance to chaos energy. He did none of that, though from a certain point of view it seemed like his body was being destroyed and burned from the inside out. The truth was, this was exactly how tribulations helped the target grow. His cultivation technique was unique in that it allowed him to grow as and how he wished, which meant that in theory, there should have been no bloating or waste in his body. That, however, was only true while he was an Earth immortal. As he entered the boundary of Heaven immortal, much of what made up his body and was previously even considered integral to him now became waste or impurities within him. His cultivation technique would eventually probably get rid of it, but there was no need. While a human's tribulation only evolved and strengthened the body so that it could bear the weight of relational laws, the realm tribulation eliminated all redundancies and used them to strengthen the foundation. Lex did not know all that previously, but he understood it the moment it started to happen to him, which is why he did not stop it. In fact, he welcomed it. His hollow, smoking eyes looked towards the sky, his body both burning and healing at a visible rate. Above him, the Farem lightning bolt was changing shape. Instead of becoming larger, the lightning bolt actually became somewhat smaller, with a three-pronged tip, appearing somewhat like a trident. Once the lightning changed, however, it did not instantly fall down. Instead, the clouds too began to change form, taking the shape of a colossal being. It had 4 arms, 4 wings, and a halo-made sunlight above its head, appearing as if it were some kind of heavenly being. The being had no eyes, but even so, when it turned towards Lex, his instincts suddenly kicked in, warning him of danger. Finally, he looked up, and even with eyes that had been burnt thoroughly, he looked at the cloud aiming a trident down at him. "Well, at least you keep things interesting, I'll give you that," Lex muttered, as if speaking to the heaven that was laughing at him. "Come on, so far only my flesh has been burnt. If you can singe my bones, then I'll be really impressed." Whether the figure made of clouds could hear Lex or not was uncertain, but soon after Lex's taunt, it threw down the trident made of lightning. Now Lex, owing to his many strengths and skills, had become fast enough to intercept the previous lightning bolt that had attacked him. Of the trident, though, Lex did not even catch a gleam. One moment it was in the air, and the next moment it felt like Lex had been hit in the chest by a railgun point-blank. The ground around him erupted, not from the blast of lightning. No, that didn't happen. The ground erupted because the force packed in the lightning bolt was so immense that Lex's body was launched into the ground near the speed of light. A massive crater was formed in the region with Lex in the center, all remnants of clothes on his body already gone, alongside his skin. His charred skeleton had protected his inner organs from bearing the brunt of the lightning strike, but its blackened appearance was a clear indication of how much damage the bones themselves had taken. "Touché," Lex uttered with his spirit sense, finally coming to terms with the fact that his tribulation this time around was slightly more dangerous than the ones he had experienced previously. His body was nearly burnt to a crisp, and the fire tribulation hadn't even begun yet. "Okay, I admit, I was being a little arrogant," he said as he picked himself up off the ground and accelerated his healing using his own blood so that by the time he was standing, all signs of any injury were gone. "I'll take things seriously from now on, don't disappoint me." Since Lex did not own any clothes that could survive this tribulation, he created an illusion around himself, appearing as if he was standing in chino pants and a black t-shirt. Lex still did not actually rely on any of the upgrades the Lotus form allowed him, though he did unleash his power in full. His skin was tougher than dragon scales, his muscles stronger than celestial steel, his will able to confront a demi-Dao lord. He wanted to see just how far the tribulation could push him. The third lightning bolt of the realm tribulation fell, but this time Lex was ready. With Nakara in his hand, he cut the lightning bolt, eliminating all the ferocity in it, and absorbing only the unique energy it carried. He was careful, measured. He only absorbed 0.01% of the energy in the entire lightning bolt, and even that was a tremendous amount. If he wasn't careful, it wouldn't be the destructive force of the lightning that killed him, but the overabundance of the energy in his body. "Lotus, how you feeling? You think you can take on more?" Lex asked, feeling the warmth of the tattoo on his back. "Taking more energy is not the issue. Utilizing all of it before the next bolt is the real problem," the Lotus answered, its voice cute and juvenile as it tried to sound serious. I have a bit of an audacious request, but I think we might get in trouble if we do what I want. What should we do? Lex smirked as he looked up, his eyes locking against the being made of clouds summoning another trident. I think we're the only ones playing by the rules, Lotus. Might as well go ahead and break them since everyone else is too. Tell me, what do you have in mind? I was thinking, what if, instead of utilizing this energy, we save some of it so I can learn how to make it on my own? That way, we can have this energy whenever we want without the tribulation. Lex's smile became even wider as he heard those words. His little Lotus was growing up and finally learning a few things from him. That made him feel. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Chapter 1868 up one spot. Look at you stealing from heaven itself. Oh, how the young grow up so fast, Lex said as he grabbed Naraka with both hands and held it above himself. A fraction of a second later, the trident slammed into him, missing the sword completely and buried Lex 666 feet underground. The trident was too fast for Lex to even spot, let alone effectively block, so he thought about holding his sword up to block the trident based on its previous trajectory. Unfortunately, it did not work. The right half of Lex's chest was completely burnt to a crisp, this time including his lungs and other muscles beneath the bones, yet his body healed just as quickly. More than that, Lex could feel how the terrifyingly powerful lightning trident reforged his body. Even the ordeal within the volcanic forge was nothing compared to each and every single bolt of lightning. Yet while each bolt could damage him tremendously, the damage was equivalent to surface-level damage for an immortal. Even ignoring the fact that his entire body wasn't being burned, even if it was, immortals could even survive without a heart or brain, so a burned body was far from lethal. But you know, stealing from heaven ain't going to be so easy, Lex said as he recovered from looking like an undead zombie. The tribulation is far more than just lightning. There will be a fire tribulation, as well as a spiritual tribulation after this as well. I don't think I'll be able to focus on preserving the energy in my body, so you'll have to be the one to do it. There's also no guarantee that there won't be other kinds of energies in the next 2 rounds of tribulation as well, so it won't be easy for you to hold on either. Of course, I could simply let this form dissipate, and you could give up on the energies from the other 2 tribulations, if that's what you want. The Lotus did not immediately respond, and Lex didn't mind either. This time, he slashed the lightning bolt and absorbed 0.02% of the energy in the bolt. Despite taking double the amount, Lex didn't increase the amount of energy in his body and sent all the extra to Lotus. He wasn't joking when he said that excess energy might kill him. He might be strong enough to survive the lightning bolts, but not even a celestial immortal could contain as much energy as a whole realm. It was precisely why, even though Moon didn't have an actual realm inside her yet, Cassandra assumed that she might become a demi-Dao lord the moment she stabilizes. The ability to actually contain a stable realm inside oneself was something not even someone as insane as Lex could achieve. He was only barely holding the status equal to a realm based on a technicality. Eventually, Lotus answered Lex. All right, I've constructed stable energy storage units in the Midnight Realm which will be able to hold this kind of energy, Lotus answered. I'll be able to contain the energy there. I'll just need to make changes to the storage containers for the next 2 types of tribulations, and I'll be able to contain that energy as well. We can put the plan in motion. Lex grinned and looked not at the clouds but the heavens themselves. Laugh at him, will they? He'll give them something to laugh about. Lex activated the ability of both his eyes, using his left eye to lock on to the trident, and his right eye to manipulate arrays, glyphs and the characters from the Book of Changes. Once again, the trident was thrown faster than he could see or follow, but once it entered within a mile of Lex, it entered the zone covered with the changes he had made. Lex didn't try to block the trident, no. He simply tried to slow it down enough so that he could spot it. Yet the trident was a thing of absolute carnage. The battlefield Lex had prepared didn't slow the trident at all, and instead was torn to shreds. This time, the trident burned up the left side of his chest, turning his heart into a crisp. If Lex still had a working tongue, he might have made a joke about getting heartburn as he aged. Instead, he focused on improving the surrounding battlefield. Surviving the tribulation was not what he was focused on at all. He wanted to catch that trident before his tribulation ended. When the next strike hit, he absorbed 0.03% of the energy, transferring it to the Lotus to use as it pleased, while his own body once again burned and was reformed. But by now, Lex could feel it. He could feel the new kind of strength coursing through his veins. He could feel the ascension of his power as he stepped higher on the cultivation path. Lex could feel himself gaining more control of his power, and at the same time, he could feel his power able to influence the universe more and more. The feeling, calling it a high, would be an understatement. It was the adrenaline rushes of all adrenaline rushes, the highest high of all highs. It was the feeling of becoming stronger with each passing moment, each pulse of agony in his body, and it filled him with more excitement than ever. The trident tore through his arrays and formations once more, but this time it slowed as it entered the area of his domination. Lex saw it, and if he could see it, then next he would catch it. As Lex's body and soul were baptized in the energy that only tribulations could provide, so too was his tenet. The stronger it became, the stronger Lex's influence became on the universe, and the stronger his supremacy became. Primary Realm, Ruins of Ascension. The monument upon which existed a list that, silently and unwittingly, governed the hierarchy of a majority of living beings in the universe stood tall, and with an unquestionable might. Around the list was an aura so immense that not even Tao Lords could approach it, which is why Wukong's feat of doing just that made him so frightening a Tao Lord. No one knew how he did it, and it didn't matter anyway. Even from afar, the list could be seen normally. "There's a change," said one of the primals tasked with watching the cosmic ascendance spectrum as he wrote down the change. "The human race has moved up a spot." Chapter 1869, The Cosmic Ascendance Spectrum. Primals were members of the Sages races, and were, in fact, number 2 on the cosmic ascendance spectrum. Despite not being number 1, there existed no race in the universe who could deny their awesome power. In fact, the only reason the primals hadn't just outright tried to conquer the entire universe on their own was because they were masters of the primary realm, at least, as far as most others were concerned. That, combined with the fact that the primary realm was larger than all other realms in the universe combined, major and minor ones, meant that the primals really had no need of more land or resources. Of course, all this was merely the general understanding maintained by the general populace of the universe, including most Tao Lords. That did not mean this was the truth. Only the primals themselves, as well as a few other ancient races, knew the finer details of their lives. The simple matter of fact was that the primary realm was the most dangerous realm in the universe, simply because it contained powers and mysteries so immense that not even Tao Lords dared act willy-nilly there. After all, even Tao Lords themselves were still beholden to the universe at large, and could not ignore it. It was for that reason, and a few more, that there was an entire team of primals stationed at the Ruins of Ascension, monitoring any and all changes that took place there. Naturally, one of their duties then was to monitor the changes in the cosmic ascendance spectrum. Changes in the rankings on the spectrum were far from rare. Considering the list reflected the general power maintained by an entire race, it was quite natural for various races to go up or down on the list, especially in the lower rankings. For their own convenience, the primals had divided the list into 3 main tiers, with various subtiers. Predictably, the 3 main tiers were the Tao tier, Immortal tier, and Mortal tier. Changes within the Tao tier were exceptionally rare, for they required the birth or death of a Tao Lord. Either of those were very, very rare. There were only 2 subtiers within the Tao tier, categorizing races as having 1 Tao Lord or multiple. The Immortal tier predictably had 3 subtiers, being Celestial, Heaven, and Earth. Each race was then placed in those subtiers based on how many immortals they had of the relevant subtier. Changes in this tier were far more common, happening on a nearly daily basis. The human race, for example, was in the Celestial subtier, with less than 50,000 celestial immortals across their entire race. Generally, the human race as a whole had been on a downward trend, but even if they only moved down 1 spot every 10,000 years, considering the billions of races in this tier of the list, changes to the actual spectrum happened daily. The mortal tier unexpectedly only had 2 tiers, nascent tier and those below. It was too tedious to try and further subcategorize it because changes took place in the mortal tier every microsecond. The primals responsible for recording the changes in the immortal tier did not seem too surprised by the rise of humans by a single spot. It more or less meant that the humans had gained another celestial immortal, or that one of the celestial immortals had grown stronger. They simply noted down the change and moved on to the rest of the list. Humans, as a whole, had long lost the privilege of attracting any attention to their growth or decline. For example, even heart demons, a race that was firmly under the control of devils, was ranked higher than humans on the list. If the humans weren't a part of the humanoid alliance, owing to their shared origins with some more dignified races, such as the Celestials or Ulin, would long have dropped even from the immortal tier. A single rise in ranking meant nothing. "I've written down the change," answered one of the primals. "Their new rank is Subtier Celestial, position AGF 99909B. The primal paused, because before he even finished reporting the change, the humans moved up one more rank, changing the last few digits in their ranking from 9B to 9A. Up 2 ranks in a matter of seconds, that's not bad at all. This time, many primals turned to look at the human race. In a matter of seconds, they had gone up 3 ranks. Such a change was noteworthy. "I'm initiating a pause on recording the new human ranking for now," said the primal who had been recording it down. "It will enter a period of observation before being recorded." The other primals returned to their duty. A noteworthy change was just that, noteworthy. It was not something extraordinary or even necessarily special. All it took was some extra attention from a single Tao Lord to bring about such a change for races in the immortal tier. Space. Crystal Realm, site of Lex's tribulation. The land all around Lex looked like it was torn between destruction and rebirth. The exact crater around Lex had been dug so deep that it had tapped into the underground channels of lava, causing a massive eruption from underneath. From above, devastating lightning rained, and from below the molten lifeblood of the continent erupted. In the middle was Lex, his eyes filled with red veins as he exerted himself to his utmost. Yet, despite the raging of so many powers, the lands all around the craters had turned into a beautiful garden. Immortal treasures began to bloom. Trees were born and grew to great heights in the matter of minutes. Springs of the purest waters flowed across the lands. That was because, inadvertently, this area had become the most fertile, energy-dense area in all of the Crystal Realm. Nourished by the corpses of countless Craven, purified by realm tribulation lightning, activated by the underground currents of spiritual energy, and revitalized from sheer vitality that radiated from Lex's body, the place had become a paradise. The laws of the realm itself began to mold themselves around this place, marking it as one of the most historically important places in the existence of the realm. Amidst this cycle of destruction and rebirth, Lex grabbed Naraka and looked up at the clouds once more, ignoring that one streak of sunlight shining down on him. It was his 9th and final lightning bolt. He had failed to even touch the trident so far, at least if one didn't count the part where the trident crashed into him. This was his final chance. He would succeed. Chapter 1870-something. Compared to the Faram, who seemed to have a hint of life or even self-awareness in their eyes, the colossal being wielding the trident seemed a lot more mechanical and lifeless. That wasn't just because the being didn't have eyes to begin with. No, it was because it seemed entirely like a puppet. A powerful puppet, yes, but a puppet nonetheless. As such, Lex, in his strengthened state after being baptized in heavenly lightning, could see the strings pulling at it. They were laws, governing its every movement, its every action. The complexity and abstract nature of those laws was so esoteric that Lex could state without a hint of doubt that if he had seen them as a mortal, he might have gone crazy. His mortal mind would have struggled to understand, to explain something that didn't operate in his limited understanding of what constituted reality. As an immortal, though, Lex had been familiarized with the abstract nature of laws. So not only was he not befuddled by these unusual laws, he could even grasp their intricacies. The trident even now was too fast for Lex to react properly, but he didn't need to do that. Since he could now see how the cloud being would act, he could determine where and how it would attack. Since after rounds of practice he could now see and even slow down the trident, he could fine-tune his aim. Most of all, as his power grew, so did his influence on the universe. His domination could not bend reality to his will, the way dragons used dragons' might, but it sure as hell could bend a few laws. The cloud being moved, and once more its attack was too fast for Lex to follow. It didn't matter, he was prepared for just that. The trident entered the region where Lex had laid down countless arrays and formations using his eye's ability, and for once it did not destroy them. After all, they had been fine-tuned so that they wouldn't clash with it. Instead, they accepted the spear within their region of control, and then began to slow it down. Lex saw a gleam, but even before that, he felt an unshakable will clash against his domination, cutting its way through. He moved, through conscious will and through instinct, placing his sword directly in the path of the trident. His domain, which he had erected a mere foot around his body, crashed against the trident and broke. Yet it did not matter. Whether it was his formations, for domination, or even his domain, They were all there simply to pave the way. Naraka screamed, not in pain, but in defiance, as blade finally touched trident. A high-pitched, sharp battle cry as the two opponents met, both tools of their master's will. Naraka was the instrument through which Lex cut any and all opposition, and the trident was merely a carrier, a conduit for not only the tribulation energy, but heaven's wrath. At last the two clashed, resulting in an explosion that had no sound, no shockwave. There was no physical consequence of their meeting, for they fought not in the physical plane, but through laws. The trident sought to elevate Lex through the baptism of laws, yes, but it also sought to remind him of his place by using laws far beyond his grasp. The sword sought to clash against the trident, yes, but it was also a declaration that he had clawed his way up to this point, and a mere trident was not enough to stop him. The sword carried through it the influence of Lex's tenet, binding all laws it touched to his will. It carried his raw physical strength, which was so vast, it could directly cause turbulence in laws. It contained his sword intent, which had been refined again and again to cut through the chains that he perceived the laws as. Most of all, it carried a symbolic meaning the universe sought to punish him, but that only excited Lex, it did not discourage him. That did not mean he was a masochist who would become excited at the thought of punishment. Not at all. That was totally and completely wrong, and anyone who thought as such could address their concerns to Naraka's edge. No, Lex he liked a challenge. Yes, he liked to overcome challenges and improve his strength, not endure inhuman suffering and pain just to prove he could survive it. That was utter nonsense. The clash lasted but a moment. Although Lex had not caught the trident with his hands, he had halted it from smashing into him. Then the trident turned into energy, fusing into the sword before finding its way into Lex's body, to complete his baptism, and allow him to overcome the first of the three tribulations that barred his way from becoming a heaven immortal. Lex grinned at first, but as he felt his body becoming so much stronger than it already was, he burst into laughter. He had witnessed the strength of celestial immortal before, and now he could feel power equivalent to it in his veins. This was merely the beginning. His physical strength was always the first to enter the next realm, but soon his other traits followed. His soul became far stronger than it had any right to be as a heaven immortal, slowly taking on a slightly golden color. His domination, once a great replica of dragon's might, fused deeper with his being, fused with his instinct, turning into something more, something unique to only him. His body, his physique, his everything evolved, causing a stir he was all too familiar with. He hadn't even become a heaven immortal fully, and yet is next. Tribulation began to stir. Lex's laughter echoed through the lands, empowering the garden around his crater, granting it with the privilege of watching his rise. A thin, green mist emerged from his body, his paladin powers, and began to nourish the broken, weakened realm all around him. His karma, which was too immense for him. Earth immortal began to boil. Secrets he had witnessed, but was not strong enough to bear, began to reveal themselves to him. The seal in his mind, the one from the Temple of Frozen Dawn, loosened on its own, allowing a hint of his affinity with time to return. Once more. Space. Primary realm, ruins of ascension. The primals looked at each other in confusion, wondering what was happening. The human race jumped up another dozen spots. Had the human race encountered some great fortune? Chapter 1871, Spirit Tribulation. Lex closed his eyes and felt the restraints on his power loosen. More importantly, he had been carrying a certain weight of knowledge ever since leaving Abaddon, and was a huge burden on his mental state at all times. He ignored it, because what other option did he have? But now, finally, he could feel the impact of that weight decrease, or rather, his own ability to bear that weight was increasing. Vaguely, he felt himself remember certain secrets that he had inadvertently forgotten, or simply overlooked. The two biggest secrets of all, though, remained hidden. One was the seal in his mind, and though it had loosened on its own, he could still feel the threat of death emanate from it, so he dared not touch it. The second was what he saw at the end in Abaddon, which caused such an enormous weight on his soul. He had no answers to either, but he was certain that with time, the answers would come on their own. The crystal realm trembled around him as the weight of his increasing cultivation put immense pressure on its laws. If this were prior to its own tribulation, the consequences would have been disastrous, for Lex did not have the strength of a usual heaven immortal. His existence could very well destabilize a weakened realm. Fortunately, the realm tribulation allowed the realm to consolidate its own foundation, becoming even stronger than before the insane Hellion crisis began. Lex took in a deep breath, then sat down atop an invisible barrier he created at the mouth of the crater. After a tremendous explosion which had promptly been met by heavenly punishment, a pool of lava had filled the crater, no longer overflowing or going anywhere. Most likely the opening deep below had been sealed shut, leaving this lava here to rest and eventually cool until it solidified. Somehow, taking his fire tribulation over such a pool felt just right. Speaking of which, he felt his fire tribulation approaching. Just like last time, it began with an itch. A small, irritating itch deep inside his body that not only could he not scratch, but also had to silently endure as it grew. But that growing itch made Lex smile. The fire tribulation was not visible because it took place inside the body. The reason, then, that it was called a fire tribulation was because of how it burned and also the black smoke that was released as a result. Lex merely closed his eyes and allowed his body to burn internally. It wasn't like there was anything else he could do. Unlike the lightning tribulation, which could be weakened and resisted through a number of ways, including but not limited to defensive treasures, barriers, formations, and such, the fire tribulation could not be resisted at all. That was both a good and a bad thing. Using all these items to resist a lightning tribulation made it easier to survive, but also reduced the amount of benefit one could get from the lightning. Of course, if a person was likely to die, then settling for reduced benefits was not a problem at all. The fire tribulation, though, could not be resisted, so everyone was forced to accept the benefits whether they liked it or not. Without the need to fight a war and with his protective barriers around himself, Lex just sat there and allowed his body to burn. Black smoke began to emerge first from his nose, then his ears, followed by each and every pore in his body. Since he had no impurities to burn, the tribulation put him through something similar to a baking process, tempering his body even further to better tolerate the power of laws. There was no other benefit, merely the ability to endure the pressure from laws better. But Lex could, more or less, already endure relational laws even as an Earth immortal so. Watching Lex's progress so easily seemed to trigger Heaven's jealousy, or maybe there was simply a delay in the realm's tribulation. The Crystal Realm's fire tribulation began, except a realm's fire tribulation was somewhat special. A realm technically had no impurities, and so the only thing that mattered was to improve its ability to tolerate more laws, and more complex laws. Naturally, that too occurred through a fire tribulation so. Lex, who was peacefully sitting atop a pool of lava, smiling as his body burned and black smoke emerged from his body, wondered when the realm's tribulation would begin. As if in response to his question, the pool beneath him erupted. To be more specific, every volcano in the entire realm erupted altogether, bathing the realm, which had begun to cool due to the new Hellion laws, in lava. Of course, all the natives of the realm experienced a mystical protection from the realm itself, allowing them to escape unharmed from even the eruptions. Let alone a single person, not even a single bacteria would die as a result of the tribulation. The same could not be said for those not native to the realm. Countless Craven died, and many Hellions were injured by the unexpected eruptions. Lex, however, could not be bothered to care. What kind of volcanic eruption had he not seen? What kind of eruption had he not experienced? What kind of fire had he not endured? That was not to say he was not being hurt, just that he took it like a man whose body was comparable to a celestial immortal, enduring a heaven immortal fire. Midst the endless eruption of the entire realm, Lex enjoyed a cozy, sauna-like experience amidst the lava as his body was strengthened. Upon Lex's snug and comfortable appearance shone a single beam of sunlight coming out from the dark clouds hanging up above. That heaven's voice had not returned since it originally laughed at Lex, perhaps because the plan was not going as it expected, or perhaps because it could not speak so easily. Regardless, it made no difference to Lex. In his mind, Lex compared his strength to the Celestials he had seen. He was now confident that going toe-to-toe against a level 1 Celestial was no problem at all, but against the Jorlam, or against those Celestials who fought the Jorlam, he was still no match. The tribulations both lasted 1 hour, during which Lex's skin was thoroughly skin-burned by the erupting volcano. After all, it was a tribulation for a whole realm. Even strengthened, it would be ridiculous if Lex were entirely unharmed. By it. During this time, Lotus had also siphoned off some of the energy contained within the realm tribulation, hoping to learn how to recreate it. Lex didn't stop Lotus, and instead turned his attention to the spirit tribulation. This would be a genuinely new experience for him, though he had done his research on it so that he could be prepared. Compared to the previous two, this was genuinely the most dangerous tribulation, where even he had to be. Careful. Lex closed his eyes and recovered to his peak state, using the small gap between tribulations to mentally prepare himself. Just like the fire tribulation could not be seen, the spirit tribulation could not be seen either. The difference was that this time there was no smoke or anything else to mark it either. Lex simply fell asleep, sitting cross-legged on his barrier. This tribulation was not one of character, or similar to a heart demon which would tempt him down the wrong path. It was simply a test as well as a baptism of sorts. The mind was one of the most important aspects when controlling laws. Having a mind and understanding strong enough that it would not simply unravel when faced with the endless, awesome might of laws was one of the greatest requirements of assailing the cultivation path. Lex had already faced some trouble grasping onto more abstract laws, not to mention karma. But in truth, the only reason he had survived all those experiences so easily was because his body, mind, and soul were fused into one. They mutually strengthened one another, allowing him to have a spirit far stronger than he should have. The foundation set for him by the regal embrace was useful even now. Compared to the haphazard way in which he cultivated now, it was much more organized. Of course, the path he walked now had a lot more potential. In his sleep, Lex had a dream, and in that dream he saw only one thing. He saw a grand obelisk rising up into the sky far beyond what he could see. Its size was far greater than planets even, and was quite possibly even greater than the Jorlem. The only reason he could not be certain of its actual size was that there was nothing except his own body to compare it to. But such comparisons were pointless. He could not even tell how far the obelisk was from him. All he knew was that etched on the obelisk were characters. Chapter 1872 Names. Lex was very familiar with characters. They were like weak imprints of laws present within reality and contained hidden power. He used them to make arrays, which were self-powered and could create incredible results. Even the Book of Changes had some new and unique characters for Lex to study. Yet the characters on this obelisk were very different. "What you looking at, homeboy?" The first character that Lex looked at asked him, its voice erasing a hint of pollution that had slipped into Lex's spirit undetected. It sounded aggressive, carrying in its voice a real provoking tone, as if hoping that Lex would give it a reason to respond. Yet hidden within it was also a kindness, like that of a grumpy old man who hated noisy kids, but secretly also looked after them. "I am looking at history," Lex casually responded, though his eyes were already sliding across many other characters on the monument in front of him. During his research, Lex discovered that this form of spiritual tribulation was unique to the human race, and was a testament to the advantages of belonging to a powerful race, or at least a race with a powerful history. This obelisk was a sort of monument or record of the history of the human race, forming a unique power that could only be accessed during a spiritual tribulation. Reading the obelisk was supposedly impossible, for it was written in a dead language, with its meaning protected through certain laws. Yet humans could interact with the characters even so. During the spiritual tribulation, all races would have their spirit brought into a unique space through their dreams. The space was filled with an invisible, undetectable pollution that slowly eroded their minds. They had to survive in this space for extended periods of time, exposed to that pollution, and maintain their spiritual integrity by either enduring or fighting against that pollution. According to many theories, that pollution was actually the corrupting influence of certain, incredibly obscure and arcane laws. Others claimed it was the influence of a certain Tao. Whatever the case, that pollution in no way helped anyone's spirit, but fighting against it, resisting it, or expelling it from one's mind strengthened the spirit, thereby forming the only way to benefit from the spirit tribulation. In theory, this tribulation was simple. In practice, it was actually extremely dangerous. One of the best ways to survive against the pollution was to have a strong spirit, but having a stronger spirit also resulted in a longer dream and more exposure to the pollution, resulting in the strength of spirit actually being pointless. That is also precisely why Lex treated this tribulation so seriously, because his immense strength would actually work against him in this case. The existence of the spirit tribulation, thus, became one of the greatest roadblocks in the cultivator's desire to traverse the cultivation path. Since strength of spirit could not work in resisting the pollution, all beings explored many other ways to do so, and even had varying levels of success. Certain races specifically evolved in such a way that they could endure this pollution well. Others developed techniques that could allow them to constantly refresh their spirit, enduring the pollution for longer periods. More powerful races developed unique methods to pass this tribulation. Whether this obelisk was something that was formed naturally, or was formed as a result of something the humans did purposefully, was entirely unknown. All that mattered, at least for humans, was that by interacting with the characters on the obelisk, one could cleanse the pollution in their minds. The existence of the obelisk was a huge cheat that helped the humans immensely, and yet the lethality of this tribulation could not be understated. For most human immortals, this obelisk was the only thing that made passing this tribulation even remotely possible, not a given certainty. After all, this tribulation and the accompanying pollution, whatever its nature, was born from the bedrock and framework of the universe itself. A few tricks and minor cheats here and there could make the tribulation easier, but they absolutely couldn't erase the actual difficulty of the tribulation itself. Lex had a few ideas about how to pass the tribulation, though he couldn't test any of the theories until the actual tribulation itself. The first and most obvious was to use his own healing ability to heal his spirit, but in this dream that seemed impossible. He tried, but it didn't seem to be working. Then came donning domination around him like a protective suit of armor. For the first time ever, not only did domination not help him, it made his situation worse. The aura ability could not resist the corruption, and instead just increased the area through which the pollution could directly affect his mind, so he let the ability fade. Then he thought of his cultivation technique, ever the reliable tool against anything harmful. But this was a dream, and he was only here in spirit. No matter how he tried, he could not utilize his cultivation technique, and thus could not make himself immune to the pollution. Then he tried using his tenet, and to his unexpected pleasure it worked. The reason this was surprising was because it was well documented that the corruption wasn't a law in and of itself, and that generally, tenets did not work on it. He could not specifically determine why his tenet seemed to work on it. It could be any number of reasons. All that mattered was that it did. The corruption was silent and subtle, not really letting the target know of its existence until it was too late. Even though Lex himself did not feel anything affecting him, he knew it was there. That was another thing that made the corruption so dangerous. Generally, one could not feel it, and by the time there was enough of it that one might feel it, their spirit was already too far gone for them to do anything about it. Using his tenet, Lex was able to get a sense for the amount of corruption around him, and how much was pouring into him, and the revelation startled him. It wasn't that there was a lot of corruption around him that was surprising. The issue was that it was pouring into him like he was a black hole, sucking it in as quickly as possible, so much so that there was a current forming of all the surrounding corruption. His pupils shrunk when he realized exactly how dangerous his situation was. According to his research, there were a few best practices when fighting against corruption. First was to use some kind of meditative or visualization technique that refines or strengthens the spirit. Second was to take advantage of any and all racial benefits available, which in his case was the obelisk. Third was to pray to the universe, or in case one was religious then to their respective deity, and hope that you survived. Lex was not about to pray to Bob, so instead he focused on the first two. After using all his various abilities and skills, Lex determined that only his sword, intent, and tenet were helpful, which was quite surprising honestly considering how versatile he was. The tenet helped to perceive corruption but not influence it, while his sword intent allowed him to reduce the speed at which the corruption entered him, though he could not stop the corruption entirely. All that was left was to use the obelisk to purify his corruption and just generally tough it out. Fortunately, Lex had one other advantage over literally everyone else, which was that his universal translator came in handy once more, allowing him to read the characters on the obelisk. What was written were not some huge secrets, nor was it a record detailing anything about the obelisk. The characters were not the same characters used for arrays either. Instead, each character was actually a name. Lex focused on a random character, attracting its attention as well. "What do you want, kid?" the character asked, its voice once again soothing Lex's spirit and purifying a hint of corruption. Generally, the characters only spoke once, and if he did not respond to each character, the next one would not speak to him at all. However, "Not much, Sir Charles Henry Reginald I, Lex said, addressing the character. "Just wondering why your name is one the obelisk." For a moment there was silence. That much was expected, but Lex was hoping for something more as he continued to stare at the same character. After a few seconds, his hope turned into reality. You can read my name?" Reginald asked, his voice suddenly full of shock. This time his voice had a greater cleansing effect on Lex, as if a reward for getting the character to speak for the second time. "Yes, Reginald, and I couldn't help but wonder why your name is on the obelisk. Why are all these names there at all?" Chapter 1873, Wrong Questions. Lex, of course, knew better than to expect an answer. Honestly, the frequency with which he encountered secrets that remained unexplained, even after all these years, was so high that he could more or less guess how this would go. The difficulty of this tribulation was surprising. Lex was fairly confident in himself, and he had even done his research before the tribulation began, acquiring one of the most recommended techniques to resist corruption. But even so, he discovered that without the aid of the obelisk, he would likely be in great trouble. To be fair, this spiritual tribulation was probably much more difficult than the average one, but he had no frame of reference. So, regardless of the actual mystery of the obelisk, as long as he could use it to help him dispel the corruption and get him through the tribulation, he didn't mind if the secrets remained hidden. Of course, if he could learn the secrets and somehow take the obelisk, or perhaps learn how to make one of his own for research purposes, then he wouldn't mind at all. Reginald did not immediately reply, making Lex think that maybe conversing more than twice was not possible, or that it required some other trigger than just knowing the name. Fortunately, it turned out not to be the case. "I'm merely an imprint of a man that once existed in a land far, far away," Reginald finally said, once he had recovered from his shock. This was the third time he was speaking, and this time Lex actually felt the corruption burning away inside of him. Unfortunately, that burn did not spare his spirit either. "I cannot say for certain why my name is here, or anyone else's for that matter. What I can say is that you are the first to call my name." Smoke came out of Lex's ears, and it wasn't from the burning corruption, but from his burnt-off spirit. The experience was especially painful, but the actual damage was manageable. It seemed that talking to the characters twice was the best option, for while the third exchange cleansed the most corruption, the damage it did was not worth the exchange. Lex quickly turned his gaze to another character, and came across an unusual name. "Bob I, what can you tell me about yourself and this obelisk?" he asked, not wasting time. He had already devised the best way to get the maximum results from the obelisk. It was to talk to the characters and have them talk for a longer period in the second exchange. The longer they talked, the more corruption they would eradicate. While he could not get two characters to talk at the same time, he had already considered the best way to extract information from the characters as well as eradicate his corruption. After all, he didn't need to figure out the secret of the obelisk during his first visit. He would be coming here a lot, especially during the celestial realm, where even the minor tribulations would be accompanied by spiritual tribulations. "I was the first human in history to be named Bob, which is why I thought it would be hilarious if I changed my name to Bob I," the character answered with a chuckle. "This obelisk has been around for a long time, aiding humans in passing the spiritual tribulation. None have used it for any other purpose, but then again, none have read the names on the characters either." Lex nodded as he quickly went over all the information he already had about the obelisk. Others had talked to the characters before and tried to extract information about it as well, to little success. The only real difference between him and them was the ability to read names and ask a second question. "Do new names appear on the list, and if so, where?" he asked. "Yes, of course new names appear, though there is no clear designated spot based on the time of arrival," Bob I said. "The positioning seems to be quite random as far as I can tell. But then, what do I know? Not like I can walk around the obelisk. I'm stuck here with my neighbors, and we only wake up when someone undergoes a tribulation." Lex nodded, and then turned to a different name. "Shelley, have you ever heard of anyone with the name Sephor on this obelisk?" he asked. "What, do I look like a search engine to you?" Shelley retorted angrily. "Go ask someone else." "Why are you upset? Is there something else you wished I had asked?" he asked, unperturbed by her attitude. "I'm upset because the first human to ever be able to read our names is an idiot who is asking all the wrong questions. Yes, I wished you would have asked smarter questions. The obelisk has secrets waiting to be revealed, but we cannot give you the answers. Only by asking the right questions do you have a chance to figure out the secrets on your own." Lex raised an eyebrow, but he couldn't afford to dwell on the answer for long or even at all. He could already feel his focus slipping away and his mind beginning to feel woozy. The absurdity of this tribulation astounded him, and yet there was nothing he could do about it. "Kelly, can you tell me about your life?" Lex asked another character, changing the line of questioning. "What is your favorite memory?" "I had a very good life, all things considered," Kelly answered, her voice quite pleasant to hear. "I was a chef, a mother of 4, and best friends with a capable woman. My life was ordinary, all things considered. But learning about how vast the universe really is and all it contains, I suppose living a peaceful, ordinary life is the most unordinary thing in itself." Lex continued to ask questions, learning a bunch of random facts about a bunch of random people who, as far as anyone could tell, should have actually existed in the history of the universe. Even as he spent hours in front of the obelisk, he could not figure out the secret of the obelisk or even get a hint for that matter. More importantly, he had no idea when he could exit. Generally, the first spiritual tribulation lasted only an hour, but he had already spent a day there. Chapter 1874, not on the agenda. Lex was panting heavily, his appearance entirely unkempt as if someone had put him in a sack and had beaten him up. It couldn't be helped, for he could not spare any spare thoughts to maintain his appearance. By now, he was already struggling to hold himself together. Despite constantly talking to countless characters, the rate of purification could not match his rate of absorption of the corruption. If something did not change soon, he might really be unable to pass this tribulation. He either needed the tribulation to end, or he needed to figure out a way to use the obelisk more effectively. But with his spirit on the verge of collapsing, it was really hard for him to think. He had tried everything he could think of, from trying to approach the obelisk itself, to asking all the characters various questions about themselves and the obelisk. Unfortunately, he could not find any pattern as to why their names would be on the thing, save that they were humans. Some were sinners, some were saints, most were entirely ordinary, and the only cultivator he had come across so far had merely reached the foundation realm in his life. Some were great heroes, some great villains, and most had entirely different ideologies. No matter what he did, he found no answers, no hints, and no solutions. Then again, it should have been expected that it was not easy to uncover the secrets of the obelisk. If anyone knew something, they had kept the knowledge to themselves, for the general consensus was that no one had been able to figure out any details or hints as to the obelisk's secrets. "This is absolutely absurd, Fred," Lex said listlessly. "I cannot explain to you the kinds of trials and dangers I have overcome. I find it impossible to believe that a mere spiritual tribulation will be the end of me, but more and more it's starting to look that way. Let me tell you, I sure as hell ain't no weakling, but that strength is coming to bite me in the behind in this tribulation. If I'm finding it so hard, then how do others pass this damn thing?" Lex didn't expect an actual answer. He was just complaining. That is why, when Fred actually answered, Lex was stumped. "Your rate of absorption of corruption is about 3 billion times greater than most other people I've seen, probably because your spiritual tribulation is overlapped by that of an entire realm. To be frank, the fact that you can even survive this long is the greatest evidence of your own abnormality." "Ha," Lex exclaimed, his weary mind thinking of a really lame joke. "But you're not Frank, you're Fred." He grinned widely and was about to laugh at his own joke, a clear sign of just how bad his situation had become, when Lex suddenly felt a rush of lucidity wash over him. A massive amount of corruption had been washed clear from his mind for no apparent reason. But that's when Lex's pupils shrank, as realization came to him. "You seem to have figured something out," Fred said, his voice suddenly taking on a sinister note. "You're not Frank, nor are you Fred," Lex exclaimed, suddenly staring at the characters once more as well as the obelisk. You all are lying." The clarity in his mind became even greater as a purifying force washed through his mind, even going as far as enhancing his spirit a bit, something that was only supposed to happen after the tribulation was over. "We could tell from the moment you came here that you would be trouble," Fred spoke for the third time, his voice burning Lex's corruption and his spirit. No, it wasn't burning both. With the sudden clarity that Lex had, he could tell what was really happening. The purification was granted by the obelisk as a reward for probing, trying to understand the situation. The burning, however, was entirely from the character. The more he spoke to them, the more they could influence him, and what they wanted most of all was for him to die. Instead of speaking to Fred again, Lex's thoughts raced as his eyes studied the obelisk anew, foregoing all the information he had from his research, and studying the situation with fresh eyes. This obelisk, it is somehow related to humanity, its destiny or fate, or something, Lex muttered, focusing on none of the characters in particular. "It appears in the spiritual tribulation because this place is special somehow. It is trying to help us or warn us, or maybe both. You all are etched onto the obelisk, trying to steal its power, trying to prevent it from helping us. You all are literally eating away at the foundation of the human race." A new wave of purification flooded Lex's mind as the obelisk, for the first time, trembled. In a single instant, it wiped all the corruption from Lex's mind, and even began to enhance his spirit. No, it began to enhance his instincts, which were closely related to his spirit. This obelisk was a great treasure, perhaps the greatest Lex had ever seen besides systems, and it was closely tied to humanity. It wanted to help them recover, and at the same time it wanted to let humans know that someone was eating away at it. Yet either that secret remained undiscovered for untold years, or for some reason that news remained suppressed. Lex suddenly felt like he had stumbled upon a great conspiracy, one far greater than he was prepared to face today. After all, the only things he had on the agenda for the day was becoming a heaven immortal, kidnapping a realm, going to the primordial garden, killing some craven, misdirecting the Ventura's grudge towards Vina instead of himself, in case they held a grudge, as well as steal the ability of the primordial garden to produce primordial energy through realm law replication. There was nothing about uncovering an attempt to undermine the strength of the human race on the universal scale. Lex sighed as he felt his tribulation suddenly ending. Fine, I guess I'll add saving you onto the list of things I have to do, Lex said to the obelisk, ignoring the deep sense of malice radiating from all the names. Speaking of which, Lex couldn't help but wonder the origin of these names. He was pretty certain that the universal translator feature of the system had been somehow interfered with, which wasn't a simple feat. Oh well, he could always ask them during his next spiritual tribulation. Chapter 1875, what was she going to do with this child? The crystal realm was in chaos, even more so than normal. Between the dark clouds, massive lightning strikes, sudden volcanic eruptions followed by a sudden stillness that was absurdly abnormal. The people almost forgot that they had been at war for countless years. They forgot they were used to facing death every day, because facing death in the form of a physical enemy and facing death in the form of total environmental collapse were two entirely different scenarios. But as everyone would later learn during the tribulations, not a single soul died. Of course, in the moment, it was hard to imagine that no one had died. So once the tribulations ended, and the unnatural stillness that caused everyone in the realm to freeze where they stood was over, the survivors breathed a sigh of relief. Hopefully, the worst of it was over. Then Lex, who had been asleep all this time, opened his eyes and everything went batshit crazy. The crystal realm had been fixed in its spot within the void realm since its birth, anchored by the very laws that governed the universe. The had, coincidentally, completed its tribulation at the same time as Lex. But what did that mean? Not much. It would merely begin the process through which the realm would be transported to its connected realm and then fuse with it. A short duration for such an event may take a few months, while a long one would take a few decades. Even accounting for any accidents, the transfer would not happen overnight because this was a fixed phenomenon, governed by the natural rules of the universe. Universal rules were the kind of things even Tao Lords had to follow, or at least, that is how the script was supposed to go. The universe had many Tao Lords, but only one Lex Williams, owner of the Midnight Inn, doer of absurd things, holder of luck so tremendously bad that often it turned good, or luck so unbelievably good that it often turned bad. If Bob, namer of awesome names, was present, he could have given a better introduction to Lex, but without him such titles would suffice. As per Lex's expectations, his breakthrough was followed by a unique phenomenon. How could there not be one? His body was partially made of Tao materials, it contained some of the most powerful bloodlines in the universe, was cultivated using a ridiculous cultivation technique, was closely connected to the universe since he became an immortal, and it was even being observed by the main heaven itself. When he became an Earth immortal, a vision appeared of a humanoid figure whose eyes could be seen. The vision appeared in every realm connected to humans, which ultimately attracted a lot of attention. Unbeknownst to Lex, he had attracted so much attention that his demise was imminent, so Nuwa hid him and made his traces obscure. Now that his breakthrough occurred and a phenomenon was triggered, the same veil was activated. Lex raised a single eyebrow in curiosity as he saw a phenomenon of a humanoid figure appearing once more, this time exuding a royal aura. Yet before the vision could even form completely, it disappeared in front of his eyes. "That's new," he muttered. There was no grand vision, no attracting unnecessary trouble, no causing universal-wide enlightenment, or so he thought. The natural phenomenon that his breakthrough caused was blocked by Nuwa's remnant powers. The power of time that suddenly leaked out of the loosened seal in his mind, however, was entirely unexpected and unaccounted for. The crystal realm, which was supposed to slowly transition to its new location, was covered in a massive time bubble which, for some odd reason, affected only the realm. As such, the realm slingshotted through the void, ripping through any void dwellers in the way, leaving behind a massive trail of devastation in its wake, the ripples of its passage spreading far and wide across the universe. The realm was like a shooting star in the night sky, leaving behind a bright trail and attracting all wandering eyes. The inhabitants of the crystal realm were suddenly pushed into the ground by a massive force, though the realm protected its natives, allowing them to escape unharmed. The Hellions, Remnant Craven, and even Lex were pressed firmly to the ground, entirely unable to move as they looked up at the sky. Speaking of the sky, all the clouds in the realm had vanished, save the ones above Lex, revealing not the usual night sky of the realm, but a vision of the surrounding void as they passed. Confused and horrified void dwellers appeared as vision in the night sky. Staring at the rocketing realm aghast, other realms also appeared in the vision, from time to time before being left behind. Someone saw a coffin being led through the void by the skeleton of 9 dragons, while others saw the fracturing of reality. What Lex, now the highest-level cultivator in the realm, saw was much more terrifying. He saw the laws of time beginning to bubble wherever the realm passed as the energy leaking out of his seal affected the whole universe. The rate of flow of time of the whole universe was being affected, and the rate at which the anomaly was spreading was extraordinary because, well, the anomalous energy itself sped up its flow of time. Considering the fact that the crystal realm was already being observed by many due to its sudden tribulation, and Lex's attempted kidnapping, the forces of the universe immediately learned what was happening. This was a situation hitherto unprecedented in the universe, whether it was the anomalous time energy spreading out, or the considerably sized realm jetting through the void like a rocket ship. The headmaster of the chaotic Gold Ventura branch, the one overseeing the crystal realm, panicked when he saw the realm escaping. In his panic, unsure of what to do, he tried to use a void ship to catch up to the realm and break in, yet when he touched the boundary of the realm, his ship exploded and he was launched back. Anticipating that such a thing might happen, he had already taken measures to protect himself, so he himself managed to survive. Many were ready to laugh at the stunt that he had pulled, but as it turned out, his interference caused a small change in the anomalous time energy leaking out of the crystal realm. Instead of spreading randomly and causing fluctuations in time, the energy transformed into a vision. Inside the vision, Lex was sitting comfortably on a Chesterfield sofa, wearing a maroon velvet coat and puffing on a pipe. The vision was visible not just to the headmaster, but to all who had been touched by the leaking energy and all those observing the crystal realm. Somewhere in the hidden depths of the universe, Nuwa sighed and rubbed her forehead. What was she going to do with this child? Chapter 1876, 3 trillion. For more than an age, the universe wondered if Nuwa was alive or not. Even now, most were not sure. She moved in silence, acted in darkness, leaving no trace for anyone to discover as the time was not yet right for her return. The time was, however, nearing. With the age coming to a close, the coming of a new era, and the maturing of the universe, many things were soon about to come into play, and the stage for her return was almost set. As such, when she spotted a human with immense potential, and the chance to bring about a change for his entire race, she acted and hid his traces. Even this time, she hid the phenomenon his breakthrough had caused. But like a naughty child, acting out to attract his mother's attention, this human just kept on putting himself on center stage. She had half a mind to let him be this time around, and let him reap the trouble he was sowing, but she sighed one more time and flicked a finger. Lex's phenomenon, which she had hidden, fused with the vision, obscuring his appearance. Considering the origins of the energy the human was leaking, this was the best she could do without attracting attention herself. Neon. For his next breakthrough, he is on his own, Nuwa whispered to some unknown. Also, since he has received boons, it is time for him to make contributions. No one noticed Nuwa's actions, just as it seemed that no one had heard her words. But the consequences of her actions, seen or unseen, spread across the entire universe. Lex's breakthrough phenomenon was no longer suppressed. Instead, it fused with the image of him sitting on that Chesterfield, hiding his image entirely. In fact, even the memory of his appearance was wiped from the memory of anyone who had seen it, with the exception of Lex himself. What the hell is happening? He uttered as he saw and, more importantly, felt the change. Previously, even when Lex's breakthroughs occurred, he never felt them, or even knew about them until he heard about them from other sources. Yet now, as a heaven immortal, and as someone connected to relational laws, he could immediately feel the phenomenon that was occurring due to him. More importantly, it was specifically due to the resonance the Tao ingredients in his body was having with the universe. Since he could not control those Tao ingredients at all, he could not stop the phenomenon from occurring. He could, however, now feel them and understand why they were happening. The image, which was originally appearing only where the anomalous energy spread, suddenly connected to the universe, and then spread across to all the realms that contained any humanoid creatures at all. The last time such a thing happened was only a few years ago, so the moment it happened, the projection attracted the attention of every leading organization in existence. Now instead of Lex, a vague, humanoid figure was sitting on the Chesterfield, wearing a maroon velvet coat, holding a pipe. While his facial expressions were hidden, his eyes, which seemed to contain the entire universe in them, were clearly visible, unlike last time. Lex tried to recall when this could have been, and based on how he looked in the vision before his phenomenon overlapped with it, he guessed that it was from when he visited the Temple of Frozen Dawn. Specifically, the few moments he did not remember right before he got the seal in his mind. He had no idea why the image overlapped with his breakthrough phenomenon, though he had to admit, his new projection looked hella cool. Although the specific appearance could not be seen, the body demeanor in general exuded a regal aura, one that detonated power and authority. It was vaguely similar to what domination felt like, but much more refined. "So what are we talking about?" Lex asked someone not in the vision, taking a puff from the smoking pipe. He blew out magenta-colored smoke, which looked cool to look at. His voice had boomed as if containing immeasurable power. "In total, 3 trillion years of stolen time," another voice began answering. "But I'm sure there is even more of it left to be discovered. One way or another, what is stolen will be returned. I just want to benefit a little by helping to return it." "And you're saying I can benefit from this too?" Lex asked, leaning forward. In the vision, though, once he leaned forward, the only thing visible were his eyes, deep, mysterious, powerful. "Depending on how much you help," the voice answered. "In that case, I'll take it all, 3 trillion years in my soul. Who then will deny my supremacy?" Lex answered, the flame of ambition suddenly burning in his eyes. "As you wish," the voice answered one final time. The vision began to fade, but from the eyes across the universe, the anomalous time energy was released. For exactly 1 second, the flow of time of the universe where humanoid races existed increased simultaneously. Then, the vision ended. Within the void, the crystal realm suddenly disappeared as well, fading from plain view of all who were observing it, leaving a long line of carnage behind it, but no trace of where it had gone. Within the crystal realm itself, an absolutely unquestionable aura of power radiated across the land, suppressing all that existed, laws included. The beam of sunlight shining down on Lex from heaven hadn't ceased from the beginning of his tribulation till now, but the difference was that the shade of the light had changed. What was previously sunlight, indicating he was being observed from heaven, had now turned into pure, holy white light, granting a tremendous amount of favor. The positive karma that Lex carried had transcended the realm of karma and had instead turned into heavenly favor. The universe itself was lauding Lex for the immensity of his contribution to it, even if he didn't understand why exactly that was. He had some theories, of course, and they all related to the vision he had seen. No wonder the karmic bead thought the karma of his seal was greater even than that of his system, and he had a feeling that he hadn't uncovered all its secrets. Regardless, as Lex was baptized in heavenly favor, the exact opposite of universal rejection, his power skyrocketed. To be clear, the skyrocketing power wasn't because of the heavenly favor, but because this was his natural power after reaching a new realm. His presence alone suppressed the entire crystal realm, laws included, though his instincts were telling him such a state wouldn't last long. After all, they were mere seconds away from fusing with the primordial garden. Chapter 1877 Lex the Heaven's favor. Lex knew a little something about this. In essence, it was like a good luck charm, but one that actually worked. Wherever he went, whatever he did, the universe would favor him. His bottlenecks would be loosened, he would discover amazing treasures. Oh, and also, he would also be tagged by the universe as a lackey and would be dragged into troublesome situations. But Lex did not fear any of that, nor was that the reason he knew about it. Jack was cursed, and his curse would affect not just him, but those close to him, and so Jack had been looking for ways to overcome his curse. Receiving heaven's favor was one way to effectively neutralize the effects of the curse, even if it didn't necessarily eliminate the curse itself. When he had a moment of free time, Lex would think about how to transfer the favor over to Jack. Currently, he was slightly occupied being baptized by holy light, while also trying to control his newfound strength from destroying the crystal realm. Surprisingly, it was easier said than done. Now officially a heaven immortal, Lex's power had exploded, and that meant more than just having bigger biceps. It meant he was a lot more sensitive to relational laws. His mastery of karma far exceeded what his realm should allow, so a higher realm enhanced that mastery manifold. But more importantly, Lex became a lot more sensitive to things related to himself. When he was an Earth immortal, he could sense if anyone even thought about something to do with him within 100 miles of himself. Now, that ability had enhanced in a qualitative way. There was no longer a hard limit on the area surrounding him where he was sensitive to things related to him. Instead, depending on the distance, he sensed them differently. For example, with 500 miles of him, if anyone had any intentions relating to him, he would know. But what about things beyond that? Well, Lex's instincts were telling him that there were 3 locations back in the Origin realm where he had missed Moon's clones. His heart could sense if anyone around him, or even in the same realm as him, was even distantly related to him. At the same time, Lex could feel that he could create his own bloodline with any of his unique abilities and pass it down to his descendants. For a split second, he imagined a newborn baby wielding domination and quickly put that thought out of his head. He didn't need to distract himself with a potentially novel fire-worthy premise for a slice-of-life novel, named Born with a Badass Dad and Dragon Powers. Another reason he couldn't focus on it was that his proximity, his instincts, and his heart were not the only way to track people. He could feel the threads of karma coming out of his body, each one of a different thickness, each one leading to a different person. He focused on one slightly and saw an image of Giselle meeting Marlowe, except that meeting hadn't happened yet. He had somehow used his karmic connection as a baseline for a minor divination, allowing him to see their meeting. The influx of new information flooding his mind might have overwhelmed him had he not entered the new realm, but since he had entered a new realm, he handled it with ease. He wasn't even bothered by the divination he saw of Fenrir being stalked by an unseen foe. Fenrir was no weakling, nor was he on his own. More importantly, Lex was not in a position to worry about anyone else. He could feel another tribulation waiting for him, much like what happened when he had become an Earth immortal. Although the situation wasn't nearly as intense as it was back then, and the chances of repeated tribulations was minimal, Lex had an ominous premonition about the impending tribulation. It had not descended because the realm he was in was itself in the midst of a transition, but the moment it fused with the primordial garden, the tribulation would descend. Now, ordinarily, that would not be enough to bother Lex, especially with all his newfound power. The reason for any concern at all was simple. His instincts were telling him that the primordial energy he was about to come into contact with was spicy. What the hell did that even mean? He did not have to wait to find out. Owing to the abnormal speed of the realm as a result of his energy, the crystal realm slammed into the primordial garden like a ballistic missile. A realm the size of the solar system, that was also just one continuous flat piece of land, surrounded by a realm boundary, slammed into a much larger realm. Fortunately, the collision didn't result in an explosion. It simply resulted in an expedited fusion. The entire crystal realm, and everyone in it dissolved. Laws much stronger and older than the laws of both the primordial garden and the crystal realm suddenly came into effect, fusing the two realms together like blocks of Lego. Right in the middle of the primordial garden, there was a creature from a race known as an eclipse-crawler. The race was neither an elder nor a sage, but only because members of that race were far too few in the universe for them to be ranked highly. Even so, this eclipse-crawler, as the owner of the primordial garden, had such unfathomable strength that even the owner of Ventura did not cross her. And at this moment, the owner of the primordial garden, the dreaded eclipse-crawler, the Tao Lord whose strength was so immense and prestige so formidable that the universe only knew her title, not her name, looked at her realm with horror in her eyes. "No, no, no, not my garden," she slowly muttered. "Not my art." "Nuwu." The primordial realm would have trembled under the weight of her scream, were every inch of it not being protected by the laws changing it. Lex, the Garden Slayer, had struck again. Chapter 1878, False Advertising. The primordial garden was old, very old. In fact, no one truly knew of its origins, which is why many theorized that it was just a broken piece of the actual primary realm. All anyone cared about was that it was the only known realm, besides the primary realm, which actually produced primordial energy. In fact, whether the primary realm even produced primordial energy or not was questionable, for many debated that the energy in that realm is just leftover energy from the primordial age. Only the primal race would know the answer to that. As such, it was not a surprise that many would focus on the wondrous and rich realm. It was unfortunate, then, that the realm mostly stayed isolated. Ventura alone knew how to access it, and most had no understanding of what the realm was truly like. Like the realm, little was known about its mysterious and enigmatic owner, save that the owner of Ventura respected her. Many theorized about the formidable Tao Lord who, alone, could talk as equals with a force as large as Ventura. Legends were written about her, myths. Whispered stories told, each one of them greater than the next. However, if those who wrote those epics and sang those hymns dedicated to the Eclipse-Crawler could see her now, they would be stunned. No, it was perfect, she cried as she complained to the universal laws, fully aware that this was something even she could not influence. The trees, oh, won't someone think about the trees? They were perfect. Their shade nurtured the prima hyenas who fed upon the cursed tyrants who kept the desolate ants in check, the perfect ecosystem ruined. In truth, as a Tao Lord of considerable strength, had she not purposefully isolated herself and her awareness, she would have seen the crystal realm coming. But she had isolated herself completely on purpose, so she never saw it coming. The realm which was on the perfect size, a size she had spent many billions of years ensuring stayed the same, suddenly increased. The energy density, once absolutely perfect to support the pollen of the nearly extinct butkaroo flower, became even richer, ruining the order she had so delicately created. Her art, her beautiful, living, breathing, self-sustaining art was ruined. But just as she shed some tears, each one causing the foundation of the realm to strengthen so that the addition of the crystal realm wouldn't lower the overall average rating of the realm, she heard some clouds rumble, and her mood rapidly changed. From completely distraught, she went to extremely curious as she looked into the distance. A primordial tribulation, that hasn't happened since the primordial age, who provoked one of those. Her eyesight focused on a heaven-immortal human who had appeared inside her shark bowl, desperately trying to swim up. Silly human, that's not water, that's gravium. Each drop of that liquid has the weight of an average planet. Why would you go swimming there? The Eclipse-Crawler, once again, was caught unaware because she had sealed her powers and isolated herself from learning of her surroundings. She rubbed one of her 8 legs on her chin as she pondered her new situation. Sure, her previous garden was nice, but if she could catch a bit of the essence of that primordial tribulation, she might be able to use that to nurture crisp-chip boulders. What that she could. The almighty Eclipse-Crawler, owner of the primordial garden, Tao Lord legend, forgot that she was sad as she began mumbling and giggling to herself as she made new plans. Her art was gone, yes, but art could be made again. Meanwhile, Lex was struggling to swim up, but the task proved a lot harder than he expected. Or, well, it proved to be impossible. A primordial garden, a vivarium of sorts mimicking what the universe was like back in its early days, was no place for weaklings. Back in those days, all beings that were born were not just mythic beings, they were primordials. They were the peak existence of many races that, to date, many races could not reach again. They contained the purest bloodlines and strongest connection to the laws. They were the aspiration of every race that existed, including even dragons themselves. The primordial dragon, with golden scales and the power to shake the heavens, was the most powerful dragon born in history, and was the aspiration and goal of all living dragons. So the primordial garden, a small-scale replica of the universe back in its early days, naturally mimicked the strength and power that the universe held back then. Lex found himself sinking in a deep sea, but every single drop of liquid in that sea weighed as much as a planet. With tens of thousands of drops above him, the weight pushing him down was astronomical. Even then, it was not the weight of the water that prevented Lex from swimming up. No, it was the pressure exuded from the clouds gathering up in the sky that pushed him down. This was no ordinary minor tribulation, meant to help him go from the realm of heaven immortal level 1 to level 2. No, Lex had the fortune, specifically heaven's fortune, to trigger a primordial tribulation. That was a type of tribulation that had not been witnessed in almost 2 ages. Even the primordial garden could not ordinarily force a primordial tribulation to descend. But more astonishingly, if Lex survived, he would become the first non-primordial in the history of the universe to survive such a tribulation. The danger was, it was far beyond the major tribulation Lex had just experienced. "Good luck, my arse. I knew it was all false advertising," exclaimed Lex as his instincts went wild, warning him of the danger. Lex had never heard of a primordial tribulation, so he did not know what was happening. What he did know was that he was going to have to use his third form a whole lot sooner than he expected. That was not to say that his first two forms were not powerful. They were. It was just that neither his regular state nor his first two forms could deliver the devastating destruction his third form allowed him to unleash. Not to mention, as a heaven immortal, he was also now strong enough to maintain that form for a while, hopefully. Chapter 1879, Reason and Madness. Tribulations always accompanied clouds for some reason, even when there was no lightning. For example, the fire tribulation too took place underneath the black clouds of tribulation. Naturally, the primordial tribulation also came from the clouds, unleashing an aura so powerful that the aura alone would be enough to kill Earth immortals. The fact that Lex, in spite of his tremendous growth, could not swim up due to the pressure from the clouds was a testament to the scale of the power they contained. Although Lex felt the incredible danger and a genuine threat of death, he could not help but smile. He was not a masochist, he just liked a challenge. It was good to know that he hadn't become so powerful that the universe had become boring. Then again, he could find ways to entertain himself even among weaker cultivators, so it wasn't as if his life would end without the stimulation from a decent challenge. On the contrary, this challenge was so stimulating that it might really end his life. The clouds, though dark, revealed a type of cosmic dust of various shades of orange, swimming around in the clouds. They were formless and shapeless, swimming in the clouds as if gathering power, revealing only the slightest edge of their power. Lex felt himself being locked onto by the tribulation, and it was through the feedback of his body that the orange celestial dust began to take form. Back in primordial times, lightning may not have even existed, so the tribulation did not take the form of lightning. Instead, the form was dependent on the target. With Lex as the target, the first strike fell. The cosmic dust poured down like a tsunami, and as it fell it began to merge together, forming a ball. Lex turned his head as he looked at the ball curiously. That didn't feel intimidating at all. Then the ball grew and turned into a moon. "Oh, I get it," said Lex as he reached into his spatial ring and pulled out a single drop of blood and threw it into his mouth like a tic-tac. To activate his third form, he needed the help of this blood. It was a good thing he had a lot of it. Ordinarily, he would try fighting off the earlier rounds of the tribulation with his sword, but he had a feeling that in the primordial garden he couldn't afford to take things lightly at all. The moon grew larger, until it was the size of a planet, and then grew larger until it was even greater than the sun. Of course, the attack wasn't actually physically greater than the sun. Its size remained that of the ball Lex saw earlier, but when Lex looked at it, his entire field of vision was taken up by the attack as it continued to grow larger in size and strength. "Minute one of being a heaven immortal and a star fell on my head. What a way to kick things off," Lex's voice rumbled across the garden as his size, too, grew large. After all, his third form was the Jorlam form. A star, that was breakfast. In the future, once Lex fused with more of the Jorlam blood, he would be able to activate this form without needing to drink a drop of blood. For now, though, this would suffice. Lex's size grew rapidly, but that was only in comparison to the star falling on him. In truth, the rules of the primordial garden did not allow things to grow too large. So, relative to the garden, Lex was a big human, and the star was a ball. But with respect to each other, the star was, naturally, as big as a star, and Lex's body was on the path to grow even larger. Somehow, despite being so large in respect to one another, the damage they caused to their surroundings was non-existent, because naturally the environment wouldn't be hurt. The air was primordial air, the grass was primordial grass, and the water was primordial water. Born from the birth of the universe itself, these things would not be damaged from something as insignificant as the crash landing of a puny star, one much bigger than the sun. The attack took less than a second to fall, but at Lex's level, that was more than enough time. With mania in his eyes, Lex opened his jaw wide and bit the falling star. Much like what would actually happen if a cosmic-level giant took a bite out of a star, the star involved went supernova. In short, it exploded in Lex's face. One would think that such an incident would cause Earth and the sky to convulse and tremble, for reality itself to bend and scream, for light to fade and laws to quiver. No such thing happened, though the explosion did cause a gentle breeze in the surroundings. Lex himself, though, did not escape unscathed as he bore the full brunt of the explosion. For him, a humanoid-shaped Jorlam that was not quite in full size just yet, the instant his teeth made contact with the star was a cataclysmic moment. His teeth, made of condensed asteroids, vaporized. His flesh ripped apart under the star's apocalyptic fury, and his hairstyle was thoroughly ruined. Instead of blood, light bled out from Lex's wounds in torrents brighter than creation's dawn. A tide of fire, orange, cool, made of celestial dust, washed out reality and common sense, burning the very fibers of his being and the laws that allowed him to exist. As if the incinerating glory that seemed to erase existence itself was not enough, all that had happened was only a result of the initial impact. The remainder of Lex's body could feel the star collapsing in on itself, quickly setting the stage to form a black hole. Reason and madness writhed in agony, as if all of creation were being dragged into ruin from the collision of the star and the short Jorlam, with no end to the destruction in sight. Lex's face and even his neck were incinerated completely, leaving behind only memory, as the remainder of his body faced the as yet unquenched ferocity of the first strike of this tribulation. Chapter 18, 80 Cents of Humor. Indeed, the primordial garden is spicy. Things can get really heated in here, Lex's headless Jorlam body said as he lifted his two arms and grabbed what remained of the star, forcefully containing the explosion and suppressing the formation of a black hole. Tribulations were lethal, that much was common knowledge across the universe. But Lex hardly ever paid attention to the destructive parts of it. Instead, he always focused on the benefits they provided. They always helped evolve his body or strengthen it in some regard. Even the spirit tribulation, despite being strange, helped to evolve his spirit by a lot. Naturally, this primordial tribulation was no different. It was just that, as unbelievable as it may seem, Lex's body was not strong enough to endure the benefits offered. There were no weak primordial beings. Even the weakest of them had strength that defied common sense, as well as the concept of cultivation realm. After all, in the primordial age, there was no concept of cultivation realms because those who were alive were all just strong, and they were born that way. They didn't even need cultivation techniques to grow stronger, for they were born with the ability to accumulate strength ingrained into them. As the nourishing primordial energy flowed into his body, refined from the exploding star, the energy nourished the cells in Lex's body to death. Even in his Jorlam stage, he could not accept that nourishment. After all, even if he was as strong as a celestial before that rank, he was not up to the standard of a primordial. But even if he could not get the full benefits that this tribulation afforded, it wasn't as if Lex got nothing at all. Even as he struggled to hold the collapsing star above his head, with his body disintegrating either from the leaking energy of the star or the nourishment of the tribulation, he began to cycle his cultivation technique. It was impossible to bring about such a drastic change in a short period of time, especially in such high cultivation levels, however. That did not mean there could be no change at all. As his cultivation technique cycled, his body slowly adapted, becoming minimally more resistant to the specific type of primordial energy the tribulation gave. To be clear, normal primordial energy would not be as big an issue for Lex at all. This was just special. Besides that, the rate of change was also a little sad. Back in the day, a single cycle of his technique was enough to bring about significant changes in his body, yet now the changes were barely noticeable. In the end, such a change was inevitable since it took a lot more effort to cause change at such high levels. Fortunately, Lex's own healing factor was tremendous, coupled with the ridiculous body of a Jorlam. Lex regrew his face in no time, though destroying the star took him several hours, leaving him panting once the task was done. It wasn't that the Jorlam form was weak, but that he had to deal with the destructive and nourishing force of the tribulation both wearing him down, which is why his effectiveness had been reduced. But he would be ready for the second strike. Next time, he would destroy the strike in one move so he could deal with the nurturing energy in peace. Lex quickly drank another drop of blood, returning to his peak state, and even going as far as growing his body even more, which was actually strange. When he focused on the tribulation clouds, Lex felt like his body was as large as the sun, yet when he focused on his surroundings, he was not even large enough to reach the bottom of the lake he was in. The primordial garden was trippy, but then again, he should have expected as much. Lex swam out of the water, finally able to resist the pressure from the clouds, and stood on solid ground. He had expected the second strike to fall down any time now, but it never came. Instead, the clouds simply continued to slowly grow in strength, steadily approaching the point of being almost double the strength of the first strike. Lex did some mental math. If the second strike was double the strength of the first, and the third strike was triple, then basically the last strike of this tribulation would be 18 times the strength of the first strike. It was a good thing he was a Jorlam, or else he would have gone pale. Instead, he immediately entered the flow state and began analyzing his situation and coming up with the best way to counter it. All jokes aside, that first strike had literally blown up his face, and it was like Lex was holding back. That meant that if he did not demonstrate some real power, he genuinely might not survive this tribulation. His casual smile, his careless humor, all of that faded from his mind, replaced instead by a sober focus as he gave his situation its due respect. All right, that wasn't entirely true. Somewhere deep in his mind, he was cursing his fate for slapping him with a deadly situation to remind him not to be too arrogant with his newfound strength. It was almost as if the universe couldn't bear to watch him enjoy himself. But for the most part, Lex was deadly serious. The first thing Lex realized was that the gap between strikes would not be small. In fact, just by studying the clouds, he could tell that the length of the gap would increase based on the strength of the upcoming strike. That was good. It would give him time to adapt to recover. When the second strike finally formed, Lex was expecting another star. But no, this time the cosmic dust took on a different shape. This time it took the form of a massive ship, riding down a wave made of cosmic dust, its sails wide open, its cannons pointed forward, its frontmost point shaped like the animal ram to, well, act like the ship's ram. It seemed like the tribulation had a sense of humor. Chapter 1881 Candidate. What a pathetic copy. The Jolly Rancher uses pebbles as the ship's ram, not some fake attachment, Lex cursed internally as he looked at the ship. There was no way he was going to reveal any connection to that particular crew on his own, or even reveal knowledge of their existence. In that respect, the poor copy of his ship actually worked out in his favor. Even so, Lex felt a little peeved at the universe. What kind of injustice was it to use his own ship to ram him? But even while he cursed the universe for poor quality plagiarism, he treated the incoming attack seriously. The ship was double the strength of the star, but back then Lex also hadn't entered his third form properly. While the ship was a dangerous attack, Lex was more than capable of dealing with it. If he had to guess, then things would truly start getting dangerous after the 8th or 9th attack. By that he did not mean that he could take the attack while enduring slight damage. He meant that every single attack after that had the potential to actually, genuinely kill him. All of this was merely his speculation, but since he had guessed as much, he would act as if it was true. So what was he supposed to do if he had 9 or 10 impending attacks that might one-shot him? Simple. He had to grow stronger with each opportunity. Everything he had been hoarding up until this moment needed to be used. With life and death on the line, what was the point of holding things back? Once the ship made of cosmic dust was halfway to Lex, he unleashed his strongest attack, the one he could only use in the Jorlem form. Were Jorlem mere big brutes who could eat planets? Impossible. They had unique abilities, too. Of them, the strongest ability that Lex was able to learn, he named Sever Light, mainly because it sounded a lot cooler than Fission Beam. It was literally what it sounded like, a beam he could shoot out which could instantly induce fission, breaking down anything and everything it touched. As if that was not all, any energy released as a result of something breaking down would be absorbed by Lex, while the matter produced as a result could be eaten by Lex. In short, despite how powerful the attack actually was, Lex suspected it was an innate ability the Jorlem race developed to eat. He almost named it Breakfast Beam, but that would just be making fun of himself, so he didn't. When Severlight reached the cosmic cloud ship, there was no large explosion. How could there be? The beam absorbed any and all excess energy released from the clash, resulting in a simple, silent confrontation that ended straightforwardly. The entire process merely took 17 minutes while Severlight kept pushing and disintegrating the ship, and the ship also kept pushing down. Compared to the first strike from the tribulation, the result this time was a lot more. Straightforward because this time Lex wasn't playing around and trying to bite the attack. But things were far from over. After resisting the attack came the nourishment, for which Lex was already prepared. During the first strike, the attack lasted hours, and the second strike didn't fall down immediately after as well. So if Lex was right, he had double the amount of time left to absorb the nourishment from this strike. Lex sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, focusing only on his cultivation just as the nourishment reached him. Just like last time, he could not absorb it, nor did he actively try to. Instead, he used his cultivation and body to resist the energy as much as possible while running his cultivation technique. The excess energy absorbed from Severlight helped him resist and even recover from any damage. Thus, in an odd turn of event, Lex in his Jorlem form sat on the ground in the primordial garden and cultivated. He cultivated out in the open, not even caring if anyone got involved or tried to mess with him. What suicidal maniac would attack or disturb him during a tribulation? Not only would that increase the difficulty of Lex's tribulation, but they would also get punished as well. Hence, he cultivated out in the open without care, and the benefits he got were substantial as well. Although he was not adapting to primordial energy as quickly as he had hoped, he was steadily increasing his strength. His only regret was the absence of a suitable cultivation mat. With one of those to help him, his cultivation would be even more beneficial. It took around an hour for Lex to finish dealing with the nourishment of the tribulation, after which he promptly looked towards the clouds to judge how long before the next attack, as well as to gauge the strength of the next attack as well. Everything was exactly as he expected. The duration between attacks had increased, and the next attack was set to be 3 times as strong as the first. That gave him just enough time to strengthen his cultivation some more. This first thing he pulled out was actually the Defiler's core. Ever since he became a heaven immortal, so from a few hours ago basically, his instincts had been telling him to absorb and fuse with this thing through his cultivation. But not just that, his instincts told him to fuse with the divine. Energy in his mask and knife simultaneously. He didn't know why such a thing mattered, but he was sure that it would serve to benefit him somehow. While Lex himself had no idea what benefits he would get, the moment he prepared to absorb and fuse with profane energy and divine energy simultaneously, the owner of the primordial garden had a change in her expression. She went from looking at Lex with curiosity to looking at him like an exotic specimen. A Nephilim candidate, in this day and age and right in my garden too. Never thought I'd see the day. Chapter 1882, Seat of Power. For this particular practice session, with several hours more before the next strike, Lex dismissed his Jorlam form. Staying in that form would require him to continue using blood, not to mention it would get in the way of cultivating. Turning back into his human self, Lex could not help but take a moment to reflect on the oddity of what had happened to him. It wasn't the unusual tribulation he was contemplating on. Rather, it was the fact that he had entered his Jorlam form, which effectively made his body huge. In truth, such a transformation was not such a huge burden on him, because the size of his body was more a reflection of the concept of the Jorlam, rather than a physical imitation of their being. In essence, Lex was tapping into some very abstract laws to make the transformation happen. Still, compared to a true Jorlam, Lex was absolutely tiny. In fact, his body had been smaller than the star that crashed into him, which might make him the smallest Jorlam to have ever existed, if he could count as one. But his size was only small compared to a star. So how was it that even when he grew so astronomically large, his body didn't even exit the lake he was drowning in? How had his clash with an imitation of an actual star not burned up the water? How had the surroundings now been affected at all? It was as if Lex's size was only large with respect to the tribulation attack, and the attack was only large with respect to Lex, but with respect to the primordial garden they were still tiny. Heck, Lex hadn't even grown as large as one of the trees. So he was simultaneously larger than a planet and smaller than a tree, but the size of the tree itself was normal. There were some unusual laws in play there, of that Lex was sure, but he couldn't dwell on it just yet. He did not have the time to spare. Lex put on the tyrant's mask, held the butter knife in his right hand, and grabbed the remaining Defiler core in his left hand. According to the guidance of his instants, he began absorbing divine and profane energy altogether, slowly feeling the changes happening in his body as he did. Compared to the primordial energy from the tribulation, which was very difficult to absorb and adapt to, these two energy sources were very easy. In fact, Lex was already used to controlling divine energy, so it was only profane energy which he was now getting used to. Considering the inherent strength of his body, and the resistance he had already built up against profane energy, the effects of his cultivation technique were rapid. In fact, in merely a single hour, his body gained the ability to minimally absorb profane energy without backlash. The moment that happened, though, Lex's instincts went wild. All the hair on his body stood up, as if he was being eyed by some kind of dangerous predator, forcing him to give up the cultivation and jump to his feet, ready to fight. Something extremely dangerous had locked onto him at that moment with extreme prejudice, causing him to feel like his life was in danger. The feeling disappeared just as quickly as it appeared, but Lex was already out of breath, covered entirely in sweat as if he had only barely avoided death. Yet, nothing happened. There was no one or nothing around him targeting him. In fact, as far as his spirit sense spread, there was no living animal or beast nearby, as if they were all avoiding getting involved with his tribulation. Lex hesitated for a moment, looked up at the sky, and then clenched his jaw. Normally, if something like this were to occur, Lex would take a cautious approach. But with death literally hanging above him, he couldn't afford to hold back. "You want to target me? Then let's see if you can deal with the consequences," Lex muttered and pulled out some soil. Compared to the soil here in the primordial garden, the soil seemed much too ordinary, but only at a glance. This was soil he had collected right outside the final barrier in the strange forest inside Abaddon. There was nothing ordinary about that soil, but Lex's current use for it was deflection. He covered all his body in a thin layer of that soil, and used his karmic bead to temporarily fuse his karma with that of the soil. Now, if anyone tried to target him through means of karma at least, they would instead be diverted towards that soil. In a forest where even Tao Lords died casually, he'd like to see who had the audacity to strut about. He closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. Clearly, there was something extraordinary about the combination of cultivating divine and profane energy simultaneously, if cultivating them got him targeted by some unseen entity. He couldn't be bothered to consider the secrets involved right now. If he survived the tribulation, then he'd think about what new mess he'd gotten himself mixed up in. He began to cycle his cultivation technique once more, before absorbing divine and profane energy, ignoring all the primordial energy all around him. The moment the two energies entered his body, his cultivation technique began to slowly alter his physique, and immediately the previous sense of danger returned. The difference, this time, was that Lex did not stop his cultivation. Instead, using his cultivation technique, he began absorbing that aura as well. He could use it to polish his domination. Currently, Lex felt fearless. He was already staring death in the face, so what more could this new entity do to him? Kill him twice. With everything already on the line, Lex didn't fear taking more risks at all. At most, he would deal with new problems as they came. Fortunately, the sense of danger did not last long, not even a whole second, thus allowing Lex to cultivate in peace. What he didn't know was that it wasn't the soil that protected him, for he wasn't being targeted through karma at all. He was, instead, protected by a very angry eclipse-crawler who cut off access to her garden to the entity targeting Lex. After all, how could she tolerate someone messing around in her seat of power? Chapter 1883 1%. Lex blew out a deep breath as he stopped cultivating, before finally opening his eyes. The way his instincts had guided him towards cultivating profane and divine energy together, and the way he had been targeted by some unknown entity, Lex almost felt like he was about to unlock some hidden, deeply concealed power. That would be too convenient, right? Like, wasn't this a power anyone could cultivate at any time? The answer was no, this was not convenient. Without Lex's cultivation technique to help him make the impossible possible, no one could cultivate both divine energy and profane energy. Also, he did end up unlocking a new power, or at least a fragment of it. He felt it was something else entirely, something very unfamiliar. It was a new kind of energy, but Lex could not get enough of an impression of it to understand what it truly was. If someone else was in Lex's shoes, they might hesitate. Lex already had too much on his plate. Soul, spiritual, and body cultivation wasn't enough. He was also cultivating his aura, his tenet, some paladin powers he didn't understand, an affinity for time that he hadn't tested out yet, and many other things. Was it really wise to get involved in yet another new technique or energy? The answer, at least for Lex, was yes. He was immortal anyway, and had the rest of eternity. No matter how many things he picked up, he would have the time to study and work on them sooner or later, so why did it matter? Of course, his situation at that moment didn't allow him to focus too far on the future. For his immediate future, unlocking even a fraction of that new power which he didn't yet understand had directly elevated Lex's energy control. If he could continue his progress at this rate, passing this tribulation wouldn't be an issue. Unfortunately, the Defiler core was almost out of energy after a single cultivation session. It wasn't that the core was lacking in energy. The issue was in the fact that the energy reserves of an ordinary heaven immortal, or in this case, a heaven defiler, were smaller than Lex's energy reserves when he was an earth immortal. Now that he was a heaven immortal, how could they satisfy him? Lex shrugged and looked up at the sky. "Come," he said, inviting heaven to send the next attack. He couldn't be bothered to wait another 11 minutes before the break between attacks was over. As if complying to Lex's request, the clouds rumbled, and the cosmic dust took a new form. A blade, no, a knife. A butter knife formed, pointing its edge towards Lex, threatening. "Even if you are heaven, even if you are the universe, don't get too cocky," Lex said, pulling out his sword. The fact that he was willing to chat once more was a clear indication of the level of confidence he had gained from the small gain absorbing the Defiler core gave him. He didn't even bother entering any of his forms, let alone the Jorlam form. When the butter knife made from cosmic dust fell, Lex clashed with it directly, using the clash to train his sword intent. Compared to previous clashes, which had taken hours or at the very least many minutes, this clash against the tribulation ended quickly. It didn't even last a single minute. A gleam flashed through Lex's eyes as he realized that he would now need to start collecting Defiler cores. This power, whatever name it bore, exceeded all of Lex's expectations. Then came the nurturing primordial energy. Lex once again sat down cross-legged, ready to absorb the energy and adapt to it. The process was painful, excruciatingly slow, and wasn't even providing as much immediate return as the cultivating with the Defiler core, yet Lex had no doubt that long-term it would be worth it. Then, once that was done, Lex resumed cultivating with the Defiler core until the entire core was exhausted of energy, crumbling into dust. Meanwhile, Lex focused on the change brought about by such a short cultivation session. He felt like he had unlocked about 1% of whatever power was supposed to be unlocked, but Lex's strength had grown. Or, to be more specific, his handling of energy had improved drastically. All energy-based attacks he could launch now had an improvement in strength by over a dozen times. It was so easy that even Lex felt like he was cheating. Then again, it only felt so easy because he was technically doing something that should have been impossible. What is going on? It was supposed to get harder to cultivate at higher levels, not easier. Do I have some kind of misunderstanding about power levels? Have all the immortals I've been hanging out with actually been weakling all along? Lex looked left and right, almost as if he expected someone to hop out and answer his question, but there was no one. He took a deep breath, suppressing his random thoughts. For now, it was still his own cultivation that was the most important. It was unfortunate that he hadn't gotten his hands on any blood from Vina yet, or he would have tried absorbing that. But since Phoenix blood was out of the question, and he had already made full use of his access to dragon blood, it was time for him to focus on Jorlam blood. In truth, Lex had avoided it in the Earth Immortal realm because he had been told it would affect his psyche too much since the blood was too strong for him, and its influence too great. Now, though, there was no point in holding anything back. In fact, if he had the time, Lex would have even tried cooking Jorlam heart. Unfortunately, even the flames from a star weren't hot enough to cook that, so Lex had no means to actually make it happen. With the tribulation waiting above, he began to fuse with Jorlam blood. After that, he'd have to get really crazy. Chapter 1884, Angry Student I. Origin Realm, Oblivio Galaxy, Ruins of New Lyogal. While Lex was undergoing his tribulation, Marlowe was sitting before a massive table of food, much of it already devoured and much of it waiting for his personal attention, yet the muscle giant was not eating. Instead, he was looking oddly at the lady in front of him. "Can I help you?" Marlowe asked, not commenting on the oddness of the situation. In truth, they were in a war zone, so the fact that he was sitting and eating a feast was already abnormal. But as an abnormal man, with a son just as abnormal, and students who would quite possibly be the protagonists of many animes in the future, it was all right if he paused between the slaughter of war to feast. Of course, he was the only nascent soul cultivator who had the guts to enter an all-Earth immortal battlefield. But then again, he was strong enough to do so no one stopped him. None of that changed the fact that being looked at by a young lady, with such a confused expression, was slightly distracting even for him. "Yeah, is your name Marlowe Musclehead?" Giselle asked as she pulled out Lex's letter and read the name on the envelope. Marlowe chuckled. That was hardly an original nickname, but it did bring back fond memories. Lately, he had been so caught up in matters of war or the tourney that he barely had any time to socialize, not that he was complaining. His harvest during these days was not small. "I suppose you can call me that. How can I help you?" Marlowe observing the lady closely. She had no aura at all, which is what made her seem all the more dangerous. "I have a letter for you from one of your students, as well as a message for your son. Here, you can read the letter yourself. As for your son, I can see he's got himself and his team surrounded by enemies. Is he using himself as bait for something? He's awfully calm for someone in so much trouble." The battle Giselle was talking about was nowhere nearby, but it was not surprising she could see it. This was a proper war among immortals, not the kind that Lex fought. A normal war between immortals would last weeks if not months if it was a quick one because of how genuinely difficult it was to kill them. Only freaks like Lex could go around casually killing immortals left and right. He has a bad habit of doing that, but he always comes out alive, so I haven't really been able to teach him to be more cautious. He's always very confident, but he's never been wrong before, so it's hard to prove my point about always having a backup plan, said Marla as he grabbed the letter and probed it. Unsurprisingly, he could not see through the envelope, although he immediately recognized the aura on the envelope. It was Lex. He hadn't thought about Lex in a long time. Marlowe couldn't help but wonder why Lex had written him a letter. Well, if you don't mind, I'll just wait here for your son to deliver the message. I'm not exactly fond of getting myself caught up in unnecessary trouble, Giselle said as she sat down on a boulder near Marlowe. Marlowe didn't mind. Instead, he opened the letter to read what Lex had written about. Hey, Marlowe. I hope you're well as you're reading this. Actually, I know you're well as you're reading this. After all, you're sitting and feasting, enjoying a nice meal while your son plays around as a hero and your wife plays the role of a dutiful wife waiting for you at home. Do you know how I know this? A simple divination. It's very easy to look into your life. Want proof? The green willow rabbit that you just ate is giving you indigestion because humans cannot digest their meat, but you ate it anyway thinking it was a greenborough rabbit. If you want, you can look into this. It won't take long. Marlowe paused and turned to look at the food he had eaten. Honestly, as a nascent soul cultivator, he didn't mind a little indigestion, although it was strange he got it in the first place. The origin of the meat explained why he was feeling that way to begin with. Marlowe smirked instead of being offended by Lex's straightforward words. That's the kind of man he was anyway, upfront and straightforward. What was even the point of wasting time dressing up words as something they were? Now he was really curious about why Lex had written him the letter, so he continued to read. Once I came to you to learn about defense. Back then, the cultivation world was new and dangerous, and you were strong and well-connected. You were Marlowe Hanson, bravey you faced death and fought through. You were fearless and defiant, unwilling to work for anyone else, unwilling to kneel. Once you were someone I looked up to. But now look at you. Do not think I am insulting you, I am merely expressing my disappointment. You had more presence as a golden core cultivator than you've ever had as a nascent soul cultivator. Is this the path you saw for yourself? Is this the future you wanted, to be lazily eating a feast while someone else fights during a war? Marlowe raised an eyebrow, genuinely quite surprised at how harsh Lex was being towards him. It wasn't like his feelings were hurt or something reading just a few critical lines. It was that such a letter did not really align with his understanding of Lex. Lex, his student from back then, was smart and insightful. Everything he did had a purpose, and he wouldn't make critical decisions based on emotions. So why was he being so emotional about Marlowe? It wasn't really a crime to enjoy a meal. He kept reading. I normally would not care to criticize you, nor would I care how you lived your life, if only I hadn't foreseen your death. Chapter 1885, Angry Student II. Marlowe blinked and read that last part again. I normally would not care to criticize you, nor would I care how you lived your life, if only I hadn't foreseen your death. Oh, it seemed he wasn't mistaken. He continued to read. I wish I could say that you died a hero. I wish I could say that you died for something you believed in. But no, that wasn't the case. Lax was your attitude when death came knocking. Lacking was your skill when it was put to the test. Man, what happened to the guy who told me that offense was the best defense? When you were attacked, you had neither, or at least that is what I saw. For the sake of everything you did for me, I have written you this letter. Within each word, I have sealed my peak strength at the time of writing this letter. When the time comes, you can use this letter for offense, defense, or to heal someone from the brink of death. What you choose is entirely up to you, but just know that the letter can only be used once. All I'll say is that not only did you die in my vision, but you failed your family. 2. Even as Marlowe read the whole letter, the casual smile on his face did not change, though the attitude hidden behind his eyes did change quite a bit. Marlowe turned the letter over and read the last line. P.S. The power in my letter can also be used to refine bloodlines, but the letter can only be used once. Choose carefully. Marlowe closed his eyes and took in a deep, deep breath. He had always been a great warrior, unrelenting and unceasing in his pursuit. What had dulled his fighting spirit was not his defeat on his home planet, which ultimately pushed him out of Earth. It was not even being exposed to the vast and powerful Origin realm. Ironically, it was the excellence of his own son that dulled Marlowe's fighting spirit. Ever since he woke up from his coma, Raphael had been too excellent. Time after time, he had proved himself, accomplishing the impossible and making even Marlowe think that all he needed to do was sit back and let his son take care of things. The thought hadn't come at once. It had been subtle, so much so that Marlowe himself hadn't realized it until he read Lex's letter. But his will to pursue excellence, His undefeatable will to face death rather than obscurity had dulled it temporarily. Marlowe looked at the letter once more. Lex did not mention how Marlowe died or when. He had merely given him this letter, which meant that the death would be sometime soon. Logic would dictate that he should use this letter to overcome his hurdle and then slowly work on improving himself. But if he really did that, he might forever be stuck as a nascent soul cultivator. He was a human prime. His cultivation path was now solely that of improving his bloodline again and again and again, pushing it to its limit, and then exceeding them where he would be expected to die instead. He had no idea exactly how strong Lex really was. "That kid always had a sharp tongue," Marlowe said as he flashed Giselle a smile. "Do you mind if I cultivate a bit? Help yourself to the food if you want." "Nah, you go ahead," Giselle said, shaking her head. She had a lot on her mind. She was planning on scheduling her breakthrough to the Heaven Immortal realm right after the champion's tourney. Combined with the rewards she stood to gain from the tourney, she should be able to overtake Lex, right? For some reason, she felt doubtful. Marlowe, right beside her, simply crushed the letter in his hand and channeled its energy inside his body. Lex was right. He had been too complacent for the past few years. It was time to return to the way things used to be. As the energy trapped within the letter wrought havoc inside his body, sending unimaginable waves of agony through his being, Marlowe's signature mad grin slowly returned. Pain, if he was afraid of pain, he would not have married Sophia. What Marlowe didn't know was that Lex had mostly bluffed in the letter. He had seen Marlowe's future once, sure, which is why he commented on the rabbit. But in truth, he didn't know anything else about Marlowe's future. Even so, he had hoped Marlowe would use the letter to improve himself. After all, his real trump card hadn't been the letter. It had been to send Giselle to save everyone. Then, once she saved Larry's behind, he'd show off to that playboy that he had a date scheduled with Giselle, not that either of them ever agreed upon a time. As unfortunate as it was, both of them were too busy to focus on that for now. Primal Realm, Ruins of Ascension. "I think there's something wrong with this. The human race just went up by another spot," said one of the Primal, finally commenting on it. "That's over 100 spots in a very short time. Either a 100 new Celestials were born in the human race, or something huge is secretly going on." All of them were stumped, but it was not their job to speculate. Their only job was to record the data and send it to the relevant parties. Hazish Major Realm. The Jolly Rancher appeared within the inn. To be specific, they arrived at the Interrealm Teleportation Terminal, with visas in hand, ready to be vetted so that they could gain entry into this major realm. Fortunately, the captain had told them that they wouldn't be attracting any trouble in this major realm, and were only stopping here as a layover to their true destination. Unfortunately, a few seconds after they entered the realm, Bob began to speak. "This place feels ominous," he whispered to himself, though his voice echoed through the ship anyway. "It is almost as if destiny has been waiting for us in this realm." Chapter 1886, Injustice. Ollie sighed wearily as Bob spoke, its eyes diggering even deeper into its head than normal. Although shadow talons looked like owls, and were supposed to have large eyes, the countless sleepless days had brought it to the state that even as an immortal, it was on the verge of exhaustion. Could it be helped? Bob had said that with eyes so large, it should be able to peer into the grand secrets of the universe even in its sleep. How did that make sense? What did sleeping have to do with the grand secrets of the universe? What did big eyes have to do with seeing these secrets? But since when did logic matter? Ever since that day, every time he slept, he would dream about a war that consumed the entire universe. What's worse, in those dreams, he even witnessed some secrets that someone of his level should not have been able to see. Ollie complained to the other crew members, but what could any of them do? Even Jack just looked the other way. This certainly wasn't happening because they had visited a number of focus points to search for the nexus point, setting up the formation that could tap into the flow of destiny. Yes, his crew most certainly wasn't being affected by the fact that as Earth immortals, they were somehow being marinated in the more obscure laws of the universe that even heaven immortals could hardly control. That was most certainly not what was happening. But the endless trouble brought about by Bob aside, their crew had really benefited over the past few months. They had visited countless realms, all of them far from being mature, so the Hazish Major Realm was the first major realm they entered. That meant this was the slowest flow of time they'd encountered so far. It was not without reason that they had already traveled so far and wide, while Lex had only done a few things. It was because their flow of time was faster. As if that was not all, they had more or less shaken off that completely inaccurate and accused title of a pirate crew. Instead, they had registered as mercenaries in a large universe-wide organization and were able to take on jobs that helped them get paid while they explored the universe. It was exceptional work. As if that wasn't enough, Jack had developed a new habit. Wherever he went, he made new friends. Specifically, he befriended people who were in trouble, decent people who he genuinely and truly liked, and then helped them out of trouble. Like that, he had been strengthening his paladin cultivation. Lex was taking care of the laws, he was taking care of the paladin stuff, and together they were mutually aiding each other in progressing. For example, fairies were able to access any and all energies and laws, generally speaking. Some energies, such as divine and profane energy, remained outside their control because those energies required unique circumstances, but Jack shared Lex's unique cultivation technique. That meant even as a fairy, he could gain access to them. So he was thinking of finding a time and cultivating those two energies as a fairy as well. He was really interested in unlocking that unusual power as a fairy and seeing what happens. Jack had a feeling that it would be awesome, and wasn't that what life was all about? Doing awesome things. "Guys, stop causing a ruckus," Jack said, ignoring the lamenting Ollie and the mumbling Bob. "If we don't get the visa to stay here, we'll have to take a massive detour, so be on your best behavior. This is a major realm and not a new one like Arctica. Let's not attract any unnecessary attention. Our destiny in this realm is to catch a teleportation formation to our next destination." As if to specifically prove Jack wrong, there was a massive explosion in the interrealm teleportation terminal, destroying the teleportation formations and disabling all security measures. The strength of the explosion far exceeded the likes of what mere Earth immortals could resist, which is why, with the locking formation that had sealed the Jolly Rancher in its place disabled, they were launched out of the terminal with strength and speed they could not ordinarily gather. If the ship hadn't specifically been strengthened and treated by the Humanoid Alliance, it too would have been destroyed. The force of the explosion immediately assaulted the whole group as well, threatening to outright kill them. Jack, with Lex's vast experience, did not care how or why this was happening. He just responded immediately. He threw pebbles over Ollie to protect the Shadow Talon. As for the hamster, Jack doubted he would die. He also didn't bother protecting Bob or the Boblings. Neither of them made sense. Instead, he covered the rest of the crew in his own barriers using his paladin energy, while taking control of the ship to fly away as quickly as possible. "What the hell is happening?" Monk asked. The hair on top of his head burned off, leaving him bald like a real monk. "Quack!" exclaimed Goldilocks as it stuck its head outside the barrel it was bathing in. There was still a foam beard around the duck's chin, though that too was quickly turning to gold. "Don't be ridiculous," said Longbeard. "This is a major realm, it can't be war, it's most likely an accident or something." The very next moment, the realm barrier of the Hassish major realm rippled before solidifying. The owner of the realm had made an open declaration. Someone had attacked their realm in over 1,000,000 places, and a tide of corrupted wraiths had broken in. In essence, someone unknown had initiated a war on the realm, and this was their opening salvo. The abruptness of the situation took everyone by surprise, especially considering that this was a major realm with hundreds of Dao lords inhabiting it. Who the hell would be bold enough to attack it? It seemed they would have the misfortune of finding out in person. "Everyone, tend your wounds and prepare yourselves," Jack roared as he grabbed the helm, a grave expression on his face. "A war means dead experts and unclaimed loot. We cannot let this injustice go uncorrected." Chapter 1887, A Universe in Chaos. It happened suddenly and without warning. Realm war, and not just one. Although the universe was hardly at peace, and there were any number of realm wars going on at any given moment, as a whole the universe was generally a peaceful place. That was because a majority of major realms were controlled by the most powerful organizations in the universe, regardless of any kind of affiliation. Path of Order, Path of Chaos, Hellions, Seraphim, Al, deities, banks, races, ideological organizations, cults, the universe had them all and more, each one at various levels of power. There came a certain level when an organization had over 100 Dao Lords, and at that point they were basically considered invincible. Killing one Dao Lord was nearly impossible, let alone so many, so purposefully messing with them was asking for trouble. It would be easy to kill and destroy those underneath the Dao Lords, but killing the Dao Lords was not easily done, which basically meant that the attacker was inviting the target to do the same to their own juniors. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind, but why did those who had been blinded care? Since they had already been wronged, then the others should not escape unharmed. That was a much more prevalent school of thought than that of turning the other cheek. But it was also because of such a thing that a careful balance had been formed throughout the universe. After reaching a certain level of power, most races would become absolved of any serious threats. Surface-level threats and minor fights over basic resources and territory were still present, but no one dared to touch the bottom line for one of these strong organizations. For example, the war between the Henali and the Fugan had been ongoing for countless generations, but the Fugan never crossed a certain line even when provoking the Henali. So in essence, the large organizations would not provoke each other because they had too much to lose and they wouldn't be able to eliminate their enemies. Small organizations didn't provoke large ones because they weren't brain-dead. For countless years, a balance had been formed, and yet when the wars came, no one was surprised. In fact, a few realm wars had already sprung up as much as tens of thousands of years ago, but those were just a few. Now all of a sudden, hundreds of major realms were invaded all at once, as if through some prior agreement. Those who were invaded had no prior warning, and those who invaded revealed not a peep of any hidden agreements. They all attacked independently, with their own individual forces or small alliances, seemingly uninvolved with all other invading forces. One day, the universe was fine, and the next a good portion of it was suddenly entrenched in war. But even with this war, most of the major realms in the universe remained unharmed. The only issue was that no one knew whether the as-of-yet unattacked realms would stay that way. Some organizations who had deeper backgrounds, the ones who knew of a level above the Tao Lord, or even had access to such beings, knew what this was all about. They did not, however, share that information with the masses, thus creating a divide even among large organizations. After all, there were some powerful races, such as the Seraphim, who had reached the level of a universal power through sheer number of Tao Lords, but could really be put on the same level as other races who had done something similar, such as the Celestial race. The Humanoid Alliance was not a weakling, despite many of their member races being targeted repeatedly. They controlled many major realms, which is why it was no surprise that even some of their realms were attacked. To be specific of their realms attacked, the most prominent one was Garvitz, the realm controlled by the Devils. The attacking force was an alliance of Usuras, Banshees, and Ifrits. The battle had only just begun, and since all major realms had a similar flow of time, it was too soon to determine how things would go. 1,000 years was too short to conclude a conquest in a major realm, but a single day, a single moment could cause a critical change in the history of countless smaller races. With each passing second, the destinies of countless beings across the universe began to fluctuate, and the energy for the Nexus event began to accumulate even faster. In the backdrop of such a major event, no one noticed the steady increase of the human race on the cosmic ascendance spectrum. After all, their rise could also be attributed to the fall of the races involved in the war, though many could not help but speculate on the timing of the invasion. That phenomenon of that mysterious figure talking about 3 trillion years, no one understood what it meant, but many treated it as if that phenomenon had been the trigger for the war. Was this some kind of premonition? Were the next 3 trillion years going to be plagued with war and strife? No one could give them an answer, so many began to investigate on their own. One of the many rumors going around was that the phenomenon had been caused by a Tao Lord called the Innkeeper. So many started to look into him and his affiliated forces. Thus, approximately 8 hours after the Realm Wars began, the Midnight Inn welcomed a new guest who had entered through the Origin Realm, escorted by a guard of Henali Celestials. His arrival prompted a series of notifications for Lex, but he had been getting numerous notifications ever since he entered the Primordial Garden. With genuine, actual death possible at any moment due to the tribulation, he hadn't paid too much attention to the notifications because he couldn't afford distractions. Therefore, when a new Tao Lord entered the Midnight Inn, although Lex got a notification, he did not read it. But he was too closely connected to the inn now. He more or less always knew what was happening at the inn in the back of his mind. He noticed the arrival of someone important and decided to look into it after the next tribulation strike ended. But until then, the guest would have to wait. He was busy fighting for his life. Wukong, who was going through some profiles on the new dating app that he joined, looked up. It seemed like he had a guest. Chapter 1888. How strong was he? My oh my, who do we have here? Lord Idris of the Star Scorpions, it is an honor to receive you, Wukong said as he got up from his seat, slowly transforming from his human appearance into his true appearance. Not all Tao Lords were as amiable as the Innkeeper. That was especially true for beast Tao Lords. A Star Scorpion could easily take offense to a fellow beast maintaining a human form. Wukong naturally had to be polite and amicable to keep Lord Idris here as long as possible. After all, if he did that, he might even be able to swipe a portion of that fellow's Dao. It had been a long time since another Dao Lord approached him so brazenly. The legendary son Wukong, Idris spoke slowly, not showing a hint of any dissatisfaction with the monkey's appearance. I never imagined I'd have the privilege of meeting with you, especially like this. By the way, I'm not saying this as an insult to you or anything, but I have a bohemian anchor in my soul, so my Dao cannot be touched. Wukong laughed, as if he had heard a joke. Oh, come now, Lord Idris. You don't honestly believe I can steal Daos? That was just a malicious rumor spread by an angry emperor who was embarrassed by me once or twice. You don't need to be alarmed. Besides, the innkeeper has been a gracious host to me. I would not ruin his inn by doing something so disgraceful here, Wukong said as he silently changed his target from Idris, Dao to anything else that might attract his attention. Yes, I've heard about the Peaches of Immortality. It is a legendary tale indeed, incredible how you achieved such a feat even before becoming an immortal. I would love to hear the tale from you in person, but perhaps another day. In fact, I came to this inn with a specific purpose. Maybe you can help me out with it, he said, not directly mentioning his purpose. Instead, he silently erected barriers around himself. Even face to face, he could not feel Wukong trying anything, but he had been briefed and knew that the monkey was most certainly trying to steal from him. The fact that a mere clone, made from a single hair, could steal from a Dao Lord face to face without being detected in the slightest was one of the most alarming things Idris had faced since becoming a Dao Lord. How strong was Wukong really? Lord Idris had heard rumors that even his clones could generate more clones, each of them still containing Wukong's full power. Such a scene was entirely unbelievable. Yes, of course, I would love to help you if I can. Why don't you tell me about it? Wukong said, even as he stole the Star Scorpion's memories and looked through them. They were only unimportant memories for now, but they were still interesting. I came to the inn directly without sending a letter of intent because, well, it's an inn. But I would like to meet with the innkeeper, and am not sure about how to do so. Rumor has it that the latest phenomenon that was seen across the universe was the innkeeper. I would like to ask him about it on behalf of the All-Beast Alliance, ABA. Wukong rubbed his chin and looked at Idris. Last time he talked to the innkeeper officially, he sent the letter of intent through Z. The purpose of that was to mix up his karma and origins so that no one could learn of his history with Zerk. If the innkeeper had some demi-Dao Lord servants around, they could safely deliver the letters of intent without being affected by them too much. But there didn't seem to be anyone like that around. The inn's second Dao Lord, the one called Mary, was also unsuitable to deliver the letter, because then who would send her a letter of intent first? In that case, might as well just use Z again. Coming to the inn shouldn't be a problem, and I'll help you out with the letter too, said Wukong, suddenly pulling out Idris' letter of intent from his own pocket before placing it on the table in front of him. He quickly sent a message to Z, summoning him, but told him to wait half an hour before coming. Someone is on the way to pick up the letter, Lord Idris. Why don't you have a seat? We can chat. This is our first meeting after all, so we should spend some time getting to know one another, said Wukong as he politely pulled out a chair for Lord Idris. The chair, being from the inn, naturally morphed to suit the body structure of a scorpion, but Lord Idris made no move to sit despite the change. Instead, his eyes remained fixed on the letter. That had been placed inside his temporal space node, something inside his body. It was a part of him, not like a spatial ring which was an external treasure. Even so, Wukong had taken the letter out without alerting the scorpion at all. How strong was he really? The scorpion looked at the monkey with a hint of dread hidden within its eyes. It had once heard a rumor that Wukong had once stolen a Dao Lord's life directly from his soul, thereby killing him. He had thought that such a story was an absurd rumor, but now he wasn't so sure. Scorpions couldn't really sweat, but Lord Idris began to sweat anyway as he took a seat opposite to Wukong. He was suddenly questioning all his life decisions. After all, like almost every other Dao Lord in existence, Lord Idris had made no progress at all in his cultivation since becoming a Dao Lord. But Wukong, he had forcibly written his own name on the cosmic ascendant spectrum. His cultivation must have already reached an incredible level. Yes, let's get to know one another, he said weakly as he sat down. It had been a long time since the scorpion had felt fear. It almost felt foreign. How many billions of years had it been since his life was in danger? He no longer felt accustomed to the sensation. Chapter 1889, another. 30 minutes. It was not a long time, though if one was waiting on someone's arrival, it would feel a little long. For Dao Lords, such a period felt even longer. Throughout the conversation, Lord Idris felt nothing wrong at all. He did not feel his wealth affected, and now that he was keeping an eye on his wealth within his temporal space node, he was sure that nothing had been lost. Even so, the more time he spent with Wukong, the more he started to feel like he was losing. The instincts of a Tao Lord were hardly ever wrong, which basically meant that the loss was a given at this point. The only issue was figuring out where the loss was occurring. Fortunately, at least his Tao was protected. Eventually, Z showed up and was told to deliver the letter. Z shrugged, grabbed the letter, and went on his way, once again stunning Lord Idris. How had a mere immortal just grabbed the letter of intent as if it was nothing? Then it occurred to him that Wukong must have sealed its power, all without alerting Lord Idris. Scorpions could not get goosebumps, but Lord Idris got them anyway. Lord Sun Wukong, it has been an absolute pleasure, but now I must depart, Idris exclaimed before standing up. He barely gave Wukong any time to respond before he teleported out of the inn, leaving his celestial guards to follow a step too late. Wukong had been smiling all this time, but as soon as the scorpion left, his casual smile turned stern. He had flexed some of his power on purpose to keep other Tao Lords away, but who knew how long that would work? Now that war had been started, and the Innkeeper was thought to be involved, many more would come to investigate. While it was Wukong's job to act as the Innkeeper's guard, he wanted to make sure others met the Innkeeper as little as possible. If even Wukong was impressed by the Innkeeper's strength, the others would be too. By then, his chances of cooperating with the Innkeeper would drop since the Innkeeper would have more options. He really wanted the Innkeeper to send him to the Primordial Garden, but more than that, Wukong wanted the Innkeeper's help, and/or protection should Wukong really get in trouble. It wasn't like he could blow his cover and ask Mother Nua for help, in which case the Innkeeper was a good option. For that, he needed to do a good job and create a favorable impression of himself in the Innkeeper's eyes. That meant blocking any unnecessary trouble. Wukong pulled out a memory from his pocket and saw the exact briefing Lord Idris had gotten. This scorpion was not nearly as docile as he appeared in front of Wukong. The only reason he became like that was because Wukong stole his courage, but in a few hours or days at best, he would regrow some more. That should serve as a warning, hopefully leading the scorpion to behave when it met the Innkeeper. But such preparations weren't enough, so he thoughtfully left a hair behind in that scorpion's temporal space node. As for whether he would use that to steal from him, spy on him, or rob his descendants blind, or maybe milk some scorpion poison, who could say? Wukong most certainly wouldn't say what it was for. While he was lost in thought about what to do next, yet another Tao Lord appeared at the inn. This time, Wukong grimaced. It seems his deterrent effect was fading. He needed to step things up. Primordial Garden. Lex fell to his knees, his Jorlam form forcibly deactivating as he ran out of Jorlam blood in his body. Fortunately, it had lasted long enough for him to attack the Tribulation Strike. When he returned to his human form, Lex lacked his head, as well as his left arm, shoulder, and neck. All of it had been incinerated by the last attack. Even so, he had survived. More importantly, the nurturing energy was coming up. When this tribulation started, that energy would burn Lex, but after 10 rounds, he was not at the level where he could barely absorb it without getting hurt. As a result, that energy came in handy to heal Lex's body before reforming it. It seemed that the primordial energy was somewhat changing Lex's human subrace. He was going from a normal human towards becoming a high human, just like Almira. Many races in the universe had noble bloodlines. The Craven royalty, for example, were smaller, but despite the smaller size, they were stronger and smarter. In dragons, the color golden denoted royalty, and the concept of noble bloodlines existed even among elves, dwarfs, and celestials. The humans, too, had something similar. While the original human kings were not considered to be of any human subrace, many of their descendants were high humans. The high human subrace was just the one that, through the course of history, was considered to be the strongest version of the human species. It wasn't anything too special. They just had longer lives, could control energy better, were more easily able to control laws, and so on. The difference was not so significant that the human race as a whole considered high humans their natural leaders. They were more likely to become soldiers or warriors because of their enhanced strength. Lex couldn't understand why primordial energy would help him slowly turn into a high human, and he didn't care. At this rate, he would 100% die by the 13th or 14th strike. He needed to pick up the pace of strengthening himself. Fortunately, the gap between strikes was longer as well. He would first heal up his body, and then think of how else he could increase his strength. He was slowly running out of resources that he had piled up. Chapter 1890 Eureka. As soon as Lex healed, he looked up at the orange cloud of cosmic dust and felt like cursing it out. Was there really a need to rain on his parade like this? When he became Earth immortal, he went through so many levels all on the same day. But with this freaky tribulation hanging over his head, he dared not act so lightly. Lex was about 90% sure this particular type of tribulation was only occurring because he was in the primordial garden, which meant if he wanted to avoid them in the future, he just needed to experience a tribulation outside. Of course, Lex would never do that. Why would he run away from a harder experience? More hardship meant more reward. It was just that next time he would be more prepared. Even now, with the tribulation causing him so much trouble, Lex did not think of escaping it. For one, he was pretty certain that even if he escaped to the Midnight Inn, the tribulation would follow. After all, he wouldn't be the first person to try and use long-distance teleportation to escape a tribulation. Not only would that not work, it would make the tribulation worse. He needed to improve. All his focus was towards that for now. Lex looked away from the clouds and became more serious. Since he was in the primordial garden, there were a few things he could use that had a hint of primordial energy to perhaps expedite his growth. The first was the Gabbana fruit. The second was a corpse. A light flickered through Lex's eyes as he considered his options, finally choosing the fruit. He would avoid dealing with the corpse for now if possible. He had a bad feeling about it. Lex did the old trick and put the Gabbana fruit inside the gift shop for a split second, setting up a price and high prestige requirements to buy it for extra assurance that it wouldn't be accidentally bought. Gabbana fruit. Fruit from the Gabbana tree, which can only grow in areas with rich primordial energy. If the fruit pit is planted in primordial energy-rich soil for 1,333,333 years, it can produce a Tao-level herb called Gabranthus. If the whole fruit is planted in primordial energy-rich soil for 13,333,333 years, it can produce a Tao tree sapling called Gable. If the fruit is planted in the core of a newborn realm, it can permanently double the growth of the realm, allowing it to reach maturity faster. If the fruit is planted in the core of a realm that is already maturing, it has a 90% chance to produce a special biome that nurtures valuable treasures matching the biome's environment. If a demi-Tao lord consumes the Gabbana fruit, they will experience the 1,000-year dream, increasing their chances of completing their Tao by 1%. If the dragon race eats the Gabbana fruit, they have a chance of evolving into a golden dragon. If the pit of the fruit is obtained by a mature galactic sovereign turtle, they can use it to nurture a forbidden forest. If a phoenix eats the fruit, if a celestial, if a primal, if a deity, if a mythical being eats the Gabbana fruit, they have a chance to evolve into a false primordial. If a primordial eats the Gabbana fruit, they can instantly heal all wounds, elevate their cultivation if they are below Tao Lord, gain new abilities, unlock the ability to absorb non-primordial energy, and the ability to continuously cleanse their body of impurities. If a non-primordial, non-mythical, non-demi-Tao Lord race consumes the Gabbana fruit, their soul will be eviscerated, turning into extremely potent fertilizer. Special note, the last paragraph was purposefully added by the system, free of charge, to inform the host not to commit suicide. "Well, shoot," Lex muttered as he read the description of the fruit, even as he held it in his hands. That was one overpowered little fruit there. No wonder a certain Tao Lord had bothered to steal it. In fact, it was quite amazing that he had just given it to the innkeeper like that. Either he really wanted to get inside the primordial garden, or he was extremely rich, to the point where something like this did not interest him. While that Tao Lord was not interested, Lex most certainly was. The issue then was that he was not fond of having his soul eviscerated. If the fruit were of a lower level, Lex wouldn't have cared and would have just eaten it. But with the extensive description of the fruit, to the point where it could help demi-Tao lords, help realms, and help countless powerful races evolve, it was clear that this fruit was at a level Lex had never interacted with before. It was in a league of its own. That said, why would Lex need to eat the fruit to benefit from it? Lex hugged the fruit as if it was a long-lost lover, covered it with his spirit sense, and began absorbing all the energy contained within it through its peel. His cultivation technique began to cycle smoothly, and a warm, nourishing energy entered his body. Unlike the primordial energy from the tribulation which burned him, this one was genuinely helping him out. Lex's body began to strengthen as the nurturing energy did not spread out across his entire body, but instead only nourished the parts of his body fused with the amber chaos resin. If Lex could claim that 1% of his body was made up of Tao ingredients, Then the energy from the fruit was slowly turning that into 2%. What's more, the amount of energy in this fruit was immense. He could feel it. He wouldn't be able to. Eureka, he suddenly exclaimed. Lex suddenly stopped cultivating, let go of the gabbana fruit, and gently placed it on the ground. Then, like a proud mother hen, he sat down on the fruit and began to cultivate. Considering the size of the fruit, it was like he was sitting on a bean bag. Until he found himself a respectable cultivation mat, the fruit would have to do. Chapter 1891, Brewing Trouble. The Eclipsicrawler turned her head sideways as she looked at the human, and then at the gabbana fruit he was sitting on. Even in the primordial garden, a gabbana fruit was not insignificant. In fact, she could count every single gabbana fruit that had ever matured within her realm, and she even knew how they were used. It took her merely a moment's consideration to figure out which one of the fruits this was, and what had happened to it. From what she recalled, it had been purchased from her by one of the Ventura kids. Well, she called them kids, but they were actually elders among the organization's hierarchy. It didn't matter. Since she had sold it, she didn't care what happened to it, but she really hadn't anticipated that those kids were buying it so that another, even younger kid could sit on it. Of course, if the Eclipsicrawler had not disabled her awareness, she would instantly be able to tell what really happened to the fruit. She would sense Wukong's aura and, based on what she knew about him, would be able to devise what actually happened. Too bad that she didn't unseal her awareness so she couldn't tell. The more she looked at the human, the more she thought he was a genius. Why had she never thought of sitting on a gabbana fruit? Probably because her arachnid body did not allow her to sit on the fruit so easily, probably. But even so, the human had discovered a brand new use for the gabbana fruit. How interesting. Lex, meanwhile, continued to make the best use of his time. In truth, it would take nearly 2 days before the next attack, so he could finally spare a moment to the various notifications the inn had been sending him. He directly ignored the ones about Tao Lords. Due to the difference in the flow of time, things were going by much quicker in the Midnight Realm, but since the Primordial Garden was not a full-fledged, mature realm, the flow of time was not 3 times faster. Even so, during the time that Lex had been undergoing his tribulation, 4 different Tao Lords had come and met with Wukong. That was a whole other issue which Lex would deal with later on. For now, he turned his attention elsewhere. New notification, primordial energy detected, activating primordial energy scale. Lex looked towards the energy scale. It was basically just a percentage bar for the amount of primordial energy the system required to unlock its hidden features, according to a quest he got previously. That was also a quest Lex wasn't eager to finish, considering the ominous warning in the remarks by the system itself. Fortunately, after all this time, the scale had not even reached 1%, so he had a lot of time. He was instead hoping to connect the inn to the primordial garden and unlock the innkeeper's glasses. For that, he quickly bought a ticket and tore it. As long as he spent enough time in the garden, it would be connected to the inn. Lex read on. New notification, time anomaly detected. New feature unlocked, time vault, time vault. Stores anomalous time energy for later use. Can currently be used in none. Current balance, 14,442 years. New notification, host realm increase detected, existing features upgraded. New quest, you have encountered a heaven's puppet, wings like angels, arms like the devil, and a halo like a saint. These incredibly rare beings, often considered empty vessels, are living servants of heaven. Accept a heaven's puppet as a guest at the Midnight Inn. Quest reward, 1 permanent butter knife upgrade. Quest time limit, 361 days. Remarks, even before history was recorded, it was still being witnessed. Your clothes being burned off during your tribulation were both witnessed and recorded. Lex paused. A permanent butter knife upgrade. The stronger he got, the less that was tempting, but he could not ignore that an attack capable of crippling a demi-Tao Lord was incredibly reassuring. If he could naturally upgrade his butter knife to such a point. Lex took in a deep breath and put that thought aside. Let alone the fact that Lex had no idea how to contact and invite a heaven's puppet to his inn. Even if he did, he would not focus on that right now. These were matters for later. He needed to see if the system had something that could help him in his current predicament. Unfortunately, no matter how he searched through the notifications, he saw nothing that could help him out immediately. Instead, he saw another, very troublesome quest, one that he needed to pay a whole lot more attention to. Chain quest initiated. Quest background. The universe is facing troubled times as countless realm wars have been initiated. The fate of trillions changes every moment, and hope can provide neither shelter nor warmth. The Midnight Inn, however, can provide both. Quest 1. Re-enable universe-wide teleportation capabilities. Quest time limit, 26 days. Quest failure punishment. Shutdown of non-critical system features for 1 year, 300,000 MT. Quest reward, tavern control upgrade. Remarks, you can run, but since you have a habit of burning your clothes, that will show everyone your butt. Lex grimaced. The system was always annoying him with its remarks, but it was actually the quests which would always get to him. Enabling universe-wide teleportation would, most likely, end up causing a massive flood of refugees into his inn, causing him to provoke countless forces. The problem was, while the punishment for failing the quest sounded bad, he had a feeling that things weren't so simple. He felt like the teleportation abilities might be forcibly enabled even if he kept them locked. That headache, alongside the constant Tao Lords, Lex grimaced. It seemed like he would need to bring the Innkeeper out of his seclusion and trick some people, or else his tenure as a heaven immortal might be really short. Chapter 1892, Professor William. When the next tribulation fell, Lex was in much better condition. 2 days of cultivating on the of cultivating on the Gabbana fruit allowed Lex to grow much stronger. The aid was even greater than what the tribulation provided, which was quite ironic, and yet it also made sense. After all, the tribulation was specifically designed for him, whereas the Gabbana fruit was dealing with Tao stuff. Basically, for Lex, the Gabbana fruit was just enhancing whatever benefits Lex had gotten from the amber chaos resin, so in truth, his improved strength was just a side effect of something far greater. But Lex had no qualifications to do anything related to the Tao, so for him, this inadvertent benefit became the main focus. When his next tribulation came, Lex took a risk and used his lotus form. One would assume that this form was the ultimate one since it could endlessly absorb energy, but that was false. If the energy was more overbearing than what Lotus could handle, it would be harmed instead. Unfortunately, even as a heaven immortal, Lex could not use Lotus' ability to use energy to create matter. However, he could more or less stay in his Lotus form indefinitely now. Based on that, Lex guessed that by the time he was a peak heaven immortal or an early celestial, he'd be able to finally use that creation ability. In this form, he fought against the tribulation strike that appeared in the form of a golf cart. Lex never thought he'd see the day where a golf cart did more damage than the collapse of a star, but he saw it anyway. The Lotus form was great for absorbing energy, but the energy from a tribulation strike could not be so easily absorbed, causing Lex to suffer numerous injuries all across his body. If one were to see him, it would almost seem like he had suffered countless explosions from within his body. Regardless, he survived, and when the nurturing energy came, the Lotus form finally showed what it was really worth. Since Lex was able to barely support the absorption of this particular primordial energy, the Lotus form made it effortless. Not only did he absorb it easily, he fused with it much quicker than before, not to mention Lotus borrowed some of the energy for himself to experiment with. Lotus even absorbed a whole bunch of ambient primordial energy too. This way, it would slowly figure out how to make all this energy itself. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Lex heard what sounded like a baby doing an evil laugh. He ignored it and kept cultivating. Fortunately, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to use up the Gabbana fruit anytime soon. Lex did not want to rely on the primordial corpse hidden inside the gem he got from Pelvilin's dragon lair. He didn't even want to wonder why a primordial corpse would end up in the Origin realm, and he had purposefully not looked into it either. He had too much stuff on his plate, as always, and he didn't want to end up encountering a juicy mystery and then be unable to investigate it because he was out hosting guests and slaying bad guys. Like that, the days slowly passed by, eventually turning into a couple of weeks before he was finally faced with the 18th and last tribulation strike. If he had survived, it was literally only due to the Gabbana fruit, so he should thank Wukong for that one. As for the damn benefits of the tribulation, sure, there were some, but they just pissed Lex off. He transformed into a high human. That didn't mean much for him at all considering how op he was, except that his natural lifespan had increased exponentially, something an immortal did not really need. Yet because of it, Lex basically grew backwards in physical maturity. He was just beginning to grow a little stubble on his chin, but it had now disappeared, and he looked even younger. He even almost grew that weird mustache that 13-year-old boys get. Fortunately, he had enough control over his body that he reverted all the changes, and regained his mature and amazing appearance of a 25-year-old. Sure, technically speaking, he was stronger and better at controlling laws, but Lex was too pissed to care about that. This was totally a rip-off. If he had to transform, he should have become a primordial human or something. What was up with this high human scam? Unfortunately, he had no one to vent his anger on, so he targeted it all towards the final tribulation strike. "Welcome to Aura Farming 101 with Professor William," Lex said as he drew Naraka and let the new and improved domination loose. "Step 1, overwhelm your opponent while making it look effortless." The final tribulation strike had the misfortune of taking the shape of a volcano, but pointed downwards at him. Didn't heaven know that Lex was a professional volcano whisperer? As if in response to Lex, the orange cosmic dust rumbled before causing a massive explosion, shooting its erupting magma straight towards Lex. "Volcano Slayer style, splitting mountain," Lex roared, although technically no such technique existed. He was just back to his shenanigans again now that death was no longer hanging over his head. What he did do was tap into the causality of him overcoming volcanoes and lava throughout his life, and use that as a basis to enhance the strength of his sword strike. That was the kind of stuff heaven immortals could do. Apparently. Alright, truthfully, Lex didn't really check if that's how heaven immortals were supposed to use relational laws. He just did it that way himself. Lex turned around even before his strike connected with the magma, walking away. Behind him, or well, technically above him, the sword strike cleaved the eruption apart, as well as the volcano, causing a massive explosion. The force of the explosion struck Lex's back and threatened to burn his clothes away, if only he was wearing clothes. In truth, his body was covered in an illusion that looked like clothes. After all, he couldn't let burned clothes and nudity affect his aura farming. Chapter 1893 Fu. The Eclipse-Crawler looked at the odd, naked human walking away from the explosion in the sky, as that was the final strike in a primordial tribulation. She would go and warn him that he was mistaken, but that would be interfering with the tribulation, and she wouldn't do that. Also, she had been waiting for the actual final this entire time. She was going to capture some of the leaked energy and use it for herself. Did that mean she would also have to pay the naked human? She thought for a bit and decided it was only fair to do so. At the same time, she'd give him some advice on how to improve his illusions. In his own eyes, he was wearing clothes, but in hers, he was walking in his birthday suit. That wasn't a good idea. The primordial garden wasn't like other places. Immortal or not, he'd catch a cold walking around naked like that. Lex kept walking, waiting for the final round of nurturing energy, but it never came. Instead, ominous rumbling sounds came from up above, prompting him to finally look upwards. This time there was no cosmic dust or strange objects forming. Instead, orange lightning seemed to be rumbling in the black clouds, giving off a dangerous aura. Lex snorted and let domination blot out the aura of his tribulation. If there was one useful thing he had gained from this tribulation, it was that his aura had transcended the realm of being similar to dragon's might, and had instead now adopted an aura similar to the deterrence of a primordial. While Lex himself was not a primordial, he definitely had the aura of one, and that was far more powerful than ordinary dragon's might. The orange lightning seemed to take that as a sign that Lex was ready. Normally, it would have given him time to recover from his wounds and prepare, but since he provoked it, there was no point in waiting. Streams of orange lightning swam in the black clouds, gathering together to build up strength, giving Lex a few moments to prepare. Lex entered his flow state, but decided not to change into one of his forms. With the help of his flow state, Lex understood laws even better, allowing him to enhance his attacks to a new level. In fact, after going through so many tribulations, he was on the verge of creating a new lawcraft himself. He would call it, well, he'd think of a name once the technique was complete. Once the lightning had gathered all its energy, it struck. The speed was irrelevant. It relied on certain laws to transcend comprehension, meaning whether it was slow or fast, Lex would not be able to lock on to it, or predict its trajectory, or understand its power, and yet the lightning landed on Naraka's edge. A sharp cry resounded across the primordial garden as the sword declared its might. It could not slay tribulations, and yet it had bested them time and time again. Each victory made it stronger, each clash sharpened its edge, each failure honed its aura. The cry was to let the universe know that as long as it was in Lex's hand, there was no tribulation, no enemy, no phenomenon that it would not overcome. Lex's expression did not change even as smoke began to rise from his skin, his body beginning to burn just from being near the lightning strike. The ground of the primordial garden, which had up until now remained entirely intact, finally began to crack as if some great weight had been laid upon it. But even when the ground broke beneath him and the heavens struck him from up above, Lex's stance did not change. When he started this tribulation, he had been brought down to his knees, but he had learned how to pick himself back up a long time ago. Tribulation. Lex smirked. No, these could not be called tribulations in his eyes. They were the flavor in his life, the zest that made a meal worthy. If a challenge wasn't hard, it wasn't worth doing. Lex suddenly discovered that, alongside his physical growth, this latest tribulation had helped him realize something very important. Despite what it may seem like based on his actions, deep in his heart, he had become more hesitant the stronger he became. It was as if seeing the depth of the universe's power caused him to want to hide and protect himself. Maybe it was the influence of the seal in his mind, or the exposure to mighty powers, or the lack of any background upon which he could rely on. Since he knew that he was the only one who had to ensure his own security, he became a little too cautious. But where was the fun in that? Maybe it was a good thing that the inn was opening back up to the universe. Whether it was helping those angels in the Seraphim resort escape, or taking guests from war-torn realms, Lex wanted to face those challenges head-on. Only when the threat was real would the satisfaction of overcoming it feel great. "Know your place," Lex said, using more force to complete his slash, dissolving the lightning strike and ending the tribulation once and for all. Lex sighed. It was rewarding, it was fun, but it was also too long. The damn tribulation had been going on for weeks. Good thing it was only a minor tribulation, or... Lex suddenly froze as he remembered something important. As an Earth immortal, his minor tribulations would only have lightning. But as a heaven immortal, even his minor tribulations would have a fire tribulation. Lex suddenly looked up at the dark clouds that were not dissipating, and then at the primordial energy that came flooding into his body, nourishing him. He waited, but no matter what, he did not feel himself enter level 2 of the heaven immortal realm. Fu. Chapter 1894 Eclipse. Second lesson in aura farming. Don't pose too early or you'll end up looking like a fool, Lex said, blowing out black smoke as he did. So the fire tribulation happened, and suffice to say it wasn't easy or short. It had lasted 8 days, leaving Lex with skin charred darker than midnight. Fortunately, although he had been burnt up pretty badly, it wasn't lethal. As soon as he remembered that he would have a fire tribulation too, Lex sat down atop the Gabbana fruit and began cycling his cultivation technique, and kept it cycling for as long as he could. Unfortunately, during fire tribulations, there would come a point where one would lose all control over their body and actions. It was quite dangerous. But since Lex had already done a lot of showing off about how the tribulations were merely the spice in his life, he was obligated to survive the fire tribulation, so he did. It was not a pleasant experience. To make matters worse, due to the time difference in the realms, the time limit for his quest to reopen the universal teleportation of the inn was almost up. He had only a dozen hours or so. To then further complicate the matters, Lex had not yet managed to link the garden to the inn. This was highly abnormal, for the inn had become especially competent at linking with new realms quickly. The fact that the garden was posing such a big problem clearly indicated that there were even more mysteries to this place than he had originally imagined. He would just have to enable teleportation from within the garden and handle things remotely until he could go back. Fortunately, Wukong had been handling the Dao Lords. In total, 6 Dao Lords had visited the inn over the past few days. If the inn wasn't locked solely to the Origin Realm as a point of entrance, he was sure even more Dao Lords would have visited by now. After all, to enter the Origin Realm itself, as a Dao Lord was not easy. Lex wiped the soot off his face and opened his eyes to the sight of a beautiful girl looking at him oddly. She was stunning. She was breathtaking. She was, Lex could not see any specific features of hers at all. His brain just directly told him that he was looking at someone beautiful while directly wiping out all traces of what the person he was actually looking at appeared like. This was the first living person he had come across in the primordial garden. Not only was her appearance strange, her cultivation was also unfathomable. "Hey, I hope I didn't inconvenience you with my tribulation," Lex said with a smile as he began to heal his body. "I hope your home isn't around here or something. I'm really sorry if I blocked you off from your home due to the tribulation." The girl continued to stare at Lex curiously for a few more moments before speaking. "Your illusion is quite weak. Everyone here can see right through it. Maybe you should try putting on some clothes first." Lex nodded, not at all letting any of his embarrassment show. It was a good thing his skin was charred. No one could see him blush. Lex pulled a barrier around himself, cleaned himself up with spiritual energy, and then changed into some casual clothes. He had a lot of suits from the Midnight Tailor, but they were too weak for him now. He was considering donating them to someone. It would be a shame to just wear them and continuously burn or rip them. So, until he got new clothes, he'd be dressing casually. My apologies for my appearance. The tribulation did not give me an opportunity to change. My name is Lex. May I have the honor of knowing your name? The beautiful girl merely nodded, as if she appreciated him dressing up. My name is Eclipse. The garden is my home. I was watching your tribulation and stole a bit of its energy. I hope you don't mind. I would like to pay you for taking your energy, so please feel free to state a price. I hope you won't refuse. Lex nodded, basically confirming mentally that Eclipse was some kind of super expert cultivator far stronger than himself. How else could one explain that she stole energy from a tribulation without being targeted herself? She might even be a Tao Lord. It's nice to meet you, Eclipse. I don't mind you taking some of the energy from the tribulation, though if you insist on paying, I'm not sure what to ask from you. I'm not too familiar with this place. Would you mind telling me about it? If you want, that can be your payment. Eclipse shook her head, refusing. The prices do not match. I can share the information about the garden free of cost. Come, walk with me and I'll show you around, she said, before turning around and beginning her journey. The primordial garden is vast, and it has a history older than many mature realms, but the garden has its peak set at the celestial level. It will never mature, and it will never be able to support a Tao Lord's tribulation. But that is merely the price paid to have the realm produce primordial energy. It's a very decent trade-off, especially since the presence of primordial energy means that even if Tao Lords can't have their tribulation here, they can easily stay here without fear of destroying the realm, Eclipse said casually, as if matters pertaining to Tao Lords was common knowledge. A lot of otherwise extinct races live in the garden, not to mention that we have many herbs and plants that can't be found anywhere else in the universe, primary realm included. If you can tell me a little about your interests, I can tailor this introduction to that. Otherwise, there is too much to introduce about. The garden. For example, in the garden we have a unique abomination that can exist nowhere else in the universe. Undead deities. Chapter 1895, Proper Introduction. Undead deities, Lex repeated, intrigued. You mean like zombies that turned into deities? No, Eclipse answered. I mean deities who died, their followers wiped out, and their faiths extinguished, their divine fires put out, leaving only an empty body behind. The bodies then became undead but retained the powers of deities, hence turning into undead deities. They're scarily powerful but can't survive in an environment without primordial energy, so the rest of the universe doesn't really have them. Lex whistled as he marveled upon the wonders of the universe, before turning his attention towards something he might need. Honestly, he had just entered his level and wasn't entirely familiar with his powers just yet. It would take him some time to familiarize himself with what he could do, and only afterwards could he decide how he wanted to progress. But time waited for no man. He went through all the things he needed to do and came to a rather drastic conclusion. In fact, as the idea developed in his mind, Lex began to grin, completely unaware that he was slowly adopting the mad grin Marlowe used to wear whenever he was going to do something crazy himself. Although they had not spent much time together, the influence of that crazy meat behemoth was evident. Lex couldn't wait until becoming a Tao Lord because, for better or for worse, he had to deal with a bunch of Tao Lords even now. There was no way he was equipped to deal with that, even he knew that. But what if he increased the percentage of Tao material in his body? For the sake of convenience, Lex titled it Achieving a Tao Body. If the Amber Chaos resin gave him a 1% Tao body, and cultivating on the Gabbana fruit slowly increased that percentage, could he find other ways to increase that as well? Lex was almost certain this wasn't how one became a Tao Lord, but that wasn't his aim to begin with. He was just replacing the materials his body was made out of and turning it into Tao-level materials. He said body, but that also translated to spirit and soul. In that case, if the percentage was high enough, would he reach a point where he might be able to tolerate the aura of Tao? The answer was yes. He'd already proven it by not automatically dying when he was exposed to the aura of Sekhmet. Although she was only a demi-Tao Lord, her aura still technically counted as a Tao aura. If he was able to achieve a full Tao body before even becoming a Tao Lord, how cool would that be? Even his domination, which currently had the deterrence of a primordial's aura, would see a massive upgrade. Something like this shouldn't be possible, but his cultivation technique made it possible. What's more, The primordial garden might be the one place in the universe where resources that could help him achieve that might exist. After all, the Gabbana fruit came from here. He looked towards Eclipse, still unsure about her identity just yet and exactly how much he could trust her. His instincts didn't warn him that she was dangerous, but his instincts could only tell him so much. Lex finally turned towards Eclipse. You have asked what subjects I might be interested in, but there are too many things I could mention. If you don't mind, may I ask some questions before I answer? Eclipse shrugged as if she didn't mind. It was just asking some questions after all. What was the big deal? You said that no one can have their Tao tribulation here. Does that mean there are no Tao lords in the primordial garden? He asked hesitantly. In truth, this was not entirely a relevant question, but if there were Tao lords here, then they probably owned all the resources Lex might want. Yes, of course there are, Eclipse said. I have an agreement with old Ventura. Whenever some of the elders in his school reach the peak of the celestial realm, they can enter the primordial garden to strengthen their foundations and expand their horizons. I've given them an entire sector of the garden for it. In exchange, whenever one of my pets wants to experience a Tao tribulation, I send them over to his place. He has renovated an entire portion of a major realm to assist with Tao tribulations. It's really nice, to be honest. Even so, although most of the pets end up dying, some have survived. I have around 37 of them in the garden, while the rest asked for their own freedom and are out there somewhere in the universe. Lex froze, though his eyes widened. What had he just heard? Was he casually walking aside the owner of the primordial garden? Was she so easy to talk to? She had no aura at all, and he didn't even feel pressured. You're the owner of the primordial garden? He couldn't help but ask, even if it was fairly obvious. Don't you know? Oh, right, you're probably one of the fellows who came with that new piece of the realm, so it makes sense that you wouldn't know. Well, in that case, I'll introduce myself properly. I am Eclipse, the primordial Eclipse-crawler, owner of the primordial garden, and the strongest recognized Tao lord in the universe. Eclipse spread her arms out, as if she was waiting to bathe in the shock and awe that naturally followed her introduction. With a sly smirk on her face, as if she was showing off, she even looked a little cute. Blood rushed to Lex's face, and he became red like a cherry tomato when he realized two things. Eclipse had seen him naked, and he had called the strongest Tao lord in the universe cute. Lex's eyes rolled into the back of his head, and he fainted, falling right into Eclipse's open arms. To be fair, it wasn't his fault. Eclipse had just randomly dropped some of the biggest secrets in the universe on him, and the backlash for suddenly gaining that knowledge knocked him out. Lex might have survived some ordinary universal secrets. After all, he already knew quite a few, but Eclipse had just told him her true name, true identity, and true strength. If one could not understand what such a thing meant, basically, he would be out for a while. Eclipse was taken by surprise when Lex fell into his arms, not because she was surprised that he fainted. No, that kind of stuff happened all the time. She was surprised because he was a lot heavier than he looked. If she had to guess, he weighed around 50 tons. Chapter 1896, Bad Things. Eclipse looked at the human in her arms and chuckled. She'd been through this a few times, so she knew what to do. She picked up his body, carried him over her shoulder, and brought him to the lake before sprinkling some water on his face. The feeling of being slapped in the face with water drops, each of which weighed as much as a small planet, startled Lex awake. The first thing he saw was Eclipse sticking her tongue out at him as if she had pranked him, and nearly fainted once more. This was a Tao lord, and not just any Tao lord, but apparently the strongest recognized Tao lord in the universe, and she was sticking her tongue out at him. If Lex hadn't been so strong-willed, he would have collapsed once more, his mind losing its grasp on reality. My sincerest apologies, Lord, began Lex, intending to apologize in case he offended her. Right now, he was literally laying at the feet of a Tao lord, and if she was the strongest one, there was a decent chance she even spotted the system hidden within his soul. This up close, he couldn't keep any secrets from her. Yet his apology was interrupted. Oh, don't worry about it, it happens all the time, Eclipse said, waving her hand. Old Ventura even stopped sending kids to the garden because they kept getting traumatized. I don't see the big deal, though. I mean, I don't look that scary. Eclipse started to look at her own arms and legs, as if to confirm that she didn't look too frightening. In truth, she learned absolutely no secrets about Lex, or anything about his body save his weight, because she had all her extra abilities and senses sealed. Basically, she was just a very strong person walking around. The only thing she could rely on to gain information were the few basic senses mortals were born with. Lex was normally not one to leave awkward pauses in conversations, but he was having trouble processing what was happening with him currently. He did not, however, take too long to return to normal. If she wanted him to behave normally, he just had to make sure he didn't say or do anything obviously disrespectful. How embarrassing, Lex said with a smile as he got up, noticing how abnormally red his face had gotten. That was not a result of his embarrassment, but his body's natural reaction to the secrets he had heard. It couldn't be helped. Please pardon me if I do something silly. I am not familiar with the local customs, but I'll aim to learn quickly. Lord Eclipse. Just call me Eclipse, she said offhandedly. All right then, Eclipse, before I ask any questions, I should tell you that I am a member of the Midnight Inn. My presence here will link the primordial garden to the inn, or at the very least, allow the innkeeper to find this place. If you do not want me to do that, then I can stop. Lex came clean immediately. He couldn't risk the fact that she might get offended by his actions, because she'd find out sooner or later, if she didn't already know. Eclipse had been very relaxed as long as Lex had seen her, but she finally frowned a bit, grabbing her chin as she thought for a moment. She rubbed her index finger on her chin, as if she was facing a very serious conundrum. Lex did not interrupt her, and even kept his mind clear of all thoughts. If even a certain monkey Tao Lord could read his thoughts then, there was no doubt that she could too. All right, fine, you can form the connection, but I'll treat that as payment for taking your energy, she finally said, looking at Lex. Also, if you or the innkeeper want to send anyone to the garden, you have to ask me first. I don't want to have to deal with annoying troublemakers. It'll be bad for everyone. Lex nodded. Yes, of course. We won't let anyone come here from the inn. I will make sure to share your instructions with the innkeeper. On the other hand, if you ever wish to visit the Midnight Inn, you can use this key to visit us. Eclipse took the golden key Lex summoned and looked at it oddly. It's a nice offer, but I better not. Bad things will happen if I'm forced to use my abilities, she said, though she kept the key out of politeness. Since our transaction is complete, I'll head off now. I have a lot of work to do. You can stay as long as you like, but you're a little weak, so try not to provoke anyone. Maybe find a city belonging to one of the races and stay there. Thank you for your guidance. I will definitely do that. I've heard that the Chiron race is very hospitable, so I'll try to go find them, Lex responded. The nearest Chiron settlement is that way, Eclipse said, pointing in a particular direction. Good luck getting there. Try not to get catted. Feel free to defend yourself if you get attacked. Although this place is my garden, it operates on the law of the jungle. Eclipse waved at him, and then just turned around and started walking in a different direction. Lex was so used to everyone teleporting away that seeing a Tao Lord casually stroll through her garden at the actual pace of a normal mortal human felt kind of odd. But Lex dared not watch her leave, nor did he allow himself to have any thoughts on the matter. He simply turned in the direction she pointed and started walking. Eclipse looked at the key Lex had given her, feeling slightly tempted to use it, but she was also hesitant. Leaving was not an issue, but if she encountered any problems and was forced to unseal her ability, bad things would happen. To be more specific, the moment she unsealed her ability, the transition from the Dawn era into the next would be initiated. After all, as the strongest living Tao Lord in the universe, her powers had touched the natural power ceiling that the universe allowed. And she wasn't a cheater like those other fellows. She couldn't force her way into the next realm through roundabout ways. That was actually why the progress of the universe was linked to her powers. When she felt ready to break into the next realm, she would unseal her powers, and the pressure her cultivation would exert on the universe would force it to officially leave the early development phase of existence and into its mature phase. It would be incredibly awkward if that happened, because she was forced to unseal her powers to deal with some random problem, instead of when she was ready. After all, she wanted her garden to be perfect before she kicked off the next era of the universe. Only then would her garden get the most benefits. So she pushed away her temptation and put the key in her pocket and moved. On. Chapter 1897, Do It Right. Chapter 1897, Do It Right. Lex felt incredibly nervous using his system near the owner of the primordial garden, but he had no choice. Were mere seconds left to complete his quest, he quickly disabled the teleportation ban that had been put in place. The Midnight Inn was once again fully open to the whole universe for use. The timing of it could not have been more conspicuous, for multiple realm wars had just begun, but there wasn't anything that could be done about it. The moment he made the change, he got new notifications. Chain Quest 1 completed. Re-enable universe-wide teleportation capabilities. Quest reward, tavern control upgraded. Remarks, oh look, the baby did a thing. Quest 2, establish a 10-tavern network. Quest time limit, 6 months. Quest reward, Midnight Inn upgrade. Quest failure punishment, shutdown of non-critical system features for 3 years, 900,000 MT. Remarks, when you stare into the abyss, the Midnight Inn will be there. The Midnight Inn will be everywhere. Lex could not help but raise an eyebrow as he read the final remark on the Quest 2. That was kind of ominous, but simultaneously kind of cool. The time limit was tight, though. 6 months might sound like a lot, but he did not have 10 taverns. He would need to make the taverns himself, and each tavern needed to be of the highest quality. He could not make high-quality taverns, and do it quickly as well, not to mention make so many of them. This was slightly annoying because there were a lot of things Lex wanted to do, but he would now have to focus on the quest. For the time, though, he would explore the primordial garden until it was linked to the inn. Now that he had permission from the owner to explore, he would most certainly take up that offer. He needed to get his hands on treasures that could help him form a Tao body, and this was the ideal place for that. Also, once he connected the inn to this place, he'd unlock the innkeeper's reading glasses. He didn't know what they did, but they sounded cool. Allowing the system to absorb primordial energy also sped up its own recovery. Technically, there was a quest for that as well, with a reward as the Midnight Monument. However, the system had absorbed primordial energy, yet the quest wasn't complete. Maybe only after a certain amount of energy was absorbed would the quest be completed. Lex hesitated for a moment, turning back to look at Eclipse before gritting his teeth. Since she had not reacted to the system, maybe he really could risk it. His plan for the primordial garden was to use the realm law replication, but he didn't know if the owner of the realm would be able to tell, or would even mind it. He was debating whether to still use it or not. Considering she was the strongest Tao Lord in the universe, apparently, it was too much to hope that she wouldn't notice something like that. Should he do it? He turned back once more and saw that she really was just walking away like a normal person, not even covering vast amounts of land with each step. Lex's eyes firmed and he made a decision. No risk, no reward. He was going to do it, but he was going to do it right. Lex turned around and jogged towards Eclipse, his mind racing as he thought of what to say. "Excuse me, Eclipse, may I speak with you for a moment?" Lex asked, though internally he was incredibly nervous. It was better to ask for permission than to try and do something sneakily. If only he knew that her senses were sealed and that she wouldn't be able to tell what he was doing, this whole issue would have never happened. But he didn't, so Lex approached the strongest Tao Lord in the universe, hoping to broker a deal. The amount of courage it took was immense, and the only reason he was even able to do such a thing was because Eclipse's power was completely sealed. Still, it didn't make it any easier. After all, even with all her powers sealed, she was still a Tao Lord. Every move she made, every breath she took had an influence on the universe. Oh, Lex, sorry, I was thinking about something so I didn't notice you coming. Is there something you need? If you're hoping for an autograph, I have to disappoint you. I don't do that anymore since the Purova incident, Eclipse said, looking genuinely sorry. That is very disappointing, Lex said sincerely, realizing at that exact moment that having her autograph would actually, genuinely be something very impressive. But I was hoping to talk to you about another matter if I have your permission. Yes, go ahead. What's with all the formality? I'll have you know I'm a very humble person. I work with my hands, I do manual labor. I'm not like those nouveau rich Tao Lords who like to act superior. After all, I've just come to accept that I am superior. So whether it's other Tao Lords or other immortals or even other mortals, I treat them all the same. Eclipse shrugged, not realizing that what she had so casually said may be the most arrogant thing ever said. The fact that other Tao Lords were the same to her as other mortals was a flex of epic proportions. Lex took a mental note to use a similar line in the future. Thank you. In that case, I'll get right to what I wanted to ask. Previously, the innkeeper mentioned to me that he wanted to study the laws of the primordial garden to see if he could replicate a small corner of his own realm to produce primordial energy. I'm not sure if it's against etiquette, but I wanted to ask if it were possible for me to study the realm's laws on the innkeeper's behalf. After all, the innkeeper does not usually leave his inn. Chapter 1898, Speechless. Chapter 1898, Speechless. Eclipse raised not one, but both of her eyebrows as she looked at Lex curiously. Can the innkeeper replicate the laws of the primordial garden? She asked, amazed. If I am being entirely honest, I do not know, said Lex, holding up his hands. Before he could continue, Eclipse interrupted him. Only liars say if I'm being honest. Lex was stumped. Well, technically he was lying, but the truth he was referring to was that he did not know if the system could genuinely replicate primordial energy. He quickly corrected himself. What I mean is, the Innkeeper is interested in studying the laws with the hopes of recreating primordial energy, but I do not know if he can actually do it. However, I have the means to try and record the laws for him so that he may attempt to recreate it. Eclipse's eyes widened in surprise. That's genuinely impressive if he thinks he can do that. You know, even old Ventura can't recreate my garden. Sure, you can go ahead and record the laws as long as you don't harm my garden's laws in any way. I'm now actually quite curious about this Innkeeper. I've never heard of him before. Do you know where he's from? Lex was stumped. Many people had always wondered about the Innkeeper, but no one had asked him about it. The problem was, even if they asked, he could lie about it. But how could he lie to a Tao Lord right in front of their face without the support of his host attire? To be honest, I've never asked him, Lex answered. Only liars say to be honest, Eclipse responded, stumping Lex once more. Why had he forgotten how to talk today? I've never dared to ask the Innkeeper anything about his past. I can only tell you about the things I've witnessed since I joined the Midnight Inn, Lex answered. Every word he said was true, and if the Tao Lord had some way of looking into the details, well, he was screwed. But if she could see the truth or untruth in what he said, she did not make it apparent. All right, forget that. Do you think you could invite the Innkeeper over for a cup of tea? I'm very interested in learning how he plans on replicating the law to recreate primordial energy. I had to sacrifice the complete maturity of my realm to dedicate a whole segment of its power into forming a primordial energy converter. You know, originally, primordial energy was created through the birth of the universe. I had to recreate a process similar to the birth of the universe to keep the energy running in my little garden. Lex, of course, once again fainted before he could hear the full extent of what she was saying. It couldn't be helped. Even with her full power sealed, she was a Tao Lord, and every second line she spoke contained incredible secrets. The entire history of the primordial age was a secret, and even the karma of that age could not be traced. So the casual things Eclipse mentioned were things even ordinary Tao Lords had no way of knowing for sure. They could only speculate. This time, instead of sprinkling Lex with water, she poked his face with a stick. Hey kid, wake up. Wake up, don't sleep in the grass, you'll catch a cold. Even the bacteria in this realm is primordial, that stuff will kill you. I'm so sorry about that, Lex said as he groaned, realizing what had happened. It's okay, I'm used to it, Eclipse said with a shrug. But yeah, ask the Innkeeper if he can come over for a cup of tea, we can chat. Lex rubbed his head, fighting the literal and metaphorical headache that was killing him at that moment. I will ask him, but for him to visit he will have to send a tavern here. The Innkeeper does not usually leave the inn premises, confessed Lex. Totally understandable. I never leave the garden either. This place acts as a seal on my power. If I step out, I'll probably blow a hole in the fabric of reality. Hey, don't collapse again, Eclipse said, this time catching Lex before he fell again. This was the most awkward and embarrassing conversation of his life. So then, with your permission, I'll try and record the laws here, Lex confirmed with her one more time. Only after she shrugged, as if she didn't care, did he activate the realm law replication feature of his inn. By the way, kid, I just remembered, you experienced a primordial tribulation. Right now you don't feel too different, but you should be careful once you exit the garden. The space here, it's tough. Outside this realm, if you don't contain your presence properly, you'll tear through space and fall into the void. Let me tell you, a primordial in the void is a wild time. I once threw a primordial acorn into the void for giggles. That is now the acorn realm. You ever been there? It is home to the most hedonistic group of squirrels the universe has ever seen. A friend of mine once told me those squirrels hunted down a dragon and dragged it back to their realm for, well, you know what dragons do in such a situation. All day, they only bathe in gold and jewels. Lex opened his mouth to ask about what she meant by her warning that he needed to contain his presence properly. His aura never leaked unless he wanted it to, but her story stumped him, leaving him speechless. Lex could have sworn that he was a much better conversationalist than this usually. But what did one even say in response to learning about hedonistic squirrels who kidnapped a dragon to count their treasures with them? Fortunately, someone came to his rescue. Lotus finally recovered from stealing energy from Lex's tribulation and wanted him to ask Eclipse a question. I have a friend on my back who has a question for you, Lex said, not acknowledging the squirrels. He's asking why the realm feels like it's heavier on one side than the other. Lex didn't even know what that question meant, but he asked it anyway. Chapter 1899, Vanishing Tarantula. Eclipse looked at Lex with surprise. Okay, now I'm impressed. For a mere immortal, you're quite interesting, said Eclipse. Is the friend on your back the lotus tattoo? Tell him the spread of the realm is deliberately done like that. The realm is constantly changing as a result of day-to-day events, so I've deliberately created a cycle where the flow of laws goes towards a certain direction of the realm every century. This way it constantly keeps the realm fresh and the laws stable. Designing a self-maintaining system is much better than creating rigid laws long-term. That is as simply as I can explain it currently. If your Lotus is interested in learning more, I can give him a detailed explanation, but it will take a long time so we can schedule it for later. Lotus understood what Eclipse had said in a broad sense, but it could still not understand why it was necessary to make a realm so uneven. Thank you for explaining, Lex said. You don't need to pay too much attention to Lotus, he's just a curious fellow. It's not any trouble. I hadn't realized earlier, but that fellow is from the Primordial Origin Lotus series, right? It's rare to see mutations in anything linked to the primordial. Just like it's very uncommon for a tribulation to turn into a primordial tribulation, and just like how rare it is to see a Nephilim candidate. You have successfully piqued my interest, little Lex. Would you like to participate in a little game of mine? If you win, I can give you one reward from within the garden. Temptation, thy name is Eclipse. Any reward from the garden. Although Lex had no idea what the garden contained, he was still highly tempted by her offer. Of course, Lex was not one to be blinded by temptation. Logic and common sense were telling him that he was already pushing it by spending so much time with a Dao Lord, any Dao Lord, let alone the strongest one. The fact that she was appearing so friendly and approachable did not, in any way, shape, or form, reduce the absolute danger he was putting himself in. Also, attracting her attention might not be the best idea. What if she started to experiment on him? That is exactly why Lex did the smart thing and ignored all logic and common sense, acting instead as he wished. Logic and common sense did not matter in front of a Dao Lord anyway, so why did he need to care about them? Can I ask what the game is? Lex asked excitedly. You can consider it an obstacle course with a small prize at the end. If you can reach the prize and take it, I'll consider it your victory. I don't want you to misunderstand the situation. The place is not dangerous or anything, and I made it myself exactly so that kids could play. But well, you're not a primordial, and you're only an immortal, and you're not even a proper Nephilim, so it'll probably be very dangerous for you. The more I think about this, the more I feel like I shouldn't do this. Lex looked at her awkwardly, suddenly feeling it was his fault for not being born a primordial or not achieving the Tao yet. The next time he was born, Lex would take care to have an appropriate status. Do you mind showing me the obstacle course? I don't mind a little danger as long as it's not certain death, Lex said, still hoping to win the offered reward. Also, you've mentioned Nephilim a few times, but I'm not sure what that is. Eclipse looked at Lex for a while as she rubbed her chin, her brow slightly crunched. It seemed like she was genuinely concerned about accidentally killing Lex during the game. All right, I'll show you the obstacle course, but if it looks like too much, you don't have to play the game now. You can come back after you live a little and grow some facial hair. It would be a shame if you died too young. Lex grabbed his chest, feeling like he'd been shot through the heart, and Eclipse was to blame. Here, take my hand, I'll bring you along. As for Nephilim, forget it. If I tell you, you'll probably get in a lot of trouble. It's not easy being an immortal, no need to attract unnecessary troubles. Even as she spoke, Eclipse grabbed Lex's hand before turning around and looking at the horizon. She seemed to search for something for a few seconds, sticking her tongue out as she did. When she finally found what she was looking for, she turned to Lex. Hold on tight and try not to die. Lex blinked. What? But there was no time to explain. Eclipse just jumped forward, yanking Lex along as her body flew through the sky in a long arc before slowly falling towards the ground. Lex felt incredibly awkward because he could totally just fly. Being in the garden hadn't taken that ability away from him, but he dared not disrespect the Tao Lord by flying if she wanted to jump. So he just left his body limp and let himself get pulled along as he questioned his life and everything in it. The obstacle course is a distance from here, so I'll have to jump a little harder, Eclipse yelled, her voice drowning out by the sound of the raging wind. True to her word, her next jump was a lot harder, and Lex suddenly began to feel pressure. They had entered a new portion of the garden that was really dangerous. As he looked down, he saw an army of 1,000,000 spiders, looking up at him angrily, all led by a vanishing tarantula, a Tao Lord. His aura was undeniable, and his anger palpable, yet he made sure not to affect the human since he was so close to Eclipse. Lex gulped and decided not to look down anymore. Chapter 1900 Dozens. The closer and closer they got to the obstacle course, the greater and greater the pressure the surroundings gave to Lex, to the point where he started to sweat. What was going on? Why did he feel weaker after becoming a heaven immortal than he did as an earth immortal? Back then, he could fight above his level and could do as he pleased. Now, after going up a level, not only had he almost died by a random tribulation, but just the ambient pressure of his environment was putting him under great stress. Fine, yes, it was understandable that anything mimicking the primordial garden would not be weak, but wasn't this ridiculous? The area you were previously in was greatly weakened because of the addition of a new segment of the realm, Eclipse suddenly said. A new realm fused with the primordial garden, so that creates small areas which haven't fully adapted yet to the laws. The fusion process lasts a few thousand years, creating shallow spots such as the one you were in previously. We are now about to enter the primordial garden for real. Grit your teeth, we don't want you accidentally biting your tongue off. That happened once when a weaker elder from Ventura came over. He was so shocked that while talking he accidentally bit his tongue off, which was a shame because his tongue was his main combat organ. It was quite embarrassing for him to have to grow it back. His tongue as his main weapon? Lex repeated in surprise. He was imagining some kind of frog or lizard when Eclipse explained. Yeah, he was an elf named Bard who said he had the bard profession, she said. Basically, he used to talk a lot. He once talked an earthquake into fizzling out and he was sparkling while he did it. It was quite entertaining. Lex was trying to imagine that when they entered the garden properly. The pressure on Lex increased drastically, causing his skin to tingle and his instincts to go wild. All around him was immense danger, and Lex felt as tiny as an insect. The danger here was genuine and quite formidable. In fact, Lex started to feel like he was back in Abaddon, because anything and everything around him could become a source of danger for him. But at least in Abaddon, his opponents would only be of the same realm as him. Over here, that was not the case. Everything from the trees to the grass to mosquitoes in the air, all of them seemed to be at the peak of the celestial immortal realm. But more than that, they contained a savage aura, an explosive strength that was quite menacious. Lex felt suppressed, but his eyes gleamed. Yes, this was the primordial garden, a vivarium of the primordial times. The tingling sensation of death just around the corner, the heavy air, the chaotic energy, all of them excited Lex. It would be a tragedy if the universe became too easy for him to wade through too quickly. Since he had the privilege of still being weak, he should challenge himself and enjoy it as much as he could. After all, this privilege would not last long. I'm suddenly really looking forward to the obstacle course, Lex could not help but confess. In truth, he realized that he might already be under the Tao Lord's influence. His dropped guard, his constant decisions to do as she suggested, even going as far as coming to her himself. All of this might be the influence of a Tao Lord, meaning he would probably need to go to the Seraphim resort again to get himself cleansed of a Tao Lord's aura. But that wasn't a big deal. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew he still probably needed to deal with the issue of the kidnapped Crystal Realm, the kidnapped Ventura students, the Craven, Vina, and the others. But the necessary people had keys to the inn, and he could kill Craven through karma. The students could just return to Ventura with their elders, and if he established a good relationship with the primordial garden, that would probably be a good thing for the inn. So he used that as an excuse to put everything else out of his mind, and focused on the obstacle course. It didn't take too long, with Eclipse jumping harder and farther each time, that they reached into what looked like a network of mountains made entirely of crystal. Or perhaps only the surface was made of crystal, because the entire network seemed to be hollow. What was more surprising was that within the crystal mountain range, Lex could clearly see the crystal race, working and moving around like ants in a colony. Just the sight of them was enough to reveal that they were having a hard time, because the mountain range was also home to a number of other beasts and creatures who were competing with the crystal race for territory. This is my Laxillo display, an area I made so that I could look at and appreciate the growing Laxillo vein. Unfortunately, many years ago I had to use up all the Laxillo ore to refine a treasure for someone, leaving the case empty. These crystal fellows asked if they could inhabit it, so I let them go in, but they seemed to have trouble with the local species inhabiting the mountain range. That's when I got the idea. For non-natives of the garden, this underground network is practically an obstacle course from hell, and very hard to traverse. It'd be very interesting to see someone try and conquer it. but I'm not heartless enough to throw people in there just for entertainment, so I've never been able to use it properly. So, what do you say? You interested? Lex studied the Crystal Mountain range for a few seconds, then turned towards Eclipse. From what he recalled, she said she had 37 Dao Lords, but she never mentioned Demi-Dao Lords. Will all of those Demi-Dao Lords remain in the obstacle course while I go through? Lex asked, doing his best from keeping his voice from trembling. After all, there were dozens of Demi-Dao Lords down there. Dozens.